Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return, the sole heir of the Yi family. Yi sat in the rear of the Rolls-Royce, his gaze vacant as he fixated on the leather texture of his seat before him. The sensation lingering at his fingertips seemed to retain a warmth, yet his movements had long since stilled. "That you? Why have you stopped moving?" A timid female voice broke the silence, pulling Yi's drifting thoughts back to reality. He glanced down at the school beauty nestled in his arms, her attire slightly disheveled and her cheeks flushed, regarding her with a hint of detachment and scrutiny. "Who are you?" I am Chu, brother Yu," she replied, her voice delicate and almost inaudible, laced with an undertone of deliberate flattery as she cautiously adjusted her posture, wary of offending him. She was acutely aware that this young master of the Yi family was not one to indulge in the fragility of women. The tale surrounding him at Qingbei University could fill volumes. The fact that he had cycled through over 20 girlfriends in merely 2 months was but the tip of the iceberg. Those who had attempted to create a scene post-breakup had all but vanished, leaving not a ripple in their wake. Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before it shifted away, his tone devoid of warmth. "Stop the car." He then turned to Chu Yu. "You, get out." Lost in her daydream of spending a romantic evening with the illustrious Yi, Chu Yu was momentarily stunned by his sudden indifference. One moment they were engaged in flirtation, and the next she was being unceremoniously cast aside. The swiftness of his change of heart left her reeling. She quickly calculated her options. Clinging on stubbornly would certainly not work. If she angered him, she might not only lose her chance to enter the Yi household, but also the meager sum she might have extracted as a parting gift. Rumor had it that Yi was somewhat generous to his ex-girlfriends, yet Chu Yu's ambitions extended far beyond mere monetary compensation. She sought a long-term benefactor, a position as the matriarch of the Yi family. Even if the odds were slim, she felt compelled to try. What if she succeeded? There were always tales of those who soared to great heights against the odds. As her thoughts raced, a saccharine smile blossomed on her face. She hastily smoothed out her excessively short skirt, deliberately slow in her attempts to conceal the dazzling expanse of her skin. "All right, brother Yu, I shall take my leave for now. See you at school tomorrow." With an air of elegance, she exited the vehicle as if nothing had transpired, merely bidding farewell to a friend. Inside, however, she cursed under her breath, lamenting that the Rolls-Royce had not even warmed beneath her. The door closed, severing her from the outside world. Only then did Yu exhale deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. He retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and opened the camera, switching to selfie mode. The screen reflected a youthful, handsome face, tinged with a hint of naivety. "I really have returned," he murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding over his image on the screen, soon overshadowed by a profound hatred. "Chun Fan." Yu uttered the name, his teeth clenched, a glint of cold fury igniting in his eyes. In his previous life, it was this Chun Fan who meticulously orchestrated a coalition of international financial magnates to wage a devastating fiscal war against the Yi family. The once mighty business empire crumbled like a dam hollowed by termites, collapsing entirely after a year of struggle under the weight of an astronomical debt of 240 trillion. The mere recollection of that figure left Yu breathless. His father, Yi Tianming, unable to bear the burden, leapt from the rooftop of their corporate headquarters. Yu had never believed that the father he revered like a mountain would choose such a fate. This remained a thorn in his heart. His mother, Li Xiaonan, a gentle woman from a scholarly lineage, followed him into the abyss on the 7th day of his father's passing. As for him, he descended from the clouds into the mire. Once the prince of the Yi family, he became a pariah, reviled by all, burdened with insurmountable debt. Those he had once scorned found their opportunity for revenge. Beatings and humiliation became his daily bread. Ultimately, he was left crippled, discarded like a dead dog on the streets, begging for scraps. The humiliation and pain were etched into his soul, never to be forgotten. He did not seek death, only the flames of vengeance sustained him, even if he had to live like a mere insect. Yet his grievous injuries ultimately took their toll, leading him to perish amidst endless suffering and resentment. Now he had returned, back to the moment before the tragedy unfolded. In this life, he would not allow anyone the opportunity to harm him or his family again. Either he would strike without hesitation, or he would deliver a fatal blow, eradicating all potential threats without leaving any room for regret Wang Shu, take me home. Yi Yu composed himself, addressing the middle-aged man at the wheel. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Wang Tianxiu, who had just resumed driving, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, the vehicle barely swaying as he processed Yi Yu's words. He quickly steadied himself and glanced in the rearview mirror at Yi Yu. Yes, young master. Wang Tianqi's voice was somewhat heavy, tinged with disbelief. Home? Which home? A tempest raged within him. Ever since Yi Yu had entered university and fallen out with his father, Yi Tianming, he had never returned to the grand estate filled with his childhood memories. Each return had been met with scolding from his father, who was frustrated by his perceived failings. Over time, Yi had opted to purchase a villa near the university, preferring to avoid the turmoil. Was the sun rising from the west today? Furthermore, he had referred to him as Wang Shu. It was worth noting that the previous Yi Yu had never even glanced at him, the driver and bodyguard. A heavy silence enveloped the vehicle, punctuated only by the steady hum of the engine. Yi Yu seemed to recall something and spoke again. Wang Shu, I remember your daughter is still in hospital. Wang Tianqi's heart skipped a beat, and he refrained from turning around. Yes, young master. Take this card, contains 2 million. The password is 6/8. If it is insufficient, come to me for more. As he spoke, Yi Yu produced another bank card from his pocket, placing it on the armrest between the driver's and passenger's seats. Young master, I cannot accept this. The salary provided by Mr. Yi is already quite generous. Wang Tianxiu hastily declined, his tone tinged with urgency. Through the rearview mirror, he glimpsed the bank card, his heart swelling with astonishment and gratitude. A veteran, Wang Tianxiu had once served as an instructor in a mysterious special forces unit, exhibiting remarkable prowess and unwavering loyalty to the Yi family. Yi Tianming had saved his life years ago, a debt he had held dear. Working as a driver and bodyguard for the Yi family, his salary was indeed substantial, over 50,000 a month. Yet his daughter's illness was a bottomless pit, with ICU costs spiraling into astronomical figures daily. This salary was but a drop in the ocean. Take it, Wang Shu. Yi Yu's tone softened slightly, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Your daughter's health is paramount. You must care for her to serve me better. This money is a personal bonus from me. Young master. Wang Tianqi's voice trembled. The robust man of over 6 feet, feeling moisture welling in his eyes, he blinked vigorously, drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, fearing tears would blur his vision, obstructing his view of the road ahead. Thank you, young master. My life from now on belongs to you. His voice resonated with the military's unwavering resolve. Yi reclined against the back seat, closing his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had regarded Wang Tianxiu merely as a driver, a subordinate. It was only in retrospect that he understood the depth of Wang Tianqi's loyalty. Even when Chun Fan offered a fortune, promising to cure his daughter's ailment, Wang Tianxiu had remained steadfast in his allegiance to the Yi family. After the downfall of the Yi family, Wang Tianxiu had remained by his side, unwavering until the ENDTO drive him away. To prevent Wang Tianxiu from suffering due to his own misfortunes, Yi Yu had intentionally unleashed a torrent of harsh words, even resorting to cruel insults. That struck the heart. Looking back, he mused that perhaps he had shown a rare moment of kindness, considering that Wang Tianxiu had a daughter in a vegetative state to care for. Chapter 2. The Crown Prince of the capital in the opulent villa district known as the Royal Villas. The most affluent individuals from around the globe converge. In an era where land is exceedingly precious, other areas may demand tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per square meter. Yet here, wealth alone does not suffice for acquisition. This enclave is meticulously designed for those who possess both riches and influence. With the entry threshold set at a company valuation no less than 100 billion. After all, even the least expensive villa here approximates 4 billion. These residences are not merely standalone structures. They boast expansive gardens and private swimming pools. All accompanying facilities are undoubtedly the finest in the nation, without exception. The security personnel consist entirely of retired special forces, conducting round-the-clock patrols. As Wang Tianxiu's vehicle approached, the entrance gate of the villa district began to open slowly. The security team recognized both the car Wang drove and the individual himself, for he was the chauffeur of the esteemed young master of the Yi family. While many within this area owned Rolls-Royces, only one bore the license plate, 88888. Without pause, Wang Tianxiu nodded to the guard and navigated his Rolls-Royce toward the very heart of the Villa District, where the Yi family resided. The pinnacle of the Villa District, occupying nearly 10,000 acres, resembled more of a grand estate than a mere villa, with a price tag soaring into the hundreds of billions. Inside, the estate featured the world's most elite private physicians and medical apparatus. Even the vehicles in the garage were tended to by dedicated personnel for maintenance and care. Upon entering through the grand doors, Yu spotted a black Audi parked at the entrance. This was not just any model, but the world's first bespoke vehicle, one of a kind, capable of withstanding bullets and even heavy rocket fire. Its matte black exterior exuded understated elegance and composure. Yet, the ostentatious license plate, numbered 6s, betrayed its discreet FAAD. As soon as the Audi halted, an attendant promptly approached to open the rear door, resting his hand against the frame. Subsequently, an elegant middle-aged man emerged into Yiyu's view. The moment he alighted, an aura of affluence enveloped him. His hair was meticulously styled, and his expression bore a hint of concern. Clad in a sharply tailored bespoke suit and polished black shoes, the value of his attire alone approached 8 figures. A watch gracing his wrist sparkled in the sunlight, captivating all who beheld it. This was a custom piece from the brand Craft Diamond Illusion, valued at approximately 38 billion, making it the most expensive watch globally. Its unmatched status stemmed from the rare 110-carat diamond embedded in a platinum bracelet, distinguished by its extraordinary hue and worth. How can you show your face here again? Did you not vow never to return? Yi Tianming, just disembarking, caught sight of the Rolls-Royce occupied by Yiyu. Father. Yi stepped out, her expression laden with guilt as she regarded her father. Yi Tianming's pupils constricted. What had transpired with Yiyu? He had never witnessed her in such a demeanor. Pampered since childhood, Yiyu had grown somewhat unruly, much to her father's chagrin. He had no idea how many things his son had done after Yiyu Shan. His son's academic performance was undeniably commendable. However, he was nothing more than a playboy, with countless women outside. It could even be said that he changed partners every 3 days, which was exceedingly vexatious for Yi Tianming. To think that the distinguished leader of the Yi Corporation had sired such a frivolous offspring. Aside from this, Yi was truly impeccable in all other aspects and had the potential to become an exceptional successor. Yet, it is often the case that women can prove to be the most perilous. This was Yi Tianming's greatest concern. He feared that when Yiyu took over the Yi Corporation, he would be led astray by women. Thus, he sent Yiyu abroad for further studies during his high school years. However, much to his surprise, Yiyu insisted on returning home to attend university after just 2 years of study. Naturally, Yi Tianming opposed this decision. Who would have thought that Yiyu had become involved with a high-profile individual over there? The crux of the matter was that this person hailed from the Morgan family. The current head of the Morgan family, Edward Morgan, was also the father of Annie. This family, established in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, wielded immense influence that could even alter national dynamics. To them, dismantling a Fortune 500 company was as simple as a drop of water. They lurked in every corner of the world, frequently appearing on Wall Street. They were the bankers among bankers, possessing financial power that constituted half of the American economy. Such a conglomerate would indeed pose a challenge for the Yi family. Yet, instead of opposing Yiyu, the Morgan family sought to unite him with Annie through marriage. Yi Tianming promptly brought Yiyu back to the country and informed the Morgan family that any marriage would depend on mutual affection and would have to wait until both completed their studies. This left the high-ranking members of the Morgan family utterly speechless. The two were already entangled, their lives intertwined, yet they were expected to assess their feelings. They were to wait until graduation. Was it not said that the Chinese valued emotions above all else? Did not many harbor such sentiments? Did they think they could take away someone's innocence and simply walk away? The Morgan family was not amenable to this and quietly orchestrated a series of arrangements. First, they ensured that Annie would diligently study Chinese, aiming for her to be able to converse fluently in Mandarin within a year. Subsequently, they planned to send her to Tsinghua University, or Peking University to cultivate her relationship with Yi Yu. After all, they had investigated Yi Yu and found that, apart from his flirtatious nature, he was nearly perfect. He was their ideal son-in-law, fitting their interests perfectly. This was more than sufficient. After all, those who stood at the pinnacle of society often had their share of women. To achieve greatness, one could not do without them. Yet at this moment, Yi Yu appeared somewhat choked with emotion. This was utterly inconceivable. Yi Tianming's first thought was that this young man had been jilted. Indeed, his first instinct was not that someone had bullied Yi Yu, but rather that he had been abandoned. What ist? Who would dare to bully him? It has always been he who asserts dominance over others. The title of the Prince of the Capital is not a position that just anyone can claim. While some may be born with a silver spoon in their mouth, Yi Yu was born cradling a mountain of gold. At this moment, despite the myriad of thoughts swirling within him, he finds himself at a loss for words. In this life, the greatest debt he owes is to his parents, particularly to his mother, the woman who doted on him to the heavens. He can never forget the gaze of Li Xiaonan in her final moments, a gaze filled with affection, reluctance, and remorse. Perhaps her excessive indulgence of this sole son led to the complete collapse of the Yi family. Yi Yu was like a piece of her flesh, but Yi Tianming was the pillar of her spirit. Without him, she could not bear to continue living. Chapter 3. The Old Beggar, You Little Rascal. I've told you countless times, you may pursue romance, and your mother and I shall not interfere, but could you not be a tad more devoted? Even if you were to choose someone from an ordinary family, we would not object. But now look at the mess you've made. Yi Tianming's tonne softenet considerably. In the past, he would have resorted to a few harsh kicks. Father, rest assured, they are all after my wealth. I shall not invest my heart in them. Yi replied earnestly, I promise, should I ever meet a girl who does not seek my riches, I will certainly marry her. Asking him to abandon the entire forest was, however, unrealistic. You insolent brat, you truly deserve a good thrashing. With that, Yi Tianming attempted to deliver a kick. Oh, my precious son has returned. Yi Tianming was suddenly halted in his tracks by a commanding voice. A graceful and dignified woman stood at the doorway, reprimanding him. Li Xiaonan, now 40 years old, had maintained her appearance so well that she seemed no older than 30. You've lost so much weight. And Xiao, remember to stew that old mountain ginseng someone gifted us for Yi Yu's nourishment tonight. Also, fetch that treasured bottle of tequila from the wine cellar. Today calls for a celebration, so let them enjoy a bit. Li Xiaonan instructed the nearby maid. The ginseng gifted was a rare, wild specimen aged over 800 or 900 years, worth an estimate starting at 10 million, yet nearly impossible to acquire. The Yi family's wine cellar boasted an abundance of rare vintages. The tequila 925 had once sold for an astonishing $150,000 for an empty bottle, with its total value around $35 million. Li Xiaonan rushed to Yi Yu, her heart aching as she observed his gaunt form. I invited you to stay at home, yet you insisted on buying your own place. Look at how poorly you are eating. And are you sleeping well? She scolded him, though her tone differed markedly from that of Yi Tianming. Hers was filled with concern and tenderness. Yi Yu listened quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This long-lost feeling was truly delightful. Beside them, Yi Tianming felt a pang of discomfort. The boy was as robust as a young calf. Where was the evidence of his supposed thinness? He had indeed lost quite a bit of weight recently. However, upon hearing that he could indulge in some libations tonight, Yi Tianming's mood lifted considerably. Such opportunities were rare. Despite being the head of a conglomerate, he was under the thumb of his wife at home. All right, Mom, I know you're concerned about how much weight your husband has lost lately, right? Conveniently using me as a shield, aren't you? Yi Yu wore an expression that suggested she saw through him. You're so clever. You're so impressive, aren't you? She retorted. Li Xiaonan cast a sharp glare at Yi Yu. Yi Tianming felt a jolt run through him. The company had been exceedingly busy lately, to the point where he sometimes neglected meals. Li Xiaonan never interfered with business matters, yet she observed with a heavy heart. Each day, she brought meals to the office. But once Yi Tianming got caught up in work, it was endless. While he was engrossed in his responsibilities, Li Xiaonan couldn't interrupt him. All right, you two can chat. I'll go help in the kitchen, she decided, planning to showcase her culinary skills for the father and son duo. You little rascal, come to the study," Yi Tianming called, gesturing for Yi Yu before striding ahead to the study. With a decisive motion, Yi Tianming settled into the sofa, casually gesturing to the empty seat beside him, and lit a cigarette of unknown origin. He only dared to be so reckless in Yi Yu's presence, for during their conversations, Li Xiaonan would never enter the study. Even so, he took the liberty of turning on the grand exhaust fan in the study. "So, what are your plans for the future?" Yi Tianming exhaled smoke with a relaxed demeanor. "Smoke less. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom," Yi Yu replied. "For now, I'll just enjoy my university life. As for future matters, we can discuss them later," he shrugged, indicating he had many concerns, particularly regarding Chun Fan, who remained a thorn in his side. Currently, Chun Fan was abroad, working as a mercenary with a formidable reputation. Moreover, he was the leader of a foreign mercenary group, codenamed Wolf King, commanding a bloodthirsty crew of fierce individuals. Yi Yu felt ill-prepared to confront him. Nonetheless, he had formulated a plan in his mind. "Fine, I won't rush you. Eventually, the Yi group will be entrusted to you. In the meantime, get familiar with it," Yi Tianming said, exhaling smoke with satisfaction. Yi Tianming and Li Xiaonan had only one son, as they did not wish to have another child out of fear that their offspring would engage in a bitter struggle for inheritance. They preferred to focus all their love on the one they had. "By the way, in 3 months, there will be an auction in the capital. You should attend and bid on anything you fancy." "All right," Yi Yu nodded in agreement. The following day, after breakfast, Yi Yu departed the villa, choosing a Koenigsegg from his collection. This vehicle was relatively inexpensive, priced under 50 million. It was one of only 2 in existence globally, both of which belonged to Yi Yu. Dressed in a silver hue and crafted from titanium alloy, it was a sight to behold. It appeared as though a colossal beast was creeping forth. The contours of the vehicle possessed a unique aesthetic, delivering a striking visual impact. Li Xiaonan, reluctant to part ways, insisted that Yi Yu frequently return home before allowing him to leave. "Uncle Wang, you may head back now," Yi Yu stated upon reaching the entrance of Qingbei University after Wang Tianxiu had opened the car door for him. "Young master, it is quite all right. I shall wait for you at the nearby parking lot while you attend your classes," Wang Tianxiu replied with a slight nod, subsequently steering the Rolls-Royce to the adjacent parking area to await silently. Except within the campus, Wang Tianxiu was ever present wherever Yi Yu went, as his duty was to safeguard him. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Yi Yu strolled towards the university gates, where his sports car was parked nearby. The campus security dared not approach him to request that he move his vehicle. Not far from the entrance of Qingbei University sat an exceedingly disheveled old man. He neither spoke nor extended a hand for alms, simply slumped on the ground, indifferent to the throngs of passers-by, oblivious to the disdainful glances cast in his direction. The campus security had attempted to disperse him, yet whenever the old man raised his voice, they were left awkwardly retreating. This was a place of prestige, the highest institution of learning in Huaxia. The old man merely needed to shout accusations of violence against the university for the onlookers to rush in, eager to voice their moral outrage. In this digital age, Qingbei University was not inclined to tarnish its reputation so easily. Over time, as long as he did not obstruct the entrance, the authorities had no choice but to let him be. As Yi walked past him, he chose to ignore the old man, feigning ignorance. Yet at that moment, the old man stood up. "Young man, could you spare a few coins? I have not eaten in days," he implored, grasping Yi Yu's arm. Yi regarded the stain left on his suit by the old man's grip without anger. Chapter 4. Taking the beggar as a mentor. "You have a discerning eye. Today, I am in a generous mood." With that, Yi beckoned toward the parking lot. "Uncle Wang, please bring 2,000 from the car." He then dialed Wang Tianxiu's number. Within a minute, Wang Tianxiu arrived at a brisk pace. In the past, Yi would have completely disregarded the old man, and had the latter sullied his clothing, he would have surely retaliated. In his previous life, he had acted just so. However, regrettably, he had never laid a hand on the old man as attire. This old man was no ordinary beggar. Rather, he was a master, perhaps of a caliber so elevated it could be likened to hundreds of floors. In his former life, having not given the old man any money, He had once witnessed Chun Fan doing so, and had mocked him, even kicking over the old man's bowl in the process. The old man had remained remarkably unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the encounter. You carry a heavy aura of malice. Why not take me as your mentor? The old man had suggested to Chun Fan. There is no one who can teach me in this world, Chun Fan retorted before departing. You will seek me out, the old man had mystically proclaimed before vanishing. Yi did not wish to pursue him, but rather found himself utterly unable to keep up. The two figures moved with such grace that they disappeared without a trace within mere seconds. Later, I heard Wang Tianqiu mention that these two individuals were indeed masters, heroes of the martial world. It was from this moment that Yi Yu began to harbor resentment towards Chun Fan. He believed that if he could not receive the old man's teachings, then neither should anyone else. Upon learning that Chun Fan was a second-year transfer student, his frustration escalated. From that point on, he sought trouble daily and endured endless beatings. Everything he attempted went awry. Today, he was determined to test a new approach. He wondered if the old man might accept him if he changed his attitude. After all, Chun Fan was currently abroad, leaving him with no concerns. He aimed to enhance his physical prowess before Chun Fan's return, aspiring to become a master himself. Should the old man refuse, he would have to resort to more extreme measures to expedite his departure from this world. Bullets would likely miss, as even the most skilled martial artists could evade them. But what if he summoned a barrage of rockets? Where could he possibly hide? He would have to invest in some physical enhancements, although he hoped to avoid such drastic actions. With determination, he resolved to indulge in a grand feast. Yi took the money from Wang Tianqiu and promptly placed it in the old man's hand. You little rascal, amusing indeed. The old man appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wide grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. In an instant, he placed one hand on Yi Yu's wrist and the other on his forehead. Wang Tianqiu gasped in shock, preparing to strike the old man. Uncle Wang, stop. Yi Yu quickly intervened. Young man, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I shall teach you unparalleled martial arts. The old man withdrew his hands, smiling as he gazed at Yi Yu. Unparalleled martial arts? Like the 18 dragon-subduing palms or the Buddha's palm? Yi Yu inquired earnestly. Of course not. The old man paused before continuing. Flying through the air is impossible, but scaling walls? That is a piece of cake. All right, I shall learn. Without regard for the astonished gazes of passers-by, Yi Yu immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, Master, I bow to you. Ha ha, splendid. I did not anticipate such an unexpected gain. The old man was taken aback by Yi Yu's potential. He was indeed a promising candidate for martial arts, albeit a bit older than usual. However, that mattered little. It was evident that this young man came from wealth. He could procure some aged medicinal herbs for a revitalizing bath. Isn't that Yi Yu, the rich second-generation heir? Why is he kneeling before a beggar? The whispers around him suggested that this would become the biggest news of the year at Qingbei University. Only a beggar could compel Yi Yu to kneel. The murmurs reached Yi Yu's ears. What are you staring at? Do you all wish to perish? He barked, his expression darkening, prompting Wang Tianqiu to step forward, glaring fiercely. What are you filming for? Toss that phone away, or I'll make sure you regret it. Wang Tianqiu advanced, crushing the phone of one onlooker in the crowd. The man was about to unleash a tirade, but upon witnessing Wang Tianqiu compress his phone into a thin strip, he promptly swallowed his words. He truly felt intimidated. Yi Yu cast a cold glance back at them, causing everyone to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Who is Yi Yu? Undoubtedly a second-generation affluent individual, capable of inflicting harm without hesitation. The influence behind him was beyond imagination. Some recalled Yi Yu's usual demeanor, and they scattered in fright. Had it not been for the fear of Zhao Tsang ceasing his tutelage, he would have long since dealt with each of them. Master, what is this unexpected delight you speak of? Yi Yu inquired, adjusting his mindset with curiosity. To be candid, I, Zhao Tsang, am ranked first on the world god list, often referred to as the Flame Dragon War God. Zhao Tsang chuckled, continuing, many years ago, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death when a couple rescued me. I promised them that I would take their child as my disciple and teach them well. Recently, I have been waiting here for that child. Yi Yu maintained an impassive facade, though internally he recoiled. The god list, Indeed, it was the god list, acknowledged as the strongest group in the underground world. Yu had been aware of it during his time abroad, and he now understood who Zhao Tsang referred to. What is the name of the person you are waiting for, master? My family has some spare funds. Perhaps I could assist you in gathering information. Yu feigned ignorance. The individual's name is Chun Fan, Zhao Tsang replied softly. Indeed, Yu lowered his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You should attend classes during the day and visit me every evening. Prepare these herbs in advance, and after your practice, return to soak in a medicinal bath. I will not come here again. Just keep an ear out for news about Chun Fan. Zhao Tsang tossed a piece of paper into the air and departed gracefully. Chun Fan, so this is where you began. Although you're the leader of a mercenary group, do not forget, this is Huaxia, a forbidden land for mercenaries. If you dare to come, I shall not hesitate to strike. You may be formidable now, but who can say what a year will bring? Yu pondered himself. Select the finest herbs from this list, by those with the longest age, and prepare several batches. Yu instructed Wang Tianxiu, handing over the paper. Young master, he is quite powerful, but one must remain vigilant. Wang Tianxiu managed to utter after a moment of contemplation. Rest assured, I know how to proceed. Yu nodded and turned to enter the car. Chapter 5. 1 million. Go buy a bag, the sports car roared, startling pedestrians along the way. Is driving a sports car truly a source of superiority? What a fool. A certain lowly individual muttered disdainfully to his companions. If you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. His companion, upon realizing Yu was inside the car, hurriedly extricated himself and fled in haste. Wow, what kind of car is that? It looks so cool. Heh, you're unaware, aren't you? This sports car is a Koenigsegg, priced nearly 50 million. There are only 2 in all of Huaxia. Who would have thought I'd see one here today? A seasoned car enthusiast gazed on enviously. 50 million for a single car? To others, it may seem insignificant, but for us, it is a sum we may never accumulate in a lifetime. Some offered a bitter smile, lamenting the injustice of fate. Though it is said that all roads lead to Rome, some are born into its embrace. Their aspirations center on Rome, while others begin their journey already within its walls. There is simply no basis for comparison. Isn't that the campus belle, Chu Yu? She is simply stunning. Even the Buddha would renounce his asceticism at the sight. Let us disperse. Such ethereal beauty is beyond our reach, a voice tinged with envy remarked. They were all aware that Yu and Chu Yu were romantically involved. This affair was the talk of the town, impossible to ignore. Chu Yu wished for the entire school, indeed the world, to be aware of her relationship. There is no need to elaborate on her beauty. As a campus goddess, one must possess a certain allure. Dressed in a chic black short-sleeve outfit, she radiated youthful vibrancy, showcasing her slender waist and exuding confidence. The ultra-short skirt accentuated her long, fair legs, perfectly complemented by her ensemble, rendering her appearance both stylish and captivating. At that moment, Chu Yu stood a short distance down the road, waving at Yu. In all honesty, she had been waiting for quite some time, solely for his arrival. Brother Yu, you've come. Upon seeing Yu pull up beside her and lower the car window, she leaned in through the glass, her voice sweet and playful. As she bent down, Yu paused for a moment, taken aback. Get in. He gestured towards the passenger seat. Absolutely, Chu Yu exclaimed, her face lighting up as she eagerly opened the scissor door and slid inside. Ah, summer. What a life to yearn for. Yu closed the window, unable to suppress a sigh of contentment. With one hand on the wheel of the Koenigsegg, Chu Yu fidgeted restlessly beside him. He parked the car beside a secluded grove and activated the Do Not Disturb mode. Instantly, the windows darkened, obscuring any view from the outside. Scandalous. What a disgraceful act, especially on school grounds. Passers-by, witnessing the slight tremor of the Koenigsegg, could not help but mutter in disdain. After all, she was the campus belle, the object of countless affections, a goddess in the eyes of many. Yet now, that goddess was in Yu's car. It was easy to surmise what they were doing inside, and the very thought of her in such a situation shattered their hearts. An hour later, Yu emerged from the vehicle, soon followed by a blushing Chu Yu, her lipstick hastily reapplied, yet unable to mask her embarrassment. Yo-yo, how could you be with him? A furious voice rang out, belonging to a man clad in cheap attire, clutching a bouquet of flowers. He had just passed by and, upon overhearing the murmurs about Chu Yu, approached, only to witness a scene he had never dared to imagine. Chu Yu was unexpectedly caught in a car with someone else, leaving him utterly exasperated. I have no connection with him. He merely hails from the same place as I do from our childhood. He has persistently pursued me, yet I have never acquiesced to his advances. Chu Yu ignored Sun Peng and hastily explained herself to Yu. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards Sun Peng. Should this incident lead to Yu's separation from her, she might even entertain thoughts of harming Sun Peng. Beside them, Sun Peng's face flushed crimson with rage. What did this mean? It was one thing to disregard him, but to prioritize an explanation for Yu? What did he possess that I lacked? In terms of academic performance, we were evenly matched. As for dedication, I have pursued you for a full 6 years. And what of him? The entire school knows him as a notorious playboy, having dated dozens of girlfriends. He is nothing more than a scoundrel, irresponsible and unworthy. Sun Peng roared in frustration, feeling as though he wore a crown of green upon his head. So what? I am willing. Why not compare appearances or family backgrounds? All you can measure is your pitiable pride. Let me be unequivocal. There is no future for us, and I implore you to cease your pursuit. The mere wheel of Yu's car could sustain your ambitions for over a decade. How laughable. Chu Yu coldly addressed Sun Peng. Her demeanor before Yu, appearing delicate and bashful, belied a more ruthless side when faced with others. You gold-digging woman. Sun Peng's face flushed with rage, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had never felt this way before, but now a wave of inferiority washed over him. Their family, while relatively well off in their small county, paled in comparison to Yu's stature, akin to the disparity between day and night. The clothes he wore, costing hundreds or thousands, seemed insignificant in the eyes of someone like Yu, who would regard him no differently than a beggar on the street. Here, take this card with $1 million. Use it to buy a purse. Yu casually retrieved the card from the car and handed it to Chu Yu. Without sparing Sun Peng a glance, he exited with purposeful strides. In Yu's eyes, Sun Peng was inconsequential, unworthy of even a passing glance. Chu Yu mirrored this indifference, ignoring Sun Peng entirely as she hurried after Yu, clutching the bank card. Sun Peng felt an overwhelming shame. No one regarded him as worthy. Chapter 6. Nearly seeing red, she was concerned that Yu would provide the money and then discard her. This sum would be akin to a severance fee. Previously, Yu had offered similar amounts to several others, $1 million as a parting gift. He thought it simple, a clean break. $1 million could serve as physical compensation. If you persist in your demands, you would receive nothing and face Yu's wrath. That is not a severance fee. You're doing well, keep it up. Yu, noticing Chu Yu catching up, understood her thoughts. All right, brother Yu. Chu Yu exclaimed joyfully, then quickly stepped forward to embrace Yu's arm. The remarkable elasticity of his arm was palpable, and he made no effort to disengage. After all, it was a pleasant sensation. Wretched man, Sun Peng muttered as he watched Chu Yu cling to Yu like a piece of elastic. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth, fixated on the retreating figures of Chu Yu and Yu. Suddenly, Yu, who walked ahead, sensed a murderous intent. For reasons unknown, his instincts had intensified considerably. Even with his back turned, he could distinctly feel the seething rage emanating from behind. When a person loses their rationality, they're capable of committing grave acts. Such was the case with Sun Peng, who had pursued Chu Yu for 6 long years. Despite her not rejecting him, she encouraged him to persevere, perhaps believing that one day she might be moved by his unwavering devotion. He had played the role of her devoted admirer for 6 years, placing breakfast on her desk every morning without fail. Yet, upon being cast aside, especially witnessing his goddess in another embrace, his pent-up resentment erupted violently. I will kill you two adulterers. Sun Peng hurled the bouquet in his hand with fervor, then swiftly drew a compact utility knife from his pocket, aiming it at Yu's back. Ah! Chu Yu turned around, startled by the terrifying visage of Sun Peng, and instinctively rushed to the front of Yu, tugging at him as she did. This sudden pull caused Yu to momentarily hesitate, just as the utility knife was about to descend. Yu paled and tilted his body to the left. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Bang! In an instant, a figure was sent flying backward. It was Sun Peng, who had not even the time to scream before losing consciousness. My apologies, young Master Yi, I arrived too late. A young man with a buzz cut bowed his head slightly before Yu. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his muscular arms and calves were evident. The pronounced bulge at his temples was a telltale sign of a martial artist. Slap! Yu unleashed a sharp slap across the young man's face. Feng Changqing, if you had been any slower, you would have had to meet the king of hell on my behalf. What are you doing? You should have returned yesterday. Why only show up now? Yi berated Feng Changqing. The latter remained silent, his head bowed. Feng Changqing was a skilled protector procured by Yi Tianming, of a similar age to Yi Yu, tasked with safeguarding him closely within the school. It was rumored that he had spent time at the Shaolin Temple. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, Feng Changqing received a slap without displaying any emotion on his face. Perhaps he had grown numb to such treatment. Or perhaps he was simply accustomed to it. Who could say for certain? Disable him, Yu commanded expressionlessly, pointing at the unconscious Sun Peng. He then turned and struck Chu Yu, causing her to fall to the ground. With pain etched across her face, she clutched her swollen cheek, a trickle of crimson at the corner of her mouth. Yet, she dared not utter a word of complaint, fully aware that her instinctive actions had nearly provoked Yi Yu's wrath. Fortunately, he had remained unscathed. Otherwise, the consequences for her could have been dire. Tonight, at the Longting International Hotel, Presidential Suite 0001, come find me. Yi Yu gazed down at Chu Yu with an impassive expression before turning on her heel and walking away from the school grounds. Chu Yu dare not say much, hastily standing up and nodding in acknowledgement. She understood that the transformation from a sparrow into a phoenix was no longer possible. However, even a small sum of money dropped from Yi Yu's fingers would suffice to spare her decades of struggle. Moreover, she did not dare to initiate a breakup. Witnessing her idol in such a humble state evoked sighs from the onlookers. They were envious, yet they lacked the courage to express it, for the disparity was truly vast. Furthermore, Yi Yu's methods were undeniably ruthless. Previously, a wealthy heir had crossed her, and by the next day, he had fallen from grace, only to be found lifeless in the river 3 days later. It was said to be a suicide, but who truly knew the reality? What are you staring at? Scram! Feng Changqing barked at the gathering crowd, who promptly hastened to disperse. Everyone knew he was Yi Yu's enforcer, capable of toppling a group single-handedly. Without a word, Feng Changqing approached Sun Peng, who had been sent flying several meters away. Crack! A sharp cry echoed as he stomped down on Sun Peng's joint, shattering it instantly and jolting Sun Peng back to consciousness. Rendered incapacitated, he writhed in agony, foaming at the mouth. Security! Come clean this up! Feng Changqing commanded after finishing his deed, dialing the security department's number. How dare you launch a sneak attack on young Master Yi? You must not wish to live. Take him away. The head of security roared. As for how matters would proceed, Feng Changqing was indifferent, turning to follow Yi Yu out of the school. Do not follow me. Uncle Wang will protect me, Yi Yu said as she entered the car, addressing Feng Changqing. Yes, young Master Yi. Feng Changqing paused, the image of Wang Tianxiu flashing in his mind as he nodded. He was no match for Wang Tianxiu. Virum, with a grim expression, Yi Yu pressed the accelerator of her sports car and sped away. She was eager to grow stronger, at least to possess the power of self-defense, refusing to entrust her life to another's hands. Watching Yi Yu disappear from sight, Feng Changqing slowly raised his hand to touch the spot where Yi Yu had struck him. His eyes betrayed no emotion as he stood quietly, caressing his face. Before turning to leave, Yi Yu found herself lacking any desire to attend class. After all, her purpose for being there was to pursue romantic interests. The lingering scent of youthful vitality permeated the car. Uncle Wang, find a moment to capture or eliminate Feng Changqing. As soon as she exited the school, Yi Yu immediately called Wang Tianxiu. This isn't he supposed to be responsible for protecting you at school? Wang Tianxiu replied, puzzled and somewhat chilled. Would he one day meet a similar fate? He has betrayed me. If you don't believe me, you can check his phone, Yi Yu explained. an unusual act for her. She knew Wang Tianxiu must harbor concerns in this regard. Were it not for the loyalty he had shown to the Yi family in a previous life, she might have refrained from explaining. After all, she sought an obedient dog, not one who questioned her. I apologize, young master. I should not have asked too many questions, Wang Tianxiu hastily replied. Chapter 7. The genius Feng Changqing was the first to betray the Yi family after Chun Fan's emergence in his previous life. During this time, he maintained contact with Chun Fan, not for any other reason, but because the cause of Chun Fan's parents' demise might be linked to the Yi family. He was the earliest mole that Chun Fan had embedded within the Yi family. Feng Changqing's sister, Feng Ling, was also one of Chun Fan's admirers. To put it more accurately, both harbored mutual affections. However, Chun Fan, burdened with a sea of blood and deep-seated grievances, did not wish to involve Feng Ling in his turmoil. If Yi recalled correctly, Feng Ling seemed to be in Qingbei as well. Thus, perhaps he could leverage Feng Changqing to accomplish certain tasks. Uncle Wang, do not act against Feng Changqing just yet. The plan has changed. Yi once again called Wang Tianxiu, then drove towards the address left by Zhao Tsang. It was a courtyard, and the value of such a property nowadays was quite considerable. This old man appeared to be rather affluent. Kumin, a frail voice emanated from within before Yi could even knock. Yi narrowed his eyes. The perceptive abilities of a martial artist were astonishing. If he could attain such a level, safeguarding himself would likely pose no challenge, perhaps even evading bullets, except, of course, for a Gatling gun. Upon pushing the door open, Yi beheld Zhao Tsang, clad in traditional garb, seated at a stone table, sipping tea. At that moment, there was no trace of a beggar about him. He resembled a figure of great stature. His grizzled hair was meticulously groomed, and though his countenance remained aged, it radiated an unsettling charisma. Zhao Qiang exudait a formidable aura. I did not expect you to arrive so early. Since you are here, let us begin with standing meditation. 1 hour of standing, 1 hour of horse stance, 2 hours practicing techniques, and 2 hours on internal cultivation. As the saying goes, if you do not train your internal skills, all is in vain when you grow old. If you aspire to become a master, you must diligently practice the heart methods and mantras. In due time, when the two become one, you shall emerge as a formidable force. Zhao Tsang wasted no words, merely gesturing toward the 2-meter high wooden posts in the center of the courtyard. There were 81 posts in total, ranging from 1 meter to nearly 3 meters tall, appearing chaotically erected on ground. Without hesitation, Yu climbed onto the 1-meter high post, making his way toward the tallest two. He then spread his legs apart, standing tall and proud atop the post. This is too simple, he thought, slightly bending his body and positioning his hands as if embracing a mountain. Below, Zhao Tsang sipped tea while offering guidance. Yi remained silent and followed suit. Yet within mere minutes, he began to feel a burn in his arms and a strain in his waist. Beads of sweat began to cascade down his face. After 20 minutes, Yi could distinctly feel his legs trembling. His arms felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and it took every ounce of his strength to keep them from falling. Even so, he was on the verge of cramping. He could sense he had reached his limits. But as long as Zhao Tsang remained silent, he would endure. Absolute detachment, tranquil mind. Zhao Tsang finally spoke. This is the first layer of the heart method, to cast aside distractions and steadfastly maintain one's true essence. Forget everything. Yi Yu's pupils constricted sharply. The moment Zhao Tsang spoke the heart method incantation, it was as if it had been indelibly etched into Yi Yu's heart. He was able to instantly comprehend its essence, achieving an intuitive understanding. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen, coursing through the meridians of his entire body. After circulating through a complete cycle, it returned entirely to his lower dantian. In an instant, Yi Yu felt a profound exhaustion dissipate, leaving him invigorated. He embraced himself, sensing a boundless reservoir of strength within. To sustain this for over half an hour was already commendable. An hour's endurance indicated a solid foundation, suggesting the potential to become a third-rate master. 2 hours of practice would cultivate a sense of qi, paving the way to become a second-rate master, while 3 hours would elevate one to a first-rate master, capable of effortlessly scaling walls and traversing rooftops. Few could endure beyond 3 hours, as it demanded an exceptionally rare physique. If one could persevere for 5 hours, they would achieve the status of a master, with few rivals to contend with. As Zhao Tsong spoke, he withdrew a tome of martial arts and placed it upon the stone table. Yu distinctly noticed another book peeking from Zhao Tsong's voluminous sleeves, inscribed with the words Volume 2. Master, is there only this one volume of the technique? I have heard that formidable martial arts typically comprise 2 volumes. Yu inquired directly, seeking to gauge Zhao Tsong's disposition. Zhao Tsong paused. There is none other. Once you reach the pinnacle, you must rely solely on your own understanding. Of course, this is far beyond your current reach. Do not aspire too high, for haste makes waste. Zhao Tsong admonished sternly. I understand, master. Yu lowered his head earnestly. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. 2 hours later, master, I can no longer endure. Yu, drenched in sweat and flushed in the face, felt his body tremble uncontrollably. You may stop now. Upon your return, practice this method daily as you did today. Unless there are urgent matters, there is no need for you to return. Zhao Tsong nodded in affirmation. Yes, master, I take my leave. Yu bowed respectfully, clasping his hands, and turned to depart with the tome of the mixed origin technique. Alas, a promising talent indeed, yet the complete technique can only be passed to one. It is up to your own fortune. Zhao Tsong sighed, draining his cup of tea. Only one can inherit it, and that one must be Chun Fan. It can only be Chun Fan. The narrative of Chun Fan's parents rescuing him is mere fabrication. He is but a pawn in someone else's scheme. That individual decreed that the complete version of this technique must be entrusted solely to Chun Fan. As for Volume 1, he may cultivate it himself or pass it on to a disciple. Yu, who had exited the door feeling utterly fatigued, suddenly had his eyes sharpen with intensity. All of this was but an act. Since Zhao Tsong had concealed his own skills, he too would not reveal his own strength. He had already cultivated a sense of qi within 20 minutes. Within the span of 2 hours, the energy within him had significantly amplified. Uncle Wang, are you familiar with the divine rankings of the underground world? Yu inquired, gazing at Wang Tianqiu. The underground realm is categorized into the god, heaven, earth, and human rankings, with the human ranking being the weakest. However, this weakness is relative to the god, heaven, and earth rankings. Those on the human ranking are predominantly mercenary kings from across the globe. The earth ranking possesses considerably greater strength, followed by the heaven ranking, where each contender is extraordinary. Some exhibit unparalleled physical prowess, while others are formidable with weaponry. As for the god ranking, it comprises a mere 50 individuals, transcending worldly comprehension, capable even of catching bullets with their bare hands. The notion of being impervious to blades and bullets is commonplace. It is the fact that bullets cannot harm their ironclad bodies that renders them truly terrifying. Wang Tianqiu mused for a moment before responding. Chapter 8. Ruthless Tactics in Pursuing Women. What is your position? Yu asked with curiosity. I am ranked 98th at the bottom of the heaven ranking. Known as Iron Fist, Wang Tianqiu replied candidly. Yu was taken aback. He recognized Wang Tianqiu's formidable strength, but had not anticipated that he would be placed at the very end of the heaven ranking. Please assist me in investigating all connections related to Feng Chongqing, including the whereabouts of his sister, Feng Ling. Yu commanded Wang Tianqiu from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. He then exited the vehicle and made his way toward his supercar. From a distance, he noticed a girl in loose school attire with a ponytail anxiously glancing around behind his car, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of tears. As Yu approached, Lin Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze upon him, seemingly verifying whether he was indeed the owner of the vehicle. What seems to be the matter? Yu inquired with mild curiosity, not necessarily due to a genial tone, but rather because the girl before him was strikingly captivating. She stood like a pure lotus, unadorned, yet exuding an enchanting beauty. Her raven black hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, silky and smooth. Her brows were elegantly sculpted, emanating a subtle grace. Her eyes, clear as water, appeared to conceal shimmering stars, revealing boundless brilliance with the slightest movement. Her skin resembled delicate white jade, smooth and radiant under the sunlight. embodying an untouched purity. With a refined nose and naturally rosy lips, she wore a slightly faded school uniform that accentuated her refreshing charm. Lacking ostentation, she radiated an innate elegance that compelled admiration and left one entranced. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were red, as if she had recently been weeping. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this car?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly upon noticing him. "Yes, what is it?" Yu inquired with genuine interest, noting that this girl did not strike him as one who sought to climb the social ladder. Em terribly sorry. I accidentally scratched your car while riding my bike. Please have a look." Lin Xiaoxiao stammered, visibly flustered and unsure of herself. Her hands tightly clutched the hem of her clothing, revealing a cut on her pristine hand, from which blood began to seep. Yet, at that moment, it seemed she was oblivious to her own wound. Let me take a look." Yu approached the car and glanced at the spot pointed out by Lin Xiaoxiao. There was a significant scratch about an inch deep that had penetrated the paint and damaged the base layer. Fortunately, there appear to be no other issues. "How much do I owe you?" "I will compensate you," Lin Xiaoxiao stammered, her voice trembling. Although she was unaware of the car's brand, she recognized its exorbitant value. Her meager earnings from her part-time job would scarcely cover the damages. "Huh, did you really crash into this car?" Yu found the situation amusing. Lin Xiaoxiao was riding an old bicycle. "Are you all right?" Yu inquired, pointing to the back of her hand. I'm fine, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, surprised by Yu's amiable demeanor. In her experience, wealthy individuals were typically arrogant and overbearing. The rich suitors who pursued her were all more affluent than the last, feigning interest for a day before growing impatient, or resorting to monetary bribes in hopes of winning her over. At times, she felt utterly powerless, reduced to a mere object to be claimed. They even wagered among themselves that whoever could win her affection would be deemed the second best at Qingbei University, with the top spot undoubtedly belonging to Yu. It was precisely because of this bet that she had managed to preserve her dignity. "Where are your parents? You should call them." Yu shook his head. "Please, don't tell my mom. She would kill me," Lin Xiaoxiao pleaded, tears streaming down her reddened cheeks. "If you don't inform your parents, you still can't compensate me." Yu was taken aback. "Get in the car. We need to discuss this matter." A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, hesitating. "Get in. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to open the door for you?" "This is the first time I've ever opened a car door for someone," Yi remarked, slightly annoyed. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Xiaoxiao climbed into the car. "Just pay me 100 yuan. That old bicycle of yours is no longer rideable. I'll take you home. Where do you live?" Yi started the engine without making any advances towards her. "Huh? 100 yuan?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. "What's the matter? You don't even have 100 yuan?" Yi replied, somewhat exasperated. He had certainly resorted to desperate measures to impress her. "I should have just asked for 1 yuan from the start." "Oh no, that is not what I meant. I was just thinking that 100 yuan seems a bit low," Lin Xiaoxiao stammered, still in disbelief. "Here's the deal. You compensate me 100 yuan, and this matter will be settled. Rest assured, I won't keep your contact information, nor will I approach your family. And I certainly won't use this as leverage to make you dine with me," Yu stated earnestly, gazing at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Moreover, we are alumni," he added, glancing at the Qingbei emblem on her clothing. It was quite rare to see someone in school uniform these days. The entire school likely had very few individuals dressed similarly. At first glance, Yu discerned that Lin Xiaoxiao was a student from Qingbei University. Thus, he promptly altered his plans. As long as she remained within the confines of the school, she would be unable to escape his grasp. "There's no need for you to trouble yourself with taking me home," Lin Xiaoxiao hastily asserted, feeling she had misjudged Yu. She carefully retrieved a neatly folded 100 yuan note from her pocket and extended it towards him. "All right, I've accepted it. Today's incident is settled. Shall I accompany you to the hospital for a bandage?" Yu inquired, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. No need. It's just a minor injury. I can tend to it myself when I get home." "Please, don't trouble yourself." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hand in refusal. "Stop addressing me with such formality. It feels quite uncomfortable. If you continue, I might just become irate." Yu feigned annoyance. "My name is Yu." "Very well, Yi classmate. So you are indeed Yu?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded before suddenly gasping in surprise. Although she had never seen Yi Yu before, his reputation was undoubtedly well known. He was notorious for being a scoundrel, known for his rapid succession of girlfriends. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Xiaoxiao, akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers. "What is your name?" Yi Yu asked. I am Lin Xiaoxiao," she stammered, lapsing into silence. Her demeanor tense. Chapter 9. The Uninhabitable Slum, Where Do You Live? Yi Yu asked as he started the car. "Perhaps I should just return on my own?" Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously suggested. "What did you say?" Yi Yu replied, his expression impassive as he regarded her. "Well, I live in a suburban area outside the 8th Ring Road, in a neighborhood called Xingfuli." Lin Xiaoxiao responded. Noticing Yi Yu's sudden stiffness, she quickly added, "Have you heard many rumors about me at school?" Seeing her face change upon hearing his name, Yi Yu surmised that she must have encountered tales of his exploits. "All of it is true. If we are compatible, we will be together. If not, we part ways. Such matters are mutual." Yi Yu remarked indifferently, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's silence. As they arrived at the entrance of Xingfuli neighborhood, they instantly attracted a throng of curious onlookers. While it was termed a neighborhood, it was essentially a housing project with rudimentary infrastructure, exuding an air of dilapidation. One could clearly see the walls of the buildings shedding considerable amounts of plaster, rendering the entire complex reminiscent of a slum in the capital city. Soon, a large crowd gathered around the sports car and the Rolls-Royce, buzzing with speculation. Wherever Yi Yu went, Wang Tianxiu naturally followed. Although these individuals often prided themselves on being authentic Beijingers, they dared not approach the luxury vehicles, opting instead to capture distant photos and videos. What could they possibly be doing here? Surely they aren't planning to demolish it? One onlooker questioned with fervent eyes. Perhaps, after so many years, we might finally be seeing the light. From today onward, we can consider ourselves part of the demolition elite. A young man grinned. "Oh, if only I could ride in a grand Rolls-Royce once. That would be the pinnacle of my dreams," a woman remarked. "Zhou Huilan, it is said that your daughter is so beautiful that she must have attracted numerous wealthy suitors, hasn't she? I believe your dream will soon be realized." Someone gestured towards Lin Xiaoxiao's mother, Zhou Huilan. "What are they even talking about? That worthless one is best left unmentioned." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's name, Zhou Huilan's expression darkened. She desired to thrust Lin Xiaoxiao into the embrace of a wealthy heir, ensuring a life free from worries and extravagantly lavish. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was resolutely opposed to such a fate. Zhou Huilan had even resorted to striking Lin Xiaoxiao multiple times over this matter. "I suggest you introduce your daughter Lin Xiaoxiao to my son. Let us settle the betrothal gifts at 66,000. What do you think?" A woman beside Zhou Huilan proposed. Zhou Huilan remained silent, harboring disdain within. "Your family? Perhaps it would be better to reconsider your simpleton of son. It is one thing to be a simpleton, but you genuinely believe that you could win Lin Xiaoxiao's heart for a meager 66,000? What a fanciful dream," Zhou Huilan thought to herself. Nevertheless, she held firm confidence in Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty, envisioning a future where she might secure the favor of a wealthy benefactor, thus escaping her current existence. "Lin Hai, did you not promise to heed my every word? Now that Lin Feng requires funds for school and will eventually need even more for courting a girlfriend, especially if she hails from the local area, the betrothal gifts will be substantial. You must devise a solution for this. How could I have been so blind as to choose you, a feckless man? In bed, you are inept. Out of it, you are equally so. I am uninterested. Zhang Xiao has stated that if we agree, he will provide 2 million in cash without condition. You must persuade that worthless one to accept Zhang Xiao's pursuit." Zhou Huilan coldly addressed the frail middle-aged man beside her, her words directed at Lin Hai, yet equally aimed at the woman nearby. The implication was clear. Your simpleton believes he can secure Lin Xiaoxiao for 66,000, while Zhang Xiao is offering 2 million. Lin Hai's expression soured. It must be noted that Lin Xiaoxiao is his biological daughter, while Zhou Huilan is merely her stepmother. Her sole objective was to sell Lin Xiaoxiao for a good price, indifferent to who the suitor might be. "I shall not escort you down," Yi remarked to Lin Xiaoxiao, observing the growing crowd around them. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, pale, turned her gaze toward a certain direction. She had spotted her stepmother and father. She had intended to engage in part-time work after class, but Yu's fright had led her directly back. She was reluctant to confront her father and stepmother. With a firm bite of her teeth, Lin Xiaoxiao summoned her courage to open the car door and step out. Instantly, all eyes converged upon her, filled with shock, curiosity, and envy. "Huilan, is that your daughter Xiaoxiao?" The woman beside Zhou Huilan remarked with a hint of jealousy. Why had she not given birth to a daughter as stunning as Lin Xiaoxiao? Just look at how sought-after Lin Xiaoxiao is, having turned down one wealthy heir after another, now returning home in a sports car, escorted by a convoy of Rolls-Royces. They might not know the value of the vehicles, but anyone with eyes could see the ostentatious license plates. 5/8 for the Rolls-Royce and 5 zeros for the sports car. These are not possessions one can acquire merely with wealth. Although numerous individuals online frequently assign prices to these license plates, they are fundamentally unattainable. Ah, Xiaoxiao has returned. Zhou Huilan's eyes widened in surprise. However, she then advanced with an air of determination, maneuvering through the crowd to approach the sports car with fervor. "Young man, do come down and visit us at home." Zhou Huilan bent down and noticed Yu's face alight with a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "Auntie, I shall refrain from joining you." Yu replied politely with a faint smile. For someone like Yu, such a place was indeed difficult to navigate. Were it not for his desire to pursue Lin Xiaoxiao, he would never set foot in such an establishment in his lifetime. "Young man, you must understand. My only daughter is Lin Xiaoxiao. Today, her descent from your vehicle has led many to misconstrue the situation. Shouldn't you clarify your intentions?" Zhou Huilan observed Yu's reluctance to exit the car and promptly pressed him further. She knew all too well that opportunities like this were rare, and she must seize them. If this young man offered less than 2 million, she would not even entertain the thought of consent. "Mother, it is not as you imagine," Lin Xiaoxiao gently interjected. "What are you interrupting me for?" Zhou Huilan frowned at Lin Xiaoxiao, reprimanding her sharply. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion paled, and she was instantly silenced. "Young man, do express your intentions. We cannot let so many misunderstandings linger. My daughter's reputation is paramount," Zhou Huilan insisted. Chapter 10. A dowry of 5 million plus a sports car? "Young man, you must think carefully. My daughter Xiaoxiao has many admirers. Furthermore, many of them drive cars that rival yours, all high-performance vehicles." Zhou Huilan, noticing Yu's enigmatic smile, began to feel impatience brewing within her. Though she did not recognize the specific types of sports cars, she understood what constituted one. At the very least, she had heard that Zheng Xiao's vehicle was valued at over 7 million. It was unlikely that this young man before her could compare. "Haha, Auntie, I assure you, Lin Xiaoxiao and I are merely classmates. Today, she fell off her bicycle on the road, and I merely offered her a ride home," Yu stated earnestly. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a grateful glance at Yu, realizing that the rumored Yu was not as unsavory as she had imagined. "Auntie, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Yu declared as he prepared to start the engine and depart. "You shall not leave." Zhou Huilan suddenly stood in front of the sports car, blocking his path and shouting loudly. "That's right, you cannot leave." A young man with a rather unscrupulous appearance emerged from the crowd, echoing her sentiment. This individual was Lin Xiaoxiao's half-brother, Lin Feng. "Young man, thinking you could take advantage of my sister and simply walk away? Such a notion is absurd." Lin Feng assumed a fierce demeanor. He looked perplexed. He indeed wished to take advantage, but suddenly he found himself desiring a romantic relationship, hence his current demeanor of refinement. Otherwise, in accordance with his previous character, he would have dealt with Lin Xiaoxiao's collision with his car quite differently. Is it possible that by merely exhibiting a demeanor of refinement and gentlemanliness, one invites audacity from others? This sensation was entirely foreign to Yu, and he found it rather amusing. "What is it that you desire?" he inquired, feigning a semblance of helplessness while observing the mother and son engage in their charade. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Zhou Huilan's eyes. This affluent heir was unlike the other arrogant scions of wealth. Had it been any of them, they would have erupted in fury by now. If Yi were to unleash his wrath, Zhou Huilan would undoubtedly tremble and offer a fearful apology. Yet, she sensed an opportunity, a potential windfall. Let us discuss the bride price. 200,000, no, 5 million. Provided you present 5 million as a bride price. I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs with Lin Xiao. After all, I have but one daughter, and I wish to ascertain your capabilities. I would not want her to suffer post-marriage. Zhou Huilan feigned maternal affection. Mother, is 5 million too little? Lin Feng greedily proposed, eyeing the magnificent Koenigsegg like a colossal beast. What if we consider 5 million along with your current sports car? I will acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Indeed, 5 million plus the car shall suffice as the bride price. Zhou Huilan quickly grasped her son's intentions. How intriguing. For once, I find myself on the receiving end of extortion. Yu mused with a smile, unperturbed by the shameful antics of the mother and son. After all, managing to extort a sum from him was no small feat. Mother, brother, what are you doing? I have already stated that my relationship with Yu is purely platonic. We are merely classmates. He just happened to escort me back. Lin Xiao hurriedly clarified, dismissing the predatory gaze of her stepmother. Slap. Zhou Huilan struck Lin Xiao across the face. You foolish girl. A woman must learn to love herself. Look at what you have become. Who would believe you disembarked from a sports car without any relation to this individual? Others will only deride you as a gold digger. Mother acts for your own good. Lin Xiao cast a desperate glance toward Lin Hai in the crowd, her eyes brimming with hope for paternal intervention. However, that glimmer of hope quickly faded, replaced by a pallid despair. Even her father, the one she had always counted on, stood idle. No matter how much her stepmother had berated her in the past, she had endured it, for she still had a father who loved her. Now, that paternal affection lay buried deep within. You are not my mother. I have only one mother, and she is deceased. Lin Xiao erupted, directing her outburst to Zhou Huilan. Zhou Huilan was momentarily taken aback. You ungrateful wretch, are you cursing me? I have raised you, and this is how you repay me, showing such ingratitude. Indeed, you have consumed what the family has provided, and now you wish to revel in luxury on your own. Lin Feng mocked, as he extended his hand to caress the sleek supercar before him. A chilling sensation coursed through his body, making him tremble. He had long dreamed of possessing such a magnificent vehicle and often envisioned himself behind the wheel, surrounded by a throng of beautiful admirers, basking in their cheers. Meanwhile, Yu had managed to decipher the intricate dynamics within Lin Xiao's family. Lin Xiao faced relentless ostracism from her kin. Her stepmother frequently subjected her to abuse. Her brother looked down upon her, and even her father seemed too timid to offer support. In a way, this reality alleviated Yu's sense of guilt, for it would be unbearable to be involved with someone's daughter while simultaneously inflicting pain upon their parents. Remove your hand from my car, Yu declared coldly, gazing down at Lin Feng after stepping out. Startled, Lin Feng instinctively withdrew his hand. He contemplated retorting to Yu, who was 2 years his senior. But the chilling demeanor of Yu rendered him speechless. The air was thick with superiority. What are you doing? It's just a touch. What's the big deal? Zhou Huilan interjected, observing her son's fearful demeanor. If you are wise, you will silence yourselves and apologize to Xiao. Yu replied with an icy tone. At these words, Lin Xiao felt a shiver run through her, and tears swiftly cascaded down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that even her father would not stand up for her, yet here was a stranger, someone she had just met, defending her. A wave of complex emotions surged within Lin Xiao, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude. Indeed, one must not merely heed the rumors of the world. True understanding arises from personal experience. Should anyone dare to malign Yu's character or question his temperament, she would vehemently defend him. As for his alleged fickleness, Lin Xiao was uncertain. Perhaps it was merely hearsay. Apologize? On what grounds? I discipline my own daughter. What business is it of yours? And you, unless you clarify matters today, who will take responsibility for my daughter's honor? If you do not restore her dignity, you shall not leave, Zhou Huilan stated, pulling out her phone with a cold smirk as she dialed Jingxiao. Chapter 11. The young heir. Then I shall be intrigued to see how you intend to prevent my departure, Yu scoffed. In the capital, there truly was no one among the younger generation he feared. Even some of the older generations treated him with caution. The title of Crown Prince of the capital held substantial weight and was not to be taken lightly. He was curious to see whom Zhou Huilan would summon for support. Boy, you squandered your opportunity. This predicament is of your own making. Once Zheng Xiao arrives, your chances will evaporate, Lin Feng asserted, regaining his confidence at the mention of Zheng Xiao. I offered you a chance. I told you to remove your hands, yet you defied me. Uncle Wang, deal with him. The hand that touched the car shall be rendered useless. Leaning against the car door, Yu narrowed his eyes, radiating a frosty glare. Why Yu? Lin Xiao stammered. Her heart conflicted as she heard his words. After all, they were still family, albeit half-siblings. Silence. Who do you think you are? If you truly cared for our family, you would ensure he provides us with 5 million, along with that car. Before you could utter a word, Lin Feng interjected. How have you all changed so drastically? I have repeatedly stated that I have no connection with him. We are merely ordinary classmates. Besides, am I truly worth 5 million? Even selling me wouldn't yield that amount. Lin Xiao cried out, tears streaming down her face as she shouted at Zhou Huilan and Lin Feng. Huh. Whether you are worth it or not is not for you to decide. But for him, Lin Feng remarked sarcastically. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's blood relation to him, no one else would stand a chance. As he spoke, he slapped the luxury car a few times. Whichever hand strikes, it will be rendered useless. I'm speaking of a hand that cannot be healed, Yu coldly addressed Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu, tall and robust, strode towards Lin Feng. The latter's expression shifted to one of fear at the sight of Wang Tianxiu's bulging muscles. He was as thin as a monkey and was acutely aware of his own frailty. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will call the police, Lin Feng warned. Retreating in a panic, Wang Tianxiu, unfazed, swiftly appeared behind Lin Feng, his large hand gripping the nape of Lin Feng's neck. Help! We're in broad daylight. He's going to kill me, Zhou Huilan cried out, unable to intervene as she sank to the ground, flailing her arms and screaming. The onlookers considered pulling out their phones to record the scene, but a fierce glare from Wang Tianxiu made them obediently lower their devices. Most were merely spectators, not wishing to attract trouble, especially given Zhou Huilan's poor reputation. Hardly anyone stepped forward to advocate for them. Zhou Huilan rolled on the ground, but when she realized no one was paying her any heed, she quickly got back on her feet. Zheng Xiao, help! Someone is forcibly taking Xiao. She yelled, one hand clutching her phone, the other pounding her chest in desperation. To those unaware of the situation, it was evident how pitiful Zhou Huilan appeared. What? Someone dares to snatch my reserved person? This is truly unprecedented. In the capital, there are those who would dare to disrespect me? Came a voice from the phone. Did you mention my name? Zheng Xiao queried, perplexed. I did. He said Zheng Xiao is nothing. He could crush you with a mere finger. Furthermore, he proclaimed that even in your presence, you would have to kneel and beg for mercy. Zhou Huilan spat with venomous hatred, casting a glance at Yu. Well then, I shall see which deity dares to demand my apology. I will arrive in 10 minutes. Zheng Xiao sneered before ending the call. Before Zhou Huilan could finish her threat, Lin Feng's agonizing cries interrupted her. Wang Tianxiu had crushed Lin Feng's arm, not merely fracturing it, but pulverizing the elbow joint, reducing the bones within to mere fragments. Even the most esteemed doctors and advanced medical equipment in the world could not restore him, unless prosthetics were installed. After Lin Feng let out a piercing scream, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Wang Tianxiu, without a glance, callously discarded him onto the ground. You heartless beast! My son! Zhou Huilan exclaimed, momentarily stunned before unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Lin Hai, you worthless fool! Your son has had his arm severed, and you just stand there? You pitiful creature! How could I have been blind enough to marry you? Zhou Huilan knelt beside Lin Feng, clutching him, and raged towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai's countenance darkened profoundly. Lin Xiao was his daughter, and he wished to remain uninvolved in this calamity. However, Lin Feng was also his son, now left mutilated, and his expression grew grim. Silence. Lin Hai forced his way through the crowd, his face so dark it seemed to threaten rain. You worthless man. How dare you shout at me? You pathetic coward, only capable of yelling at your own wife. Zhou Huilan retorted furiously upon hearing Lin Hai's command for silence. Were it not for Zheng Xiao's interest in Lin Xiao, she would have confronted him today. After all, once the confrontation occurred, Zheng Xiao's wealth would be hers. Ignoring Zhou Huilan's outburst, Lin Hai trudged toward the unconscious Lin Feng and knelt on one knee before him, gently caressing Lin Feng's severed arm. His gaze was laden with complexity. He then rose slowly, turning toward Yu, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Sir, my son was thoughtless and has wronged you, yet your punishment seems rather excessive. Lin Hai's voice was soft, tinged with despair. He was only 19. If his arm were rendered useless, his life would be irrevocably shattered. Leaning against the car door, Yu remained unperturbed. I detest having my possessions sullied by filthy hands. Though his words were delivered lightly, the surrounding onlookers fell into a hushed silence. Lin Xiao stood by, tears blurring her vision, never having imagined the situation would escalate to such a degree. Yu, this is truly unnecessary. Lin Xiao softly implored, her face still bearing the imprint of Zhou Huilan's slap. Enough. When Zheng Xiao arrives, let us see how he deals with you. Zhou Huilan rose from the ground, frantically pointing at Yu. Just as her words fell, a roar of engines approached from the distance. Several sports cars thundered to a halt at the entrance of the community. The doors swung open, revealing a young man clad in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Zheng Xiao has arrived. Zhou Huilan's eyes lit up, as if she had spotted a savior. Zheng Yuxuan, one of the prominent young heirs of the capital's elite, was the sole heir of the Zheng family, already making waves in the business world at a tender age. He had been dining nearby with friends but rushed over after receiving Zhou Huilan's call. What the hell are you all staring at? Get out of my way. Zheng Yuxuan glared at the onlookers, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Who dares to challenge me? Zheng Yuxuan for a woman. Chapter 12. The young heir? A slap. Lin Feng lay unconscious on the ground, while Lin Hai stood nearby, his expression dark. Zhou Huilan was tear-streaked yet exhilarated. Lin Xiao's demeanor was one of complex turmoil. Leaning against the luxurious supercar, Yu wore a subtle smile. Zheng Xiao, you must stand up for me, she said. Upon hearing Zheng Yuxuan's voice, Zhou Huilan's face lit up with joy, while Zhou Yuxuan displayed his disdain without reservation. It was hard to believe that a pure beauty like Lin Xiao could emerge from such a destitute area. Who on earth is so reckless as to steal my intended? Zheng Yuxuan questioned Zhou Huilan, unaware of Yu's presence amidst the crowd. Zheng Xiao, it's that brat. I told you. Zheng Xiao has his eyes on Xiao. But that kid said you were nothing. He even claimed that if you showed up, you'd have to kneel and beg for mercy, Zhou Huilan accused, pointing towards Yu. In the capital, there is no one Zheng Yuxuan, would fear. His expression darkened ominously upon hearing Zhou Huilan's words, his eyes glinting with cold fury. What are you staring at? Make way for Zheng Xiao immediately. If you delay him, even 10 of your lives would not suffice as compensation. Zhou Huilan commanded the onlookers, who, though disapproving of her arrogance, quietly averted their gazes. Zhou Huilan was not someone they could afford to provoke. You brat, continue your arrogance if you dare. You have injured my son's arm. I will break all your limbs. Zhou Huilan glared at the crowd, parting a path to confront Yu. Not only will I shatter your limbs, but I will also torment you mercilessly. Tell Zheng Xiao to leave him to me, and that car belongs to me. Lin Xiao is his. At that moment, Lin Feng awoke, feeling the numbness in his arm, and roared in frustration. Indeed, letting that brat go is too lenient. Zhou Huilan lamented for her son's injury. Nearby, Lin Xiao appeared dazed and pale, feeling utterly disillusioned by her family. Chen Fan, where are you? What should I do? She murmured to herself. Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention Chen Fan, Yu's eyes narrowed. So, this woman has some connection to Chen Fan? How splendid, he thought. Brat, your end is near. Now, kneel before me at once. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might spare one of your legs. Lin Feng felt bolstered with confidence upon seeing Zheng Yuxuan approach. As the crowd parted, Zheng Yuxuan's gaze fell upon the figure leaning against the sports car. and his expression shifted dramatically. Though he hailed from a prominent family in the capital, the Yi family's power far surpassed that of the Zhengs. Not only would his father show deference to Yi Tianming, but even his grandfather would do so. The Yi family was not merely a commercial empire. Lin Xiaoxiao's maternal family wielded immense influence in the political arena. Zheng Xiao, this is the one. He had someone break my son's arm. Zhou Huilan rushed to Zheng Yushuan's side, tearfully accusing him. Before so many witnesses, she boisterously declared her intent to take my daughter away. So Hailan, impedishing Herzl, wept profusely. Lin Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of shame wash over her. Her face flushed. You're talking nonsense. It's not like that. Silence. Zhou Huilan snapped sharply. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You've been putting on a facade of superiority, and now that you've encountered a true heir, you wish to soar to new heights, don't you? Zhou Huilan sneered. Lin Xiaoxiao took a hesitant step back, her back pressed against Yiyu's car door, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She had never imagined that her stepmother would hurl such unfounded accusations with such venom. Zheng Yushuan's throat constricted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt his legs tremble. Before Yiyu, he was utterly insignificant. Young Master Zheng, you cannot let this scum. Zhou Huilan's lament was abruptly cut off. Zheng Yushuan suddenly struck her across the face, the force sending her staggering into Lin Feng. You filthy wretch, who gave you the audacity to provoke young Master Yi? Young Master Yi, it is my fault. I was unaware that they had offended you. Please, have mercy. Zheng Yushuan loosened his tie, his voice quavering as he turned to Yiyu. Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain from his severed arm mingling with shock, causing his pupils to contract violently. Young Master Zheng, have you lost your mind? He is merely a shut your mouth. Zheng Yushuan seized Lin Feng's uninjured arm, twisting it at a grotesque angle. Do you even comprehend who you have offended? Young Master Yi is not someone you can challenge. The Yi family's slightest movement could shake the entire capital. Lin Hai silently bent down to pick up Zhou Huilan's fallen phone, switching it off before tucking it into his pocket before the crowd. His gaze towards Yiyu held not only fear but also a hint of relief. Perhaps this farce should come to an end. Young Master Yi, your command. Zheng Yushuan saw Yiyu beckon him with a flick of his hand, trembling as he approached and bowed respectfully. Slap! Yiyu's hand swiftly struck Zheng Yushuan's face, causing him to stumble. He felt no anger, only a profound sense of dread and reverence in his eyes. Yiyu's willingness to discipline him brought a measure of relief, indicating that perhaps Yiyu would not be overly harsh. Yiyu leisurely lit a premium cigarette, his fingertips gliding over the gleaming hood of the sports car. I've heard you acquired a parcel of land in the western part of the city? Zheng Yushuan's back instantly soaked through with sweat. That land had been purchased secretly with the family trust fund, unbeknownst to his father. Young Master Yi, if you desire that land, I do not covet what belongs to others. Yiyu smirked, casually glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's reddened eyes. However, some individuals ought to learn a lesson. At some point, Wang Tianxiu had produced silver needles, precisely puncturing several acupoints at Lin Feng's fractured bone. Young Master, the break is too severe. Even the legendary Hua Tuo could not mend it. Wang, teach them a lesson, Yiyu commanded, slightly raising his chin. Wang Tianxiu nodded and suddenly seized Zhou Huilan's wrist. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he wielded his palm like a blade, severing her right index finger, the very one that had pointed accusatorily at Yiyu. A piercing scream escaped Zhou Huilan, shattering the stillness of the night. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the agony she experienced was so profound that even fainting seemed a luxury. Young Master Yi, consider that piece of land in the west of the city as my tribute to you, Zheng Yushuan said, bowing and scraping. Get lost. Yiyu exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yes. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will handle it thoroughly, Zheng Yushuan assured, referring specifically to Zhou Huilan and Lin Feng. The onlookers had long since scattered like frightened birds, while Lin Hai quietly lifted the unconscious Lin Feng, heading towards the hospital. Zhou Huilan writhed on the ground, clutching her severed digit, her curses gradually transforming into sobs. Yiyu paid her no mind, fully aware that after tonight, This woman would vanish without a trace. Get in the car. Yi opened the passenger door, gazing at Lin Xiaoxiao's pale visage, and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. His fingertips brushed against her flushed cheek. The roar of the sports car engine shattered the silence, obliterating the surrounding chaos. The Koenigsegg growled, followed closely by the Rolls-Royce, departing with great flourish, leaving behind a stunned crowd. In the rearview mirror, Zheng Yuxuan remained in a bow, maintaining his submissive posture. Chapter 13. Notes from a Past Life. Upon witnessing Yi Yu's departure, Zheng Yuxuan exhaled a long, heavy breath. He bore no animosity towards Yi Yu for having struck him in public. On the contrary, he felt a sense of gratitude. After all, that slap had saved his life. It was essential to understand that every underling following Yi Yu was a prominent young master in the capital. Their influence was formidable, and the Zheng family was but a mere speck in comparison. Any one of Yi Yu's subordinates could easily overpower him. Young Master Zheng, you must stand up for us. Zhou Huilan crawled and rolled towards Zheng Yuxuan, her expression venomous. Stand up for you? Huh? Zheng Yuxuan sneered at Zhou Huilan. Do you know why young Master Yi remained unmoved despite hearing your venomous insults? He locked eyes with her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Why? Zhou Huilan found it difficult to meet Yi Yu's gaze. Because after tonight, you will no longer exist. Zheng Yuxuan had no intention of concealing his thoughts in his eyes. Zhou Huilan was already as good as dead. Young Master Zheng, you must save me. I am on your side. Zhou Huilan pleaded. Young Master Zheng, if you save me, Lin Xiaoxiao will be yours. My words still hold weight. Smack! Zheng Yuxuan delivered a resounding slap. Damn it, save you? Even if young Master Yi had not spoken, I would still want you dead. What am I in front of young Master Yi? How dare you provoke him? Let me tell you the truth. Even if young Master Yi spares you, I will not. Zheng Yuxuan glared at Zhou Huilan before striding away. Once he departed, Zhou Huilan felt as though every bone in her body had shattered, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. She had thought she had latched onto a powerful ally, only to find herself plummeting into an abyss. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yi Yu, thank you for standing up for me just now. We have only known each other for a day. I defend those I find agreeable, even if it's just a fleeting encounter, Yi replied nonchalantly. Knowing that Lin Xiaoxiao had connections with Chun Fan made matters considerably easier. Subsequently, Yi took Lin Xiaoxiao to her temporary workplace, which happened to be the Longting Hotel. As night deepened, the city of Beijing remained brilliantly illuminated. Yi drove toward Zhao Tsang's courtyard, gripping the steering wheel with a slight tension. He harbored plans in his heart. In this life, he intended to eradicate all unfavorable elements before they could take root. Initially, he had felt a pang of reluctance toward Zhao Tsang. However, the thought that Zhao Tsang had reserved the finest things for Chun Fan ignited a sense of betrayal within him. Despite the gentle smile gracing his face, the cold glint in his eyes slowly concealed itself. Master, your disciple has arrived. Yi pushed open the courtyard door and softly called out. You're here? Zhao Tsang was sipping tea in the courtyard, his figure appearing especially imposing under the moonlight. Yi said little, instinctively moving to the wooden stake in the courtyard. He maintained a standard posture and began his standing meditation. Your emotional fluctuations seem rather pronounced today, Zhao Tsang remarked, taking a slow sip of tea without directing his gaze towards Yi. Indeed, Master, your insight is remarkable. Even my thoughts cannot escape your perception. Yi replied with a slight smile. Cultivation is not merely about physical training, but also about nurturing one's temperament. Zhao Tsang set down his teacup. An unstable mindset renders even the highest cultivation futile. Yi nodded, refraining from rebuttal. He acknowledged the truth in Zhao Tsang's words. Yet his hatred for Chun Fan ran deep within his bones, a sentiment not easily relinquished. Of course, the same applies to you, Master. Your disciple understands. Yi feigned earnestness in absorbing the teachings. Zhao Tsang regarded him deeply, then rose and approached Yi. Today, I shall teach you a fundamental technique known as Dragon Capturing Hand. Yi's eyes brightened as he leaped down from the wooden stake. The Dragon Capturing Hand consists of 9 forms. Today, I will impart the first 3. Zhao Tsong turned gracefully, his hands tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The movement appeared simple, yet contained immense power. Yi Yu observed intently before attempting to replicate the technique. His innate talent was indeed extraordinary. He could nearly mimic the moves after just one demonstration. No, relax your wrists. Use the strength of your waist, not your arms, Zhao Tsong corrected him. Yi Yu promptly adjusted but still felt something was amiss in the essence of the technique. Practice this for now. When I deem your proficiency adequate, I shall teach you the subsequent forms. Zhao Tsong returned to sit at the stone table. Yi nodded, beginning his earnest practice. He was determined to master this, for in his previous life, he had been bested by Chun Fan without a chance to retaliate. This time, he aimed to alter the course of events. After nearly 2 hours of practice, Yi Yu was drenched in sweat. Zhao Tsong remained seated, sipping tea and occasionally offering gentle guidance. Today concludes here, Zhao Tsong remarked finally. Yi Yu respectfully bowed, responding, "Disciple understands." Upon exiting the courtyard, the night had deepened considerably. Yet, Yi Yu felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. He could already sense the flow of energy coursing through his meridians, a manifestation. According to Zhao Tsong, of a second-tier expert, "Uncle Wang, have the medicinal herbs been prepared?" Yi Yu inquired once he entered the car. "All set, young Master Yi. They are fine herbs of considerable age," came the reply. "Thank you for your efforts." Wang Tianxiu said little more, focusing intently on driving, trailing behind the sports car. He understood his role to be that of a loyal dog, rather than a loquacious friend. Upon returning to the villa, Yi made his way directly to the medicinal bath chamber. There, the concoction had already been prepared, exuding a rich aroma. "Young master, the temperature is just right," a maid softly informed him. Yi nodded, and once the maid had exited, he shed his garments and slowly entered the medicinal bath. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through his entire being, enveloping him in comfort, dissipating all traces of fatigue. The herbs were indeed extraordinary. After merely a few minutes, Yi Yu felt his muscles fortifying and his bones seemingly growing more resilient. It appeared that Zhao Tsong's prescription was indeed effective. He mused inwardly. After his bath, Yi Yu donned a robe and strolled back to his chamber. As he passed the study, he paused, pushing the door open. Within, a collection of ancient tomes and modern texts adorned the shelves. Approaching a discreet bookcase, he pressed on a volume of Journey to the West, causing the shelf to slowly part, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a black notebook, the repository of Yi Yu's previous life's memories, encompassing all information about Chun Fan, pivotal moments, and potential threats. Opening the notebook, he noticed it was densely filled with writing. His gaze lingered on the name Feng Chongqing. Feng Chongqing, since you are a pawn placed by Chun Fan beside me, then let us first take action against your sister. Yi Yu scoffed quietly. Closing the notebook, he returned it to its concealed space and reset the mechanism. Setting down his phone, Yi Yu gazed contemplatively at the ceiling. The events of the day had stirred memories of his past life. In that existence, he had indulged recklessly, relying on his family's wealth and the support of influential figures, ultimately leading to a tragic downfall. In this life, he resolved to change, not by becoming more benevolent, nor by adopting a submissive demeanor, and certainly not by embodying a self-righteous saint. Instead, he would eradicate all threats in their infancy. Chapter 14. The Wang family's young master. Yi subsequently uncorked a bottle of exquisite red wine, pouring it into a goblet. After a gentle swirl, he consumed it in one swift motion. The crimson liquid lingered at the corners of his lips, evoking an eerie allure. Settling into a Rolls-Royce, Wang Tianxiu initiated the vehicle's movement, gradually exiting the villa complex. The Longting International Hotel, a chain with branches across the globe, was also one of the enterprises under the Yi family S banner. It is one of the world's premier luxury hotel chains and also stands as an iconic landmark in the capital city. The Longting Hotel boasts a staggering 101 floors, illuminated by dazzling neon lights. The interior decor is nothing short of opulent, with even the most ordinary room commanding a fee of over 1,000. However, this ordinary designation is merely relative to the other accommodations within the Longting Hotel. Compared to other hotels, Even the most basic room undoubtedly falls into the category of luxury. It is aptly referred to as a six-star hotel in the capital. Young Master Yi, you have arrived. As Yi stepped into the lobby, the hotel's manager, Tang Long, hurried towards him with a respectful demeanor. Known colloquially as Tang the Fat, he is a portly man in his 40s. Has he arrived? Yi Yu inquired without even glancing at Tang Long. He is already here. In the presidential suite 0001, Tang Long replied, his face beaming with a smile as he nodded eagerly. Very well, you may attend to your duties, Yi Yu said, proceeding to a private elevator that ascended to the top floor. This elevator is exclusively for his use. No one else in the hotel has access to it, except for Yi Tianming, should he choose to visit. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence in the capital, bang, in a dimly lit room, the flame of a lighter illuminated the pallid face of a man. He extended a finger, more delicate than a woman's, holding a cigarette between them. Are you suggesting he has returned to Jiang Haishi? And Wu Changxiong has also vanished? The man inhaled deeply from his cigarette before gently inquiring. Young Master Wang, yes indeed. A quivering voice responded from behind him. Lin Hong, are you afraid of me? Wang Tuan asked, expressionless and without turning. And no, how could that be? Lin Hong stammered, trembling in apprehension. For 3 years, you have relayed nothing but this trivial information. Am I to laugh or to weep? Wang Tuan exhaled a deep breath, the smoke veiling his face and obscuring his expression. Please, young Master Wang, punish me, Lin Hong implored, dropping to his knees in terror. Sigh, am I truly that fearsome? Go, continue your surveillance, and report at any moment. Wang Tuan shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. However, the sinister nature of that smile, coupled with his pale visage, rendered it truly chilling. Yes, young Master Wang. Huff, huff, huff. How utterly terrifying. Once outside, Lin Hong gasped for air, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He glanced back at the dimly lit room, shivering violently before swiftly departing. Chen Fan, have you truly returned? You must indeed have come back. Otherwise, how could I ensure your demise? Wang Tuan murmured, a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes. It was you who crippled my legs in front of the entire Li family. I shall ensure your death, even if I must perish myself. Ha ha, come back last time. Fortune favored you, as the 7 great families agreed not to act against the cripple. Now that you have returned from abroad, your demise is certainly imminent. Wang Tuan struck his own insensate leg with a fierce force, unleashing a frenzied roar. A loud bang echoed as the dimly lit room was opened once more, revealing a burly man who strode in. I knew you were here. What are you up to now? The man inquired bluntly, taking a seat beside Wang Tuan. Wang Yin, what brings you here? Since when do I require your guidance on my affairs? Wang Tuan replied, his tone devoid of emotion as he regarded the imposing Wang Yin. Are you still holding a grudge against Chen Fan? Haven't I told you that the past is the past? Have you forgotten how you broke your leg? Wang Yin responded, fixing his gaze on Wang Tuan. With a sudden crash, liquor splattered everywhere. Wang Yin calmly wiped the shards of glass and crimson liquid from his head, maintaining his composure while regarding Wang Tuan. Even after being struck by a bottle, he displayed not a shred of anger. Do I care about these legs? Wang Tuan suddenly laughed, gazing at Wang Yin. Yes, that individual from the Li family was his fiancée. But did I know that at the time? Did the Wang family inform me? Did anyone from the Li family step forward to announce it? Or is Chen Fan even worthy of consideration? If it weren't for the person backing him, eliminating him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Just a woman. I am indifferent to her. What truly matters is my reputation. What remains for a person who has lost all face? Since he offers me no respect, I shall cast aside my own dignity. Wang Tuan's demeanor grew increasingly wild as he spoke. Do you have a cigarette? Wang Yin asked. Bang. Exhaling deeply, Wang Yin took the cigarette offered by Wang Tuan, igniting it and inhaling deeply. Some matters are not as simple as you think. Chen Fan cannot die. At least not now, Wang Yin stated emphatically, his gaze locked onto Wang Tuan. Wang Yin, are you afraid? Wang Tuan remarked with a mocking smile. Wang Yin, a 4th-generation member of the Wang family, was not the future heir, yet he appeared boisterous and rough, while in reality, he possessed a keen insight beneath that exterior. Wang Tuan, on the other hand, was perceived as the family's most distinguished heir, but he alone understood that this facade served merely to obscure the truth. His existence was to shield Wang Yan. Afraid? Perhaps. Wang Tuan, remember, the waters in the capital run deeper than you can imagine. Do not become a pawn for others. Wang Yin cautioned, his tone laced with gravity. Otherwise, even if Chun Fan does not act, I will. Huh, truly my dear brother. Wang Tuan laughed maniacally, now comprehending Wang Yin's implications. Wang Yin was undoubtedly orchestrating something, likely involving Chun Fan. Beneath Wang Yan's seemingly brutish demeanor lay profound depths and formidable cunning. If he were to thwart Wang Yan's plans, Wang Yin would not hesitate to eliminate him. Wang Tuan was acutely aware of his brother's ruthless nature. Tomorrow, you should return to your Cui Zhuxian. It is more suited for you. Take care. Wang Yin turned and departed after uttering those words. He had said all that needed to be said, trusting that this astute elder brother would know how to proceed. Otherwise, the Wang family would be unable to save themselves. The true fear of the Wang family was never Chun Fan, but rather the person lurking behind him. As for Cui Zhuxian, was the Wang family truly ready to forsake me? Yet, do you genuinely believe I would acquiesce? Ha 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 ha. Wang Tuan murmured lightly before bursting into manic laughter. Young master, have you lost your mind? As Wang Yin exited the dim room, a young man, nonchalantly chewing on a cigarette, approached him, astonished by the state of Wang Yan's head. I never imagined that a distinguished young master would be outsmarted by someone unable to walk. It's quite the spectacle. Crazy dog, regardless of anything, he is still my brother. Should there be another instance, I shall not hold back. Wang Yin shot a glance at Crazy Dog. All right, I was mistaken. What are your plans next, young master? Crazy Dog observed the jovial expression on Wang Yan's face vanish. Crazy Dog, you are to head south and ascertain whether Chun Fan has made a recovery. Remember, do not engage him. Just gather intelligence. He likely won't remain in the country for long before returning abroad. Wang Yin instructed with earnestness. Chapter 15. A Night Goodness. Young master, surely you jest. Do you genuinely believe that a man who has been rendered incapable of martial arts can recover? The fact that he can walk is a tremendous stroke of luck. Recovery is utterly impossible. Crazy Dog shook his head firmly. That man was once likened to a resilient cockroach. I refuse to believe he would suddenly reappear without reason. Unless, of course, he has indeed recovered and fears no one. You have one or two tasks. First, determine if he has indeed recovered. If not, return immediately, Wang Yin stated gravely. If he has recovered, I don't care what methods you employ. Ensure he remains in Qingyuan at least for 3 months and cannot enter the capital. A subtle yet chilling expression crossed Wang Yan's face as he paused. It is quite possible, but young master, you insist on no engagement? You overestimate my capabilities. If he has recovered, I would scarcely dare confront that monster. Keeping him confined for 3 months? Could we not send someone else? I am terrified. Crazy Dog appeared to shudder at the mere thought of Chun Fan's recovery, the cigarette falling from his lips. Go, Wang Yin said with a slight nod. What day this has been. Crazy Dog shook his head and turned to leave. Yet, the moment he turned, his carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of solemnity and blood-red eyes. If that man, once deemed unkillable, had truly regained his strength, even he would tremble. However, if it were merely a matter of confining him for 3 months, Crazy Dog believed there might still be a chance, albeit at the expense of many others serving as mere cannon fodder. In that moment, Crazy Dog transformed into a true wild dog, one daring enough to bite anyone. As he ventured south, a storm of chaos and bloodshed was sure to ensue. 3 months is ample time for me to orchestrate various plans. By that time, I shall not fear even the one behind Chun Fan. Wang Yin squinted as he gazed in the direction the mad dog departed. It seems I must pay a visit to young Master Yi tomorrow. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Wang Yin's lips. He harbored great confidence in persuading young Master Yi to take action against Chun Fan. If young Master Yi were willing, he could undoubtedly delay Chun Fan for 3 months. After all, he had heard that young Master Yi was quite interested in the treasured daughter of the Li family. Although Yi was dubbed the young master of the capital, who was unaware of his lecherous nature, The Li family in the capital was not to be confused with the other Li family that had a mother figure. The latter was the Red Li family, a true aristocrat. Wang Yin strode away, oblivious to the fact that after his departure, the door of the small black room opened. Wang Tuan, seated in his wheelchair, observed Wang Yan's retreating figure with an impassive gaze. "Yi, you young master Yi?" "Wang Yin, I did not anticipate that you would set your sights on the Yi family. You truly tempt fate." A cold smile flickered across Wang Tuan's lips. He had contemplated many possibilities, yet he never envisioned Wang Yin would attempt to exploit Yi Yu. Wang Yin's audacity was astounding. The Yi family, even in a place as grand as the capital, had few equals, if any at all. As the heir of the Yi clan, how could Yi Yu be a fool? At worst, he was merely a libertine. To claim he possessed no intellect would be utterly implausible. The Yi family and the Red Li family would never allow Yi Yu to be a mere wastrel. Given this, I too shall join the fray tomorrow. Wang Tuan's figure, along with his wheelchair, vanished within the confines of the small black room. At the Longting International Hotel, in the presidential suite, located on the highest floor, one could nearly overlook half of the capital. Although there were numerous presidential suites within the hotel, none could rival the opulence of the one on the top floor. This exclusive suite on the 101st floor was singularly reserved for Yi Yu, prohibiting entry to anyone else. Typically, the average area of a floor in a five-star hotel ranges from 1,000 to 3,000 square meters. However, each floor of the Longting International Hotel spans nearly 8,000 square meters. The presidential suite comprises only a master bedroom, a leisure entertainment room, and a reception hall. The suite is secure, comfortable, and fully equipped, featuring a private garden terrace and swimming pool. The master bedroom is exceptionally spacious, adorned with a colossal floor-to-ceiling window that showcases the neon-lit nightscape of the capital. Yet at this moment, Chu Yu had no inclination to admire the view. She leaned against the window, her hands pressed firmly against the glass. Her face bore numerous red marks, clearly the result of Yi Yu's actions. However, Chu Yu felt no resentment or blame. She understood that this was her own doing, that Yi Yu had refrained from kicking her out after today, as events was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune. At least in the eyes of Yi Yu, she still holds a modicum of significance. Though she comprehends that, to him, she might merely be a servant at his beck and call, she accepts this role with a willing heart. After all, Yi Xiao is indeed quite generous. Even if she cannot aspire to marry Yi Yu, maintaining such a relationship is already a cause for gratitude. "Let us swim." Yi Yu casually wrapped a towel around his waist and turned to exit the bedroom, diving into the pool. Chu Yu tidied up briefly, discarding the used tissue into the trash, and without taking a towel, she stepped out of the bedroom and slowly entered the bathing area. Yi Yu stretched out his arms, leaning against the edge of the pool, his eyes narrowing slightly. At 9 in the morning, he had just awakened from slumber. Just as he was preparing to engage in some activity, his phone rang. "Yi Xiao, do you have a moment? I would like to visit you regarding matters concerning Miss Li from the Li family." The call connected, revealing Wang Yan's somewhat sycophantic voice. Yi Yu instantly became alert. Wang Yan was a man of considerable cunning and depth, and he was the next heir of the Wang family, discreetly positioned in the shadows. In public, he appeared to be nothing more than a spoiled rich boy. Chapter 16. The young master of the Wang family is worthless before me? Miss Li Yinjin? Wang Xiao must be mistaken. I hold no particular interest in her. Yi Yu responded, maintaining his composure after a moment of silence. Yi Xiao is being modest. It is well known that the Li family's heiress is a renowned beauty in the capital. I am surprised you find her unremarkable, Wang Yin remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with sincerity. Everyone has their own aspirations, Yi replied nonchalantly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. However, since Wang Xiao has taken the initiative, I'm certainly willing to meet. How about 3 in the afternoon at Wang Jing Tea House? I shall await your esteemed presence, Wang Yin responded eagerly. After ending the call, Yi Yu's expression turned cold. In a previous life, Wang Yin had approached him to manipulate him into dealing with Chun Fan. At that time, he had been naive, believing that his family background could overpower all obstacles, only to find himself suffering a brutal fate at the hands of Chun Fan. Many had covertly fanned the flames of discord, and this time, he would not be used as a pawn. Huh? Does he truly believe I am as foolish as I was in my past life? Yu scoffed coldly, only to feel a tightening around his waist. Brother Yu, what is wrong? Chu Yu stirred from her slumber, her voice soft and drowsy. Yu, expressionless, gently pushed aside her legs that were wrapped around him. It's nothing. You continue to sleep. I have matters to attend to. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Chu Yu's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a flattering smile. All right. Brother Yu, see you next time. Yu nodded absently, dressed, and departed the suite. Wang Tianxiu had long been waiting at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing Yu emerge, he promptly opened the car door. Young master, I've already gathered information on Fengling. After Yu settled in the car, Wang Tianxiu handed him a file. She is indeed a sophomore majoring in international relations at Qingbei University, with excellent grades and several scholarships to her name. She typically resides in the school dormitory and occasionally returns home on weekends to visit her brother. Yu perused the documents, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Isn't it intriguing? His brother is within the school, yet she chooses not to visit him, instead returning home every week. Young master, shall I take action against Fengling? Wang Tianxiu inquired. No need. I have my own arrangements, Yi replied, shutting the folder and reclining in the car's seat, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. First, take me back to the villa. I have another appointment today. The morning light of the capital streamed through the car window, casting a glow upon Yu's face, accentuating his austere features. Unlike his past life, in this incarnation, he was no longer the frivolous young master, but rather a slumbering beast, poised and waiting for the opportune moment. Wangjing Tea House, renowned as an upscale establishment in the capital, offered a private sanctuary for the elite. Upon his arrival, Wang Yin had already been awaiting him. Yi Xiao, I apologize for the wait, Wang Yin said, rising with a bright smile, reminiscent of an old friend long unseen. Yi nodded slightly and took a seat across from him. My apologies, Wang Xiao. I arrived a bit late. The tea master prepared Longjing tea for the two, retreating quietly thereafter. Within the soundproof chamber, only the gentle clinking of teacups remained. How have you been lately, Yi Xiao? Wang Yin raised his cup, taking a delicate sip. Thanks to you, Wang Xiao. All is well, Yi replied with a smile, though his gaze remained as cold as ice. I suspect you did not seek me out merely for a nostalgic chat, did you? Wang Yin set down his cup, his expression sharpening suddenly. Indeed, Yi Xiao is as direct as ever. There is a matter on which I seek your assistance. Oh, what requires my intervention? Chun Fan. I wonder if you have heard of this name? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed. I have heard a bit. He is said to have been incapacitated and has since gone abroad to become a mercenary. Indeed, Wang Yin nodded. This individual has recently returned to the country and seems to have set his sights on the Li family. Given your amicable relations with the Li family, I trust you would not remain indifferent? Yu chuckled lightly. Wang Xiao, it seems you have misunderstood the situation. I show you respect as Wang Xiao. But without such decorum, what are you truly worth? Your family holds no significance before me. What do you mean by saying I would not sit idly by? Am I particularly close to the Li family? With that, Yi lifted his teacup and splashed it toward Wang Yin. Wang Yan's expression fluctuated. Yet, gritting his teeth, he chose not to evade, allowing the scalding tea to drench him. The searing heat on his head was excruciating, exacerbated by the wound from the previous day's encounter with Wang Tuan. It was a moment of both pain and irritation. However, Wang Yin merely furrowed his brow. The Wang family was indeed inconsequential before the Yi family, yet Yi was similarly negligible in his eyes. In terms of cunning, he could easily outmaneuver Yi. In strategy, Yi was far inferior. Were it not for Yi Yu's esteemed lineage, Wang Yin would not bother to spare him a glance. Ha, just a jest. I hope I haven't caused you any harm. Yi laughed heartily at Wang Yan's plight. No, not at all. Wang Yan's face bore a strained smile. He was perplexed. Although he had encountered Yi Yu before, he had always regarded him as the epitome of a reckless young master. Yet today, Yi Yu exuded an entirely different aura, as if he could see through the very fabric of his being. Yi Xiao, you must be aware that the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Yanran, is the most beautiful woman in the capital. Currently, Chun Fan is persistently pursuing her, Wang Yin insinuated. Given your esteemed status, such a beauty should rightfully belong to you. No, Yi Yu scoffed inwardly. Wang Yin was quite the performer. In his previous life, it was precisely because he had fallen for Wang Yan's deceitful words that he had foolishly provoked Chun Fan, leading to his eventual downfall. You overestimate me, Yi replied, taking a sip of tea. I am merely a frivolous scion, utterly ignorant of martial arts. How could I possibly contend with Chun Fan? Wang Yin's smile faltered. Why must you be so modest? With the power of the Yi family and the esteemed Li family, it would be a mere trifle. Yi Yu interjected. I have no interest in this matter. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly, revealing a pale-faced man in a wheelchair. Wang Tianchao. Wang Yin's expression shifted dramatically. What brings you here? Why, my dear brother, are you not pleased to see me? Wang Tianchao replied with a cold smirk as he maneuvered his wheelchair forward. Yi Xiao, it is an honor to finally meet you. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a brief glance at Wang Tianchao. In his previous life, he had crossed paths with Wang Tianchao a few times and recognized him as a formidable figure. While he could be ruthless towards others, he was even more merciless towards those from the Wang family. It was said that Chun Fan had personally crippled Wang Tianchao's legs, leading to an intense hatred for him. The Wang family had not only failed to assist him, but had also urged him to relinquish his vendetta. Why does a cripple like you come here? Yi Yu inquired, retrieving a specially sourced cigarette and shaking it on the table, an amused expression gracing his features. He was aware that Wang Tianchao's presence was significant, for Wang Tianchao would never allow someone posing a threat to enter. Chapter 17. I am willing to be Yi Xiao's dog. Wang Tianchao detested being called a cripple. It was a sore point for him. Yet, surprisingly, there was no trace of displeasure on his face, only a hint of a smile. What Yi Xiao says is true. Wang Tianchao has been dead for 3 years. The being you see before you is merely a lifeless husk. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Wang Yin, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Yi Xiao, is my dear brother plotting something devious again? Do not let him deceive you. Wang Tianchao, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Yin's smile had vanished, replaced by a steely glare directed at Wang Tianchao, filled with menace. I am merely engaging in casual conversation with Yi Xiao. Casual conversation? Wang Tianchao scoffed. What you refer to as casual conversation is merely urging Yi Xiao to deal with Chun Fan. Wang Tianchao appeared unfazed by the threat emanating from Wang Yan's eyes. Yi felt a flicker of surprise. This turn of events was entirely different from his previous life. In the past, Wang Tianchao and Wang Yin had conspired together to incite him against Chun Fan. Could it be that the butterfly effect of this life was starting to manifest? Yi Xiao, let me speak plainly. Chun Fan is indeed a formidable individual. However, there is no enmity between you and him. Thus it is unnecessary to provoke him due to my brother's instigation. Wang Tuan solemnly addressed Yi Yu. Wang Tuan, Wang Yin exclaimed in a low, furious tone. Yet, Wang Tuan remained undeterred. There are powerful figures behind Chun Fan, and offending him brings no advantage. My own legs serve as a cautionary tale. Yi Yu smiled faintly, her gaze flitting between Wang Yin and Wang Tuan. What is it that you desire? Or rather, what do you wish to obtain? She inquired with keen interest. Yi Xiao, I wish for the Wang family, Wang Tuan declared, his eyes alight with fervor. The members of the Wang family intended to abandon him, and he sought to make them pay dearly for their betrayal. Having rendered countless services to the Wang family, he now found himself discarded, reduced to a cripple, and he could not tolerate the notion of being cast aside without consequence. Are you truly so naive as to think that merely delivering a message would compel me to assist you in claiming the Wang family? Yi Yu asked with a cool detachment. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Tuan had now lost all leverage to garner Yi Yu's support. He was left with nothing. The uncertainty had briefly unsettled him. Had Yi Yu truly decided to assist him, the vast Wang family would pale in comparison to the Yi family, and all his carefully laid plans would swiftly unravel. Yet in the next moment, he was struck with alarm. I'm willing to be a loyal dog for you, Yi Xiao, a dog that obeys your every command. Should you direct me east, I shall not venture west. From this day forth, I shall have but one master, Yi Xiao. With great effort, Wang Tuan descended from his wheelchair and knelt, bowing his head before Yi Yu. How intriguing! Since you exhibit such sincerity, I shall consider assisting you in becoming the head of the Wang family. Yi Yu mused thoughtfully. At that moment, the next heir of the Grand Wang family was being irrevocably determined by an unrelated individual. Wang Yin collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hastily crawled to Yi Yu's feet. Yi Shao, I was wrong. I, too, am willing to be your dog. I am capable and able-bodied, ready to remove any obstacles on your behalf. Moreover, the Wang family recognizes me and will submit to my authority, allowing me to seize control with minimal resistance. Wang Yin implored fervently. Having departed from the Wang family, he realized that even with cunning intellect, he was insignificant. Before overwhelming strength, he was but a mere trifle. Oh, then let us see which of you brings me good news first. Chun Fan has returned. Who among you shall venture to Jianghai City? Yi Yu inquired languidly. To be candid, Yi Shao, I have already dispatched someone to Jianghai City. I have instructed them to delay Chun Fan, should he wish to come to the capital. They will spare no effort to hinder him for 3 months. After 3 months, if he arrives in the capital, I shall have the means to ensure he remains. Wang Yin gritted his teeth, resolutely sharing his plan. I care not what you do or how you do it. Chun Fan will not be returning to the capital for the time being. He will likely be departing abroad within a few days. At all costs, I need you to keep him occupied from the moment he purchases his plane ticket. 3 days will suffice. Whoever accomplishes this shall be the next master of the Wang family, Yi Yu stated calmly. A brilliant light ignited in the eyes of Wang Yin and Wang Tuan. This task presented by young Master Yi was exceedingly simple for them. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure he remains in Jianghai City for 3 days or even 10. With that, he settled into his wheelchair and signaled Wang Yin to follow. Let us not waste young Master Yi's time. Wang Yin's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve before he finally stood. Young master, I take my leave. After the two brothers departed, a glimmer of contemplation crossed Yi Yu's gaze. It seemed that a rift had formed between the Wang brothers in this lifetime, potentially presenting an opportunity for him. He needed to leverage this to secure more advantage for himself. Uncle Wang, Yi Yu pressed the call button. Young master, send someone to follow Wang Tuan and Wang Yin. I wish to know their every move. Understood, young master. Hanging up, Yi Yu squinted at the sunlight streaming through the window. He could never fully trust the Wang brothers. Given his status, many would seek to ally with him. Yet, among those he trusted most, there were individuals connected to Chun Fan. This was the allure of a protagonist. He had a knack for winning over certain individuals to his cause. Or rather, he always managed to rescue some in dire situations, thus earning their unwavering loyalty. Despite Wang Tuan's endless malice towards Chun Fan, Yi Yu distinctly remembered that when Wang Tuan was ousted from the Wang family, Chun Fan had intervened. He bore no grudges against Wang Tuan's actions and even healed his leg, which endeared Wang Tuan to him, making him one of Chun Fan's most devoted followers. The tragedies of his past life would not be allowed to repeat in this one. Chapter 18. Is Chun Fan a good man? Upon returning to the villa, Yi Yu sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought as he gazed at the twilight outside. The unusual reactions of the Wang brothers puzzled him. Clearly, the variables of this life had begun to manifest. The ringing of his phone shattered the silence. Yi Yu glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. What is it? Brother Yu, shall we meet tonight? I've been thinking of you. The soft voice of Chu Yu floated through the line. I'm busy tonight, Yi Yu replied without hesitation, abruptly ending the call. He had no inclination to entertain such distractions. His curiosity about the Wang brothers' odd behavior held far greater intrigue. In his previous life, Wang Yin and Wang Tuan had always been united, conspiring together to provoke Chun Fan. Yet in this life, Wang Tuan had intervened to thwart Wang Yan's plans. Something was amiss. Uncle Wang, please investigate the underlying conflict between Wang Tuan and Wang Yin. Yi Yu instructed as he dialed Wang Tianxiu. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Yi Yu proceeded to the training room. Each day, he dedicated time to practicing the dragon capture technique taught by Zhao Tsong. Although he had only mastered the first 3 forms, the effects of the medicinal baths allowed him to distinctly feel the enhancement of his physical abilities. Standing on the wooden post, Yi Yu focused his mind, his hands assuming a poised stance, gradually circulating the energy within him. Abandoning all thoughts and distractions, he sought tranquility and clarity of spirit. The moment a thought arose, he sensed it. As his heart stirred, he quelled it. Whispering the incantation softly, his internal energy began to flow with renewed vigor. An hour later, he was drenched in perspiration, yet wore a contented smile. At that moment, Wang Tianxiu entered after knocking. "Young master, I have gathered information regarding the Wang brothers," he announced. "Do elaborate," Yi replied, taking a towel to wipe away the sweat. "It is said that Wang Yinkai is the true heir of the Wang family, while Wang Tuan is merely a puppet on the surface. 2 years ago, the head of the Wang family secretly informed core members that when the time was ripe, they would depose Wang Tuan and elevate Wang Yin to power." Upon hearing this, Yi Yu's eyes gleamed with understanding. Intriguing. Thus, Wang Tuan's actions today become comprehensible. He seeks to counter Wang Yin's plans through me. Your analysis is indeed accurate, Wang Tianxiu nodded. However, there's another piece of information that may pique your interest. I discovered that Feng Ling works at the Starlight CAF in the Old District every Saturday evening. Yi Yu's eyes brightened. This presents a splendid opportunity to draw closer to her. By the way, has there been any unusual behavior from Feng Changqing? None for now. He has been consistently attending classes and returning to the dormitory. However, he did visit the library tonight and lingered in the military literature section for quite some time. Yi Yu pondered thoughtfully. It appears he has caught wind of something and is preparing to take action. Uncle Wang, please investigate where Chun Fan currently is and when he will travel abroad again. Understood, young master. After Wang Tianxiu departed, Yi Yu resumed practicing his dragon capture technique. With each movement, his actions became increasingly fluid and graceful. Presently, he might only be able to match Chun Fan, but this was merely the beginning. Once he mastered these techniques to perfection, he could entrust the rest to Zhao Tsong. As for whether Zhao Tsong would comply, that was a certainty he would not. Yet, Yi Yu possessed ample means to persuade him to yield. The following day, Yi Yu decided to visit the university. Qingbei University remained bustling with life. Students meandering about in small groups. As he strolled along the tree-lined path, he occasionally caught glances of admiration from the girls around him, but he remained wholly indifferent. His standards for a casual partner were high. They must at least possess striking beauty and be inexperienced. Money was of little concern to him. However, around a corner, he spotted Lin Xiaoxiao. She sat on a bench, curled up, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "What has happened?" Yi Yu inquired gently. Hearing someone speak, Lin Xiaoxiao hastily wiped her tear-stained face and lifted her gaze to meet Yi Yu's. "Yi classmate, what brings you here?" she asked, her voice slightly choked. Tears marred her face, yet her unadorned features appeared exquisitely pure. "I was passing by. How is everything at home? That woman has not troubled you further, has she?" Yi Yu asked softly. "They have not caused you any more distress over that incident, have they?" The mention of that day caused Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes to redden. "No longer. Thanks to you, I now find myself much more at ease. My stepmother and younger brother have departed and will no longer trouble me." Yi Yu discerned the underlying implications in her words. "After my stepmother returned home, she leapt from the upper floor and perished on the spot. My brother, it is said, has succumbed to madness, deluding himself into believing he is a wealthy heir, and also jumped from the hospital's upper floor." Lin Xiaoxiao spoke with a quiver in her voice. "And your father?" "He went to the hospital to care for Lin Feng and has not returned since. To be honest, I am somewhat worried about him." Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head. "Although he never spoke up for me, he is still my father." Lin Xiaoxiao was no fool. She sensed an inextricable connection between her stepmother, Lin Feng's leap, and Yi Yu. Her feelings towards Yi Yu were complicated. Logically, if Yi Yu were indeed the mastermind behind it, she ought to harbor hatred towards him. Yet, Zhou Huilan and Lin Feng had drained her like leeches, leaving her uncertain about how to confront Yi Yu. The two walked side by side, attracting astonished glances from many passers-by. The sight of a campus elite like Yi Yu strolling alongside an ordinary student, such as Lin Xiaoxiao, was indeed extraordinary. Some gazed with envy, while others seethed with jealousy. How fortunate it is to be wealthy! Just moments ago, he was entangled with Chu Yuyu, And now he seems to have connected with the ordinary campus beauty, Lin Xiaoxiao. It appears that he is not far from winning her over. Perhaps he has already succeeded. Such a beast. Some muttered indignantly within themselves, though in reality, they would never dare to express such sentiments openly. Venting their frustrations in their minds was a small solace. After all, I heard that you know Chun Fan? Yi suddenly inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, a flicker of wariness crossing her face. How do you know? That day at the entrance of the community, you mentioned his name, Yi replied calmly. I was merely curious. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. Brother Chin Fan was my neighbor when I was young. He treated me very well, like an older brother. Later, my family moved to the capital, and he went abroad, so we rarely kept in touch. Yi nodded subtly. Sounds like he was quite attentive to you, akin to childhood sweethearts? Yes, he is a wonderful person. Upon mentioning Chun Fan, a smile finally graced Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Yi secretly scoffed. Chun Fan, a wonderful person? Indeed, he was quite kind to those close to him. Yet, there was one flaw. He shared a certain proclivity for indulgence. Chun Fan's appetites had reached a remarkable level. Not only was he indulgent, but many women willingly became his lovers. Even his legitimate wife did not harbor jealousy, but rather encouraged him to pursue those women who could benefit him. That was quite absurd. Moreover, Chun Fan possessed an exceptional talent for persuasion, effortlessly ensnaring the affections of women who were already fond of him, leading them to fall for him as if drawn to a flame. Most importantly, he often managed to shift the blame for his infidelities onto the other party, leaving them feeling ashamed. For instance, Chun Fan's iconic line is, I am truly sorry. My inadequacy prevents me from even granting you a title. The woman gazes at him with deep affection, responding, It's all right, I do not mind. What matters to me is you. Subsequently, the two become enveloped in an intimate connection, as if seamlessly blending into one another, naturally and beautifully, as if blessed by the heavens. In his previous life, he had never heard of Lin Xiaoxiao among Chun Fan's women. It appears that it was only after his demise that he managed to capture Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. I've heard he is doing something abroad. You continue to probe. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. I'm not quite sure. He seldom mentions his work. All I know is that he is overseas. Has he been in contact with you lately? No. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Yi's unusual interest and grew wary. Why the sudden inquiries about Brother Chun Fan? Yi responded with an easy smile. I've merely heard of this person. It is said he is quite renowned abroad. Purely out of curiosity, do you work part-time at the Longting International Hotel? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. How did you know? I took you there last time. Yi smiled. I might go for a coffee tomorrow. We shall meet then. Without giving Lin Xiaoxiao a chance to respond, Yi turned and left. Back in her sports car, Yi's smile vanished in an instant. Judging by Lin Xiaoxiao's reaction, she indeed shares a profound relationship with Chun Fan. While she may not know the depths of his character, using her to approach Chun Fan is a viable strategy. No, it is not merely about utilizing her to reach Chun Fan. Rather, it is about ensuring her complete subservience to herself. She must believe that Chun Fan harbors some feelings for her. How amusing it would be for Chun Fan to discover that she has climbed into her bed. What expression would he wear? Yi found herself genuinely looking forward to it. There is no rush. She intends to play with Chun Fan at her own pace. The first course of action is to deal with the girlfriends Chun Fan has yet to engage with. As for those he has already used, apologies, but she is not in the business of collecting scraps. Young master, we have news. Wang Tianqiu's call came at an opportune moment. Currently, Chun Fan is in Shanghai City and is purportedly leaving the country in 10 days. Initially, he was set to leave in 3 days, but it was postponed due to his sister's matters. Additionally, Feng Changqing purchased a ticket to Shanghai City today and will depart tomorrow. Yi squinted her eyes. Interesting. It seems Feng Changqing has received word and is preparing to find Chun Fan. Shall we stop him, young master? No, let him be, Yi scoffed coldly. We need to uncover Chun Fan's true nature. Having Feng Changqing as our eyes is not a bad idea. However, since he intends to leave, he should not expect to take his sister along. Tomorrow, ensure that Feng Ling is intercepted. If Feng Changqing makes any unusual moves, eliminate him immediately. Hanging up the phone, Yi leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. During this period in her previous life, Chen Fan was anxious to leave the country due to significant issues with the mercenary group he had established abroad. He had to resolve them personally and could at most delay for 10 days. If, after 10 days, he has yet to depart for abroad, the mercenary group he painstakingly established will be rendered utterly inconsequential. This was his assurance. The mercenary band was known as the Snow Wolves, and he was their sovereign, referred to as the Wolf King. Thus, Yi resolved to have the brothers Wang Yin and Wang Tuan delay Chen Fan for 3 days at any cost on the day he was to leave the country. 3 days would suffice to obliterate the entire Snow Wolves, for at that time, they would confront the Vatican. The Vatican, though merely a small nation, boasted hundreds of millions of followers worldwide, including those in high positions and those accustomed to perilous endeavors. Upon learning that the Snow Wolves had entered the Vatican, the populace rallied, believers converging from all directions. In the span of just 10 days, the Pope managed to assemble a formidable force. Most notably, the Vatican possessed its own army. However, the Pope chose not to deploy them, as he relished the spectacle. The ability to summon such a multitude of devotees willing to sacrifice themselves meant he was loath to utilize his military resources. In a previous life, Chen Fan, through his charisma and a twist of fate, had won the heart of the Vatican saint, thereby saving the Snow Wolves from demise. It is indeed peculiar that such a revered figure, a paragon of virtue, would fall for Chen Fan. One must remember that the saint of the Vatican is sworn to a life of celibacy, destined to remain unmarried and ultimately face solitude. Discovery of any breach of this vow would result in execution by hanging. In this lifetime, Yi Yu is determined to devise every possible means to keep Chen Fan within the country's borders, severing his avenues of escape. When the moment calls for it, Yi would also venture to Jianghai City, though not immediately. That would follow the utilization of Wang Tuan and Wang Yin. Chapter 20. Designating Lin Xiaoxiao as a drinking companion, the Wang brothers found it somewhat unrealistic to retain Chen Fan in Jianghai City for an additional 3 days. Aside from Chen Fan's astonishing martial prowess, numerous influential figures in Jianghai City had benefited from his kindness, and they would undoubtedly seek to facilitate his departure. Regardless, over the next 10 days, Yi would personally make a journey to Jianghai City, as he intended to present Chen Fan with a monumental surprise. Wang Shu, arrange for me to acquire the status of an exchange student at Jianghai University. I wish to attend classes there for several days, ideally a month. But at the very least 10 days, Yi Yu instructed Wang Tianxiu. Yes, young master. Wang Tianxiu promptly seized his phone and dialed a number. My young master wishes to attend Jianghai University as an exchange student for amicable studies. Please make the necessary arrangements, he declared, cutting off any chance for the recipient to respond before hanging up. Simultaneously, in the office of the president of Qingbei University, the silver-haired president Wang Peizhi set down his phone with a wry smile. The Yi family certainly exhibited a domineering nature, and traditionally, it was only they who decided which institution would partake in friendly exchanges. The exchange partners chosen by Qingbei University were invariably world-renowned institutions. Jianghai University hardly possessed the qualifications to host them. In a typical scenario, it is usually those institutions that vie fervently to establish amicable exchanges with Qingbei University, eager to learn from its educational practices. Alas, times have changed, and Wang Peizhi shook his head with a wry smile. He promptly dialed the president of Jianghai University. This is Wang Peizhi. On behalf of Qingbei University, we shall send exchange students to your Jianghai University for a study exchange in 5 days. Upon the call's connection, Wang Peizhi wasted no time on pleasantries. President Wang Yu. At that moment, the other party seemed to grasp the situation, astonished and incredulous. Do not be alarmed, Xiao Lu. It is merely a standard exchange for learning, Wang Peizhi reassured him, noting the surprise in the voice on the other end. Before President Lu Guangming of Jianghai University could respond, Wang Peizhi had already hung up the phone. Lu Guangming felt his heart racing. After all, Qingbei University is the pinnacle of higher education in Huaxia, and while Jianghai University holds some renown, it pales in comparison to such elite institutions. He had not anticipated such unexpected fortune to fall upon him. If managed well, this could elevate Shanghai University's reputation to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the fact that the call had come directly from President Wang Peizhi of Qingbei imbued it with immense significance. Wang Peizhi is renowned in certain fields, with disciples scattered across the globe. Quickly, Qingbei University is coming for an exchange. We must receive them with the utmost hospitality, Lu Guangming commanded, seizing the phone without waiting for a response. The person on the other end seemed momentarily stunned into silence, while Shanghai University bustled with preparations. Yi arrived at the Longting International Hotel, driven by his intentions regarding Lin Xiaoxiao. He was prepared to employ any means necessary to deal with Chun Fan, resorting to whatever methods would facilitate his plans. At that moment, within the dining area of Longting International Hotel, a middle-aged man clad in a suit smirked at Tang Long, raising his chin in a suggestive manner. "Oh, President Tang, I didn't expect to find such exquisite company here. Is Mr. Qian interested in her?" Tang, affectionately known as Tang Fatty, inquired with a grin. Mr. Qian, whose real name was Qian Shun, was a billionaire real estate mogul and a frequent patron of Longting International Hotel, holding the prestigious status of a platinum member. This status required an annual expenditure of at least 50 million at Longting International. Haha, shall I introduce Mr. Qian? Tang Long suggested with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I hear she is still quite innocent. How thrilling. His plump visage quivered as he spoke, his eyes narrowing into slits when he smiled. He had initially been intrigued by Lin Xiaoxiao and had considered leveraging his position to pursue the pure college student. The thought of such innocence sparked his excitement. However, he now faced a painful dilemma. Despite being a front desk manager, he dared not offend Qian Shun lightly, as rumors suggested Qian had business ties with the Yi family. He still had to give some face to this matter. Ha ha, then I must trouble Mr. Tang. After the task is accomplished, Mr. Tang will not be treated poorly. Qian Shun contentedly patted Tang Long's shoulder. Upon hearing such words from Qian Shun, Tang Long's face instantly lit up with joy. Although his salary was quite high, who would refuse some extra income? Moreover, Qian Shun was not a miserly individual. I will wait here. Let her come over and join me for a drink. Later, I will also need Mr. Tang to arrange a presidential suite for me. Qian Shun took out a bottle of exquisite red wine and poured it into 2 glasses. In front of Tang Long, he casually tossed a blue pill into one of the glasses and then slid that glass across the table. Tang Long pretended not to notice and walked straight towards Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was holding a tray with a freshly cooked sirloin steak. Xiaoxiao, don't be too busy. Come over here. I need to discuss something with you. Tang Long beckoned her. Lin Xiaoxiao approached Tang Long with a puzzled expression, balancing the guest's steak on the table. Manager Tang, is there something you need me for? She asked, feeling somewhat uneasy in front of him. Tang Long's lecherous gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Initially, she had no intention of returning, but with her salary for the past 10 days still unpaid, she felt reluctant. She had considered resigning, but Tang Long had made it clear that she could leave, but would receive nothing unless she completed a full month. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao decided to stay. She vowed that after 1 month, she would leave immediately. It's nothing. Why are you still wearing your uniform? Go change. I'll take you to meet an important person. Tang Long retracted his greedy gaze and said to Lin Xiaoxiao with a serious expression, Manager Tang, I'm just a waitress. Why should I change clothes? Besides, I don't want to meet any important people, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, turning to leave. Hey, Lin Xiaoxiao, stop. Don't worry, I won't make you do anything. There's so many people here, would I really force you? Just relax. If you don't want to change, then don't, Tang Long said as he watched her attempt to leave. Realizing that there were many people in the restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao felt reassured that Tang Long would not dare to do anything inappropriate. Thus, she followed him to a private room. As the door to the room opened, Qian Shun's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao in her waitress attire. Chapter 21. Drugging, what a delightful uniform temptation. This was precisely to Qian Shun's taste. He even felt a stir in his long-dormant desires, which thrilled him. After all, he was getting older and had indulged in many pleasures in his youth, leaving him with certain habits. He had initially planned to use some Indian oil, but it seemed that would not be necessary now. This is Mr. Qian Shun, the president of Qian Corporation. As soon as they entered, Tang Long introduced Lin Xiaoxiao to Qian Shun. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Long and Qian Shun with a wary expression, sensing that something was amiss. Why aren't you speaking? Mr. Qian, a billionaire, holds significant power. If you manage to win his favor, you will never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of your life. Tang Long observed Lin Xiaoxiao, who wore a mask of wariness, and felt a twinge of displeasure. Hello, Mr. Qian. May I inquire why you summoned me? Lin Xiaoxiao mustered her courage to ask. Her heart tinged with anxiety. It is quite a trivial matter. Mr. Tang merely wishes for you to join him for a drink, Qian Shun replied nonchalantly. I apologize, Mr. Tang, Mr. Qian, but I do not consume alcohol. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and she turned to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao, if you leave now, you may as well consider your employment terminated, along with any hope of receiving your salary. Tang Long's voice was icy as he addressed her retreating form. He was acutely aware of how much she valued her wages. Now, Mr. Tang, do not frighten the young lady. It is merely a drink. My dear, should you partake in this glass, you will officially become a friend of mine, Qian. From this day forth, you shall walk with confidence at your university. Qian Shun paused momentarily. However, should you refuse this drink today, it would imply a lack of respect towards me, and I assure you, that would incite my ire. Should I become angry, your existence in the capital may become quite untenable, bringing your family a multitude of troubles, and you may find your place at school utterly compromised. I assure you, I possess the means to have you expelled from Qingbei University. Qian Shun's cold laughter punctuated his words. The initial statements he made bore a semblance of truth, but the last was a fabrication. Even with his vast wealth, he could not sway the integrity of Qingbei University. It was merely a matter of offering a little money to make things uncomfortable for her. The prospect of directly orchestrating her expulsion was beyond Qian Shun's capabilities. Yet, in the present moment, he reveled in the ability to boast and intimidate. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a mixture of shock and fear. She was not particularly concerned about the repercussions for her family, given that she only had her father, whose whereabouts were unknown to her. However, the thought of being expelled from Qingbei University terrified her. This was an achievement she had fought for through sheer diligence. She had earned her place at one of China's most prestigious institutions through her hard work. After years of relentless study, she had aspired to enter Qingbei University. Yet now, it seemed that a single utterance from another could shatter her dreams. She felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Why did the world harbor such malice towards her? First, there was her stepmother and half-brother, like leeches, profiting from her beauty by selling her to wealthy heirs. Then there were the privileged students at school, treating her as an object, disposable at their whims. Now, her part-time job, which she undertook to maintain her independence, threatened to render all her efforts futile with a mere word. In that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao loathed herself. She despised the face she possessed. What was wrong with being beautiful? In an instant, the light in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed, leaving only a void of confusion and helplessness. She felt like a mere shell of a person as she walked toward Qian Shun. Then she lifted the glass of red wine, which she perceived to be exceedingly expensive, and drank it in one gulp. Cough, cough. Having never tasted alcohol before, she was choked to tears. She herself could not discern whether it was the wine that caused her distress or the bitterness in her heart. Once the wine was consumed, she declared, I'm leaving, with an expressionless face. Since you're already here, why not sit down and have a bite to eat? A sly smile played at the corners of Qian Shun's mouth. As long as Lin Xiaoxiao drank that glass of wine, she would soon be at his mercy, allowing him to manipulate her as he pleased. No, I have work to do, Lin Xiaoxiao replied numbly. If Mr. Qian wants you to share a meal with him, then do so. It's not as though you're losing a pound of flesh. Today, you are free from work. Your duty is to enjoy a delightful meal with Mr. Qian. Tomorrow, I will pay you a month's salary, and you can come and go as you please thereafter, Tang Long added, urging her. I'll accompany my mother. If you want company, call your mother. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly erupted, seizing the wine bottle from the dining table and smashing it against Tang Long's head. Crash! The bottle shattered, and red wine cascaded down Tang Long's face. It was indistinguishable whether it was red wine or blood. Tang Long's expression darkened. Since becoming the hotel manager, even billionaires had addressed him as Mr. Tang. Yet today, he had been humiliated by a woman. Slap! Tang Long raised his hand and struck Lin Xiaoxiao, sending her sprawling to the floor. A handprint appeared on her fair complexion, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Tang Long without fear. She had just sensed an unusual warmth coursing through her body, and she quickly realized that these two scoundrels had drugged her. Thus, she sought to leave as swiftly as possible. Yet, things rarely went as planned. Her breathing grew heavier, and she felt as if her body were a furnace, unable to resist the urge to shed her clothing. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao restrained herself, clinging to the last vestiges of clarity as she struggled to rise. Even in death, she could not allow these brutes to tarnish her dignity. Throughout, Qian Shun remained seated, motionless. He knew that once Lin Xiaoxiao had consumed the wine, she was his prey, unable to escape his grasp. Now, with the effects of the drug taking hold, he was ready to retreat to his room and indulge himself, even as a ghost. "I will not spare you," Lin Xiaoxiao shouted hoarsely. Resolutely, she aimed the shattered bottle at her neck. At this moment, Qian Shun could no longer remain passive. His pupils dilated in disbelief. This woman truly intended to take her own life to preserve her honor? How utterly deranged. This was Qian Shun's first thought. The death of a person was a trivial matter to him, or to Tang Long Bang. At a critical moment, Yu burst onto the scene. He kicked open the door to the private room and swiftly appeared before Lin Xiaoxiao. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yu pulled Lin Xiaoxiao into his embrace and gently took the glass from her hand. You could even feel the warmth of the body in his arms. Upon seeing Yi Yu's arrival, the last flicker of clarity vanished from Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Chapter 22. Capturing Lin Xiaoxiao. At least he had once helped me. This was the final thought lingering in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Rather than being taken away by Qian Shun to a hotel, she would prefer to surrender herself to Yi Yu. After all, she still harbored some affection for him. "Kid, if you know what is good for you, you'd better get lost. This woman belongs to me," Qian Shun growled, dark clouds gathering on his face as he witnessed Yi Yu rushing in, cradling Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Long, standing nearby, was convulsing like a person afflicted by epilepsy, his complexion pale and beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The realization struck him hard. Lin Xiaoxiao was acquainted with young Master Yi. He was utterly doomed. The Yi family was not something the Qian group could contend with. Not only was Tang Long in peril, but even Qian Shun was about to face disaster. His assets worth billions were mere trifles in the eyes of the Yi family. If the Yi family wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as breathing. "Mr. Qian, this is the Yi family's territory. How could such unseemly individuals be allowed entry?" Qian Shun remarked, casting a significant glance at Tang Long. But then, he was taken aback. The usually suave Tang Long now appeared as if he were on the verge of a breakdown, trembling uncontrollably, as though he might collapse at any moment. "Mr. Qian, what is wrong with you?" Qian Shun inquired, furrowing his brow, genuinely believing that Tang Long was unwell. He hesitated to approach, fearing he might catch whatever affliction afflicted him. Yu gently lifted Lin Xiaoxiao, her fevered breath fanning against his neck, her fingers instinctively clutching at his suit's collar. He raised his gaze to Qian Shun, his eyes as frigid as ice. It was time to reassess the recent collaboration between the Qian and Yi families. Yi stated flatly, "What gave you the right? You think you can dictate the terms of our partnership just because you feel like it? Do you really see yourself as the crown prince of the Yi family?" Qian Shun scoffed derisively at Yi Yu. "Young Master Yi, it's not my fault. It's all him. He forced my hand." Tang Long suddenly regained his wits and fell to his knees, trembling in fear. Qian Shun's throat tightened. The only individual in the capital who could be referred to as young Master Yi was indeed Yi Yu. Did he just insult the heir of the Yi family? Cold sweat trickled down his back as he stammered. "What do you mean, young Master Yi? She is merely a plaything if young Master Yi desires. I am willing to offer him more such playthings," he added hastily. "Plaything?" Yi Yu sneered, and at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao emitted a desperate whimper from his embrace, prompting him to tighten his grip. Mr. Qian seems to have forgotten who truly holds the power to define what a plaything is in the capital. Before he could finish, Wang Tianxiu and several bodyguards clad in black stormed in, kicking the door open. Tang Long fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the marble floor. "Young Master Yi, spare me. It was my foolishness. Qian Shin, take him away." Yu interrupted, regarding Qian Shun with the gaze one might reserve for a lifeless corpse. "Notify the legal department. Not a single breach clause of the Qian family should be overlooked. I wish for the Qian family to vanish from the capital." Qian Shun's legs weakened, his face ashen, yet he was dragged out by his bodyguards. "It is over. This time, the Qian family is finished." His pleas echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away as he entered the elevator. Yu glanced down at Lin Xiaoxiao in his arms. Her cheeks were flushed, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, her lips slightly parted. His throat constricted, and he turned to head towards his exclusive presidential suite. "Young master, do you require a doctor?" Wang Tianxiu followed, closely behind. "Is this your first day with me? How could such foolish words escape your lips?" Yu shot a questioning glance at Wang Tianxiu. Upon meeting Yiyu's gaze, Wang Tianxiu promptly turned and left. Yiyu kicked open the door, placing Lin Xiaoxiao on the large bed adorned with silk sheets. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the nightscape of the capital sparkled like a galaxy, yet it paled in comparison to the allure of the person on the bed. Under the influence of the medication, Lin Xiaoxiao tossed and turned, her disheveled collar revealing her delicate collarbone. Yiyu loosened his tie, a wave of heat rising within him. As he leaned down, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly reached up, wrapping her arms around his neck and drawing closer. Yiyu felt as if his mind had exploded. He took the initiative. Lin Xiaoxiao trembled in his embrace like a startled fawn. "Yiyu, I feel so unwell." Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao call his name, he realized she was burning with fever. Despite being drugged, her consciousness remained clear about her actions. This was a fact that Yiyu, seasoned in such matters, also understood. He feigned a sigh, restraining her restless hands. "Lin Xiaoxiao, gather your wits. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Yiyu, please help me. This is all voluntary on my part." The moment her words fell, she lunged towards him. Boom! At that moment, it felt as if thunder had sparked a fire in the earth, a torrential rain just subsiding. The potency of Qian Shun's drug was indeed overwhelming. The next morning, Yiyu awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. He stood up and saw Lin Xiaoxiao curled up like a little kitten, tears stained still visible on her cheeks. "Get up. What are you doing?" In truth, Lin Xiaoxiao had already woken up, yet she found it difficult to accept the situation. However, she could not blame Yiyu, as he had clearly rejected her the night before. It was her shamelessness that had compelled her to leap into his arms. Thus, she did not know how to face him and could only feign sleep. "I'm not doing anything. Would you like something to eat? I can have it brought to you," Yiyu offered gently. Upon sensing the tenderness in his words, Lin Xiaoxiao softened her tone. A bit of millet porridge, please," she replied softly. "Millet porridge? You are too thin and need to replenish your strength." Chapter 23. Journey to Jiang Haishi. Yiyu shook his head and dialed Wang Tianxiu's number. "Bring me several servings of seafood porridge." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced down at her own figure, thinking, "Well, I'm not that thin. I can't even see my toes." 20 minutes later, continuously, female attendants placed bowls of seafood porridge upon a vast round table, presenting an impressive array of over 20 distinct varieties. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed in disbelief as one bowl after another of seafood porridge was brought forth. This particular bowl contained porridge made from the succulent meat of king crab claws, fragrant and sweet. Another featured porridge crafted from Australian lobster, its tender flesh melting effortlessly upon the palate. Then there was the abalone porridge from Australia, remarkable. After making her statement, Yiyu cast a mischievous glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who walked somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing Yiyu's teasing, a blush blossomed on Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks, vibrant and radiant. "How could I possibly finish all this? Wouldn't the leftovers be a waste?" she lamented, feeling a tinge of regret. "Not to worry. For the sake of your swift recovery, waste is of little concern," Yiyu waved dismissively. A warmth spread through Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Indeed, all this was a gesture of goodwill from Yiyu, aimed at her well-being. "If it becomes too much, you could simply take a bite or two from each," Yiyu suggested once more. One cannot deny that the porridge prepared by a five-star chef is unparalleled. Lin Xiaoxiao had never tasted such exquisite porridge before. "Yiyu, Do you have feelings for me? She stammered, her voice quavering after the meal as she glanced at Yi Yu. Why do you ask? Yi Yu replied, his expression one of bemusement. Yi Yu was aware of many things, but he knew for certain that Lin Xiaoxiao had developed feelings for him. He had merely taken advantage of the situation last night. Initially, he had intended to leverage Lin Xiaoxiao as father to his advantage, ultimately winning her over. However, fate had intervened, and a grand rescue had unfolded. I am not a frivolous person. Should you take responsibility for me, I shall be yours henceforth. As your partner, I will sever all ties with other men, Lin Xiaoxiao declared resolutely, her gaze steady upon Yi Yu. Is that so? Have you truly considered this? And what of Chun Fan? Yi Yu inquired, his face devoid of expression as he regarded Lin Xiaoxiao. In that instant, Lin Xiaoxiao felt as though struck by lightning. Chun Fan, I no longer measure up to him. Rest assured, I will belong solely to you from now on, she replied, tears welling in her eyes. Umph. Yi Yu scoffed coldly, turning to exit the presidential suite. Starting tomorrow, your safety will be personally insured by my men. Wang Tianqiu raised an eyebrow. Young master, are you serious? Is this more than just a game? Merely an intriguing pawn? Yi Yu replied with a chilling smile. Everything Chun Fan holds dear, I shall dismantle. Upon returning to the hotel, Yi Yu stepped into the study. Wang Tianqiu understood now. It was not merely protection, but rather surveillance to prevent Chun Fan from seeking Lin Xiaoxiao. The computer screen illuminated, revealing the latest movements of Chun Fan in Jianghai. Yi Yu typed a line of commands, causing a multitude of encrypted files to appear. Information regarding the weaknesses of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. A surprise he had prepared for Chun Fan. 3 days hence, in Jianghai, Yi Yu mused, caressing his phone, which contained a message. Moonlight streamed through the blinds, casting a glow upon his face, accentuating the curve of his lips. The game of vengeance has only just commenced, and Lin Xiaoxiao, the unforeseen variable that has intruded upon this intricate affair, may very well become the thorn lodged in Chun Fan's heart. Yi Yu lingered in the study until the early hours, the ethereal glow of the computer screen casting a frigid light in his eyes. News from Wang Tuan arrived just in time. Feng Changqing had reached Jianghai and was photographed while meeting with Chun Fan's former associates. He magnified the image. Observing the cautious way Feng Changqing extended a brown paper bag, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table, the rhythm synchronizing with his heartbeat. A faint sound emerged from the bedroom, prompting Yi Yu to close the laptop. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the doorway, wrapped in a thin blanket, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, her gaze hazy with sleepiness. The pallor that followed the effects of the medication accentuated her fragility, rendering her lips akin to blood-stained petals. Do you still harbor feelings for Chun Fan? He asked in a low voice, his fingertips grazing her heated cheek. I did before, but I will not in the future. It cannot happen again, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, lowering her head. Yi leaned in closer, his arm propped against the side of her head. Lin Xiaoxiao could distinctly perceive the tumultuous desire swirling in his eyes, reminiscent of the restless sea before storm. I protected you in your home. Tonight, I will clean up the mess for you, he said, his nose nearly brushing against hers. What will you offer in return? Suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the silence outside, startling Lin Xiaoxiao. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yu clasped her wrist, the blanket slipping from her grasp, revealing her delicate figure in the moonlight. She struggled, but he pressed his knee against the back of her leg, forcing her closer into his embrace. Do not move, Yi Yu commanded, his voice taut, his Adam's apple grazing her forehead. Lin Xiaoxiao caught a whiff of the mingling sense of smoke and coolness emanating from him. She ceased her resistance. Yet when his hand traversed her waist, she suddenly choked back her emotions. Do you think I am merely a self-deprecating harlot? Yi Yu froze instantly, gazing at the tears that glistened on her eyelashes. Isn't that so? He desires everything about Chun Fan, only to destroy it. The moment Yi Yu released his grip, Lin Xiaoxiao stumbled, clutching the blanket, yet her weakened legs gave way, and she fell to the floor. You should move to the Qingbei dormitory tomorrow, Yi Yu stated as he turned to adjust his tie, his back to her, his tone regaining its icy firmness. He paused, retrieving a bank card from the drawer and tossing it onto the coffee table. There's 1 million here. The password is 6/8. Consider it a hush fee. Forget about last night. Lin Xiaoxiao's grip on the blanket tightened, her veins bulging. She glared at the golden dragon spiraling on the bank card, suddenly bursting into laughter. So, in your eyes, I am merely a commodity with a price. She unsteadily rose, flinging the card at Yu's feet. I owe you nothing. The sound of the door slamming reverberated, causing Yu to frown. He gazed out at the curtain of rain, tracing a crack-like watermark on the glass. Wangbo, he dialed. Prepare the plane. We will head to Jianghai early. Before hanging up, he added, also, find Lin Xiaoxiao's family address. Her father should make an appearance. And keep Feng Ling under surveillance. If there is even a hint of trouble, take her down. 3 hours later, Yu sat aboard a private jet, surveying the Jianghai landscape beneath the clouds. A notification on his phone appeared. Chen Xian was in the emergency room of the Jianghai First Hospital, with Chen Fan as the lead surgeon. Yu gently caressed the photos on her phone, a cruel smile gracing her lips. This game, where family members were used as pawns, was ready to enter its next round. As she descended, the torrential rain poured down. Wang Tianxiu held a black umbrella for Yu as they approached the waiting fleet of cars. Uniformly black Audis, all custom-made, with the lead vehicle resembling a ferocious beast crouching on the ground. This was a Lamborghini Hermes, the sole one of its kind in the world, rumored to have once been valued at a staggering 35.8 billion. Young master. The men, clad in identical black suits and sunglasses, were clearly seasoned veterans. Many at the airport turned their heads, their eyes filled with envy and astonishment. The convoy slowly drove out of the airport, and, in the distance, neon lights illuminated the name of Jianghai University. He recalled the email he received just before his departure, which contained photos of Lin Xiaoxiao from her high school days, standing beneath a cherry blossom tree alongside Chen Fan, their smiles pure and untainted. Chapter 24. The richest in Jianghai, the Duan family. Also Yu's dog on this rainy night. Outside the emergency room of Jianghai First Hospital, stretchers were constantly being pushed in and out, medical staff bustling about like a swarm. Chen Xian leaned against the cold wall, her pale face streaked with tears. Half an hour earlier, she had been buried in her studies at the library, only to receive a call informing her that her roommate Jiang Liling had fallen down the stairs. And the situation was dire. Jiang Liling was one of the few friends she had made at Jianghai University, always cheerfully sharing snacks and staying up late to study together. The thought of that lively girl potentially lying inside, fighting for her life, made her heart tremble. Qian Qian. A familiar voice came from behind her. She turned to see her brother, Chen Fan, dressed in a white coat, his eyes reflecting exhaustion and concern. Chen, brother, how is Liling? Why hasn't she come out yet? Chen Qian couldn't contain her worry. Do not fret, she is fine. It's merely a concussion and a minor fracture. I have already administered initial treatment. Chen Fan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. He was aware that Chen Qian still harbored some resentment towards him. Chen Qian felt a slight relief. Yet her heart was further plagued by questions. Why had this happened? Liling was always so cautious. She wouldn't act recklessly. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. I discovered a significant amount of alcohol in her system, and her muscles are unnaturally relaxed. It is highly probable she was drugged. What? Chen Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? Have you noticed if she had any enemies lately? Chen Fan inquired. Chen Qian shook her head, then recalled something. Recently, she has been acting strangely, often receiving phone calls that leave her in a terrible mood. I see. A cold glint flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. We will discuss this further once she awakens. For now, accompany me to fetch some medicine. As they walked down the hospital corridor, a group of sharply dressed men approached, led by a young man with a stern expression. Chen Fan's demeanor darkened instinctively, shielding Chen Qian behind him. The newcomers were none other than Duan Yin, the heir of the wealthiest family in Jianghai, known for his reckless behavior and reliance on his family's influence to bully others in the city. It is said that he once had an affection for Jiang Liling, only to be met with a stern rejection. Oh, is that not Dr. Chen? Duan Yin sneered as he scrutinized Chen Fan, disdain flickering in his eyes. I heard Jiang Liling is hospitalized. How unfortunate. His tone was rife with provocation and schadenfreude. Chun Qian clenched her fists. Though she typically refrained from speaking, the sight of her friend in pain ignited a fierce anger within her. Was it you? Chun Fan asked directly, his voice low and ominous. Ah, such words should not be uttered lightly. Duan Yin feigned innocence, spreading his hands. I am merely here to visit. Is that not permissible? That woman, Jiang Liling, has always been dismissive. Today I shall see what she has to refuse me with. His words dripped with sinister insinuation. The coldness in Chun Fan's eyes intensified, yet he understood that confronting Duan Yin in the hospital was unwise. Moreover, the Duan family held significant influence in Jianhai. Now is not the time to provoke Duan Yin. Please leave. She cannot receive visitors at the moment, Chun Fan stated coldly. Who do you think you are? A mere wild doctor just returned from abroad, daring to command me, Duan Yin? The smile vanished from Duan Yin's face, replaced by a blatant threat. You would do well to recognize your position. Otherwise, this wretched hospital will not accommodate you, nor will Jianghai. Chun Fan did not yield. I am sorry, but this is a hospital. Please maintain silence. Should you wish to stir trouble, you are welcome to do so, just not here. The atmosphere between the two was charged with tension. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the end of the hospital corridor. Everyone turned to see a group of bodyguards clad in black escorting a young man. Their presence stood in stark contrast to Duan Yan's guards, more professional and far more menacing. Particularly for Chun Fan, he could sense a threatening aura emanating from the towering figure beside the young man. The leader, dressed in a casual suit, wore a detached smile. It was Yi Yu. Upon his arrival, Duan Yan's expression instantly froze. Young Master Yi, what brings you to Jianhai? Duan Yan's tone shifted to one of utmost respect. Even the son of Jianghai's wealthiest man must show deference before the heir of the capital. Yi Yu's gaze swept over the three individuals, finally settling on Chun Fan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Dr. Chun, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have heard your medical skills are extraordinary. Coincidentally, one of my companions has accidentally sprained his wrist and wishes for your assessment. Chun Fan furrowed his brow, sensing a dangerous energy from this stranger. Moreover, he noticed that Duan Yin and his subordinates were trailing behind Yi Yu. Most critically, he observed Yi Yu's gaze linger on Qin Qian. Though the desire in his eyes flickered momentarily, Chun Fan captured it with clarity. This revelation caused his eyes to narrow. He had recently discovered that Duan Yin may be connected to the death of his parents. Now, with Duan Yin showing such reverence towards this young man, could it signify a link between his parents' demise and him? A chill flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. Very well, follow me. He finally acquiesced with a nod. He yearned to uncover certain truths from Yi Yu. Yi Yu turned to Chun Fan and inquired, Dr. Chun, may I seek your medical assistance now? Chun Fan cast a glance at the bodyguard behind Yi Yu, who was indeed rubbing his wrist. Yet, his intuition warned him that this suddenly appearing young man was far from benign. Follow me, Chun Fan replied succinctly. Chun Qian anxiously observed her brother and the unfamiliar individual depart, an unsettling feeling nagging at her that something ominous was about to unfold. Yi Yu trailed behind Chun Fan, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Upon learning of Chun Qian's hospitalization from the airplane, he had promptly resolved to confront this rival ahead of schedule. Watching Chun Fan's upright silhouette, Yi Yu scoffed inwardly. The game has merely commenced, Chun Fan. This time, I shall make you taste the bitterness of losing everything. Chun Fan led Yi Yu's party into the examination room, commencing his assessment of the injured bodyguard's wrist. His movements were deft and precise, his gaze unwavering. Yi Yu sat nearby, keenly observing Chun Fan's every action. In a previous life, their first encounter had transpired at a business gala in the capital. At that time, he had been arrogant, believing Chun Fan to be a mere insignificant figure. Yet, it was this seemingly trivial character who had caused the collapse of the Yi family's commercial empire. However, now, he was determined to alter that narrative. It's nothing serious, just a mild sprain, Chun Fan remarked, skillfully bandaging the bodyguard's wrist. Take ample rest, and you should recover in 3 days. Dr. Chun lives up to his reputation. Yi Yu applauded. No wonder even the emergency surgeries in Jianghai require your expertise. Chun Fan paused momentarily in his task of organizing the instruments. Who are you? How do you know me? Yiyu smiled. I am Yiyu, an exchange student from Qingbei University, recently arrived in Jianghai. As for how I know you, it is evident that Jianghai Medical College would not allow just any newly returned doctor into the emergency room. Chun Fan regarded him silently, continuing to arrange the medicines. I have heard of your esteemed reputation abroad. What opportunities compelled you to return home? Yiyu continued to probe. At last, Chun Fan ceased his movements. Turning to face Yiyu directly, Yi Xiao, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. Yiyu chuckled. Indeed, you are forthright. I was actually hoping to invite Dr. Chen to dinner and perhaps discuss a business proposition. What sort of business? I have a friend in need of a talent such as yours. Yiyu replied nonchalantly. The conditions are exceedingly generous, allowing you to establish yourself rapidly in the domestic sphere. Of course, should you have other plans, we can converse about those as well. Chun Fan shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I am not considering other employment at this time. Yiyu dismissed the concern lightly. No rush. Dr. Chun can take his time to ponder. By the way, I hear you have a sister at Jianghai University? Chun Fan's expression sharpened. You have investigated me? I merely stumbled upon the information. Yiyu rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his suit. What a coincidence. I came to Jianghai specifically to be an exchange student at Jianghai University. Perhaps I will become classmates with your sister. Chun Fan's countenance darkened. My sister is rather introverted. I hope Yi Xiao will refrain from disturbing her. Yi raised an eyebrow. How could that be? Caring for others is my forte. He cast a meaningful glance at Chun Fan before turning to leave the clinic. Chun Fan furrowed his brow, watching Yiyu's departing figure, sensing that this person's appearance was far from coincidental. He took out his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Phone Chongqing, please assist me in uncovering Yiyu's background. Upon exiting the hospital, the rain had ceased. The city of Jianghai was aglow with lights, and in the distance loomed the silhouette of Jianghai University. Wang Tianxiu, standing nearby, inquired softly, Young master, what are your plans moving forward? Yiyu narrowed his eyes. Organize the personnel. I am to report to Jianghai University tomorrow. Let us leverage Jianghai's network to create some trouble for Chun Fan. Understood, young master. By the way, send me all the information regarding Chun Fan's sister, Chun Qian. I wish to know everything about her. Yiyu's voice was swallowed by the night, leaving only a trace of a chilling smile. Jianghai University is the finest institution in Jianghai City. While it may not rival the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University, it certainly holds a considerable reputation nationwide. The campus is adorned with lush greenery, and the red brick, white-walled academic buildings exude a profound scholarly atmosphere. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the roar of an engine. On a crisp morning, in the office of the president of Jianghai University, Lu Guangming, with a face full of flattery, presented a stack of documents to Yiyu. It is our privilege to have you at Jianghai University, young master. Here are your exchange student documents, all completed. I have arranged for you to stay at our International Exchange Center, which boasts the finest accommodations. Yiyu casually perused the documents, pausing momentarily on the course schedule. I wish to see the class that Chun Qian attends. Lu Guangming hesitated. Chun Qian? Who is she? After searching according to Yiyu's request, he discovered that Chun Qian was a second-year student in the computer science department. Indeed, I have heard she excels in her studies. I would like to make her acquaintance, Yiyu replied calmly. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Guangming's face, but quickly vanished. Of course, I will have the Academic Affairs Office arrange for you to attend lectures in the computer science department right away. Yiyu nodded in satisfaction and stood to leave. Young master, Lu Guangming cautiously glanced at Yiyu. We happen to have a project that integrates industry, academia, and research. I wonder if you might have any interest? Interest depends on how you conduct yourself, Yiyu remarked, not looking back as he exited the office. Lu Guangming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite the fact that the other party was merely a young man, he felt a significant pressure. Outside the president's office, Wang Tianxiu had been waiting for some time. As Yiyu emerged, Wang Tianxiu handed him a document. Young master, here are the detailed records regarding Chun Qian. Yiyu opened the file, which contained Chun Qian's photograph, course schedule, accommodation details, and even a record of her daily activities. The girl in the photograph sported simple brown short hair and wore black framed glasses. Although she appeared slender, her beauty was undoubtedly of the campus belle caliber. Certainly, if she were to remove the black glasses, she would be breathtaking. Yi would not misjudge this. After all, he was no stranger to matters of the heart. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that she bears a resemblance to Chun Fan, particularly in her pair of expressive eyes. What is the nature of her relationship with Chun Fan? Yi inquired. According to investigations, their sibling bond is rather tenuous. Chun Qian seems to harbor some animosity towards Chun Fan, and the two seldom communicate. Wang Tianxia responded. Yi narrowed his eyes. It appears that the situation mirrors that of the previous life, which simplifies matters considerably. Yi mused. In truth, Yi could directly confront Chun Fan, as he has yet to reach his full potential. However, he is aware that there are influential figures backing Chun Fan, and he intends to lure this individual out to eliminate future threats. Do you have any further instructions, young master? Go and pay a visit to Jiang Liling. Since she is a close confidant of Chun Qian, it would be prudent to approach her first and have her speak to Chun Qian. Shortly thereafter, Yi arrived at the hospital. Jiang Liling had been transferred to a general ward, but remained under observation. As he turned the corner of the hospital corridor, Yi spotted Chun Qian approaching Jiang Liling's room, carrying a bowl of congee. A smile crept onto his face as he quickened his pace. Hello, we met last night. Could you kindly inform me which room Jiang Liling is in? Yi feigned unfamiliarity. Chun Qian looked up, startled to see Yi standing before her. Instinctively, she took a step back, eyeing him with caution. What do you want? Her voice was soft, laced with wariness. I heard she was hospitalized and came to visit her. After all, Duan Yin is my associate, and it is only natural that I show concern, Yi replied with a smile, holding a bouquet of flowers, presenting a facade of kindness. Chun Qian furrowed her brow. However, the flowers in his hand indeed resembled those brought for a sick visit. It's the third room on the left up ahead. Chun Qian ultimately divulged the information. Thank you. Yi expressed his gratitude, deliberately brushing past Chun Qian in a moment of turning, nearly colliding with her bowl of congee. I apologize. Yi quickly reached out to steady Chun Qian, his tone imbued with genuine regret. I almost made you spill your congee. Chun Qian instinctively retreated, yet Yi's movements were too swift. In the fleeting moment their arms made contact, she felt a subtle current. Chun Qian's skin was remarkably smooth, yet her arm possessed an unexpected strength. It's nothing. Chun Qian withdrew her hand, responding coolly. Chapter 26 millions? One must multiply by 10 in life. Yi nodded, a hint of amusement glimmering in his gaze as he watched her. As they passed each other, Yi sensed an indescribable quality about Chun Qian, starkly different from Chun Fan. After Chun Qian departed, Yi did not enter Jiang Liling's room, but instead made his way to the stairwell and dialed Wang Tianxiu. Arrange for someone to investigate Chun Qian's past, particularly the nature of her relationship with Chun Fan. After ending the call, Yi, ever the gentleman, gently knocked on the door of the hospital room before entering. Jiang Liling lay in bed, her complexion pale, and upon seeing a stranger enter, she straightened her posture defensively. Who are you? Don't be alarmed. I'm here to assist you. Yi placed the flowers on the bedside table and retrieved a photograph from his suit pocket. This is evidence of Duan Yin administering drugs to you. Jiang Liling stared in shock at the photograph, which unmistakably depicted Duan Yan's henchman introducing a certain substance into her drink. How did you come by this? She inquired. It matters not. What matters is that I wish to know. There are few secrets that can elude me, Yi replied, tucking the photograph away. The crucial point is that you can use this against Duan Yin. Jiang Liling's complexion turned pale as she shook her head. No, the Duan family wields immense power in Jianghai. I cannot confront them, nor do I wish to provoke them. That is only because you lack sufficient leverage, Yi remarked, presenting her with a business card. Should you desire to exact revenge on Duan Yin, feel free to contact me at any time. The card bore the illustrious insignia of the Yi Group. Jiang Liling gazed at the name, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was the Yi Group, a name known throughout Huaxia. Their enterprises spanned every city across the nation, diverse and extensive. Why would you assist me? Jiang Liling asked, her curiosity piqued. She did not suspect any ulterior motives, for while she possessed some beauty, she did not believe that was the reason for his interest. The only plausible explanation was that he was affiliated with the Yi group, though his precise position eluded her. Perhaps he harbored a grudge against Duan Yen, merely a person inclined to offer assistance. Yi Yu smiled and inquired, "By the way, I heard that Qin Qian is your good friend?" Jiang Liling nodded. "We are roommates. She is a kind person, albeit rather introverted." What is her relationship with her brother, Chun Fan? A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Liling's eyes. Chun Qian never speaks of her brother. It was only yesterday, when he visited the hospital, that I learned she has a brother who is a doctor. It seems she dislikes him, though I do not know why. You nodded thoughtfully, I see. Who exactly are you? Why are you so concerned about Chun Qian? Jiang Liling asked, her curiosity intensifying. She felt she might have misjudged him. Perhaps he was not an enemy of Duan Yen, but rather someone interested in pursuing Chun Qian. Thus his assistance to her, given that she was Chun Qian's closest confidant. Yu stood, adjusting his suit. "If you hear of anyone causing trouble for Chun Qian at school, inform me." With that, he turned and exited the hospital room, leaving Jiang Liling in a state of perplexity. A cold smile crept upon Yi Yu's lips. How could he possibly dismantle the Duan family for the sake of a woman? Furthermore, Duan Yin was still one of his loyal subordinates. In his previous life, this Jiang Liling had been humiliated by Duan Yin, ultimately succumbing to the pressures of public opinion and taking her own life by jumping from a building. Subsequently, Duan Yin had shifted his attention to Chun Fan's sister, Chun Qian, prompting Chun Fan's furious retaliation, which led to the downfall of the Duan family, the wealthiest in Jianghai. Why focus on Jiang Liling when he could direct his attention towards Chun Qian? Was she not far superior to Jiang Liling? Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, merely a bit slender. Yi dialed Duan Yan's number, his expression sour. "Yi Xiao, it's not that I lacked the courage. Since you're visiting Jianghai, naturally, such a gem is reserved for you." A sycophantic voice resonated from the other end of the line. "You are doing splendidly from now on. Simply indulge in causing trouble for Chun Qian and Chun Fan. As for everything else, remain as you have always been. Do not overexert yourself." Yi Yu chuckled lightly, chiding him. "Very well, young Master Yi." Duan Yin set down his phone only after Yi Yu ended the call. He grasped the underlying implications of Yi Yu's words. For young masters like them, a day devoid of indulgence in romance and revelry left them itching for excitement. Due to Yi Yu's presence, Duan Yin had refrained from reckless antics recently. Although he possessed a certain penchant for pleasure, he was not devoid of wisdom. The appearance of his master in Jianghai City was undoubtedly not a matter of chance. There must be important business at hand. He feared that his own mischief might jeopardize his master's endeavors. As Yi Yu drove back to Jianghai University, the campus forum erupted with fervor. "Oh my goodness, dear friends, did you know that Qingbei University is visiting our school for academic exchanges? Once a Jiangda student, always a Jiangda spirit. Indeed, this morning I witnessed it firsthand. Professors from Qingbei accompanied by a dozen brilliant students. What a spectacle! Even our principal personally welcomed them at the entrance. Isn't that unusual? Qingbei University is the pinnacle of academia in our nation. Which scholar does not harbor dreams of attending there? Did you notice? 15 representatives from Qingbei have arrived. Yet one handsome gentleman from their university came a day early. You should have seen him. His charm and rebellious demeanor truly captivated me. Upstairs, are you merely enamored by his physique? What you truly crave is his luxurious car. We may see through it, but let us keep it between friends. But honestly, that car is a Lamborghini. It must cost several million. Someone remarked enviously in the forum. Perspective is key. Does your family lack internet access? It's not just a few million. One should multiply that by 10. Perhaps several tens of millions would be more accurate, and mind you, it's a concept car from Lamborghini S Company, said to be the only one in existence worldwide. In other words, even if you are wealthy, you cannot purchase it. Another person chuckled, explaining, "My heavens, is this the life of second-generation rich kid? Several tens of millions. I can hardly fathom earning a few $100,000 in my lifetime." The disparity was staggering as they casually spent millions on a vehicle. Truly, One's fortune could evoke envy. Some girls, believing themselves to possess considerable allure, were instantly captivated by the discussions in the forum. They had encountered numerous wealthy heirs, yet none possessed such extraordinary wealth. While many rich kids had substantial means, it was implausible for their families to casually present them with tens of millions for a car. This ignited a fervent longing within many young women, a subtle yet undeniable excitement stirring within them. Chapter 27. Capturing the wind chime upon returning to Zhanghai University. Yi made his way directly to the computer science building. According to the information at hand, Chun Qian should be in class at this hour. Yi stood at the back door of the classroom, peering through the glass window to observe Chun Qian seated in the last row, deeply engrossed in taking notes. She was isolated, as if separated from the entire classroom. The other students regarded Chun Qian with a disdain akin to seeing a venomous serpent keeping their distance. Gently, Yi knocked on the door and entered. The professor paused mid-lecture, casting a puzzled glance towards the entrance. "Excuse me for the interruption," Yi said with an apologetic smile. "I am an exchange student from Qingbei University and would like to audit your esteemed course." The professor, momentarily taken aback, soon beamed with delight. "Welcome. It is a pleasure to have students from Qingbei here to exchange knowledge. Please come in." After expressing his gratitude, Yi deliberately chose a vacant seat beside Chun Qian. Curious glances filled the classroom, whispers circulating about the newcomer from Qingbei. Some were taken aback by Yi's appearance and demeanor. Could he be the exchange student who drives that luxury car worth millions? My goodness, he is striking, perfectly my type. This is what a true oppa looks like. I am utterly smitten. The moment Yi stepped into the classroom, the eyes of the girls sparkled with intrigue, longing to approach him for a more intimate connection. Chun Qian glanced up at Yi, recognizing him as the individual she encountered at the hospital. A flicker of surprise crossed her face before she returned her gaze to her notes. Yi feigned interest in his notebook, but his true focus remained on Chun Qian. Her notes were impeccably organized and clear, indicative of a diligent student. However, her eyes betrayed an age-inappropriate weariness and vigilance, much like a wounded creature. "Excuse me, may I take a look at your notes? I'm not quite familiar with the course material," Yi whispered to Chun Qian. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed her notebook towards him. Yi expressed his gratitude while flipping through the pages. The handwriting was elegant yet strong, with occasional doodles unrelated to the lecture, mostly geometric shapes that resembled some algorithmic models. "Do you have a fondness for algorithms?" Yi inquired, pointing at the doodles. Chun Qian nodded but offered no further explanation. During the break, Yi noticed Chun Qian hastily packing her belongings, seemingly eager to escape the classroom. "Wait a moment," Yi called out to her. "Could you help me with directions? I wish to go to the library." Chun Qian paused, glancing at him. "Walk 300 meters north along the teaching building, and you will see it." With that, she turned to leave. "I am Yi, from the Computer Science Department of Qingbei University. It is a pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand, adorned with a friendly smile. Chun Qian regarded his outstretched hand, hesitating briefly before replying, "Chun Qian." She did not reciprocate the handshake, offering a brief self-introduction before hastily exiting the classroom. Yi watched her retreating figure with keen interest, contemplating his next move. The estrangement between Chun Qian and Chun Fan was precisely the leverage he could exploit. If he could win Chun Qian to his side, it would not only serve to confront Chun Fan, but would also be a source of significant annoyance for him. Embracing his sister with one arm and his childhood companion with the other, Chun Fan could only glare through gritted teeth. The mere thought of that scene sent shivers of agitation coursing through Yi. Upon exiting the teaching building, Yi noticed a makeshift recruitment booth not far away, surrounded by a throng of students. A banner proclaimed the recruitment of volunteers for a health clinic in Zhanghai City, where several medical personnel clad in white coats stood, one of whom was unmistakably Chun Fan. Yi narrowed his eyes as he observed Chun Fan spotting Chun Qian in the crowd, only for her to deliberately avoid his gaze and hastily depart the scene. Intriguing. Indeed, a chasm existed between the siblings. Yet, my greater curiosity lies in discovering who divulged the connection between Chun Fan and the demise of my parents. You had better conceal yourself, just as in my previous life. Do not allow me to find you, for if I do, you shall wish for neither life nor death." Yi muttered to himself. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message from Wang Tianxiu, stating that Feng Changqing had returned to the capital and that individuals there had already captured photographs of him meeting with Feng Ling. Yi furrowed his brow. It appeared Feng Changqing had uncovered something and was preparing to take Feng Ling away. They might be planning to accompany Chun Fan abroad. He swiftly dialed Wang Tianxiu. Immediately intercept Feng Ling. Employ all means to detain her. As for Feng Changqing, deal with him. After hanging up, Yi cast a sidelong glance at Chun Fan at the recruitment booth, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chun Fan, not only will I ensure you lose everything, but I shall also make your sister the instrument of your own destruction." In the evening, Chun Fan returned to his temporary residence, an old apartment in the suburbs of Jianghai City. The dwelling was modest yet clean, sparsely furnished, with most of the space occupied by various medical texts and instruments. Upon entering, his phone rang. Feng Changqing was on the line. "Brother Chun, it's bad news. My sister has been taken." Feng Changqing's voice was laced with urgency. Chun Fan's expression darkened. "When did this happen? Who did it?" "It was this afternoon. She was forcibly taken right after leaving school. I suspect it was orchestrated by the Yi family." "The Yi family?" Chun Fan frowned, recalling the young man named Yi Yu he had encountered at the hospital. The unease in his heart intensified. "Do not worry. I will find a way. First, I need to investigate the Yi family's background." After ending the call, Chun Fan retrieved another phone and dialed a special number. Previously, he had asked Feng Changqing to investigate Yi Yu's identity, but all he learned was that Yi Yu is the son of Yi Tianming, with nothing more disclosed. After all, Yi Yu had always kept him at Qingbei University, never allowing him to follow outside its walls. "Wolf King, what is it?" A deep voice emanated from the other end of the line. "Arctic Fox, look into the Yi family, particularly the individual Yi Yu. Also, postpone the operational plans. I require a few more days." "Understood, Wolf King." In the capital, late at night, Feng Changqing stood on the balcony of the apartment, his expression grave as he gazed out at the city lights. On his phone screen was a recent message from Chun Fan. "Stay calm. I will handle it." He clenched his fists. 24 hours had elapsed since Feng Ling was taken away, and he was nearly driven to madness. After returning from Jianghai, he had intended to leave the capital with his sister, but he had not anticipated being too late. "Ling Ling, you must be safe," Feng Changqing murmured to himself, overwhelmed with guilt. The shrill ring of a phone shattered the silence. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Feng Changqing?" A strange man's voice came through the line. "Your sister is with me." Feng Changqing's body tensed immediately. "Who are you? What have you done to my sister?" "Rest assured, she is quite safe. However, seeing her will not be easy." "What do you want?" Feng Changqing gritted his teeth as he asked. "Very simple. You must apologize to young Master Yi and provide all the information you have on Chun Fan." Feng Changqing's pupils contracted. "I do not understand what you are saying." "Stop playing dumb. We all know you are Chun Fan's pawn within the Yi family." The voice on the other end sneered. "Feng Changqing, you have no choice. Tonight at 10 o'clock, at the Forbidden City Club, someone will be waiting for you. Remember, if you divulge even a hint of information to Chun Fan, I will make your sister suffer unspeakably, and my men will line up for their turn." "Do not test my patience," the man continued with a cold laugh. "If you lay a finger on my sister, I will not let you get away with it." Feng Changqing shouted into the phone. The call ended, leaving Feng Changqing in a turmoil of anxiety and distress. His sister Feng Ling was everything to him. He could hardly bear to contemplate what might happen to her. He recalled Chun Fan's injunction to never reveal his identity, regardless of the circumstances. Yet now, with his sister's safety at stake, how was he to choose? Chapter 28. Coercing Feng Changqing, the Forbidden City Club was one of the premier elite clubs in the capital, catering exclusively to the affluent and powerful. Standing outside its grand entrance, Feng Changqing took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and entered. "Mr. Feng, our young master is awaiting you." A sharply dressed man approached, speaking with a composed demeanor. Feng Changqing followed the man through the dimly lit corridor and into an opulently decorated private room. Upon entering, he found Yi Yu leisurely seated on a sofa, savoring a glass of wine. "You've arrived," Yi Yu remarked, glancing up with a nonchalant tone. Where's my sister? Feng Changqing clenches fists, his voice low and strained with restraint. Do not worry. She is safe. As long as you cooperate, she will remain unharmed, Yi Yu replied, swirling his glass. How can I be sure you are not deceiving me? Yi Yu chuckled lightly, pulling out his phone and tapping a few buttons before turning it toward Feng Changqing. Look, the screen revealed a cramped room where Feng Ling was bound to a chair. Although she appeared somewhat haggard, there were no visible injuries. Bastard, Feng Changqing seethed, gritting his teeth. My demands are simple. Sever all ties with Chun Fan and hand over all the intelligence you possess, Yi Yu declared, setting down his glass, his gaze sharp as a blade. In exchange, not only will I release your sister, but I will also ensure you live comfortably in the capital. A flicker of struggle passed through Feng Changqing's eyes before he finally spoke with deliberate slowness. Chun Fan is currently investigating a matter related to the death of his parents. Please continue. He has uncovered leads that suggest the events of that time are linked to the Yi family. Yi Yu's expression remained impassive. Elaborate, please. After a brief moment of silence, as if weighing his words, Feng Changqing clenched his teeth and stated, Chun Fan's parents perished in a car accident. Yet evidence indicates it was a premeditated murder. The perpetrator employed a unique method, strikingly similar to the skills of Yi family's bodyguards. What evidence does he possess to implicate the Yi family? Yi regarded Feng Changqing with an amused gaze. Eyewitness accounts. A witness from that time. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Who? I do not know. Feng Changqing shook his head. Chun Fan has never disclosed the specific identity of this individual to me. The room fell into a brief silence. Yi leaned back thoughtfully on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. What are his next plans? Feng Changqing hesitated. In 10 days, he will return abroad to manage matters concerning his mercenary group. The Snow Wolf, correct? Yi Yu chuckled softly. I have already arranged a welcoming reception for him. Feng Changqing was taken aback internally. Though his face remained impassive, I have relayed everything I know. Can you now release my sister? Yi Yu picked up his phone and dialed a number. Bring her in. Within 5 minutes, the door swung open, and Feng Ling was escorted in by 2 bodyguards. She appeared somewhat fatigued, yet unharmed. Brother. Upon seeing Feng Changqing, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Ling. Feng Changqing rushed forward, enveloping his sister in a tight embrace, his eyes brimming with concern. Yi waved his hand, and the bodyguards discreetly withdrew. Feng Changqing, do not presume that this matter has reached its conclusion. Yi Yu's voice took on a colder tone. From this moment forth, every movement of you 2 siblings will be under my surveillance. I want you to remain by Chun Fan's side and report his actions to me regularly. Should you dare to play tricks. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Next time, I cannot guarantee your sister's safety. Feng Changqing held Feng Ling tightly, gritting his teeth. I understand. Excellent. Yi Yu rose, straightening his suit. You may return home tonight. Tomorrow, I will send someone to escort you back to Shanghai. Remember, do not disappoint me. Having followed me for so long, you should know what kind of person I am. I specifically took a private jet to meet you today. With that, Yi Yu departed the private room, leaving the siblings alone. Brother, are you all right? Feng Ling asked with concern. Feng Changqing shook his head, a resolute glint in his eyes. Ling, we must leave this place swiftly. But that person said he would monitor us. Do not worry, I have made arrangements. Feng Changqing spoke softly. Chun Fan is already prepared. Meanwhile, on the campus of Shanghai University, after returning on a private jet, Yi Yu strolled leisurely down the tree-lined path. His earlier conversation with Feng Changqing had confirmed certain suspicions. Chun Fan was indeed investigating him, and he had already obtained some clues. This compelled him to quicken his pace. Young Master Yi, Duan Yin approached swiftly, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. The information you requested is all prepared. Yi Yu took the folder and casually flipped through it. Chen Qian's class schedule, social circle, daily activities, it's all here? Indeed, not a detail missed. Duan Yin nodded obsequiously. I also learned that Chun Qian has an elective course tomorrow afternoon in the East District Teaching Building. It's a sparsely populated area, making it an opportune moment to get close to her. Yi Yu closed the folder, revealing a faint, cold smile. Excellent, Duan Yin. I have complete faith in your abilities. You flatter me, young Master Yi, Duan Yin replied, taken aback. What are your intentions for approaching Chen Xian? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Yi replied indifferently. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Proceed according to plan. Tomorrow at the East District Teaching Building, you know what to do. Duan Yin understood, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will ensure the task is completed. Yi patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. As night deepened, Yi returned to the luxurious suite prepared for him at Zhanghai University. This space, originally designated for hosting distinguished guests, was now exclusively his. The spacious living room, adorned with exquisite furniture, offered a panoramic view of the entire campus through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Do you think you will comply? Yi inquired leisurely, lifting a goblet of red wine. Highly unlikely, Wang Tianqiu replied candidly. His loyalty to Chun Fan is profound. Even for the sake of his sister, he would likely not fully betray him. Yi chuckled softly. That is precisely why I have allowed him to remain by Chun Fan's side. You intend to weave truth into a successful deception, Yi stated, setting down his teacup. Let him convey some inconsequential information, coupled with the false intelligence we deliberately leak, and Chun Fan will be thrown into disarray. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Wang Tianqiu's eyes. Master, you are truly remarkable. By the way, what of Lin Xiao? Everything has been arranged, Wang Tianqiu replied. She is currently residing in the school dormitory, attending classes punctually, leading a regular life. Speaking of Lin Xiao, a playful smile appeared on Yi Yu's face. Has her father found her? Not yet, Wang Tianqiu shook his head. Lin Hai seems to be deliberately concealing his whereabouts. We're searching tirelessly. Yi Yu stood and walked to the window, gazing at the distant lights. No rush, take your time. No one can escape my grasp. Chapter 29. The move in the distance in a teaching building, Chun Xian was working late in the computer lab alone. The code on the screen flickered continuously, her glasses reflecting a cold light, as she immersed herself in the world of programming. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, revealing a text message. Qian, I have something important to tell you. Let us meet at the East District CAF tomorrow at 3 p.m. Chun Qian stared at the message, her brows furrowing slightly. Her relationship with Chun Fan had always been distant. He rarely reached out to her. Why the sudden request for a meeting? Had something happened? After a moment of contemplation, she decided to reply with a simple okay. Setting aside her phone, Chun Qian continued to immerse herself in coding. Outside the window, a sleek sports car glided past, its occupants barely discernible. The following morning, the cafeteria at Zhanghai University bustled with activity. Yi Yu selected a window seat and leisurely savored his breakfast. Dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, he appeared to be an ordinary student, yet an innate aura surrounded him that was impossible to conceal. Yi Yu found the cafeteria food quite unpalatable, akin to chewing wax. Occasionally, he noticed girls glancing furtively in his direction, whispering among themselves. Yi Yu feigned ignorance, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the cafeteria. Soon after, Chun Qian made her appearance. She retained her familiar look, black-rimmed glasses, a simple ponytail, and loose-fitting school uniform, contrasting sharply with the polished, glamorous girls around her. She collected her meal alone, settling into a corner, her head bowed in focused solitude, seemingly isolated from the world. Yi Yu observed her every move, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yi Xiao, Duan Yin appeared beside him, speaking in hushed tones. Everything is arranged. 3 o'clock this afternoon. East District Teaching Building. Ensure it is done cleanly, leaving no traces. Without lifting his head, Yi replied, understood. I guarantee it will be foolproof. Duan Yin nodded eagerly. Yi cast a glance at Chun Qian, inquiring, does she have any friends at school? Almost none. Apart from Jiang Lijin, Duan Yin responded. She rarely interacts with others, spending most of her time in the library or laboratory. Aside from Jiang Lijin, I haven't heard of her being close to anyone. Yi pondered. Is Jiang Lijin still in the hospital? Yes, she'll be discharged in a few days, Duan Yin confirmed. Yi nodded. You may go prepare. I have other matters to attend to. Duan Yin discreetly withdrew. Yi continued to observe Chun Qian until she finished her breakfast and departed. The morning classes proceeded smoothly. As an exchange student, Yu audited several lectures. Although he found the content utterly uninteresting, he feigned attentiveness to ensure his plans unfolded seamlessly. During lunch, he received a message from Wang Tianxiu. Chun Fan was on duty at the hospital and would not be leaving for the time being. This was precisely to his advantage. Chun Fan would undoubtedly be absent for their 3 o'clock meeting, and that text was orchestrated by him to have someone substitute Chun Fan's phone. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Yu drove to the East District Teaching Building. This building was somewhat secluded, typically witnessing little foot traffic, making it an ideal location for Duan Yan's plan. He parked his car in a concealed spot, changed into athletic attire, and donned a baseball cap, transforming his appearance entirely. Then he stealthily infiltrated the teaching building, finding a vantage point around a corner to wait. Before long, Chun Xin appeared, her backpack slung over her shoulder, her hurried steps indicating she was on her way to a rendezvous. Upon seeing the empty safe, she paused momentarily, then pulled out her phone, seemingly to verify the meeting location. Just then, Duan Yin emerged from the stairwell accompanied by several others. "Oh, isn't this Qin Xian?" Duan Yin exclaimed dramatically. "What a coincidence to run into you here." Chun Xian's body stiffened momentarily, yet she remained silent, lowering her head as if to slip past him. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Duan Yin interjected, blocking her path. "We finally met. Let's have a chat." Chun Xian stepped back, her voice cold as she said, "Please move aside." "Look at her, quite the character," Duan Yin remarked, turning to his companions. "This is the woman I told you about, always pretending to be aloof. I hear her brother is impressive, but no one dares to approach her at school." A lewd-looking boy stepped forward. "Duan Xiao, is this the Chun Qian you mentioned, the one who has ties with outsiders?" Chun Qian's complexion paled instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Stop pretending. The entire school knows you frequently meet with men from outside." Duan Yin sneered. "Look at her pitiful facade. She likely leads a lascivious life behind closed doors." Chun Qian's lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes, yet she held back her cries. "Move aside." Her voice was firm yet faint. "Want to leave? Not so easily." Duan Yin stepped closer, reaching to remove her glasses. "Let me see what kind of face lies behind those ugly glasses." Just as his hand was about to touch Chun Qian, a strong hand suddenly grasped his wrist. "Excuse me, should you perhaps see a doctor?" Yu had appeared behind them, wearing a faint smile. "It seems your hand isn't quite obeying you." Duan Yin feigned pain. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in Duan Xiao's business?" Yi released his hand, scanning the space between Duan Yin and his companions. "Is it truly so gratifying to bully a girl?" One of the companions recognized Yu. "Duan Xiao, this is the exchange student from Qingbei." Duan Yan's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his arrogance. "I've seen you before, in the hospital. So what if you come from Qingbei? This is Jianghai, my family's territory." Yu chuckled lightly, disregarding him as she turned to Chun Qian. "Are you all right?" Chun Qian shook her head, her eyes still wary, but noticeably more relaxed than when facing Duan Yin. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Duan Yin, feeling ignored, grew furious and reached to push Yu. Yu sidestepped, deftly grasping Duan Yan's wrist. With a gentle twist, he bent over in pain. It hurts, let go. I suggest you visit the infirmary." "Your wrist seems to have an issue," Yu stated flatly, as if discussing the weather. "If you continue to misbehave, it may not be just your wrist that faces trouble." Duan Yin, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, realized this was Yi Yu's warning not to overact. All right, we're leaving." Duan Yin quickly signaled his companions to retreat. Yi Yu released him, and he scurried away with his group. Turning back, Yi Yu revealed a gentle smile. "Are you okay?" Chun Qian nodded slightly, still guarded but grateful. "Thank you." Chapter 30. The trap. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small favor. Yi Yu remarked casually. Chun Qian nodded, refraining from further conversation, seemingly eager to depart. "If you don't mind." Yi Yu gestured towards the CAF. "Let me treat you to a cup of coffee. You appear to be waiting for someone?" Chun Qian hesitated for a moment. "My brother asked me to meet him here, but he seems to be running late." "Perfect timing, then. I shall keep you company while you wait," Yi Yu said gently. "Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I merely find it rather dull to wait alone." Chun Qian glanced at Yi Yu and then at her phone, finally giving a slight nod. "All right, thank you." The two entered the CAF, where Yi Yu chose a seat by the window, allowing Chun Qian to easily see anyone arriving outside. What would you like to drink? Just plain water will suffice, Chun Qian replied softly. Yi Yu disregarded her preference and ordered 2 cups of coffee, casually inquiring, "Do those people often trouble you?" Chun Qian lowered her gaze. "Sometimes. Why not inform a teacher or a family member?" "It wouldn't help." Chun Qian's voice was barely audible. "And I don't wish to burden others." Yi Yu observed her and suddenly said, "You know, some individuals bully others simply because they feel empty within." Chun Qian met his gaze for a brief moment, but remained silent. "You need not take their words to heart. You are far stronger than they could ever imagine." Yi Yu continued. The arrival of the server with their coffees interrupted their conversation. Chun Qian accepted her cup and took a delicate sip. "How long do you plan to stay in Shanghai?" she asked abruptly. Yi Yu smiled. "I'm not certain. Perhaps a month, or maybe longer. The environment here is quite pleasant." Chun Qian nodded, falling into silence once more. Yi Yu was in no rush to fill the quiet, and they sipped their coffee in companionable stillness. Half an hour passed. Yet Chun Fan had yet to appear. Chun Qian began to fidget, frequently checking her phone. Perhaps he was delayed by something? Yi suggested. "Why not give him a call?" After a moment's hesitation, Chun Qian dialed Chun Fan's number. The phone rang for an extended period but went unanswered. How odd. He was supposed to meet me. Could there be an emergency? Yi feigned concern. Chun Qian nodded, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. "Perhaps. If you don't mind, I could drive you home. It's getting dark, and that Duan Yin might still be lurking nearby," Yi Yu proposed. Chun Qian hesitated again, but ultimately nodded. "Thank you." Yi Yu led Chun Qian to the parking lot, where a luxurious sports car loomed like a great beast. He opened the door for her. "After you." Chun Qian was taken aback. "Is this your car?" "I take it out for a spin when I have some free time," Yi replied casually. Chun Qian carefully entered the vehicle. Yi started the engine and gradually exited the campus. "Where do you reside?" "Currently, I am staying in the school dormitory," she answered. Yi nodded, steering the car towards the dormitory area. "Why is Duan Yin targeting you?" he inquired suddenly. Chun Qian fell into silence for a moment. He intended to make advances towards Jiang Lilin, but I arrived just in time to intervene. "Is that all?" He derives pleasure from being rejected, only to compel others to acquiesce to him. Chun Qian's tone turned frosty. He finds such behavior to be a source of conquest. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. What a perverse individual. "In Shanghai, no one dares to offend the Duan family," Chun Qian said softly. His father is the wealthiest man in Shanghai, with powerful figures from the capital backing him. Yi Yu chuckled lightly. "Figures from the capital?" "It is said to be members of the Yi family." Yi Yu feigned surprise. "The Yi family? Now that is truly a formidable entity." Chun Qian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The vehicle soon arrived at a female dormitory. "Thank you for bringing me back," Chun Qian said as she exited the car. "It was my pleasure. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance," Yi Yu replied with a smile. Chun Qian cast him a surprised glance before nodding and turning to enter the dormitory building. Yi Yu watched her retreating figure, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The first step of the plan had been successfully executed. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chun Qian found it empty of her other roommates. She let out a long sigh, relieved that she would not have to endure those strange stares and whispered conversations tonight. Ever since Duan Yin began targeting her, the atmosphere in the dorm had grown increasingly delicate. Everyone chose to distance themselves from her to avoid incurring Duan Yan's wrath. Only Jiang Lilin had remained steadfastly by her side, but now Jiang Lilin was still in the hospital. Chun Qian set down her backpack and retrieved a bag of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator, preparing to make a simple dinner. Just then, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Chun Qian, it's me, Jiang Lilin." A familiar voice came through the line. "Lilin, how are you?" Chun Qian asked, her voice filled with excitement. "Much better. I'll be discharged tomorrow," Jiang Lilin replied, her tone jubilant. "By the way, someone came to see me today, claiming to be from the Yi group. He said he wanted to help me deal with Duan Yin." Chun Qian furrowed her brow. "The Yi group?" "Yes. He even provided evidence of Duan Yan's drugging." Jiang Lilin exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Chun Qian, this time we can bring Duan Yin down." Chun Qian felt a jolt of alarm. "Wait, Lilin, this isn't straightforward. The Yi Group is not a common enterprise. Why would they assist you? I don't know. Jiang Lilin's voice dropped. But this is a good opportunity. Isn't it? Chun Qian paused for a moment. Lilin, I met someone named Yi today. He claimed to be an exchange student from Qingbei University. He saved me and even drove me back to the dorm. Yi? Jiang Lilin exclaimed in surprise. Wait, let me check the business card. Oh my heavens, the card here says Yi. Chun Qian's heart sank heavily. This is too coincidental. Are you suggesting he approached us with ulterior motives? Jiang Lilin's voice turned cautious. I don't know, Chun Qian sighed. But my brother often says there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before Jiang Lilin softly spoke. Chun Qian, I looked into it. Yi is affiliated with the Yi Group. I am unsure of his exact position, but how did he come to be an exchange student at Jianghai University? Chun Qian was equally perplexed. I have no idea. However, I sense he must have a motive for approaching us. What should we do? For now, let's refrain from taking any rash actions, Chun Qian resolved. My brother arranged to meet me, but he didn't show up today. I need to find him and clarify things. After hanging up, Chun Qian sat on the edge of her bed, her thoughts swirling. Who is Yi? Why is he here? What is his intention in getting close to me and Jiang Lilin? While deep in contemplation, the doors suddenly swung open, and her roommates entered, laughing and chatting. Upon seeing Chun Qian, their smiles instantly froze. Oh, you're back, a girl named Li Meng said coldly. Chun Qian nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Another girl, Zhou Cece, wrinkled her nose. Did you make coriander dumplings again? The entire dormitory reeks. Chun Qian lowered her head. I'm sorry, I'll open the window right away. Chapter 31. Not simple in the dormitory, Chun Qian silently packed her belongings, enduring the cold stares from her roommates. Ever since being targeted by Duan Yan, few dared to speak to her in the entire dormitory building. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Lilin. I'm being discharged tomorrow. Will you come to pick me up? Just as she was about to respond, another message appeared. I heard a handsome guy in a sports car drove you back to the dorm today. The whole dorm is buzzing about it. Chun Qian frowned, her fingers swiftly tapping the screen. He was just a chance encounter, helped me out, and gave me a ride home. Be careful. I have a feeling his intentions are not simple, Jiang Lilin replied. Chun Qian had just set her phone down when Zhou Cece suddenly leaned in. Who is your boyfriend? I heard he drives a Lamborghini. Her tone dripped with mockery, and the other two roommates paused their activities, gossiping while eyeing Chun Qian. He is not my boyfriend. Chun Qian replied curtly, returning to her packing. Is that so? Then why did he drive you home? Li Meng pressed. I heard he even stood up for you against Duan Yan. Chun Qian remained silent, and Zhou Cece sneered. What a fade. Who does Duan Xiao think he is? Who would dare offend him? He must be smitten with your looks. Cece, stop talking, Zhang Xiao, another roommate, softly advised, but Zhou Cece shot her a disdainful glance. Did I say something wrong? That missing brother of hers might not be a decent character either, Zhou Cece taunted. What kind of upright individual travels all the way to Jianghai to become a doctor and lives in some remote area? Chun Qian suddenly stood up, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Do not mention my brother. Zhou Cece was taken aback by her sudden outburst, but then became even more triumphant. Oh, so that is a sore spot? Is your sibling relationship strained? My affairs with my brother are none of your concern, Chun Qian replied coldly. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Zhang Xiao went to answer it, and standing outside was the dormitory supervisor, holding a delicate box. Is Chun Qian here? Someone has sent you a package. The aunt surveyed the surroundings, her gaze settling on Chun Qian. Is it you? Please sign for this. Chun Qian, perplexed, accepted the box. The dormitory supervisor lowered her voice. The person delivering this is quite impressive, driving a luxury car. Claiming to be Yi Xiao. Upon hearing the name Yi Xiao, Zhou Cece and Li Meng exchanged astonished glances. Chun Qian frowned and cautiously opened the box, revealing the latest model of a smartphone, accompanied by a card that read, "In case of trouble, feel free to reach out." It was signed by Yi. Wow, isn't this the latest limited edition? Li Meng exclaimed. It must cost at least 20,000. Zhou Cece snatched the card and read aloud, "In case of trouble, feel free to reach out." Yi? Who is that? Chun Qian calmly placed the phone back into the box. Just someone I know. Someone you know sends you such an extravagant gift? Zhou Sisi remarked with a knowing look. Could he possibly be the legendary benefactor? Chen Qian ignored her provocation and picked up the box, exiting the dormitory. She needed solitude to gather her thoughts. What did you possibly want? Why was he being so generous to her? Seated on a bench by the campus lake, Chen Qian took out her phone, hesitated briefly, and dialed Chen Fan's number. Chen Qian? What's wrong? Chen Fan's voice came through, sounding somewhat fatigued. Brother, why didn't you come today? Chen Qian asked directly. There was a moment of silence on the other end. What? I didn't schedule anything with you. Chen Qian's heart sank. You didn't text me to meet at the East District CAF at 3? No, I've been on duty at the hospital all day. Chen Fan's voice turned cautious. What is going on? Chen Qian briefly recounted her day's experiences, including Yiyu's appearance and the phone he had sent. Yiyu? Chen Fan's tone sharpened. You'd best keep your distance from him. I've looked into this person. His presence in Shanghai is far from simple. Why are you investigating him? Chen Qian asked, puzzled. He may be connected to our parents' case. Chen Fan hesitated before revealing. Chen Qian's breath caught for a moment. Are you suggesting it relates to our parents' accident? It's merely a suspicion. I'm still investigating. Regardless, you must be cautious and avoid getting too close to him, Chen Fan advised earnestly. Chen Qian glanced at the box in her hands and nodded. I understand. After ending the call, she walked towards the trash can, hesitating for a moment before refraining from discarding it, instead stuffing the box into her backpack. She resolved to observe Yiyu for the time being, to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, Yiyu was dining at a high-end restaurant adjacent to Shanghai University. He elegantly sliced into his steak while listening to Wang Tianxiu report the latest developments. Young master, it has been confirmed that Feng Changqing passed the false information you provided to Chen Fan. Wang Tianxiu spoke in a hushed tone. Chen Fan seems to be growing suspicious and is investigating those leads. Yiyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. Let him keep busy. How is the preparation on Fengling's side progressing? Wang Tianxiu nodded. It is proceeding according to plan. Our people have been tailing her for 3 days and are ready to act at any moment. As Chen Fan proceeds to the hospital to settle accounts, he plans to create a bit of trouble for him there. Yiyu leisurely slices a piece of beef and savors it. By the way, do we have any news about Lin Xiaoxiao? She has been working at the Longting Hotel every day lately, returning directly to her dormitory post-shift, leading a rather regimented life. Wang Tianxiu responds, yet we still have not uncovered the whereabouts of her father, Lin Hai. Yiyu squints slightly. Continue the search. I am curious to see where he might hide. At that moment, Wang Tianxiu's phone vibrates. Glancing at the screen, his expression sharpens. Young master. We VE received information from Duan Yin that Chen Qian just spoke with Chen Fan. Yiyu pauses with his knife and fork. What was discussed? It appears she inquired about the afternoon meeting, to which Chen Fan denied, indicating that Chen Qian harbors some suspicions. Wang Tianxiu remarks. Yiyu chuckles dismissively, a typical reaction. There's no need to rush. Patience is key. A kind-hearted individual will eventually lower their guard. Setting down his utensils, Yiyu wipes the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, invite Duan Yin to visit Jiang Liren at the hospital. Wang Tianxiu looks puzzled. Young master, isn't this an unnecessary step? Yiyu smiles. It's a strategy of feigned retreat. Sometimes, an enemy's friend can become our ally. The next morning, outside the ward of Jianghai First Hospital, Duan Yin anxiously awaits Yiyu. He cannot fathom why Yiyu wishes to meet Jiang Liren. Young Master Yi, spotting Yiyu gracefully exiting the elevator, Duan Yin hastily approaches. Yiyu nods. How is she faring? Much improved. She should be discharged today. Duan Yin responds with a sycophantic smile. However, young master, do you truly need to visit her? She is merely an ordinary student. He hesitates to say. Ordinary? Chen Qian's closest friend is anything but mundane. Yi replies with a knowing smile. Duan Yin suddenly comprehends and nods vigorously. Young Master Yi is astute. Upon entering the ward, they find Jiang Liren packing her belongings. Her face pales instantly upon seeing both Yiyu and Duan Yin. Duan Yin, what are you doing here? Jiang Liren eyes Duan Yin warily before shifting her gaze to Yiyu. Who are you exactly? Yiyu smiles and gently restrains Duan Yin, who is about to speak. Duan Yin is my friend, yet he is indeed heir this time. Jiang Liren stares in shock at Duan Yin, who appears embarrassed and at a loss for how to respond, questioning his own worthiness to be Yu's subordinate. Yu continues, Duan Yin, show Miss Jiang the photographs. After a moment's hesitation, Duan Yin retrieves an envelope from his pocket and hands it to Jiang Liren. She opens it to reveal several photos, clearly documenting the act of Duan Yin's subordinates tampering with her drink. This Jiang Liren gazes incredulously at the images. Yu sighs, Duan Yin, you owe her an apology. Duan Yin grits his teeth, but dares not defy Yu, lowering his head. I am sorry. I have arranged for Duan Yin to compensate you for this incident. Here is a card containing 300,000, which shall serve as medical and emotional damages. Yu extends a bank card towards her, the password being 6/8. Zhang Lilin did not reach out to take the card. Why? Why are you doing this? She inquired. Because I admire individuals of integrity, Yu replied calmly, placing the card on the nightstand. Zhang Lilin narrowed her eyes. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Yu seated herself on the chair beside the hospital bed, gazing intently at Zhang Lilin. I am genuinely dissatisfied with Duan Yan's actions. As for Chun Qian, I do wish to make her acquaintance, but I harbor no ill intentions. Are you aware of the troubled relationship between Chun Qian and her brother? Zhang Lilin asked warily. You have made me speak far too much nonsense today. Or should I say, it is quite an honor for you to receive an apology from the son of Jiang Hai's wealthiest man, that you have forgotten your own identity? Yiyu's brow furrowed as her cold gaze fixed on Zhang Lilin. Upon meeting Yiyu's unfeeling eyes, Zhang Lilin felt a shiver run through her. 300,000. Take it, but you must assist me. Yiyu twisted her neck, resorting to the most direct approach to compel Zhang Lilin to yield. Huh, you're dreaming. I know you two are in cahoots, Zhang Lilin scoffed, eyeing Yiyu and Duan Yin disdainfully. Damn it, you presumptuous wretch, do you think you can toy with me? Duan Yin's expression darkened as he stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver 2 slaps to Zhang Lilin. She stumbled to the side of the bed, but maintained her defiance, staring unflinchingly at both Duan Yin and Yiyu. Duan Yin, have you become so inept that you cannot even handle a woman? Yiyu inquired softly from her seat. At her words, Duan Yin appeared momentarily unsettled. You will do whatever Yi Xiao commands, or I will take your family's lives, he growled at Zhang Lilin. Subsequently, he made a phone call in her presence. Make sure Zhang Lilin's brother is watched closely, as well as her parents. Keep a tight grip on them. The moment I give a signal, you act. After his instructions, Duan Yin hung up. A devil? You are a devil. What does this have to do with my brother? Zhang Lilin exclaimed, her face etched with terror. Devil? Ha! If you dare disobey Yi Xiao, I will make your life a spectacle for all to see. Duan Yin grinned maliciously. No, please, I will comply with anything you say, as long as you do not harm my family. Zhang Lilin trembled uncontrollably. Feng Changqing walked the streets of Jianghai City, burdened with a heavy heart. He had just emerged from a meeting with Chun Fan, who had expressed skepticism regarding the information he provided. Are these sources reliable? I checked a few places, and they do not align, Chun Fan questioned him. Unable to disclose the truth, Feng Changqing stammered, ultimately raising Chun Fan's suspicions further. It was you who captured your sister, wasn't it? Chun Fan suddenly asked. Feng Changqing's body jolted, his gaze flickering. How do you know? I'm not foolish, Feng Changqing. Your recent behavior has been quite unusual. I had someone investigate, and it turns out Feng Ling hasn't attended school for several days, Chun Fan sighed. Feng Changqing's eyes were filled with anguish. Brother Chun, I apologize. They have captured Ling Ling, and I have no choice. We could devise a plan to rescue her together, but you must first reveal the truth to me. Chun Fan patted his shoulder. After much hesitation, Feng Changqing ultimately laid bare the threat posed by Yiyu. The crux of the matter is, I am unaware of his true intentions. He is fully aware that I would provide you with false information, yet he still compelled me to do so, Feng Changqing lamented. Chun Fan pondered for a moment. He aims to erode our trust. He has fed you false intelligence for you to relay to me, and once I discover its inaccuracy, I will doubt your loyalty. Feng Changqing forced a wry smile. He has succeeded. Not entirely, A flicker of determination crossed Chun Fan's eyes. We can turn this to our advantage. Continue to relay the information he provides, but inform me which pieces are true and which are false. What about Lingling? Feng Changqing asked, anxiety etched across his face. I will find a way to rescue her. Grant me 3 days, Chun Fan pledged. At that moment, Feng Changqing traversed the streets, his heart heavy with unease. Would Yiyu discover that he had divulged everything to Chun Fan? What fate awaited his sister? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lingling's number. Feng Changqing quickly answered. Lingling? Brother. Save me, came Lingling's faint voice from the other end. Lingling, where are you? Feng Changqing asked urgently. I don't know, it's so dark. They want. Lingling's voice abruptly transformed into a piercing scream before the call was severed. Feng Changqing's face turned ashen as he immediately dialed Chun Fan, only to find that his calls went unanswered. He tried several more times, but each attempt was met with the same disheartening response. Meanwhile, at Jianghai First Hospital, Chun Fan emerged from the medical office, only to discover over a dozen missed calls, all from Feng Changqing. Just as he was about to return the call, his phone rang again. Brother Chun, Feng Changqing's frantic voice reached him. Lingling is in danger. She just called me, and it sounded as though she has been kidnapped. Chun Fan's expression hardened. Where is she? I don't know. The call was cut off quickly. Brother Chun, we must save her. Feng Changqing's desperation was palpable. Remain calm. I will come to find you. First, we need to ascertain her location. Chun Fan reassured him. Chapter 33. My sister is dead after ending the call. Chun Fan hurried toward the parking lot. Just then, a nurse rushed up to him. Dr. Chun, there's a critically ill patient in the emergency room. The director insists that you handle the case. The individual is the head of the Zhao family. Chun Fan hesitated for a moment, torn between his loyal brother's plea and the recently subjugated head of the Zhao family. Ignoring the Zhao family leader would render all his prior efforts futile. In the emergency room, a middle-aged man lay on the bed, his complexion pale and breathing shallow. What is the patient's condition? Chun Fan inquired. Sudden cardiac arrest. He was already in a state of shock upon arrival. The on-duty doctor replied. Chun Fan swiftly assessed the patient's condition and commenced emergency treatment. After half an hour, the patient's status finally stabilized. Continue to monitor him. Inform me immediately of any changes, Chun Fan instructed before hastily departing the hospital. At this moment, his phone rang again. It was Feng Changqing. Brother Chun, I have received the location of Fengling. Feng Changqing's voice brimmed with excitement. It's an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jianghai. I will head over immediately. There may be a trap. Chun Fan frowned, sensing something amiss. Feng Changqing's sister should be in the capital. How could she possibly be in Jianghai? I can't worry about that right now. She is my only sister. Feng Changqing nearly shouted. Chun Fan sighed. All right. Send me the address, and we will meet there. Meanwhile, Yu sat in a CAF at Jianghai University, gazing at Chun Qian across the table. Did you summon me for something? Chun Qian asked warily, her eyes filled with suspicion. Yu smiled. I merely wish to invite you for a cup of coffee. Yesterday's events were rather abrupt. Chun Qian did not touch the coffee before her. I cannot accept that phone. Why not? It is merely a small gift. A small gift worth over 20,000? We hardly know each other, Chun Qian replied. Yu chuckled. Very well. Let us consider it an opportunity for friendship. You need not feel burdened. I do not lack that bit of money. Chun Qian stared intently in his eyes. Yu, what exactly do you intend to do? Make a friend. I notice you seem to have trouble fitting in at school, and I wish to assist you, Yu replied, still smiling. Chun Qian scoffed. Is this because of Duan Yin? I hear he is your friend. Yu shook his head. Merely a business partner. I wouldn't classify him as a friend. If he erred, he must face the consequences. Just as you compensated Jiang Liling? Chun Qian inquired. It appears she has informed you. Yu raised an eyebrow. We share everything, Chun Qian replied coolly. Including the bank card you gifted her? Yu chuckled lightly. Is there a problem with that? Duan Yin harmed her. You should rightfully make amends. Chun Qian fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Do you know my brother? A flicker of emotion crossed Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Dr. Chun Fan, we have crossed paths once. My brother mentioned you might be connected to my parents' car accident, Chun Qian stated bluntly, her gaze fixed on Yu. Yi's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. Why would he say that? You can simply answer yes or no, Chen Xian pressed. Yi shook his head, his tone sincere. No, I have no connection to your parents' accident. In fact, before coming to Jianghai, I was unaware that Chen Fan had a sister. Chen Xian scrutinized Yi Yu's expression, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. You do not believe me? Yu asked softly. Why should I trust you? A stranger who suddenly appears and offers me kindness? Chen Xian retorted. Yi sighed. I understand your skepticism. If you do not trust me, I will not insist. You need not accept the phone, but should you require assistance, feel free to reach out. Chen Xian remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, what business does your Yi family have in Jianghai? Real estate, hotels, healthcare, Yi Yu listed casually. What prompted this sudden question? Curiosity piqued. I heard that the Yi family and the Duan family have business dealings? Yi Yu nodded. There are indeed some cooperative projects. Duan Yan's father is adept in management and serves as a commendable partner. Chen Xian, deep in thought, responded, I see. What do you understand? Yi Yu inquired with a smile. Why did Duan Yan suddenly target me? Chen Xian gazed at Yi Yu. It is because my brother is investigating the Yi family, and you need to hold him back. Yi Yu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Your imagination is indeed vivid. You think my targeting of Duan Yan is merely to restrain your brother? Is it not? Chen Xian retorted. Yi Yu shook his head. How does my assistance in warding off Duan Yan's harassment transform into my orchestrating his pursuit of you? Chen Xian fell silent, unable to rationalize this contradiction. Yi Yu stood up and placed a business card on the table. Should you wish to uncover more about your parents, feel free to reach out to me. Chen Xian looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? The accident involving your parents is likely more complicated than it appears. Yi Yu said cryptically. Your brother has concealed many matters. With that, Yi Yu departed from the CAF, leaving Chen Xian to ponder alone, staring at the business card. Upon exiting the CAF, Yi Yu received a call from Wang Tianxiu. Young master, Feng Changqing has taken a bait, Wang Tianxiu reported. He is already with Chen Fan, heading toward the trap we set. Yi Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent, proceed as planned. Let Feng Ling meet a tragic end. I desire Feng Changqing to be utterly shattered. Everything has been arranged. Wang Tianxiu responded calmly. Will you be going to see it in person, young master? Yi Yu shook his head. No need, you handle it. I prefer not to get my hands dirty. I want Feng Changqing to blame Chen Fan, not me. After ending the call, Yi Yu glanced at the time on his phone. Chen Fan should be en route to the factory by now. When he arrives, he will discover Feng Ling's lifeless body, and Feng Changqing will believe it is Chen Fan's tardiness that cost him his sister. At the abandoned factory on the outskirts, Feng Changqing anxiously awaited Chen Fan's arrival. He had circled the perimeter of the building, but refrained from entering, knowing well that traps might lurk within. Feng Changqing. Chen Fan's voice called from behind, prompting Feng Changqing to turn around and see Chen Fan approaching briskly. Brother Chen, you have finally arrived. Feng Changqing sighed with relief. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings. Are you certain Feng Ling is inside? Feng Changqing nodded. The locator indicates right here, but I dare not venture in. You're correct to be cautious. Chen Fan remarked, producing 2 handguns from his pocket and handing one to Feng Changqing. Be careful. This place is eerily quiet. The two approached the main structure of the factory with caution. Suddenly, Chen Fan raised a hand to signal a stop. There are footprints, fresh ones. Feng Changqing followed Chen Fan's gaze and indeed spotted several erratic footprints leading toward the factory entrance. I will go in first. You provide cover from the back. Chen Fan whispered. No, I will go. It is my sister. I should take the risk. Feng Changqing insisted. Chen Fan regarded him for a moment before nodding in agreement. Be careful. Feng Changqing took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the rusted iron gate. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the broken windows. Ling Ling? He called softly, but there was no response. The two continued deeper into the factory, each step taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, Chen Fan halted, his nose twitching. There was a scent of blood. A tightness gripped Feng Changqing's heart as he quickened his pace. Turning a corner, he beheld a figure sprawled on the ground, motionless. Ling Ling. Feng Changqing rushed over and knelt beside her. In the dim light, He discerned that the figure was indeed his sister, Feng Ling, but she had ceased to breathe. A ghastly wound marred her chest, with blood long dried. No, 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 no. Feng Changqing wailed in anguish, cradling her icy body. Chen Fan stepped forward, crouching to examine Feng Ling's injuries, his expression grave. She has been dead for at least half an hour. How could this happen? Tears streamed down Feng Changqing's face. She just called me. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. That call was likely fabricated using recordings, meant to lure us here. Feng Changqing's head snapped up, shock and fury igniting in his eyes. Are you suggesting this is a trap? Chen Fan nodded. It is highly probable. Feng Changqing slowly rose, the tears in his eyes transforming into a frigid hatred. You promised to save her, Chen Fan. You vowed to find a way. Feng Changqing, calm down. We have been set up by Yi Yu, Chen Fan explained with a frown. Chapter 34. The break. Calm down? How can you expect me to remain calm? Feng Changqing clutched his sister's lifeless body, trembling all over, his expression shifting from profound sorrow to unrestrained madness. Feng Ling is dead. Just like that. Chen Fan took a step forward, attempting to soothe him. Changqing, we have all been deceived. This is Yi Yu's scheme. He seeks to sow discord between us. Shut up. Feng Changqing shot up, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You promised to save her. You made a commitment. 3 days. You said you needed 3 days. Now Lingling is dead. And you tell me this is a trap? Changqing, I did promise you bullshit. Feng Changqing roared, interrupting Chen Fan. You swore to protect Feng Ling. Yet look at what has happened. She is dead, slaughtered like a dog. The tears on his face had dried, replaced by a deep-seated hatred. Chen Fan's countenance darkened. Think calmly, Changqing. Don't you find it strange? Your sister was clearly in the capital. Why did she suddenly appear in Jianghai? Who would conveniently send her location? This is plainly a trap. Then why didn't you act sooner? Why wait 3 days? Feng Changqing raised his head, his gaze reminiscent of a vengeful spirit emerging from hell. Is my sister's life so insignificant to you? The air in the abandoned factory felt thick with dread, as if time itself had come to a standstill. I truly underestimated Yi Yu's malice. Chen Fan sighed, his voice tinged with remorse and guilt. These words ignited Feng Changqing's wrath entirely. Underestimate? Is that all? He abruptly stood, his gun trained on Chen Fan. Lingling is the only kin I have. You made me wait for 3 days, and she met her demise in such a place. Chen Fan did not flinch, staring directly at the gun's muzzle. Lower the weapon. Yi wants us to turn against each other. Can't you see that? All I see is your incompetence. Feng Changqing's voice was hoarse, almost inhuman. Over the years, I have risked life and limb, infiltrating the Yi family for you. And yet, you couldn't even protect my sister. A flicker of pain crossed Chen Fan's eyes. You know I have exerted every effort in this pursuit. Saving one life is no simple task. Huh. Commander of the Snow Wolf, the renowned Dr. Chen Fan, known throughout Jianghai. Is this all you are capable of? Feng Changqing scoffed, the gun unwavering. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, you merely sought to exploit me? The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Chen Fan slowly raised his hand, letting it fall weakly. I am sorry. Sorry? Will sorry bring Lingling back to life? Feng Changqing's voice echoed, as if from the depths of hell. Suddenly, the sound of an engine and hurried footsteps echoed from outside the factory. Someone is coming. Chen Fan said alertly, then extended his hand toward Feng Changqing. We must leave this place, Changqing. Regardless of the circumstances, revenge is our shared objective. Feng Changqing chuckled coldly, stepping back 2 paces, the gun still firmly aimed at Chen Fan. How shall we exact our revenge? Another 3 days? He crouched down, gently kissing his sister's pale forehead, then stood slowly. Chen Fan, from this day forth, there shall be no more camaraderie between us. Chen Fan's expression shifted. Feng Changqing, do not act rashly. Before you use demise, I will not take your life. Feng Changqing turned away, cradling his sister's lifeless body. But I vow to avenge this blood-soaked enmity with my own hands. The footsteps outside grew ever closer. Feng Changqing, Chen Fan called urgently. Feng Changqing did not look back, disappearing into the shadows of the factory with his sister's body. Chen Fan clenched his fists, striking the wall with a dull thud. He lowered his head, discovering a small, glimmering object amidst Lingling's bloodstains. A ring, its band engraved with the character Yi. He picked up the ring, his gaze chilling. Yi not only set a trap, but also deliberately left clues, intending for Feng Changqing to believe that all of this was connected to him. Meanwhile, on the campus of Jianghai University, Yi strolled along the tree-lined path. His phone vibrated with a message from Wang Tianxiu. Completed. A smile crept onto Yi's lips. His spirits lifted. He noticed Chun Qian sitting alone on a nearby bench, engrossed in a book, sunlight casting dappled shadows on her face through the leaves. Chun Qian seemed to sense someone watching, lifting her head and locking eyes with Yi. She frowned, quickly packing her bag in preparation to leave. Wait a moment. Yi stepped forward, blocking her path. Is there something you need? Chun Qian took a cautious step back. I merely wish to understand the situation concerning your brother. After all, our previous conversation was somewhat unpleasant. Yi replied candidly. My relationship with my brother is strained. You should be aware of that. Chun Qian responded coolly. Yi nodded. Precisely because of this, I hope to assist you. Chun Qian furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Has your brother ever told you why your parents met with an accident? Yi's tone was calm, yet it felt like a bomb being dropped into a placid lake. Chun Qian's breath quickened noticeably. My brother said it was an accident. An accident? A scornful smile played upon Yi's lips. Did he mention that on the day of the incident, he had a fierce argument with your parents? Did he tell you that he was the true target of that car crash? Chun Qian's face turned pale instantly, her backpack slipping from her grasp. What nonsense are you speaking? I do not speak in vain. You may verify the original police records if you wish. Of course, provided your brother has not destroyed them. Chun Qian retrieved her backpack, her hands trembling slightly. Why are you telling me this? Because I detest deceit, especially the kind that exists among family. Yi stepped closer, her voice low. I know you are intelligent, Chun Qian. Consider why Chan Fan left the country immediately after your parents' demise. Why has he never contacted you over the years? Why does he avoid you upon his return? Each question pierced Chun Qian's heart like a needle. She had always believed that her parents had gone in search of Chen Fan, but the truth was far more complex than she could fathom. This cannot be, she murmured to herself. Yi produced a disc from her pocket. Inside, you'll find some information that may pique your interest. Of course, the choice to view it lies with you. Chun Qian stared at the disc, her hand remaining still. Yi chuckled softly. True courage lies not in evading the truth, but in confronting it. The circumstances surrounding your parents' deaths are far more intricate than you can imagine. She placed the disc on the bench. The power of choice rests in your hands. Good night, Chun Qian. With that, Yi turned and departed, leaving Chun Qian standing alone, gazing at the small disc as if it were a deadly poison. Ultimately, with trembling hands, she picked it up and tucked it into her pocket. In the distance, Yi stood behind a tree, observing the scene with a flicker of cold amusement in her eyes. Chapter 35. Alliance in the Dead of Night at Jianghai Hospital. Chen Fan emerged from the emergency room, weariness etched across his face. He had just completed a complex surgery, but his mind was far from his work. The words of Feng Changqing echoed persistently in his ears. Dr. Chun. A nurse hurried towards him. There is someone waiting for you at the entrance, claiming it is urgent. Furrowing his brow, Chun Fan strode quickly towards the hospital's entrance. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, a familiar figure leaned against the wall, cradling a package. Feng Changqing? Chun Fan froze in surprise. Feng Changqing lifted her head, her eyes swollen and weary. We need to talk. The two walked in silence to a nearby 24-hour CAF. The establishment was nearly empty, and the corner table was perfect for a private conversation. I took Ling Ling for cremation. Feng Changqing's voice was hoarse. Chun Fan's heart tightened. Changqing, I am truly sorry. I did not come to hear your apologies. I checked the surveillance. There is an abandoned gas station near the factory. The cameras were down, but the hard drive remains. Chun Fan's gaze sharpened. What did you find? It was Yi Yu's people. Feng Changqing produced a tablet from her coat, playing a grainy video. In the scene, several figures clad in black escort a girl, Feng Ling, into a factory. Subsequently, a silhouette emerges, though the face remains obscured. The upright posture is vaguely discernible. Do you see that? Feng Changqing points to the figure. The height and build perfectly mirror Yi Yu. Chun Fan remained silent. These clues undeniably implicate Yu, yet all feels too deliberate. Chen Fan, I understand your thoughts. Feng Changqing sets down the photograph. Perhaps this is a trap. Perhaps it is not. Yet one thing is certain. Yu is the mastermind behind it all. In any case, he deserves death. Chen Fan nods slowly. I concur. However, we require a more meticulous plan. Yu is no ordinary individual. He is surrounded by numerous bodyguards, one of whom, a middle-aged man, is tasked with his close protection. Even I cannot assure victory against him. That is why I sought you. Feng Changqing's eyes gleam with a hint of ruthlessness. You possess the snow wolves and resources, while I am well acquainted with Yu's every movement and habit. Chen Fan gazes at Feng Changqing, his heart a tumult of emotions. He knows Feng Changqing harbors animosity towards him. Yet at this moment, their shared hatred for Yu temporarily unites them. For Fengling, and for my parents, we shall join forces against Yu. Feng Changqing's demeanor remains devoid of mirth. Do not misunderstand. I still despise you. But until Yu meets his end, we are allies. Chen Fan extends his hand. Allies. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Changqing ultimately shakes his hand. Meanwhile, at the computer in the dormitory of Jianghai University, Chen Qian trembles as she inserts the disk given to her by Yu. A folder appears on the screen, containing a series of police investigation reports and photographs. She opens the first document, revealing images from the scene of her parents' car accident. The vehicle is unrecognizable, yet curiously, all the photographs focus on the driver's seat and the rear, with not a single image of the passenger seat. Next is a hospital record, indicating that Chen Fan was also in the car that night, but sustained only minor injuries, leaving the hospital in under an hour. The final document is a grainy surveillance video. In the footage, Chen Fan and his father engage in a heated argument, with their mother intervening. After the quarrel, the three of them enter the car. Chen Qian's hands begin to tremble. All these years, Chen Fan had never mentioned that he was in the car that night. Why the concealment? She continues to browse, discovering an internal police report stating that unidentified explosive remnants were found at the accident scene, preliminarily identified as a directional bomb, raising suspicions of murder. Strangely, this report is marked with a red line, indicating it will not be filed. Chen Qian sits before the computer, silent tears streaming down her face. She had always believed her parents died in an accident and had resented her brother. But now it seems the truth is far more horrifying than she could have imagined. If this information is accurate, then her brother's years of absence, his silence, and even his coldness upon returning to the country all find reasonable justification. She wipes away her tears, closes the documents, and removes the disk. Tomorrow, she must confront Chen Fan for clarification. Yet, just as she prepares to turn off the light and sleep, her phone vibrates. A message from an unfamiliar number appears. Do you wish to know more of the truth? Tomorrow at noon, meet at Jianghai CAF. As the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, Feng Changqing stood by the window, admiring the serene beauty of the campus. Jianghai University may lack the grandeur of Qingbei, yet the tranquility of this small town possesses its own unique charm. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the voice of Wang Tianxiu echoed. Young master. Feng Changqing met with Chen Fan last night. Yu chuckled lightly as expected. Shall we take action? No need, let them play their parts. Yi replied with an air of indifference. By the way, have we uncovered the whereabouts of Lin, Xiaoxiao's father? No concrete news yet, but we have leads pointing to a small village in the south. Yi frowned slightly. Increase the manpower. I want a precise address. Additionally, what was Chen Qian's reaction after receiving the information? According to the surveillance, she reviewed all the materials and exhibited significant emotional fluctuations. Yi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. She will likely confront Chen Fan today. Has Feng Changqing contacted her? Yes, they are scheduled to meet at noon. Perfect. I eagerly anticipate their family reunion. After hanging up, Yi took a sip of coffee from the table. Meanwhile, in Chen Fan's apartment, he was preparing medical equipment for the hospital when his phone vibrated unexpectedly. A message from Chen Qian read, "We need to talk about Mom and Dad." Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Where are you? I'll come right over. I have class. Let us discuss it tonight." Chen Fan frowned, sensing something amiss. Chen Qian rarely initiated conversations about their parents, let alone this sensitive topic. Just as he was about to inquire further, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was Feng Changqing, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having spent the night awake. I've tracked EU's schedule for today. He'll be wandering the campus before heading to Shanghai CAF. Chen Fan gazed at Feng Changqing for a moment. Are you sure you want to act today? Our plan isn't thoroughly established. Delaying will only give him more time to prepare. Feng Changqing's voice was hoarse. I've contacted a few trustworthy allies. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan nodded. All right, but we must first ascertain that he isn't accompanied by too many bodyguards. Today presents the best opportunity. Feng Changqing's gaze was resolute. The security forces around EU in Shanghai are limited, and he is overly confident, often traveling with just 1 or 2 bodyguards. Besides, he poses no real threat. The years of indulgence have left him physically depleted. Chen Fan donned his coat. What is your specific plan? Simple and direct. Feng Changqing replied with a cold smile. EU frequently visits Shanghai CAF, a familiar environment where we can intercept him. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. That's too risky. It's a public place. That's why we want to act inside, Feng Changqing stated, pulling out a map and pointing to a narrow alley behind the CAF. EU is accustomed to leaving through here. That alley is both narrow and lengthy, making it an ideal ambush point. Chen Fan scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed tightly. He was not fond of such a hasty plan. Yet Feng Changqing was clearly on edge. If he declined, Feng Changqing might proceed alone, leading to even more unpredictable consequences. What if he brought Wang Tianxiu along? That individual would be quite troublesome to deal with. Feng Changqing's expression was cold as he said, Therefore, you must find a way to divert Wang Tianxiu. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan finally nodded, I will make the arrangements. But remember, our objective is to capture EU alive and uncover the truth of the matter. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Changqing's eyes. Yet he did not dispute the statement. Chen Fan seemed to sense something and added, I understand your desire to eliminate him, but such an action would be detrimental to us both. The Yi family is not merely a wealthy merchant. Once blood is shed, the consequences could be dire. I understand, Feng Changqing replied tersely, as long as he can provide a reasonable explanation for why he sought to kill my sister. Chapter 36. Feng Changqing arrives. Chen Fan was uncertain whether Feng Changqing had truly accepted the suggestion, but at least on the surface, he had agreed. Then it is settled. I will head to the hospital to make arrangements, and then meet you near the CAF, Chen Fan stated. Feng Changqing nodded and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Fan felt a surge of ominous premonition. Yet, in pursuit of uncovering the truth behind his parents' demise and fulfilling his promise to Feng Changqing, he had no choice but to step into this perilous trap. In front of the teaching building at Shanghai University, Chen Qian was walking alone towards the library. The information she had seen the previous night lingered in her mind like a haunting nightmare. She needed a quiet place to gather her thoughts in preparation for her afternoon conversation with Chen Fan. Chen Qian, a voice called from behind. She turned to see Jiang Liling rushing towards her. Liling, aren't you still recuperating? Chen Qian asked in surprise. Jiang Liling forced a smile. I had no choice. If I didn't return to school, I would fail my courses. She glanced around and lowered her voice. Has that EU sought you out again? Chen Qian paused for a moment before nodding. Be cautious. I have a feeling he is not as simple as he appears, Jiang Liling warned, her brow furrowed. Ever since his arrival, rumors have circulated in the school about you and him. I am aware, Chen Qian interrupted her nonchalantly. There is no need to pay attention to those rumors. Noticing her friend's haggard appearance, Jiang Liling asked with concern, What has happened? You don't look well. Chen Qian shook her head. It's nothing, just a poor night's sleep. She did not wish to disclose the information she had encountered the previous night to anyone, at least not until she had spoken with Chen Fan. By the way, are you free for lunch today? Chen Qian changed the subject. I would like to treat you to a meal to celebrate your discharge. Jiang Liling hesitated. Lunch? I have something to attend to. What is it? Chen Qian keenly noticed her friend's unusual behavior. Jiang Liling stammered, It's just a date. With whom? Chen Qian inquired. With a senior, Jiang Liling replied, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Qian scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly realizing, Did Feng Changqing contact you? Jiang Liling's expression changed. How did you know? He also asked me out. Chun Qian sighed. At noon, in Shanghai CAF, Jiang Liling's eyes widened. This is so strange. Why is he asking us both out at the same time? I do not know, but this is certainly no coincidence, Chun Qian said, her brow furrowed. We must exercise caution. Do you know Feng Changqing? Jiang Liling asked. Chun Qian shook her head, stating that she did not know him, although he claimed to be acquainted with her brother. Jiang Liling pondered for a moment before inquiring if they should go. Yes, but we must go together, Chun Qian asserted firmly. Regardless of his intentions, it was safer to face it as a duo than alone. Jiang Liling nodded in agreement. The two discussed the details of their meeting before heading off to their respective classes. Chun Qian entered the classroom with a heavy heart, only to find Yi Yu already seated, leisurely perusing a book. After a moment's hesitation, she chose a seat farthest from him. However, shortly after the class commenced, her phone vibrated with a message from Yi Yu. Be cautious at noon. Feng Changqing is not a good person. Chun Qian looked up in surprise, meeting Yi Yu's smile, which held a hint of warning. She refrained from responding, yet this message only solidified her belief that their midday rendezvous was far from coincidental. As time ticked away, noon finally arrived. Chun Qian and Jiang Liling met at the school gate and proceeded to Shanghai CAF. Are you nervous? Jiang Liling asked. Chun Qian shook her head, replying, Nervousness is futile. We must ascertain his intentions. Upon entering the CAF and surveying the surroundings, they found no sign of Feng Changqing. Strange, it's already noon. Where is he? Jiang Liling wondered aloud. Just as Chun Qian was about to respond, she noticed Yi Yu seated in a corner, leisurely sipping his coffee. Yi Yu? What's he doing here? Jiang Liling whispered in shock. Chun Qian narrowed her eyes, sensing a trap. Just as they hesitated to leave, a waiter approached them. Excuse me, are you Miss Chun Qian and Miss Jiang Liling? Someone is waiting for you in the private room on the second floor. The two exchanged glances and followed the waiter upstairs. Upon opening the door to the room, they were met not by Feng Changqing, but by two unfamiliar men. Who are you? Chun Qian asked cautiously. One of the men stood up, about to speak, when the door was abruptly pushed open and Yi Yu walked in. Pardon the intrusion. These two ladies are my friends. Yi Yu smiled at the men. Feng Changqing sent you? The men clearly did not anticipate Yi Yu's arrival, their expressions shifting. Feng Changqing had some matters to attend to and sent us to bring you to him. One of them explained reluctantly. Bring us where? To Chun Fan's apartment? Or to some abandoned factory? The men's faces grew increasingly grim as their hands instinctively moved toward their waists. Don't move. Yi Yu's tone remained calm. Yet his gaze was frigid. If you wish to avoid trouble, leave quietly. Suddenly, one of the men drew a small knife and lunged at Yi Yu. With a mere sidestep, Yi Yu seized the assailant's wrist and twisted it gently. A sharp crack resonated, and the man fell to the ground, howling in pain. The other, witnessing this, hastily pulled out his phone to call for help, only to have Yi Yu kick the device away. Get lost, Yi Yu commanded coldly. The two men scrambled to their feet and fled the private room in disarray. Chun Qian and Jiang Liling stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Why did you save us? Chun Qian finally spoke up. Yi Yu smiled lightly. Do you truly wish for them to take you away? What does Feng Changqing intend to accomplish? Jiang Liling inquired. Yi Yu's expression grew grave. He seeks to manipulate you into leading me into a trap. He has allied with Chun Fan, aiming to capture me, and perhaps even to eliminate me. Chun Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. My brother and Feng Changqing? Why? Because I possess knowledge of secrets they wish to keep hidden, Yi Yu replied, his gaze penetrating. The truth concerning your parents. Chun Qian's breath caught in her throat. Yi Yu continued, Chun Fan concealed a crucial fact. Your parents' demise was not an accident, but a calculated murder. And the perpetrator is someone you could never imagine. Who? Chun Qian asked, trembling. The one you trust the most? Yi Yu said, his tone laden with significance. Why does Chun Fan never speak of the accident's details? Why has he remained indifferent while abroad for so many years? Upon his return, why does he maintain distance from you? Each question pierced Chun Qian's heart like a dagger. No, it cannot be, she stammered. Yi Yu did not answer directly, but instead took out his phone. We must leave this place. It is no longer safe. Just as the three prepared to depart, The door to the private room swung open once more, revealing a pale-faced man with icy eyes. Feng Changqing. Indeed, it is you. Feng Changqing glared at Yi Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. Chapter 37. Malicious Yi Yu. Feng Changqing stood at the threshold, a tempest of animosity in his gaze directed at Yi Yu. An atmosphere of impending violence enveloped the room. Yi Yu, I demand blood for blood. Feng Changqing bellowed, his voice hoarse, as though he had clawed his way up from the depths of hell. Chen Qian and Jiang Liling were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet Yi remained composed, even sporting a faint smile. Feng Changqing, do not be so agitated. Consider where we are. Causing a scene benefits no one. Yi Yu's tone was relaxed, as if Feng Changqing was not there for vengeance, but rather an old friend for afternoon tea. My sister's life. You think you can dismiss it so easily? Feng Changqing's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling slightly, a dagger appearing in his hand unbeknownst to him. Jiang Liling looked at Chen Qian in panic. What did he mean? What happened to his sister? Chen Qian did not respond, her gaze oscillating between Yi Yu and Feng Changqing, attempting to untangle this complex web of relationships. Yi Yu sighed softly. Feng Changqing, do you genuinely believe I killed your sister? Think logically. Why would I wish her harm? Because you are a demon. Feng Changqing roared. You abducted Lingling, threatening me to betray Chun Fan. Yi Yu shook his head, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. You truly overestimate me. Your sister's death has nothing to do with me. You ought to question Chun Fan about his whereabouts and actions at that time. Feng Changqing seemed momentarily unsettled by this statement, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, but quickly morphed back into hatred. Stop trying to sow discord. It was precisely Chun Fan who informed me that Lingling was in danger, prompting our urgent rush. Is that so? Yi Yu asked, his tone laden with implication. Then why did he arrive half an hour late? Why did the location precisely reach you? Why did my belongings remain at the scene? Such coincidence, is it not? The dagger of Feng Changqing was poised menacingly at Yi Yu's throat. A mere foot away. Silence. Suddenly, Chen Qian interjected. Mr. Feng Changqing, I'm unaware of the grievances between you and my brother, but this is a public place. If there are matters to discuss, let us sit and converse. Otherwise, I shall call the authorities. Discuss? Call the police? Feng Changqing scoffed coldly, his gaze unwavering from Yi Yu. What is there to discuss with a devil? Feng Changqing, are you certain that Chun Fan is merely as he claims, innocently deceived by Yi Yu? Yi Yu spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet each word sharp as a dagger. Have you ever witnessed Chun Fan deceive you? Have you ever seen him be caught off guard? In the desert years ago, he could foresee even the traps set by mercenaries. Yet now he falls victim to my methods? Feng Changqing's expression wavered significantly. What do you mean? The implication is simple. Perhaps Chun Fan is exploiting you, just as he has exploited your sister, Yi Yu stated mercilessly. Feng Changqing's dagger began to tremble slightly, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Feng Changqing, do not listen to his nonsense. A voice suddenly echoed at the doorway, and all turned to see Chun Fan standing there, his countenance dark. Chen Qian felt a tumult of emotions seeing her brother. She had never witnessed such a glacial gaze from him, emanating an aura of danger. So unlike the doctor she knew. Chun Fan, you have finally arrived. Yi Yu chuckled lightly, showing no signs of tension. I was just conversing with your sister and friend. Chen Qian, Jiang Liren, leave this place. Chun Fan's tone was stern, commanding. Jiang Liren hesitated, casting a glance at Chen Qian, about to rise when Yi Yu interrupted. Aren't you curious, Chen Qian? Why would Chun Fan and Feng Changqing suddenly appear here? Why are they targeting me? Chen Qian looked at her brother. Brother, what is happening? Chen Qian, not now. Chun Fan's voice softened slightly, yet his eyes remained icy. I shall explain, but not at this moment. Once again, it was the same refrain. Always not now. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Qian's eyes. You have always been this way, never telling me anything, bearing everything alone. Until our parents. Her words trailed off, tears welling in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Yi Yu interjected, Chen Qian, your brother has concealed too many truths. For instance, he was in the car that day. He was the target of the explosion. Enough. Chun Fan bellowed, his eyes almost aflame with fury. Feng Changqing observed the scene, his gaze growing increasingly complex. His dagger slowly descended, his expression shifting from hatred to confusion. "Yu," Feng Changqing stammered, "what exactly do you intend?" Yu smiled. "I merely wish to uncover the truth regarding the car accident that claimed the lives of Chen Qian's parents, concerning the death of Feng Ling, the truth behind it all. That is enough." Chen Fan shoved Feng Changqing aside and lunged at Yu. Taken by surprise, Feng Changqing was slammed against the wall, his dagger falling to the ground. Yu, unfazed, sidestepped Chen Fan's attack while retrieving a small bag from his pocket and casually tossed it towards Chen Fan. The bag burst open in midair, a cloud of powder enveloping the surroundings. Chen Fan reacted swiftly, holding his breath and retreating, yet a small amount of the powder still found its way into his eyes and nostrils. He managed to utter a single word before staggering backward, his vision blurring and his body losing balance. "Brother," Chen Qian exclaimed, rushing forward to support Chen Fan. "Don't go over there." Jiang Liling pulled Chen Qian back, but was flung aside. Yu stood motionless, a victorious smile gracing her features. "The formula is one I brought from abroad, colorless and tasteless. It will merely incapacitate someone temporarily, posing no mortal danger." Feng Changqing seized the opportunity to pick up a dagger, uncertain of whom to direct it at, Yu or Chen Fan. "Feng Changqing, do you not comprehend?" Yu gazed at him, her tone laced with pity. "Chen Fan is using you, just as he uses everyone else. The truth behind your sister's death is likely far more complex. Do not listen to him." Chen Fan rasped, striving to remain lucid, but the drug's effects were already taking hold, rendering his movements slow and feeble. Feng Changqing remained rooted to the spot, his gaze flickering indecisively. 7 years prior, he had followed Chen Fan into life-and-death situations, considering him a brother. However, the death of his sister had utterly shattered the trust he held. "Can you explain Lingling's death?" Feng Changqing asked Chen Fan, his voice strained. Chen Fan struggled to rise, but the potency of the drug was overwhelming. He could only lean against Chen Qian for support. "I swear I do not know." He allowed a cold laugh. "Chen Fan, are you truly unaware? Then can you elucidate this?" She produced her phone and played a video. In the footage, Chen Fan was seen conversing with a blurred figure, the words "Lingling" and "sacrifice" faintly audible. "This is..." Feng Changqing stared at the video in shock. "It's fabricated," Chen Fan shouted, his voice already weak. "Judge for yourself what is real." Yi replied nonchalantly, directing her gaze toward Feng Changqing. "Lingling was indeed murdered, but not by my hand. Consider this. Why would I wish to kill her? I needed her alive to keep you in check. She held value for me." Feng Changqing's expression darkened, the dagger in his hand shifting repeatedly. "Feng Changqing, do not heed his lies," Chen Fan said with great effort. "He is sowing discord, aiming for us to turn on one another." Yi remained unfazed. "Chen Fan, do you not find it peculiar? Why was I utterly disinterested in you until you returned to investigate your parents' deaths? Why did I coincidentally appear in Jianghai?" "Because..." Chen Fan suddenly fell silent, as if grasping a revelation. "Because you are afraid, are you not?" You pressed forward, afraid of the truth being unveiled, afraid that the facade you meticulously constructed will crumble. Feng Changqing looked at Chen Fan, the trust in his eyes beginning to shatter. "Chen Fan, what is truly going on? Did you know my sister would die?" Chen Fan shook his head, pain flickering in his eyes. "It is not as you think. I simply what?" Feng Changqing demanded. At this moment of palpable tension, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and Wang Tianxiu burst in with several men clad in black. "Young master, there are ambushers outside." Wang Tianxiu quickly positioned himself in front of Yu. Almost simultaneously, the window shattered, and 2 masked figures leaped inside, guns drawn and aimed at Yu. "Chen Fan, you truly are well prepared," Yi remarked nonchalantly, as if anticipating this very situation. Chen Qian, her eyes wide with terror, clutched Chen Fan tightly. "Brother, who are these people?" Chen Fan remained silent, his strength rapidly waning, his eyelids growing heavier. "Qian Qian, Jiang Liling, come with me." Yu extended his hand towards the 2 girls. "Otherwise, you may become casualties in this confrontation." Jiang Liling did not hesitate to hide behind Yu, but Chen Qian resolutely stood in front of her brother. I cannot abandon him. Xiao Qian, hurry and leave, Yu scoffed coldly. How touching. I wonder if your parents were as concerned for you when they perished in that car accident years ago. Chen Qian's head snapped up, her eyes filled with shock. What do you mean? Yu did not answer directly, but turned to Feng Chongqing. Feng Chongqing, make your choice. Trust your former brother or seek justice for your sister. The anguish and turmoil on Feng Chongqing's face were palpable. Finally, he inhaled deeply and gazed at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I once believed in you, but now I require the truth. With that, he suddenly pivoted, plunging a dagger into the throat of one of the masked assailants. Taken by surprise, the assailant collapsed, blood gushing forth. The second masked figure immediately fired, the bullet grazing Feng Chongqing's shoulder and leaving a crimson trail. Chen Qian gasped. Wang Tianxiu moved with remarkable speed, his seemingly robust physique belied by his agility. He lunged at the remaining masked figure, striking him squarely in the throat, causing the assailant to crumple to the ground, lifeless. The room descended into chaos, furniture overturned, and blood splattered everywhere. Feng Chongqing pressed his hand against his wounded shoulder, determination etched in his eyes. Chen Fan, I will no longer trust you. I will avenge this grievance. Chen Fan struggled to articulate a response, but the effects of the drug had fully taken hold, and he lost consciousness, collapsing into Chen Qian's arms. Take them away from here, Yu commanded coolly. Wang Tianxiu swiftly directed his subordinates, and one of the men in black approached to seize Chen Qian, only to be halted by Yu. Let her choose for herself. Chen Qian gazed at her unconscious brother, then at Yu, her eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Chen Qian, if you wish to uncover the truth, come with me. Yu extended his hand. The circumstances surrounding your parents' deaths are far more intricate than you could imagine. Biting her lip, Chen Qian ultimately released her hold on Chen Fan. I want to know the truth. Yu smiled faintly, pulling her to her feet. Let us depart before the police arrive. He cast a glance at Chen Fan, lying on the floor, a flicker of inscrutable intent glimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, Yu, along with Chen Qian, Jiang Liling, and the injured Feng Chongqing, swiftly exited the scene, leaving Chen Fan alone, unconscious amidst a pool of blood. The convoy of Yu sped through the streets of Zhanghai City. Inside the vehicle, Chen Qian's complexion was pallid, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, her gaze frequently drifting to the window, seemingly contemplating the possibility of leaping from the car. Jiang Liyin, seated beside her, was equally tense, incessantly provoking the relationship between Chen Fan and Chen Qian. In truth, she was terrified of being discovered by Chen Qian. Yet, if she refrained from such machinations, her own life would be forfeit, along with her family's well-being. Feng Chongqing occupied the passenger seat, quietly permitting Wang Tianxiu to tend to the wound on his shoulder. Yu sat at the far end of the car, his expression relaxed, as if the recent gruesome events bore no relation to him. Yu, what on earth do you intend to do? Chen Qian could no longer contain herself, shattering the silence. Yu smiled faintly. I have already mentioned that I shall reveal the truth. What truth? Chen Qian's voice trembled. About the death of my parents? About my brother? Both. Yu's gaze was profound. But before that, we must first reach a secure location. Chen Qian glanced outside, realizing the vehicle had exited the urban area, heading toward the outskirts. Where are we going? Jiang Liyin could not restrain her curiosity. Jianghai Manor, Yu replied nonchalantly. It is my temporary residence in Jianghai. The vehicle soon entered a garden villa district, halting in front of the largest villa. Upon disembarking, Yu instructed Wang Tianxiu to arrange for proper care of Feng Chongqing's injuries, then led Chen Qian and Jiang Liyin into the living room. Please take a seat. Yu courteously gestured for them to sit, while he approached the bar and poured 3 glasses of orange juice. I presume you do not partake in alcohol, so let this suffice. Chen Qian did not touch her glass. I refuse to be placated any longer. Yu, if you genuinely possess knowledge, speak plainly. Yu sighed, placing down his glass, his demeanor becoming serious. Chen Qian, the death of your parents was not an accident. It was a deliberate murder. The key figure in this is none other than your brother, Chen Fan. Nonsense. Chen Qian abruptly stood. How can my brother harm our own parents? Sit down and allow me to finish. Yi Yu's voice turned icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chun Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sank back into her seat. Yi Yu retrieved a disc from his pocket. Here lies all the evidence. Chun Fan was indeed in the car that day, but he was not a victim. He was the mastermind. Impossible. Chun Qian shook her head, her voice diminishing. The evidence is right here. Yi Yu extended the disc toward her. You may review it at your leisure, but allow me to provide you with a brief overview. Chun Fan befriended certain extraordinary individuals abroad and formed the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps to fund his endeavors. He set his sights on your family's assets. When your parents refused to support him, he was driven to murder. Chun Qian accepted the disc, her hands trembling slightly. How can this be? He is my brother. Blood ties cannot shield one from the dark facets of human nature, Yi Yu replied calmly. After the accident, why did he immediately flee abroad? Why has he never contacted you in all these years? Why does he avoid you upon returning to the country? Out of guilt, or out of fear that the truth might be unveiled? Chun Qian fell silent, unable to respond to these inquiries. How do you know so much? She suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp. Yi Yu smiled slightly, because my father was a close friend of your father. After the accident, he has been discreetly investigating. Then why not report it to the police? Chun Qian continued to probe. The police have already closed the case, deeming it an accident. Moreover, making rash accusations without solid evidence would only alert the perpetrator, Yi Yu explained. My father hopes to gather more evidence to uncover the forces behind Chun Fan and bring them all to justice. Chun Qian fell into contemplation. This explanation seemed plausible, yet she found it difficult to believe. What about Feng Changqing? She inquired. His injuries are not severe. He is currently resting, Yi Yu replied. He is an old friend of Chun Fan, yet Chun Fan has used his sister's life to control him. Did Chun Fan kill Feng Ling? Chun Qian asked in astonishment. The evidence is quite clear, Yi Yu stated matter-of-factly. I believe Feng Changqing must have sensed something, which is why he chose to betray Chun Fan at a crucial moment. Just then, Feng Changqing entered the living room, his shoulder bandaged. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes were filled with determination. Yi Yu, I need to see Chun Fan. Feng Changqing said directly. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. Why? Haven't you already seen through his true nature? I want to ask him directly about Ling Ling and the authenticity of those videos, Feng Changqing insisted. Chapter 39. The tormented Chun Fan. You wish to confront Chun Fan directly? Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, amused as she regarded Feng Changqing. How do you expect him to respond? Surely you have an inkling. Feng Changqing's expression was complex, the pain in his eyes nearly spilling over. Ling Ling is my only relative. I must hear Chun Fan admit her death with my own ears. What purpose does that serve? Yi Yu sighed lightly, crossing her legs in a posture that suggested she saw through everything. A man like Chun Fan will never confess. Chun Qian remained silent, her grip on the disc Yi Yu had given her tightening, as if clutching a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, she stood up. I want to see my brother. What a coincidence. You two share the same sentiment. Yi Yu gestured for Wang Tianxiu to step forward. Make arrangements for them to meet Chun Fan tomorrow. Wang Tianxiu nodded and retreated, while Jiang Liling watched Yi Yu nervously. Can I go back now? I have classes tomorrow. Certainly, Yi Yu replied with a light laugh, turning to Chun Qian. And you, Chun Qian? Will you return to school, or stay here to review the contents of the disc? Chun Qian's expression remained impassive. I want to return to the dormitory. I need to think calmly. Very well, I will send someone to escort you back. Yi Yu shrugged nonchalantly. However, Chun Qian, it would be best if that disc remains unseen by others. Chun Qian did not respond, merely clutching the disc tightly in her hand. Jiang Liling linked her arm with hers, and the two departed the villa together. After seeing them off, Yi Yu turned to Feng Changqing. Now, let us discuss matters between us. Feng Changqing's expression was devoid of emotion. I do not know what grievances exist between you and Chun Fan, but I only seek vengeance for Ling Ling, perfectly aligned with our objectives. Yi Yu offered a faint smile, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. Tomorrow, you and Chun Qian will meet Chun Fan. I will arrange everything. What exactly do you intend to do? Feng Changqing inquired, his vigilance apparent. Yi Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest well. This place is entirely safe. You shall receive a complete answer by tomorrow. With that, She rose and ascended the stairs, leaving Feng Changqing standing in the center of the living room, engulfed in confusion and anguish. In the depths of the night, Yi Yu stood on the balcony, gazing down upon the nocturnal panorama of Jianghai. Wang Tianxiu quietly approached from behind. "Young master, all arrangements have been made. Has Chun Qian viewed the disc?" "Our surveillance indicates she immediately opened it upon returning to her dormitory." Yi Yu chuckled softly. "She will be skeptical of its contents. Chun Qian is more obstinate than I anticipated." "Then, young master, we shall proceed as planned tomorrow." Yi Yu's gaze turned icy. "Chun Fan and Chun Qian are mere pawns. I intend to incite a rift between them, making Chun Fan experience a living hell." Wang Tianxiu nodded. "Understood, young master. I have already stationed personnel at the hospital. Everything will be ready by tomorrow." "Excellent." Yi Yu's eyes were inscrutable as they fixated on the distant lights. "This time, I shall ensure Chun Fan suffers eternally." Meanwhile, Chun Qian sat before her computer in the dormitory, her trembling hands inserting the disk. A series of folders appeared on the screen. She clicked on the first video file. The image revealed a blurry figure engaged in conversation, the voice altered, yet faintly recognizable as Chun Fan's. "It must be done. They will not agree." The footage abruptly transitioned to the scene of an accident, the visuals unclear, yet the police were seen investigating. A police officer's voice echoed, "This is undoubtedly murder." The bomb was planted beneath the vehicle. Chun Qian abruptly shut off the video, tears blurring her vision. "This cannot be true. How could my brother?" She opened another file, which displayed a bank transaction record indicating that a significant sum had been transferred from their family account the day before the accident. The recipient's name glaringly read Chun Fan. "No," Chun Qian murmured, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. She closed her computer, clutching the disk in her hand, her heart wrenched with despair. Though reason urged her to dismiss the possibility of forgery, the doubts lodged in her throat were unrelenting. Why had Chun Fan consistently avoided her? Why had he fled abroad immediately after the accident? Why did he maintain distance upon his return? All night long, Chun Qian tossed and turned, unable to find repose. The following morning at Jianghai People's Hospital, Chun Fan sat on his hospital bed, his expression grim. The effects of the medication had entirely worn off. Yet yesterday's humiliation ignited his fury. His phone vibrated incessantly with messages from his Snow Wolf Team brothers, inquiring about his condition. "Brother Fan, has Feng Changqing betrayed us? Unfortunately, we are currently entangled with the Vatican's followers. We cannot proceed. Brother Fan, the Vatican demands a toll of $100 million. Otherwise, we shall be left behind. It is our fault. Even leaving the Vatican is a luxury we cannot afford, and we cannot meet with you." Chun Fan remained silent, gazing out of the window, his mind racing to discern Yi Yu's true intentions. The weight of the situation bore heavily upon him. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing two figures, Chun Qian and Feng Changqing. "Qian Qian." Chun Fan sprang to his feet, his eyes darting back and forth between her and Feng Changqing. "Are you both unharmed? Did Yi Yu inflict any harm upon you?" Standing at the threshold, Chun Qian did not approach. "Brother, we need to talk." Chun Fan noticed her haggard appearance and the redness of her eyes, clearly indicating a sleepless night. "Qian Qian, do not trust Yi Yu's words. He is sowing discord between us." "Is that so?" Chun Qian retorted, producing a disc from her bag. "What about this evidence? The financial transfers before the accident, the police investigation report, and your conversation with someone?" Chun Fan's complexion paled. "Qian Qian, those are all fabricated. Yi Yu is manipulating you." "Then why did you attempt to kill Feng Ling?" Feng Changqing interjected, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish. "Why use me as a pawn? Changqing, I have told you. I did not harm Ling Ling." Chun Fan urged desperately. "This is all part of Yi Yu's scheme. He wants us to turn against each other." Chun Qian scoffed. "Is that so? Can you explain why you immediately left the country after the accident? Why have you not contacted me all these years? Why did you avoid me upon your return?" Chun Fan's eyes filled with torment. "Because I did not wish to bring danger upon you." "Danger? What danger?" Chun Qian pressed. "I am investigating the truth behind our parents' accident, and the truth points to the powerful elite of the capital," Chun Fan murmured. "I could not allow you to be entangled in this. which is why I deliberately distanced myself. Feng Chanqing sneered. Once again with this excuse, Chun Fan. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room burst open once more, and a group of heavily armed men clad in black stormed in, swiftly taking control of the room. Moments later, Yi Yu entered with an air of nonchalance, a triumphant smile adorning his face. What a heartwarming family reunion, Yi Yu remarked lightly, surveying the scene. I hope I am not interrupting your sibling heart-to-heart. Chun Fan's expression darkened. Yi Yu, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Yi Yu approached Chun Qian, gently caressing her cheek. Qian Qian, how much of your brother's words do you believe? Chun Qian offered no response. Stepping back to evade Yi Yu's touch, Yi Yu chuckled dismissively. Chun Fan, you always relish portraying yourself as the victim, shifting the blame onto others. But today, in front of your sister, I shall unveil your true nature. With that, Yi Yu snapped his fingers, and one of the black-clad men handed him a tablet. Yi Yu presented the device to Chun Qian. This video was obtained just last night. After watching it, you will understand. The screen displayed Chun Fan in conversation with a blurred figure, his voice unmistakably clear. Feng Ling must die. She knows too much. If she returns to the capital alive, our plan will be ruined. That's a lie, Chun Fan bellowed, attempting to charge at Yi Yu, only to be restrained by two of the black-clad men. Chun Qian, upon viewing the video, turned pale, her grip on the tablet faltering. She turned to her brother, her eyes filled with despair. Brother, what on earth is happening? Qian, do not believe him. These are all forgeries. Chun Fan shouted in agony. Just then, Feng Chanqing lunged at Chun Fan, gripping his neck. You killed Lingling. Admit it. Chapter 40. Yi Yu's assault on Chun Qian. The man in black did not intervene, merely watching the scene with cold indifference. Yi stood nearby, a satisfied smile adorning his face. He understood that there were others behind Chun Fan, and he intended to draw that person out. This individual overshadowed Chun Fan, restricting Yi Yu's ability to wield his full strength. Yet, he remained a dandy, forced into a battle of wits with Chun Fan when all he desired was to live quietly as a libertine. Chun Qian stood frozen, unsure of whom to trust. Her world was crumbling. The brother she had revered since childhood might be the murderer of their parents or an accomplice in Feng Ling's death. Enough! Chun Qian suddenly cried out, tears streaming down her face. I have had enough of these lies and deceit. She turned to Yi Yu. I do not know what grievances exist between you and my brother, but I refuse to believe these videos and evidence. If you truly possess proof, why not report it to the authorities? Yi Yu chuckled. Because some matters elude the grasp of the law. Just like your brother's Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. They tread the fine line of legality. Chun Qian shook her head, her vision blurred by tears. I do not wish to hear any more of this. I want to leave this place. Yi Yu stepped closer, seizing her wrist. Chun Qian, the truth can be cruel, but it is far better than remaining in ignorance. Let go of me. Chun Qian struggled, yet could not escape Yi Yu's grip. Witnessing this, Chun Fan erupted with an unprecedented force, throwing Feng Chanqing aside and lunging at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, keep your distance from my sister. The man in black immediately fired, the bullet grazing Chun Fan's shoulder. Blood gushing forth. Chun Fan let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground. Brother, Chun Qian screamed, attempting to rush towards him, but Yi Yu held her fast. Take her away, Yi Yu coldly commanded. As for Chun Fan and Feng Chanqing, let them have a proper reunion. The man in black dragged the struggling Chun Qian out of the hospital room, and Yi Yu cast one last glance at Chun Fan lying in a pool of blood, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Chun Fan, this is merely the beginning. You have taken everything from me, and I shall repay you 100-fold. With that, Yi Yu turned and departed, the hospital door slowly closing behind him. Chun Qian was forcibly taken from the hospital and pushed into the back seat of a black sedan. Yi Yu followed closely, sitting beside her, while Wang Tianqiu drove in the front. Let go of me. I want to see my brother. Chun Qian struggled, fury and fear evident in her eyes. Yi Yu gazed expressionlessly out the window. Chun Qian, your brother is fine. It is just a minor injury. Given his capabilities, this little wound is nothing. What do you intend to do? Chun Qian fixed her gaze on Yi Yu, her chest heaving violently. Why provoke a rift between me and my brother? Provoke? Yi chuckled lightly. If you truly believe in his innocence, why did you leave the hospital with me to meet him? Why did you examine those pieces of evidence? Deep down, you harbor doubts, do you not? Chen Qian fell silent, for indeed, uncertainty lingered within her. Yet, he was her brother, the only kin who had cared for her since childhood. Yi discerned her thoughts. Chen Qian, sometimes those closest to us can be the most perilous. What you have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. Your brother's secrets are far more terrifying than you can fathom. The vehicle glided into a secluded suburban area, eventually halting before a hidden villa. Yi Yu alighted, extending his hand to Chen Qian. Come, it is safe here. No one shall disturb us. Chen Qian declined his hand and exited the car herself. A chill breeze swept past, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The villa's decor was minimalist yet opulent, unmistakably valuable. Yi Yu guided her to the living room and instructed the butler to prepare hot tea. This is another residence of mine in Jianghai, far more comfortable than the school accommodations, Yi Yu remarked casually, as if they were merely friends engaged in idle conversation. I am not interested in such trivialities. I wish to know why you brought me here. Chen Qian replied coldly. Yi Yu reclined on the sofa, gazing intently into her eyes. To protect you. Do you think your brother will let today's event slide? Once he learns you have seen that evidence, who knows what he might do? Impossible. He is my brother. He would never harm me. Chen Qian interjected vehemently. Just as he would never harm your parents? Yi Yu's tone dripped with disdain. Chen Qian, you are exceedingly naive. Chen Qian glared at Yi Yu. And what about you? What noble intentions could you possibly have in bringing me here? Yi Yu chuckled. At least I do not conceal my motives. I have been intrigued by you since our first encounter. How repulsive, Chen Qian retorted, stepping back in disgust. Repulsive? Yi Yu shrugged nonchalantly, moving toward the window. Chen Qian, do you truly believe I am someone of little worth? The eldest son of the Yi family in the capital. What kind of woman could I not have? Chen Qian scoffed. Then why do you persist in pursuing me? Yi Yu turned, his gaze deepening. Because you are the person Chen Fan cares for the most. In that fleeting moment, Chen Qian comprehended everything. She was merely a pawn in the struggle between Yi Yu and Chen Fan, a tool wielded to inflict harm upon Chen Fan. I shall not allow you to exploit me to hurt my brother, Chen Qian declared, rising to head for the door. I must admit, I underestimated you, Chen Qian. You are more astute than most women. Yi Yu's expression turned devilishly charming. Perhaps I am simply not suited for intricate schemes. I prefer matters to be straightforward. What do you mean by that? Chen Qian's pupils constricted, sensing an unusual undertone in Yi Yu's words. What I mean is, despite all I have done, you still choose to trust your brother, which puts me in quite a predicament. Is that not a veiled insinuation of my intellectual shortcomings? That even you cannot manage me? Yi Yu stood before her, his hand gently caressing her cheek as he spoke playfully. Slap. Do not touch me. Chen Qian batted away Yi Yu's hand. Chen Qian, have you ever pondered why I hold such a fascination for you? Yi Yu's eyes seemed to blaze with a crimson hue as she inquired. Because I am Chen Fan's sister, and you intend to exploit me to harm him, Chen Qian replied bluntly. Alas, at times your intellect is too sharp. Your answer is entirely correct, Yi Yu nodded. Do not flatter yourself. I harbor no interest in you, Chen Qian scoffed. Why must it be your interest that matters? The paramount concern is that I am interested. Yi Yu suddenly grasped her wrist, drawing her closer. Let go of me. Chen Qian struggled, a flicker of fear finally crossing her gaze. In recent days, Yi Yu had exhibited such gentlemanly conduct that she had almost forgotten that he was a notorious young master of the capital. Do you understand? The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. A glint of madness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Yi Yu, should you dare to lay a finger on me, my brother will undoubtedly not spare you. Chen Qian spat through gritted teeth, striving to mask her inner dread. Your brother? Yi Yu sneered, a dangerous glimmer igniting in his eyes. What is your brother to me? Watch closely. He will soon descend into madness. Chen Qian's eyes widened in terror, struggling desperately. Yet the disparity in strength rendered her futile. Yi Yu's domineering presence left no room for her resistance. After a moment, he released her. Excellent. This is merely the first step towards dealing with your brother. Now, let us indulge ourselves. Yi savored the unique aroma with a cold smirk. You beast! Chun Qian gasped, her eyes brimming with anger and humiliation. She abruptly raised her hand, attempting to slap Yi, only to have her wrist effortlessly seized. Do not challenge my patience. No one has dared to strike me. Yi's gaze flickered with danger. You shall not succeed, Chun Qian retorted through clenched teeth, though a trace of fear glimmered in her eyes. Chun Qian collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She raised her hand to wipe the sensation from her lips, feeling a wave of nausea and helplessness. Chapter 41. The Death of Chun Qian. Chun Qian trembled, fully aware of Yi's ruthless methods. His intentions were not merely to humiliate her. He sought to utterly destroy Chun Fan through her. You shall not prevail. I will not allow you to use me to harm my brother. Chun Qian clenched her jaw, her voice quivering yet resolute. Your words hold no weight. Yi stood, advancing towards her step by step, his eyes entwined with desire and malice. You are now mine. Your body and will are under my dominion. I shall make you a burden to your brother, a stain on his honor that he can never erase. As Chun Qian beheld Yi's advancing figure, her terror reached its zenith. She understood that if she fell into the hands of this fiend, her fate would be far worse than death. She would become a weapon to harm her brother. She would rather perish than allow such a fate to unfold. Hey, I wish to die. Have you consulted me on that? Yi seized Chun Qian's hair, yanking her back and causing her to collapse onto the bed. Yi offered Chun Qian no opportunity to resist, both hands moving to violently tear at her clothing. Chun Qian suddenly drew a spring knife from her sleeve and lunged at Yi. With a swift movement, Yi evaded her attack, leaping aside. Chun Qian pivoted sharply, rushing towards the balcony and flinging open the floor-to-ceiling windows. The cold wind swept into the room, tousling her hair. Without a moment's hesitation, a resolute gleam flashed in her eyes. She turned back for one last glance at Yi, her voice piercing and tragic. Yi, I shall never allow you to succeed, even in death. Before she could finish her words, she leapt down. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such spirit. Yi cursed his misfortune under his breath and approached the balcony's edge. He leaned over to look down. Chun Qian's figure plummeted swiftly into the night, ultimately crashing onto the hard ground before the villa with a dull thud. The tremendous sound jolted the villa's guards. Wang Tianxiu hastily arrived at the scene and, upon witnessing the gruesome bloodstains and Chun Qian's contorted body, his expression turned grave in an instant. Yi descended from the upper floor, walking to Chun Qian's side. Her body was already cold, her eyes wide open in eternal unrest. Yi gazed at her, devoid of pity, only a flicker of anger at her unwillingness to yield. Sir, how shall we proceed? Wang Tianxiu inquired cautiously. Yi's expression remained stoic. She jumped of her own accord. Fool! He paused, a glint of malice crossing his gaze. Notify the hospital. Inform them that my girlfriend has accidentally fallen from the building. Do everything possible to save her. He was fully aware that Chun Qian was already deceased. Yet he wanted Chun Fan to know. Soon, an ambulance arrived with a wail, carrying away Chun Qian's lifeless body. Yi boarded the vehicle, heading to the hospital. He wished to witness Chun Fan's collapse firsthand. Outside the emergency room of Jianghai City Hospital, Chun Fan received the call about his sister's fall. As if struck by lightning, he rushed to the hospital in a frenzy, and upon seeing Yi standing at the emergency room's entrance, he instantly understood everything. Yi, what have you done to my sister? Chun Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he howled, lunging towards Yi. Wang Tianxiu stepped forward, blocking Yi's path. Yi stood behind Wang Tianxiu, a mocking smile on his face. She jumped off the building herself. Am I to blame? She refused to be humiliated. He deliberately emphasized those words, aiming to wound Chun Fan deeply. You lunatic! Chun Fan, in a fit of madness, desperately tried to break through Wang Tianxiu's obstruction. Yi, I will kill you. Yi coldly watched Chun Fan struggle in anguish, a twisted satisfaction rising within him. Your sister possesses a fierce spirit, willing to die rather than submit to me. Unlike some, who would do anything for money. This was a veiled jab at Chun Fan's romantic interests, adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged, shaking his head helplessly. I'm sorry. We did everything we could. Chun Fan's body stiffened, his mind blank. He shoved past the doctor and rushed into the emergency room, seeing Chun Qian's cold body. Unable to contain his overwhelming sorrow any longer, he collapsed beside his sister, letting out heart-wrenching cries. Qian, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you. He clutched her lifeless form tightly, as if trying to merge her essence with his own. Yi stood at the doorway, quietly observing this tragic scene. He could sense the overwhelming hatred emanating from Chun Fan, a hatred so palpable it seemed capable of freezing the very air around them. Slowly, Chun Fan lifted his head, his eyes a deep crimson, fixating intently on Yi Yu, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Yi Yu, I swear I will have your entire family buried with you. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Yi Yu's lips. I shall await that. He turned away, leaving Chun Fan with a haughty and indifferent silhouette. The death of Chun Qian had utterly shattered the last vestige of Chun Fan's psychological defenses. No longer was he the patient, composed healer or the leader of a mercenary band. He had transformed into a wounded beast, stripped of everything, consumed solely by a desire for vengeance. Before Chun Qian's grave, Chun Fan knelt for 3 days and nights, abstaining from food and water, enduring the onslaught of wind and rain. Feng Changqing silently stood by his side throughout. On the 4th morning, Chun Fan rose, his eyes devoid of tears, replaced by an indelible hatred and a chilling resolve. Feng Changqing, he spoke in a low, raspy voice, contact the fox for me. Tonight, I want Wang Yin and Mad Dog dead. Feng Changqing paused, taken aback. Mad Dog? But hasn't he already perished? A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Fan's eyes before realization dawned upon him. He had previously tasked the fox with tracking down Mad Dog, intending to strike tonight, only to discover that the fox had completed the mission ahead of schedule. Excellent. Chun Fan's voice remained unwavering. That leaves only Wang Yin, and Wang Tuan, though he is a cripple, is still Yi Yu's lapdog. I once spared his life, merely crippling him, yet he dares to seek me out. How audacious. Feng Changqing's expression turned grave. Though Wang Tuan is disabled, he still possesses some influence. Wang Yin, too, is a cunning figure, backed by the Wang family and surrounded by skilled allies. I do not require your reminders of their dangers, Chun Fan replied coldly. I ask you, are you still willing to follow me? Feng Changqing gazed into the flames of vengeance burning in Chun Fan's eyes, knowing there was no turning back for him. For his deceased sister, Feng Ling, and for the humiliations endured while infiltrating the Yi family over the years, he resolved to accompany Chun Fan to the end. I shall stand with you, Feng Changqing declared solemnly. That evening, within a concealed estate on the outskirts of Jianghai City, Wang Yin was conferring with several trusted confidants on how best to deal with Chun Fan. Since the demise of his confidant, Mad Dog, he had sensed an unprecedented threat. Chun Fan is now a madman. Wang Yin's expression darkened. He has no reservations left and will stop at nothing. We must eliminate him before he spirals completely out of control. Wang Xiao. Has Yi Xiao given any orders? One of his confidants inquired. Wang Yin frowned. Yi Xiao suggests we hold our position and wait for Chun Fan to reveal a flaw. However, I find this too perilous. He is far too unhinged at present. Just then, an urgent alarm and the sound of gunfire erupted from outside the estate. What is happening? Wang Yin leapt to his feet. A bodyguard burst in, tumbling through the doorway, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, Wang Xiao, Chun Fan has breached our defenses. What? Wang Yan's face blanched in shock. Suddenly, the lights within the estate extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Wang Yin as he realized that Chun Fan, having dared to invade his stronghold, must be thoroughly prepared. Quick, protect me, Wang Yin shouted. From the darkness emerged muffled groans and anguished cries as Wang Yan's trusted aides fell one by one. He heard footsteps rapidly approaching, confirming that Chun Fan had indeed breached the premises. Drawing his pistol, Wang Yin fired several shots into the darkness before turning to flee into a secret passage. However, just as he reached the entrance, a fierce wind swept towards him. Want to run? Too late. Chun Fan's chilling voice echoed in his ear. Before Wang Yin could react, An immense force struck the back of his neck, and his body crumpled to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a chair, facing Chun Fan, Feng Chanqing, and the fox. Chun Fan's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes a chilling abyss. "What do you want from me?" Wang Yin stammered, suppressing his terror. Chun Fan remained silent, producing a mobile phone to play a recording. It captured a conversation between Wang Yin and Yi Yu, discussing the manipulation of Chun Fan and the sacrifice of the mad dog. Wang Yin's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Chun Fan would acquire such incriminating evidence. Wang Yin, Chun Fan's voice resonated like a specter from the depths of hell. "You, like Wang Tuan, are nothing but Yi Yu's lapdog. You conspired against me, exploiting my sister's death. Now, it is time to pay the price. Please don't kill me." Wang Yin pleaded desperately. "I can help you. I know all of Yi Yu's secrets. I can assist you in toppling the Yi family." Chun Fan scoffed coldly. "Do you truly believe I would trust you again? You, like Yi Yu, deserve to die." Without further ado, he raised his hand and struck Wang Yan's neck with a lethal chop. Wang Yan's eyes bulged. His body convulsed a few times, and then he fell silent. After dealing with Wang Yan, Chun Fan turned to Feng Chanqing. "Where's the mad dog's body?" Feng Chanqing replied, "In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. The police are already investigating." "Take me there," Chun Fan instructed. The three hastily made their way to the location of the mad dog's remains. As Chun Fan surveyed the corpse, his expression betrayed no emotion. He understood that although the mad dog was a loyal subordinate of Wang Yin, he was also a pawn in Yi Yu's scheme. "Clean this up," Chun Fan commanded the fox. "Ensure no traces lead back to us." The fox nodded and began to manage the scene. Chun Fan, stepping aside, took out his phone and dialed a number. "Yi Yu, Wang Tuan, and Wang Yin are dead, and the mad dog is also gone." His voice was unervingly calm, yet the latent malice within it was chilling. "Now, it is your turn." On the other end of the line, Yi Yu chuckled lightly. "Oh, have you resolved the Wang brothers so swiftly?" "Chun Fan, you surprised me. It seems you've done well, taking out Wang Yin and Wang Tuan first. I will certainly speak on your behalf regarding the Wang family." "Ha ha ha ha." Yi Yu laughed heartily, showing no concern for Wang Yin and Wang Tuan. "Yi Yu, was this your intention? Did you seek to eliminate them through me?" Chun Fan's face darkened as he questioned. He harbored no fear of the Wang family, yet he was apprehensive of the possibility of becoming a weapon in Yi Yu's hands at any moment. The surprises were yet to unfold. "I will ensure you witness the downfall of your Yi empire with your own eyes, and I will make you experience the anguish of losing everything." Upon hearing Yi Yu's silence, Chun Fan's voice dripped with lethal intent. "Is that so? I await your demonstration. However, are you certain you possess such capability? Do not forget, you're no longer fighting alone." A chill flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. "What do you mean? Literally? Do you believe that by eliminating the Wang brothers and the mad dog, all will be well? Do not forget, there are many who worry for you." A sense of dread tightened within Chun Fan. He realized Yi Yu was threatening those around him. "Yi Yu, should you dare to harm anyone close to me, I swear I will ensure your demise will be without a grave. Is that so? Let us see. Chun Qian is merely the first. Who shall be next?" With that, Yi Yu ended the call. Chun Fan clutched his phone tightly, his expression darkening. He understood that Yi Yu was far more cunning and perilous than he had anticipated. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength to contend with Yi Yu and safeguard those who remained beside him. As Yi Yu hung up, a triumphant smile graced his lips. To him, Chun Fan's fury and threats sounded akin to the wails of a bereaved dog. Did he think that by eliminating a few inconsequential pawns he could shake him? Such naivety. "Young master," Chun Fan's reaction was entirely within our expectations. Wang Tianxiu remarked from the side. "Excellent. The more enraged he becomes, the more prone he is to making mistakes. Relay the order to intensify surveillance on all individuals associated with Chun Fan, particularly Lin Xiaoxiao. If her father cannot be found, so be it. If he is, dispose of him and frame Chun Fan." Yi Yu instructed. "Understood, young master," Wang Tianxiu replied. Moreover, Yi Yu turned, a glint of coldness in his eyes as he instructed the Wang family to inform them that Chun Fan was now their enemy, and to provide them with the recording of my conversation with Chun Fan. Is the young master intending to use a knife to kill? Allow the Wang family to play with him. I want him to find it difficult to move within the country and abroad, isolated like a lone wolf. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps? Soon to be a dead wolf. Yi Yu mused softly. If Chun Fan does not hasten to secure funds, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps will undoubtedly perish. What about Feng Changqing? Yi Yu inquired. Feng Changqing has been shadowing Chun Fan. They appear to have formed an alliance due to Feng Ling's death. Yi Yu sneered. Alliance? Merely a temporary union of interests. Feng Changqing harbors resentment toward Chun Fan for failing to rescue Feng Ling in time, and Chun Fan may harbor doubts regarding Feng Changqing's loyalty. Their alliance is exceedingly fragile. He paused, continued to provoke Feng Changqing through the death of Feng Ling, deepening his hatred toward Chun Fan. When necessary, provide him with evidence of Chun Fan's incompetence. The young master is astute, Wang Tianqiu said respectfully. Yi Yu approached his desk and opened the drawer, revealing a file containing detailed information about Lin Xiaoxiao, Chun Fan's childhood sweetheart. If Chun Fan were to discover how wild Lin Xiaoxiao was in bed, would he explode on the spot? Yi Yu's fingers lightly tapped the document, a twisted smile playing upon his lips. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He intended to make Chun Fan aware that the consequence of provoking him would be the imminent peril facing all those he cherished. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, alongside Feng Changqing and the Fox, returned to his residence in Jianghai City after dealing with the corpse of the Mad Dog. This was an ordinary apartment building, starkly contrasting with Yi Yu's opulent villa. Brother Fan, what shall we do next? The Fox inquired. Chun Fan sat on the sofa, eyes closed, haunted by the harrowing images of Chun Qian's tragic demise. The excruciating pain pierced through him, rendering him nearly breathless. Does Yi Yu believe that by eliminating Qian, the Wang brothers, and a Mad Dog, he can shake my resolve? Chun Fan's voice was low and hoarse. He is gravely mistaken. He abruptly opened his eyes, a frenzied glint illuminating them. If he wishes to play, I shall accompany him to the bitter end. Does he revel in manipulating hearts? I shall ensure he tastes the bitterness of being toyed with. Feng Changqing and the Fox exchanged glances, both perceiving the concern reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that Chun Fan had descended into madness, and the more he spiraled, the more perilous the situation became. Feng Changqing, you know you best. What weaknesses does he possess? Chun Fan directed his gaze toward Feng Changqing. Does he have anyone he particularly cares about? Chun Fan probed further. Feng Changqing shook his head. Yi Yu is cold and ruthless. Aside from his parents, he seemingly has no one of significance. The women around him are mere playthings, lavished with money when he is pleased, and discarded when he grows weary. Chun Fan fell silent for a moment, realizing that someone devoid of emotional vulnerabilities was the most formidable adversary. Fox, utilize your connections in the underworld to uncover any potential weaknesses of Yi Yu. Leave no stone unturned, especially regarding information about his parents. Understood, Brother Fan. The Fox nodded, hesitating momentarily. What is it? Speak freely. We are brothers, Chun Fan remarked, noticing the Fox's reluctance. Brother Fan, the Vatican demands $100 million. If it is not provided within 3 days, the Night Wolves may be lost forever. The Fox struggled to articulate. $100 million? Don't we have substantial funds in Citibank abroad? Chun Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. That money was long forwarded to the Vatican. Otherwise, the Night Wolves would have perished already. It bought them 10 days, but that time has dwindled to 3. The Fox murmured, Brother Fan, time is truly of the essence. The Vatican has issued a final ultimatum, demanding the full amount within 3 days, or the Night Wolves will be in grave danger. The urgency in the Fox's voice was palpable. Chun Fan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. $100 million was no trivial sum. Even with his previous financial prowess, mobilizing such a vast amount within a mere 3 days would be an arduous task. Moreover, being in Jianghai, where Yi Yu's influence was pervasive, any significant financial transaction could easily be detected by him. Is there any way to secure the funds in 3 days? Chun Fan asked, his voice grave. In Jianghai City, there exists a perilous yet lucrative avenue, the gambling of jade stones. Tomorrow, The Shanghai Jade Association will host a grand stone gambling event, where the Duan family has just transported a batch of exquisite materials from the Yunnan border. It is rumored that the rate of producing green jade is at an unprecedented high, drawing affluent individuals and masters of jade gambling from across the nation. With a stroke of fortune, one could potentially multiply their wealth manifold overnight. Feng Changqing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. Gambling stones? Chen Fan was not well versed in this industry, but he recognized the immense risks that lurked within. However, given his current predicament, he found himself devoid of options. He was in desperate need of funds. The Duan family, he murmured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Duan family, that obsequious clan that bowed and scraped to Yiyu, akin to a lapdog. Since the Duan family was orchestrating this gambling event, how could Yiyu possibly remain uninvolved? Duan Yin, is he the young master of the Duan family who was at the hospital that day? Chun Fan inquired. Indeed, the Duan family is the wealthiest in Shanghai. Their influence is such that even a mere stomp can send tremors throughout the city. Yet compared to the Yi family in the capital, they are but dust. Feng Changqing replied. Duan Yin exhibited a deference towards Yiyu that bordered on servility, almost compelled to obey his every command. Very well, since Yiyu wishes to play, I shall indulge him to the fullest, Chun Fan said with a cold smirk. Brother Fan, given that Yiyu is aware of your urgent need for money, this gambling event is likely a trap he has set. He will undoubtedly be present, and the Duan family is his pawn. It would be perilous for us to attend. Huzi expressed with concern. I am aware it is a trap, yet I possess my own methods, Chun Fan replied, his gaze sharp, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. He recalled the Hunyuan Qi within him. This technique, imparted by his master, not only enhanced his physique, but also allowed him to condense his vital energy, enabling him to penetrate objects for examination. Although he had only mastered the initial level, he could already utilize Hunyuan Qi to see through the insides of the stones. This, perhaps, would be his greatest asset at the gambling venue. His master had once mentioned that when he arrived in the capital, he would naturally meet someone to teach him the advanced level of Hunyuan Qi. By that time, the number of those who could challenge him would be exceedingly few. Feng Changqing, Huzi, accompany me tomorrow. You will handle the perimeter vigilance and monitor the movements of Yiyu and Duan Yin. I require your cooperation, Chun Fan commanded. Understood. Brother Fan, the two immediately replied. Chun Fan rose and approached the window, gazing out at the night scene of Shanghai City. This bustling metropolis at this moment appeared to him fraught with danger and schemes. He must raise the requisite funds for his salvation, all within 3 days, right beneath Yiyu's watchful gaze. A sleepless night ensued as Chun Fan practiced Hunyuan Qi within his room, feeling the vital energy flowing through his meridians. Time and again, he endeavored to condense, project, and penetrate with it. He had to refine this ability before the dawn of the next day. By the following morning, the Shanghai Jade Association building was already teeming with a throng of people, the streets alive with the hustle and bustle of luxury cars seldom seen in ordinary times. All parked along the thoroughfare. The elegantly dressed, wealthy elite, the diverse crowd of stone gamblers, and the media reporters drawn by the commotion crowded the area, creating an impenetrable throng. Chun Fan, clad in understated casual attire, blended into the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. Feng Changqing and Fox trailed behind him like shadows, their keen eyes surveying the surroundings. Brother Fan, Yiyu has arrived, Fox whispered urgently. Suddenly, a tremendous stir erupted among the crowd, all eyes drawn to a singular spectacle. A one-of-a-kind, aerodynamically designed custom supercar, reminiscent of a futuristic war machine, glided to a halt at the end of the red carpet. The car doors opened silently, revealing a tall figure who emerged gracefully, dressed in a light gray bespoke suit. Impeccably tailored to accentuate his tall and slender frame, he exuded an aura of striking handsomeness, his features chiseled and noble, imbued with an innate sense of superiority. Without sunglasses, his profound eyes seemed to pierce through all facades. This man was Yiyu. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere instantly froze, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with astonishment, reverence, admiration, and even fervor were riveted upon him. Goodness, it's young Master Yi, the scion of the capital. He has graced us with his presence. Murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. That car, I believe I've seen it in a magazine. There's only one in the world. Its value is incalculable. It's priceless. The aura emanating from young Master Yi was overwhelming, akin to a deity stepping forth from a painting. In his presence, the so-called wealthy elite of Jianghai appeared as mere commoners. Yi seemed oblivious to the surrounding whispers, a hint of an indifferent smile gracing his lips. He strode down the red carpet, each step reminiscent of a coronation procession, exuding an air of nonchalant authority, each movement laden with an almost suffocating intensity. Duan Yin, accompanied by key members of the Duan family, awaited him at the end of the red carpet. As Yi approached, a radiant smile brighter than the sun illuminated Duan Yin's face, and he nearly jogged forward to greet him. Young Master Yi, your presence truly elevates our Duan family, he exclaimed, bowing deeply, his demeanor humble to the extreme, as if Yi were his lord. Yi paused, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Yin, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain, yet primarily a sense of satisfaction towards his loyal subordinate. You worked hard, Yi said, his tone nonchalant. Not at all. It is our honor to serve young Master Yi. Duan Yin stammered, his face flushed with surprise. To him, those 3 words from Yi signified affirmation for their family, a recognition of his worth. In Jianghai, only their Duan family could receive such an honor. Yi paid no further heed to Duan Yin, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as if searching for something. Soon, his eyes landed on the unassuming Chun Fan in the corner. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. He spoke not a word but raised his hand, making a gesture across his throat towards Chun Fan, a blatant act of provocation. Provocation. This was an unabashed challenge. Chapter 42, I offer 1 billion. All eyes were initially fixed on Yi, and as he moved, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. In their eyes, anyone who could provoke such a reaction from young Master Yi was undoubtedly doomed. Chun Fan's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched tightly, yet he restrained himself. The collective scrutiny of the crowd weighed heavily upon him, rendering his countenance grim. Their stares were akin to those reserved for the deceased, and some more cunning individuals were already contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to trouble Chun Fan later, perhaps to gain favor in young Master Yi's sight. However, now is not the time. Yi, just wait. I shall ensure that your smile fades. Yi retracted his gaze, as if the previous action had merely been an illusion. Let us begin, he declared, shifting his attention from Chun Fan to Duan Yin, his tone regaining an air of nonchalant nobility. Yes, young Master Yi, please. Duan Yin immediately bowed, guiding Yi towards the center of the venue, where the most exquisite stones awaited. Yi's presence was enveloped by the throng, akin to stars orbiting the moon. Every gesture he made captivated the audience, as if he were the true protagonist of this stone gambling event. Meanwhile, Duan Yin functioned as a devoted servant, ever at his side, introducing the various stones with a constant, obsequious smile. As Chun Fan watched Yi's retreating figure, a surge of murderous intent bubbled within him. The stark contrast between Yi's lofty demeanor and the Duan family's humble status pierced his heart like a dagger. He vowed that one day, he would bring Yi crashing down from his pedestal, trampling him beneath his feet. The stone gambling event officially commenced, the venue buzzing with excitement and fervor. Blocks of jade roughs, each with distinct shapes, were displayed on the platform, awaiting their fates. Unperturbed by the fervor surrounding him, Chun Fan navigated through the crowd, his gaze intently scrutinizing each stone. Silently, he activated his primordial energy, a faint surge of true qi enveloping his eyes, penetrating the skin of the stones to explore their interiors. This endeavor was profoundly taxing on his spirit, yet he knew he must persevere. Genuine treasures seldom reveal themselves easily. He required ample patience and meticulous attention. He bypassed the ostentatiously touted star stones, often exorbitantly priced and fraught with risk. His aim was to seek out the overlooked, seemingly inconspicuous stones. In a secluded corner, He halted. Before him lay a stone the size of a basketball, its surface pockmarked and riddled with cracks, its outer skin appearing rough and unrefined. Hardly anyone lingered nearby, and its price tag was a mere 300,000. Chun Fan crouched down, carefully probing with his primordial energy. As his true chi delved deeper, his heart raced unexpectedly. Within this stone lay a hidden gem of king green, the size of a fist, glistening like glass. Though modest in size, its quality was undeniably supreme, valued at no less than 80 million. Suppressing his inner elation, he maintained an impassive exterior. "I'll take this stone, number 21 from Area 7, he announced to the staff. "Very well, sir," they replied. The staff meticulously verified the information, preparing to process the formalities. "Hold on." At that moment, a voice laced with mockery interjected. Yi had appeared behind Chun Fan, his presence invariably evoking gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd. Duan Yin trailed closely behind him, wearing an obsequious expression. "Chun Fan, your taste is commendable. You've set your sights on a piece of scrap?" A playful smirk danced upon Yi Yu's lips. "Swipe the card." Chun Fan disregarded Yi Yu's taunt, addressing the staff directly. "I want that stone. 3 million. Yi Yu feigned ignorance to Chun Fan's command, directing his words to the staff instead. The staff froze, glancing at Chun Fan. "Young Master Yi, everything must follow the order of arrival." Chun Fan turned, casting a frosty glare at Yi Yu. "Oh, is that so? But I prefer to disregard such conventions." "Chun Fan, I'll bid 3 million. What about you?" Yi raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. No matter what, he was determined to prevent Chun Fan from easily acquiring the stone today. 30 million. Chun Fan raised the bid without hesitation. He understood that Yi Yu was not genuinely interested in the stone. He merely sought to thwart and humiliate him. Yet he could not retreat. This stone represented his sole hope. Even at 30 million, he could still pocket over 50 million. The crowd around them grew, astonished as they witnessed Yi Yu and Chun Fan bidding on a piece of debris. Are they insane? 30 million for a worthless rock? What game is young Master Yi playing? Is he interested in Chun Fan? Is Chun Fan really trying to outdo Yi Yu? Can he even compete? Yi Yu appeared to revel in the attention, chuckling softly. 100 million. Chun Fan's pupils dilated in shock. 100 million. This amount was already commensurate with the stone's intrinsic value. Yi Yu was not merely bidding. He was toying with Chun Fan. Young Master Yi bids 100 million. The auctioneer exclaimed with excitement. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all captivated by Yi Yu's extravagance and caprice. 100 million for what seemed like a worthless stone? Only someone like Yi Yu could dare to do such a thing. Chun Fan gritted his teeth, fury boiling within him. He knew he could not bid higher. His budget simply would not allow it. Yi Yu, observing Chun Fan's grim expression, wore a faint smile. "That's right. This is much more entertaining." Chun Fan believed he could discern the stone's internal condition through his energy. Yet, was Yi Yu not also aware of this? His intent was to shatter Chun Fan's psychological defenses. After all, he had the money. It was of no consequence to him. "Young Master Yi, since you have taken a liking to this stone, how could our Duan family accept your money? This stone is a gift to you." The head of the Duan family, Duan Weiyin, hurried to Yi Yu's side, speaking respectfully. Yi Yu nodded slightly, and with a casual wave of his hand, someone promptly approached to transport the stone onto a cart. Upon witnessing this, Chun Fan clenched his fists, yearning to strike Yi Yu down. With a dark expression, he turned and departed from the area, heading toward another section. As Chun Fan walked away, a sly smile crept onto Yi Yu's face as he leisurely followed behind. Chun Fan was acutely aware of Yi Yu trailing behind him. However, rather than feeling any anger, he found himself filled with anticipation. Since Yi Yu wished to compete with him, he saw an opportunity to ensnare her. Approaching the display case in Area 6, he marveled at the multitude of raw stones, some of which had their outer layers polished away, revealing a faint green luminescence. This was a marketing tactic, indicating that there was value within. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant, ranging from millions to billions. Without lingering, Chun Fan walked directly to a piece of raw stone that appeared to have a decent quality. This stone was priced at 2 million, a staggering figure. He briefly closed his eyes to sense the interior of the stone, discovering that it contained only a hint of ice variety, worth perhaps 7 to 800,000. Yet, he could easily make Yu the unwitting fool. Although money was merely a number to her, it would still serve to irritate her. He knew that once he placed a bid, Yu would undoubtedly counter. With this thought, Chun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He rapped gently on the glass case containing the raw stone. "I'll take this one," he declared, his expression impassive. "Very well, sir," came the response from a staff member. "Wait, this stone looks quite promising. I'll bid 20 million. Yu said slowly, just as the staff's hand was about to touch the stone. Chun Fan regarded her with a flash of coldness in his eyes. He recognized that Yu was deliberately inflating the price, yet he found himself unable to back down. He had a vexer. 100 million. He gritted his teeth, declaring, "Goodness, today has certainly proven fruitful. A raw stone that was once valued at a few $100,000 has now soared to a bid of over 100 million. Chun Fan has truly challenged young Master Yi," someone remarked from the sidelines. Challenging young Master Yi? What audacity! What status does Chun Fan possess to even consider such a thing? Came a derisive laugh from another. "Today is indeed a rarity. 100 million? Then I shall concede. This one is yours, young master," Yu said with a slight smile directed at Chun Fan. Boom! Chun Fan felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. No, according to the narrative, Yu was supposed to counter with a bid of 200 million. Why had she suddenly relinquished her claim? A sense of oppression filled his chest. He had failed to ensnare Yu and instead ensnared himself. "Mr. Chun, your bid is 100 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher?" The auctioneer exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Congratulations, Mr. Chun. This raw stone is yours," the auctioneer proclaimed upon receiving no further bids. "Mr. Chun, this way, please, to process your payment." A representative approached Chun Fan with a beaming smile. Suppressing the turmoil within, Chun Fan retrieved a credit card from Citibank. This card allowed him to overdraw up to 300 million. Having spent 100 million, he still had 200 million remaining. Chun Fan made a call, instructing Hu Li to find someone to remove the stone. After all, once opened, it could be worth several million. "I want this stone," he declared, then walked over to a staff member, pointing at a raw stone priced at 3,600,000. After speaking, Chun Fan glanced at Yu. Surely, Yu's extraordinary luck had brought him misfortune, and this time, he intended to deceive Yu once more. "I will bid 100 million. Chun Fan interjected before Yu could respond. The room erupted in astonishment. "What? 100 million? Is he out of his mind?" Someone gasped in disbelief. Chun Fan patiently awaited Yu's counteroffer, planning to withdraw and profit from the scheme. The raw stone appeared dull and void of value. However, after 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Yu showed no intention of increasing his bid, causing a tremor of anxiety within Chun Fan. What was Yu up to? Shouldn't he be stepping forward to bid 200 million or even 1 billion? A stone priced at 3,600,000 skyrocketing to 100 million was utterly absurd. "Chun Fan, you would spend 100 million on this stone?" Yu observed him, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "What, are you afraid to follow through?" Chun Fan scoffed. "If you desire it so much, then you can have it." Instantly, Chun Fan's complexion darkened. He had not anticipated that Yu would not raise his bid. 100 million was already half of his total funds. "Chun Fan, why do you stare at me? Just pay up. I want to take away what others cherish," Yu said with a playful shrug. Chun Fan's face turned pale as realization dawned upon him. He had been outsmarted by Yu, and to the tune of 200 million. His remaining 100 million was his last lifeline. If he could not recover his losses, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps would be doomed. Furthermore, he would face relentless pursuit from Citibank. "Charge it!" Chun Fan shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, his aura radiating intense malice. "Very well, sir," the staff member stammered, startled by his demeanor, quickly retrieving the card machine. Gasping for breath, Chun Fan turned his back on the raw stone and headed toward the Stone King area. "Sir, your raw stone," a staff member called after him. "Consider it a gift." Chun Fan replied without looking back. "This is the last time, the final gamble. If I fail, I embrace my fate." His heart bled at the thought of losing 200 million so easily. Soon, he halted before Stone King. He intended to take one final risk. betting that Yi would not follow. This stone king was priced at 10 million, but Chun Fan sensed the dazzling green within, the unique luster of imperial jade. That piece of imperial green jade was worth at least 1 billion, representing his chance for redemption. I bid 120 million for this stone, Chun Fan declared loudly, pointing at the Stone King. The surrounding crowd remained silent, merely spectators indulging in the unfolding drama, reluctant to intervene, not out of fear of Chun Fan, but rather of Yi. A wave of anxiety surged within Chun Fan. He dreaded the possibility of Yi placing another bid. Yet, to his unexpected relief, Yi seemed to hold her tongue. Swipe the card. Chun Fan gritted his teeth, his expression conveying a sense of profound loss to all onlookers. Little did they know, he was poised to reap substantial rewards. Suddenly, Yi's voice resonated sharply in his ears, causing him to involuntarily shudder. At this critical juncture, she made her move. I bid 200 million. With an air of nonchalance, she raised the stakes. Chun Fan regarded Yi with a flicker of coldness in his gaze. He recognized her deliberate attempt to escalate the bidding, yet he had already discerned the true worth of the stone. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Just then, a booming voice interrupted. Chun Fan, what brings you here? Turning, Chun Fan beheld Yongde approaching with his granddaughter, Yang. Old Master Yang. Chun Fan greeted with respect. You saved my life, and the Yang family will always stand by your side, Yongde said, patting Chun Fan on the shoulder. Yongde was a figure of considerable stature. It was evident to all that Chun Fan had found himself in a predicament. His past salvation of Yongde's life prompted the elder to assert his unwavering support. Furthermore, it seemed that his precious granddaughter harbored feelings for Chun Fan. A hushed awe spread through the crowd. Is that old Master Yang from the Yang family? Someone whispered. Once a prominent leader in Jianghai, though retired for many years, his influence remained significant, with disciples scattered throughout the region. His sons were successful in both politics and business, amassing a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Yi's gaze sharpened upon Yongde. She recognized him as a formidable former leader of Jianghai. Old Master Yang, you know Chun Fan? She inquired, her tone laced with a hint of irreverence. Though Yongde was unaware of Yi's true identity, he sensed the formidable aura she exuded. And you are? He asked. Curiosity piqued. Yi, from the Yi family in the capital, she replied coolly. In an instant, Yongde's complexion drained of color. He understood all too well the weight those 4 words carried in Huaxia. Young Master Yi, my apologies, he stammered, realization dawning upon him. Chapter 44. Young Master Yi. You have overstepped. Yongde regarded Yi with respect, though he did not bow. Young Master Yi, you are indeed remarkable, and I have long admired your reputation. However, Chun Fan is an esteemed benefactor of the Yang family. He saved my life. Yi chuckled softly. Heir gezis sweeping past yang turest upon Yang. A benefactor? Then you must repay him handsomely. Yang, unchom fortavangri US scrutiny, instinctively hid behind her grandfather, prompting Yongde to notice her distress, his expression darkening. Young Master Yi, I bid 300 million for this raw stone. Yongde sought to avoid direct conflict with Yi, redirecting the conversation back to the stone. Oh, old Master Yang also dabbles in stone gambling? Yi gazed at Yongde with keen interest, possessing a modicum of understanding. Yongde, in a display of modesty, responded humbly. Chun Fan, witnessing Yongde standing up for him, felt a wave of warmth surge within his heart. However, he could not allow the Yang family to be embroiled in his grievances with Yi. Old Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but I shall forego this stone. Just as Yongde was about to utter a word, Yi interjected, for 100 million. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yi fixed his gaze on Chun Fan, his eyes brimming with provocation. What's the matter? Not joining in? Chun Fan clenched his fists. He had barely over 100 million left and could not afford to play. Young Master Yi, your generosity is indeed remarkable, but the Yang family shall abstain. Yongde remarked with a bitter smile. He wished to assist Chun Fan, but did not wish to offend Yi. It seemed that despite his gratitude, he could not be of help. Yi scoffed, turning to Chun Fan. I require no assistance from others. Chun Fan retorted coldly. He recognized that Yi was deliberately humiliating him, Yet he had no choice but to endure. Old Yang, may we converse? Chun Fan proposed to Yangda, who nodded as they stepped aside. Do you have past grievances with young Master Yi? Yangda inquired in a hushed tone. It is my affair. Do not involve yourself. Chun Fan replied. Yangda sighed. Chun Fan, you have saved my life. The Yang family shall not remain idle. What assistance do you need? I require funds. Urgent funds of $100 million, Chun Fan stated plainly. Yangda furrowed his brow. Such a sum? I must secure $100 million within 3 days. Otherwise, my brothers will be in peril. Yangda pondered for a moment. Though the Yang family possesses certain assets, we cannot amass such a sum in a short time. However, he lowered his voice. There is a piece of Qinglong jade in the Stone King district, highly valuable. I can lend you $30 million. Chun Fan looked at Yangda with gratitude. Thank you, old Yang. He understood that although Yangda's son was worth billions, the company was currently undergoing a transformation, making it challenging to provide such a sum. Any more would necessitate significant sacrifices. Yangda waved his hand. No need for thanks. You saved my life. The Qinglong Jade is located in the rear area. Yu is likely unaware. You should go take a look. I will distract him. Chun Fan nodded, and they parted ways. Yangda returned to Yu with Yang in tow. Young Master Yi, congratulations on acquiring this Stone King. Might I be permitted to witness it? What is this? Old man, are you attempting to delay me here so that Chun Fan can procure the Qinglong Jade? Yi sneered. You insolent. Yang stepped forward to rebuke Yu, having heard the disrespectful words directed at her grandfather. TSK, with a figure like yours quite appealing, indeed. The type I fancy, Yi remarked, eyeing Yang with an appraising gaze. Yang dues expression d'arcend. He had heard of Yu's notorious reputation. The man was known for his licentiousness and often resorted to unscrupulous means, including drugging. Young Master Yi, this is excessive. Yang stated, his tone growing somber. Excessive? Old man, my interest in your granddaughter is a blessing for your Yang family. Yi replied coldly. Bah, in your dreams. Even if it meant marrying a beggar. I would never wed you. Yang retorted fiercely. You shall see your dreams come true. The Yang family, I have noted it. Yi said little more, turning to walk towards Chun Fan's location. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi was distracted by Yangda, Chun Fan quietly made his way to the rear area, which was considerably quieter and primarily stored some special stones. He quickly located the Azure Dragon Jade that Yangda had mentioned, a stone exhibiting a deep greenish-black hue, adorned with delicate dragon patterns, priced at $20 million. As Chun Fan utilized his mixed elemental force to probe, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This stone contained top-quality jade, valued at no less than $800 million. This one I shall take, he said to the staff guarding the stones. Sir, this Azure Dragon Jade is priced at $20 million, but a deposit of $10 million is required first. Chun Fan nodded and took out his credit card. Oh, hiding here are we? At that moment, a voice came from behind Chun Fan. His heart tightened as he turned to see Yu approaching with Wang Tianxiu. Yishao, what brings you here? Chun Fan replied coldly. What a treasure. I'll offer $300 million. Yu stepped in front of the Azure Dragon Jade, gently caressing it. Chun Fan felt a wave of suffocation. Yu was like an unshakable nightmare, always opposing him. Yishao, this stone has already been reserved, the staff member said awkwardly. Are we not human? I ask you, are we not human? Wang Tianxiu stepped forward, shouting. $500 million. Will that suffice? Yu produced a bank card and casually tossed it to the staff. Yes, that will do. The staff member's expression changed instantly upon seeing the black card in his hand. Yu, what do you mean by this? Chun Fan glared in anger. What do I mean? I simply do not wish to see you prosper. Yu approached Chun Fan, his eyes filled with mockery. Isn't your Snow Wolf team on the verge of collapse? Yu leaned closer to Chun Fan's ear, his voice barely above a whisper. Chun Fan's pupils constricted. Yu actually knew about the Snow Wolf team. Yu, what are you planning? A sense of unease washed over Chun Fan at that moment. What am I planning? Just playing. Watching you struggle is truly amusing. Yu laughed, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, yet his smile resembled that of a demon. Clenching his fists, Chun Fan yearned to strike Yu, yet he understood that the time was not right. Enough, I no longer want the stone. It is too ugly. Yu suddenly declared. With that, he turned and left, leaving Chun Fan standing there, filled with both confusion and vigilance. Why did Yi Yu suddenly give up? This was undoubtedly a trap. Chun Fan refrained from immediate action, cautiously observing his surroundings. Yi Yu's behavior was abnormal. There must be a conspiracy at play. Sir, do you still want this stone? The staff member inquired. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Fan nodded. Even if it were a trap, he had to take a gamble. Time waits for no one, and the brothers of the Snow Wolf team could not afford to wait. He swiped his card, arranged for the stone to be transported, and when leaving, he deliberately avoided the main venue, exiting through a side door. Chapter 45. Chun Fan's Severed Hand Fangua. How is it going? The fox hurriedly approached, anxious. Yi Yu is causing trouble. I've spent quite a bit of money, but thankfully, I managed to purchase a fine piece in the end. Chun Fan's expression turned grave as he spoke. Although I cannot gather the $300 million, I will borrow $100 million from the Yang family and another $100 million from the Leaf family in the capital. Chun Fan reiterated. Should we commence immediately? The fox inquired with a nod. Do not rush. Yi Yu is acting unusually, and I suspect deceit. Are you suggesting there is an issue with the stones? There is no problem with the stones. The issue may lie elsewhere. Chun Fan shook his head, a lingering sense of unease enveloping him. Chun Fan, trouble has arisen. The Duan family has dispatched individuals to seal all exits, claiming someone has stolen the stones and insisting on searching everyone. Just as they spoke, Feng Chanqing hurried over, whispering urgently, "It is indeed a trap. Yi Yu intends to prevent our escape." Chun Fan's brow furrowed. He discreetly surveyed the surroundings and noticed an increased presence of security personnel, each exuding a menacing aura. What shall we do now? The fox asked in a hushed tone. We must split up. Fox, you take the stones and leave first. Feng Chanqing and I will divert their attention with the Qinglong Jade. Chun Fan declared decisively. Brother Fan, that is too dangerous. Do not worry. Yi will not succeed so easily. Chun Fan patted the fox's shoulder. Go now. We will regroup in 10 minutes. The fox nodded and departed with his team. Chun Fan and Feng Chanqing pushed the cart containing the Qinglong Jade toward a secluded exit. Halt! Two security guards blocked their path. What is the matter? Chun Fan feigned confusion. Our boss suspects someone has stolen the stones. Everyone must undergo a search. I have already paid for this. Here is my purchase receipt. Chun Fan replied with a smile. Such a large piece must be worth a considerable sum. No? The guard glanced at the receipt, then at the stones, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. It appears the Duan family's lackeys are audacious enough to confront their master's guests. Chun Fan scoffed. What did you say? The guard glared angrily. I said, your Duan family does not have long to live. Seeking death, the guard raised his hand to strike. Chun Fan swiftly dodged the attack, delivering a decisive blow to the guard's neck. The guard's eyes rolled back, silencing him. As another guard prepared to shout, Feng Chanqing had already circled behind him. Covering his mouth and twisting his neck, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Let us go. The two hastily pushed the cart away, but upon exiting, they found themselves encircled by a dozen men in black. At the forefront stood Wang Tianxiu. Chun Fan, Yi Xiao has asked me to invite you for tea. Wang Tianxiu said impassively. Wang Tianxiu, do you think I will obediently accompany you? Chun Fan retorted with a cold smile. Whether I go or not is not yours to decide. Wang Tianxiu shook his head. He waved his hand, and the men in black brandished electric batons, closing on Chun Fan and Feng Chanqing. Standing back to back, they prepared for battle. Feng Chanqing, protect the stones. I will handle the rest. Feng Chanqing nodded and retreated beside the cart. Chun Fan took a deep breath, channeling his inner energy with fervor. He surged toward the men in black, his movements swift as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Three muffled thuds echoed as three men in black fell to the ground. Chun Fan's fists and feet moved like the wind, each strike landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Tianxiu's eyes. He had not anticipated Chun Fan's remarkable skills. Altogether now, Wang Tianxiu commanded. The men in black surged forward, their electric batons flashing with blue sparks. Undeterred, Chun Fan charged headlong into the fray. He dodged left and right, employing a combination of strikes that were both fierce and unyielding. Bang! One of the men in black was sent flying by a powerful kick from Chun Fan, crashing against the wall before sliding to the ground. Crack! Another man's wrist was twisted and broken, causing his electric baton to clatter to the floor. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 men lay groaning on the ground. It seems I must intervene personally. Wang Tianxiu narrowed his eyes, drawing a short dagger from his waist. Just in time. I too wished to test the mettle of Yi Yu's lackey, Chun Fan retorted with a cold smirk. Without further ado, Wang Tianxiu moved with lightning speed, the blade slicing through the air aimed directly at Chun Fan's throat. Chun Fan sidestepped, retaliating with a punch aimed at Wang Tianxiu's abdomen. Wang Tianxiu twisted his body to evade the blow, the dagger carving an elegant arc as it lunged toward Chun Fan once more. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements a blur of skill and precision. Wang Tianxiu's knife technique was exquisite, each strike narrowly grazing Chun Fan's body, while Chun Fan's attacks were relentless, each blow accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, forcing Wang Tianxiu to continually retreat. Chun Fan, your skills exceed my expectations, Wang Tianxiu gasped. Yours are commendable as well, but today you shall not impede me. Chun Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, declaring defiantly. Is that so? Wang Tianxiu sneered. Chun Fan, watch your back. At that moment, Feng Changqing suddenly shouted. Chun Fan spun around sharply, only to see a man in black raising an electric baton, preparing to ambush him. Caught off guard, the baton struck his back with a jolt of pain. A wave of agony coursed through him, and he collapsed to one knee. Wang Tianxiu stepped forward. Bang! Chun Fan, who had been writhing in pain on the ground, suddenly sprang back to his feet, transforming his palm into a blade aimed directly at Wang Tianxiu's neck. This strike was imbued with energy, capable of severing a pebble in one blow. However, Wang Tianxiu remained unfazed. He raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The collision of fist and palm resonated with a dull thud. A crack echoed as Chun Fan's palm broke upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tianxiu advanced, delivering a kick to Chun Fan's chest that sent him crashing to the ground. I forgot to mention my forte lies in my fists, not in weaponry, Wang Tianxiu remarked coldly, gazing down at Chun Fan. Brother Fan. Feng Changqing attempted to rush forward to assist, but was thwarted by 2 men in black. Chun Fan, you said your life can be spared for now, but he desires this stone. Wang Tianxiu loomed over Chun Fan, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chun Fan struggled to rise, but Wang Tianxiu pressed his foot firmly against Chun Fan's chest. Save your strength, Wang Tianxiu scoffed. Stop. Just as Wang Tianxiu prepared to seize the stone, a booming voice rang out. Yangda approached swiftly, flanked by a group of men, his expression dark as thunder. Release Chun Fan. Yangda barked. Wang Tianxiu glanced at the individuals behind Yangda, his brow furrowing slightly. He was acutely aware of the Yang family's dominance in Jianghai, a veritable powerhouse. Old Master Yang, this is Yi Xiao's directive. Are you certain you wish to intervene? Wang Tianxiu inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on Yangda. In Jianghai, it is not the place for outsiders to act presumptuously. Yangda retorted with a disdainful snort. Ha! Yi Xiao stated that should anyone wish to take Chun Fan away, they may do so. However, aside from leaving the materials behind, they must also pay an escort fee of $100 million. I am willing to safely escort Mr. Chun Fan back, Wang Tianxiu said, a faint smile gracing his lips. What? You are extorting us. Yang interjected, visibly displeased, stepping forward. I must admit, the woman whom Chun Fan has his eye on is indeed remarkable. No, it should be said that Yi Xiao has taken notice. If you refuse, then do not expect to leave. Wang Tianxiu stood his ground resolutely. Very well, very well. Yangda's expression darkened as he repeated the phrase multiple times. Transfer the funds. Yangda commanded those behind him. Once the transaction was completed, Wang Tianxiu swiftly departed with his entourage of dark-clad individuals. Are you all right? Yangda approached Chun Fan, offering his support. Thank you, Old Master Yang, for your rescue. Rest assured, I shall repay this sum promptly, Chun Fan said, his spirits somewhat diminished. This time, He truly found himself at a loss for solutions. The Yang family parting with $100 million would undoubtedly leave them considerably weakened. And what of his own situation? The Qinglong jade had been stolen, leaving him indebted by several hundred million. How could he possibly save the Snow Wolf mercenary corps? Do not rush, do not rush. Yang shook his head. Chapter 46. Uncle, I am sending a battalion to protect you. Seeing Yang's pale complexion, Chun Fan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. $100 million was no trifling sum for the Yang family. It was akin to them shielding him from calamity. Although Yang's son possessed assets in the billions, those were not liquid. Their cash reserves were certainly limited. This $100 million might be a sacrifice Yang had to make with great reluctance. Old Yang, I'm truly sorry to have implicated you. Chun Fan bowed once more in apology to Yang Da. You saved my life. This minor matter is insignificant. Yang Da waved his hand dismissively. Brother Fan, how is the situation with Fox? Feng Changqing approached Chun Fan, whispering. Chun Fan's expression sharpened, and he immediately pulled out his phone to call Fox. The phone rang for an extended period, but there was no answer. This is bad. Fox might be in trouble. Chun Fan's countenance changed abruptly. I will send someone with you to search, Yang Da immediately offered. Just then, Chun Fan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, Chun Fan, long time no see. A mocking voice emerged from the other end. Who are you? Where's Fox? Who? Oh, you mean that friend who came with you to gamble on stones? Do not worry. He is quite safe, currently under our protection. Who are you? Chun Fan gritted his teeth. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that your friend is with me now. The person on the other end let out a sinister laugh. What do you intend to do? It is quite simple. $100 million in exchange for your friend and this worthless stone. Grant me 3 days. No, just tonight. Otherwise, your friend will suffer greatly. Come, call out to your brother to ensure it's truly you. Once again, a voice emanated from the other end of the line. However, after a prolonged silence, Chun Fan remained unable to hear any response. Damn it, how stubborn. Cut off on his fingers. The man's ruthless voice resounded once more. No, stop. I believe the fox is in your possession. Rest assured, the $100 million will be delivered tonight, Chun Fan shouted vehemently. The call ended abruptly, and Chun Fan clenched his fists, nearly crushing his phone in frustration. His hatred was palpable. The ransom for the fox was $100 million. The mercenary group's ransom was $300 million, plus the $100 million he owed the Yang family. He genuinely had no idea where to procure such an amount of money. What's wrong? Yang Da, noticing his pallor, inquired with concern. The fox and the stone have been kidnapped. They demand $100 million for his release, Chun Fan replied hoarsely. This seems premeditated. This matter must be connected to Yi Yu, Yang Da remarked with a grim expression. This must be the doing of Yi Yu, Yang Lao. I cannot involve you any further, Chun Fan stated earnestly to Yang Da. No, my family will not stand idly by. You should rest at the hotel. I will immediately use my connections to investigate this matter, Yang Da asserted firmly, having high hopes for Chun Fan. The Yang family was willing to ally with him. Upon returning to the hotel, Chun Fan began to tend to his injuries. Wang Tianqiu's punch was not to be underestimated. It had caused significant internal turmoil. Brother Fan, what should we do now? Feng Changqing asked anxiously. The Snow Wolf Corps demands $300 million, and the Fox requires $100 million. We are nearly at a dead end, Chun Fan murmured as he closed his eyes to heal. What do you think Chun Fan will find the money? Yu queried while gazing down at the entirety of Jianghai from a high-rise. It can only be the Yang family, and then the Li family from the capital. Wang Tianqiu replied respectfully from behind Yu after a moment's contemplation. The Li family from the capital? Huh. Do not be fooled into thinking they are anything of significance. They previously offended the Wang family to arrange a marriage between Li Yanran and Chun Fan. Do you truly believe they are interested in Chun Fan as potential? No. They covet the person behind him. However, that individual has not appeared for years, and the Li family is growing restless. At this juncture, they will not lend Chun Fan money. Rather, they will seek to exploit his vulnerabilities. I sense that the person behind Chun Fan has resurfaced and is right beside him. This is why I have refrained from eliminating Chun Fan for the time being. Yi reflected, gazing pensively at the nightscape visible through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Even though he had been reborn, he felt a certain trepidation towards the person behind Shen Fan. This individual was not only exceptionally formidable in combat, but also had once saved many lives, leaving a lasting impact on numerous individuals. That was the most fearsome aspect. Yi Yu was resolute in his intention to eliminate him, ensuring that every possible preparation was meticulously executed, ideally with a single, decisive strike. You are instructed to ensure the downfall of the Jiang Haiyang family. I desire for the Yang family to come before me on their knees. Furthermore, he added, and that troublesome fox should be dealt with immediately. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Those who dared to oppose him had never met a favorable end, whether in the past or present. Understood, young master. Wang Tianxiu replied respectfully, then turned to make arrangements via telephone. He also withdrew his gaze momentarily, contemplating before retrieving his phone to dial a short number. Hello? Who is this? A robust, yet authoritative voice soon resonated from the other end. Uncle, it's me, Yi Yu. His voice was surprisingly calm. You little rascal. What trouble have you stirred up now? You only call when there's mischief, don't you? The man's voice carried a teasing reprimand. Of course not. You are my dear uncle. Even if I don't contact my elder uncle, I must extend my regards to you, Yi Yu replied playfully. You brat. You must have owed something to our Yi family in your past life. Speak your mind. Don't hold back. The man feigned impatience. Uncle, someone is plotting against me, Yi said after a moment of silence. Bang. What? Who the hell dares to lay a hand on you? The man's voice erupted with indignation. Do they believe the Hongsali family is to be trifled with? The sound of a fist striking the table could be heard, followed by his furious outburst. Little Yu, do not fear. Tell your uncle, I will dispatch the Zhongnan bodyguards immediately. How dare they make a move against you? No. Just one or two bodyguards would be too precarious and subject to criticism. Instead, I will send an entire squadron. No, a company to discreetly protect you, the man declared. However, the adversary may very well be a martial arts master, the kind that moves like a swallow and can traverse rooftops. Uncle, have you read any novels? It's like they can evade bullets within a 7-step range, Yi reiterated. The man on the other end fell silent. Damn it, who needs firearms? We'll bring along rocket launchers and blow them to smithereens. After hanging up, Yi exhaled in relief. Those were indeed formidable warriors, and with such support, he could confront the individual behind Chun Fan without hesitation. After all, a confrontation could lead to explosive outcomes, regardless of one's martial prowess against a rocket launcher. They would merely be fragments of flesh. His uncle, Li Weigua, was a genuine commander in charge of the nation's military forces, wielding substantial authority. At merely 50 years of age, he ranked second in the Li family, with Yi Yu's mother being the third. As the sole descendant of both the Li and Yi families, Yi Yu had been showered with affection since childhood. His elder uncle, Li Jiangguo, had 2 daughters, while his younger uncle had 1 daughter, all of whom were already married. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Yu dialed another private number. Little Yu, when will you return to our old Li family? Your grandfather misses you dearly. Before Yi Yu could utter a word, a gentle voice emanated from the other end of the phone. Uncle, in a few days, I shall return to visit Grandpa and Grandma. I am currently in Jianghai, where I am yet to resolve certain matters. Yi replied with a smile. Why are you still in Jianghai? No, I must inform the person in charge there to take care of you. Upon hearing that Yi was still in Jianghai, Li Jiangguo immediately prepared to make call. Uncle, please don't. The old man of the Yang family and I have had a falling out. If they do not come to trouble me, I shall consider myself fortunate, and I certainly cannot allow them to intervene in my affairs, Yi Yu said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. What transpired? You had a falling out? Was the Yang family to contend with you? Li Jiangguo's voice turned cold. If Yang Cheng does not wish to occupy that position, I shall promptly arrange for his transfer. What nonsense this is. Yang Cheng, the eldest son of Yang De, had inherited the mantle of his father and, at a young age, had already become a prominent figure in Jianghai. He was expected to ascend to provincial ranks before turning 50, with a seemingly boundless future ahead of him. What exactly happened? Speak to me in detail, Li Jiangguo pressed. Despite his high status, he insisted on clarity. unwilling to remain in ignorance. Thus, Yi recounted the situation involving Chun Fan, detailing how Chun Fan had clashed with her during their stone gambling, even attempting to steal her boyfriend. Yongda, having been saved by Chun Fan, supported him against Yi. All right, I understand. Other matters are trivial, but it is indeed Yongda's error to assist an outsider against you. Li Jianguo found himself justification before terminating the call. This conversation set off a significant upheaval in Jianghai. Yang Cheng, the original leader of Jianghai, was removed from his position, experiencing a demotion under the guise of promotion. The new leader was parachuted in, resulting in the swift downfall of the Yang family. Simultaneously, the Yang group faced a financial assault. When Yi received a call from a securities manager, a cold smile graced her lips. The shares that the Yang family had painstakingly built over the years were now largely under her control. Just as Yang returned home, he learned of his son's reassignment. His countenance darkened, and he immediately dialed his son's number. "Dad, I have received the order. I must leave tomorrow." Yang Cheng's voice was steeped in resignation. "What is happening? Were you not performing well?" Yang's brow furrowed in concern. "It was an order from the capital. Who would dare defy it?" "Father, have you offended someone recently?" Yang Cheng replied with a bitter smile. Yongda remained silent for a moment, Yi's visage flashing through his mind. He withheld the truth from his son, merely sighing. "Go ahead. We shall brainstorm solutions together." After hanging up the phone, Yongda settled onto the sofa, his gaze profound. He realized this was Yi's retribution. Yet he had not anticipated her immense capability to bring the Yang family to its knees in a single day. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Yang entered, noticing his grandfather's troubled expression. "It's nothing. You should go and rest." Yongda forced a smile. The ringing of the phone interrupted the silence, as Yongda received yet another call. "Mr. Yang, this is Manager Zhu Fei from the bank. Your son's loan is under urgent collection, and we have been unable to contact him. Please arrange for repayment as soon as possible." "What? On what grounds? Our repayment record has always been impeccable." Yongda rose abruptly. "I apologize, but this is a directive from higher authorities. If repayment is not made on time, we will freeze all assets belonging to the Yang family." With that, Manager Zhu hung up. Yongda sank back onto the sofa, his hands trembling slightly. Could decades of hard work truly be destroyed in an instant? Meanwhile, Chun Fan was in his hotel room when he received a call from Yongda. "Chun Fan, the Yang family is in trouble." The weight of Yongda's voice was palpable. "What has happened, Mr. Yang?" Chun Fan stood up instantly. "Yang Cheng has been reassigned. The bank is demanding loan repayment, and the stocks of the Yang family have plummeted in the market. Yi is determined to drive us to the brink." Yongda lamented with a bitter smile. "It's all my fault. I have implicated you." Chun Fan clenched his fists, rage igniting in his eyes. "This is not your burden to bear. It was my choice. However, I need your assistance. Please, speak, and I shall do whatever is within my power. I need to make a call to Ding Hai, the chairman of Shuilong Group. He is a longtime friend and may help us weather this storm. However, I fear our conversation may be monitored. Could you please go in person?" "Certainly, I will head there immediately," Chun Fan replied resolutely. "Stay vigilant here. I must meet someone." After hanging up, Chun Fan turned to Feng Changqing. "Take care of yourself." Feng Changqing nodded. Chun Fan left the hotel and took a cab to Shuilong Group, his mind heavy with concern. The plight of the Yang family, the kidnapping of the fox, the crisis facing the Snow Wolf team. Each issue weighed heavily upon him. He took out his phone and dialed the fox's number once more, but it went unanswered. Lost in thought, a black sedan suddenly swerved from the side, crashing directly into the taxi he occupied. "Watch out!" Chun Fan shouted as the taxi driver swerved violently, but it was too late. A deafening crash ensued as the two vehicles collided, sending the taxi careening to the roadside. Chun Fan felt a sharp pain surge through him, and his consciousness began to fade. In the final moments before darkness enveloped him, he saw several figures clad in black approaching. When Chun Fan awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. He attempted to rise, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound to the bed. Awake? A familiar voice emerged. Turning his head, he saw Yu leisurely sipping red wine from a nearby sofa. "Yu, why is it you again?" Chun Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. "Why shouldn't it be me? Are you not worried about gathering funds? The Yang family is finished. The Leaf family will not assist you. The Snow Wolf team awaits its demise. And as for that fox, can you guess how he is faring now? What have you done to him? Chun Fan's pupils dilated in terror. Instead of answering directly, Yi retrieved a photograph from her pocket and tossed it onto Chun Fan's face. In the photograph, the fox is drenched in blood, its eyes vacant as it leans against the wall. Chapter 48. It was indeed I who killed your parents. Surprised, you beast. Chun Fan struggles to rise, but the ropes bind him tightly. It is evident that the fox is dead. Do not waste your energy. Your Snow Wolf Brigade has little time left. The Yang family is finished. Who can you still rely on? Yi scoffed coldly. What do you intend to do by capturing me? Yi, what is the reason behind this? I have never wronged you. What is the purpose of all this? Chun Fan roared hoarsely. This is also his greatest bewilderment. What enmity exists between him and Yi? Although he has discovered that his parents' deaths may be related to the Yi family, it remains unconfirmed. Why indeed? Chun Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down as he asked. It is simply to witness your suffering. However, I am in a good mood today and shall grant you an opportunity. Yi lifted a glass of red wine to his lips. What opportunity? Pledge your loyalty to me. Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. I could spare the Yang family, release the fox, and even assist you in rescuing the Snow Wolf Brigade. There is but one condition. You, Chun Fan, must become my dog, Yi. Yi stated, enunciating each word deliberately. Do you think that is possible? Chun Fan sneered. I know you will refuse. But consider it from another perspective. Are you truly willing to watch the Yang family collapse, the fox die tragically, and the Snow Wolf Brigade be annihilated? Yi's words reverberated in Chun Fan's mind like a spell. He painfully closed his eyes, images flashing through his mind. Yang stood up for him. The fox fought alongside him through life and death. The brothers of the Snow Wolf Brigade regarded him as their backbone. What have you decided? Yi asked again, noticing Chun Fan's silence. Yi, as long as I draw breath, I shall devise ways to kill you. Chun Fan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with unprecedented determination and murderous intent as he stared at Yi. Huh, indeed, you possess spirit. Then I shall relish your struggles. Yi chuckled dismissively. Bang! Yi kicked Chun Fan in the chest, the crushing pain eliciting a muffled groan from him. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to submit? I have said, as long as I live, I will find a way to kill you. Chun Fan lifted his head, his lips split. Yet the light of defiance still flickered in his eyes. Indeed, you truly are a hard nut to crack. In truth, even if you submitted to me, I would not let you go. I merely wished to see if you would choose to submit. As expected, you did not disappoint. Yi shook his head. No need to be polite. Show him what pain looks like. He turned to Wang Tianxiu, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his face. Wang Tianxiu, expressionless, stepped forward and drew a sharp dagger from his waist. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed, as everyone knew what would transpire next. The blade flashed, and Chun Fan's right pinky was cleanly severed, blood gushing forth. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the room. This is merely the beginning. With each refusal, you shall lose a finger until you yield. Yi approached Chun Fan, seizing his hair, compelling him to raise his head and mock him with a cold smile. You shall meet a dire fate, Chun Fan gasped, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. Excellent. Such spirit. I relish witnessing your indomitable demeanor. It shall be most entertaining when you finally break, Yi declared with a clap and a laugh. By the way, I am in a rather good mood today and can divulge a piece of information you have long sought. Yi gazed at Chun Fan, swaying the wine glass in her hand. Have you not been investigating the circumstances of your parents' demise? As her words fell, Chun Fan trembled uncontrollably, his eyes ablaze with desperation for the truth. It is rather ironic, really. Do you know why your sister, despite her excellent grades, has refused to study in the capital? We share quite the connection, after all. Years ago, we crossed paths. When she defied me, I struck her, and who would have thought your parents would witness that? The embarrassment was palpable. Hence, I devised a clever plan to have them eliminated, thus erasing any trace of my humiliation. And so, they perished. Had I not ruminated on it lately, I might have forgotten that I was indeed the puppet master behind it all. With a smile gracing her lips, Yi Yu delivered the devastating words with an unsettling calmness. Ha! Yi Yu, you shall die. If I do not perish today, I shall ensure your entire family pays the price. Chun Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. Continue, Yi Yu commanded, waving her hand. Wang Tianxiu raised the dagger once more, this time aiming for Chun Fan's left hand. However, as the blade was about to descend, a flash of cold light pierced through the window. Wang Tianxiu felt his body erupt in chills. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to twist away. But alas, the sharp silver needle pierced accurately into his wrist, causing him to emit a muffled groan as the dagger clattered to the floor. They have arrived. Yi Yu's brow furrowed as she quickly retreated 2 steps. Several silver flashes darted by, and all 4 of Chun Fan's black-clad bodyguards collapsed, each with a silver needle embedded in their necks, lifeless in an instant. Just as the guards outside were about to rush in, an elderly man with silver hair strolled in leisurely, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit. His seemingly slow strides covered 2 to 3 meters with each step, swiftly reaching the center of the room. Master! Chun Fan's eyes lit up with surprise and hope upon seeing the newcomer. The elderly gentleman, known as Mo Wensheng, was famed as the Ghost Hand Divine Doctor, and he was Chun Fan's mentor. My dear disciple, I have arrived late, Mo Wensheng remarked, casting a glance at the severed fingers on Chun Fan's hand, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He approached Chun Fan with deliberate steps, each as steady as a mountain, yet as rapid as lightning. His gaze swept across every individual in the room, finally resting upon Yi Yu. You are Yi Yu? Mo Wensheng's voice, though quiet, resonated like thunder within the confines of the room. Yi Yu, unfazed, set down his wine glass, a nonchalant smile still adorning his face. So, the person behind Chun Fan was the renowned ghost hand physician, Mo Wensheng. Yi Yu inclined his head slightly, yet his tone bore no trace of reverence. Mo Wensheng was as elusive as a shadow. Even he had only managed to uncover the name. He was aware that Mo Wensheng was held in high esteem within elite circles, with many indebted to him. Yet what of it? Once he is dead, those debts would diminish to insignificance until they vanished entirely. Release my disciple, Mo Wensheng stated succinctly. Ha ha! Yi Yu suddenly erupted into laughter. Mr. Mo, do you perhaps hold yourself in too high a regard? Do you know where you are? Mo Wensheng's brow furrowed, and he remained silent. This is an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jianghai City, 10 miles devoid of life. Do you truly believe you can escort Chun Fan to safety all alone? Yi Yu spoke leisurely. You shall be cautious. Wang Tianxiu whispered, his gaze fixed warily upon Mo Wensheng. There is no need for concern. I have long anticipated that Chun Fan has formidable backing. Hence I have made thorough preparations. Yi Yu waved his hand dismissively, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Mo Wensheng's expression sharpened, as if he sensed an impending threat. Master, be careful. You must have laid a trap. Chun Fan struggled to shout. Chapter 49. I am human, not a god. I cannot withstand a rocket. Silence. Wang Tianxiu kicked Chun Fan in the abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony. At this sight, Mo Wensheng's fury intensified. With a swift motion of his right hand, a flash of silver surged toward Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu evaded just in time, yet the silver needle grazed his sleeve. Impressive skills. Mo Wensheng nodded slightly. Mr. Mo, I advise you not to act rashly. Yi Yu spoke with deliberate calmness. I am aware that many owe you favors, and your influence is indeed formidable. However, you may call anyone you wish. See who dares to offend the Yi family. For the first time, an exceedingly arrogant expression appeared on Yi Yu's face. Mo Wensheng's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Yi Xiao, you overestimate my significance. I am merely an old man. Yi Xiao, do you know why I'm called the Ghost Hand Physician? Mo Wensheng suddenly broke the silence after a brief pause. I have heard some rumors. It is said that your silver needles are extraordinary, capable of saving those in the late stages of cancer, yet also able to claim lives invisibly. Yi Yu replied dismissively. Do you know where I acquired these skills? Yi Yu's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by the question. I learned my craft from a Yi family in the capital, Mo Wensheng said slowly. What? Yi Yu's expression shifted dramatically. 30 years ago, I was the family physician for the Yi family. It was I who saved your grandfather, Elder Ye's life. Mo Wunshin's words detonated like a bomb, reverberating within Yi Yu's heart. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Nevertheless, what of it? The present day vastly differs from the past. No matter how formidable you are, Mo Wunshin, you cannot ford a missile, Yi Yu silently declared in his mind. At this moment, even if you saved Yi Yu's grandfather, it would not spare you from death. The arrow is nocked and must be released. Young Master Yi, do you truly wish to stand against me? Mo Wunshin's tone was calm, yet bore a hint of authority. Mr. Mo, I respect you as a senior, but today, Chen Fan must remain. Yi Yu's stance was unwavering. He understood that Mo Wunshin would not relinquish Chen Fan, just as he himself would not let Mo Wunshin escape. The threat posed by this man was too great. If he were to flee today, it would result in endless repercussions. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Mo Wunshin's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. With a swift gesture of his hands, a dozen silver needles shot forth like meteors, striking various corners of the room. Bang! 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 Following a series of muffled thuds, 7 or 8 figures clad in black tumbled from the shadows, each with a silver needle protruding from their necks, lifeless. Yi Yu's complexion shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Mo Wunshin's ability to uncover his hidden assailants. Young Master Yi, you underestimate me, Mo Wunshin remarked nonchalantly. It was my oversight. However, these individuals were merely appetizers. Yi remained unperturbed, even chuckling. He snapped his fingers, and a multitude of black-clad figures surged in from the doorway, encircling Mo Wunshin. Master, Chen Fan cried out anxiously. Yet, Mo Wunshin remained unfazed. His hands clasped before his chest as he channeled his internal energy, transforming into a whirlwind amidst the black-clad assailants. Bang! 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 After a succession of muffled impacts, the black-clad figures collapsed, none able to approach Mo Wunshin even a step. Young Master Yi, your forces are insufficient, Mo Wunshin declared, standing tall and majestic, akin to an immortal. Mr. Mo, your prowess exceeds my expectations. However, the game has just begun. A shadow flickered in Yi Yu's eyes, but he soon restored his nonchalant smile. His gaze turned icy and ruthless. He had no desire to prolong the game and opted for direct action. Uncle Wang, block him. Yi Yu commanded Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu inhaled deeply, his expression grave. He recognized that Mo Wunshin's strength far surpassed his own. Yet he was obligated to obey Yi Yu's command. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength, pouncing upon Mo Wunshin like a descending tiger. Simultaneously, Yi Yu discreetly retreated, appearing to distance himself from the battlefield, while his right hand stealthily inched towards his cell phone in his pocket. His movements were exceedingly subtle, concealed beneath the fierce clash between Wang Tianxiu and Mo Wunshin, nearly undetected. As Mo Wunshin countered Wang Tianxiu's tempestuous onslaught, he remained vigilant of Yi Yu. Although Wang Tianxiu's strength did not match his own, he was still a formidable expert, and his desperate attacks should not be underestimated. Mo Wunshin pushed Wang Tianxiu back with a powerful strike, intending to seize the opportunity to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. Yet, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of peril surging from all directions. This sensation is 100-fold more intense than the earlier encounter with the concealed figure in black. It feels as though the Grim Reaper has unsheathed his scythe. A sense of dread washes over Mo Wunshin. He is not a deity. He can sense danger, yet he cannot foresee the future. Unaware of Yi Yu's precise methods, he recognizes that this level of peril is beyond human capability. Almost simultaneously, faint yet piercing sounds of projectiles slicing through the air echo from the distant sky. Rockets. In an instant, Mo Wunshin comprehends the situation. This madman, Yi Yu, has truly resorted to military-grade weaponry, and in broad daylight, no less. How dare he? Standing afar, Yi Yu wears a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He has swiftly dialed a number, only to hang up immediately. This is a predetermined signal with those covert guardians assigned to protect him. Simple, direct, and lethal. Having completed this, he has no time to relish the shock and disbelief etched on Mo Wenshan's face. He turns and dashes toward the exit. "Uncle Wang, let us go," Yi reminds Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu is bewildered. "Young master, you're just fine, and now you tell me to leave when the rockets are almost upon us?" Mo Wenshan's mind races. There is but a single 4-meter-high ventilation window in the factory behind them, and two individuals cannot possibly escape simultaneously. Only one can slip through that narrow passage. Ahead, Wang Tianxiu is desperately obstructing their path. While he cannot delay them for long, a few seconds are still within his grasp. The only escape for the master and disciple lies within that small window. Mo Wenshan understands that survival beneath the onslaught of rockets is utterly impossible. He is human, not divine. How can a flesh-and-blood body withstand the devastating force of modern warfare? Yet he fears not for his own life. He must ensure that Fanner survives. "Fanner, go!" Mo Wenshan bellows, unleashing the last remnants of his primordial energy without reservation. He does not attack with brute force. Instead, he coalesces it into a gentle yet powerful surge, instantly severing the bonds that restrain Chun Fan. In swift succession, he expends his final ounce of strength, slamming both palms against Chun Fan's back. With the force of a cannonball, he propels him toward the factory's upper ventilation window. Chapter 50. Is Chun Fan dead? Master. Chun Fan can barely utter a cry of despair before his body is uncontrollably hurled outward. At that very moment, several rockets, trailing long tails of flame, strike with deadly accuracy upon the desolate factory as if they were messengers from hell. Boom! The deafening explosion envelopes everything in an instant. Flames soar skyward, and shockwaves roll forth. The robust, reinforced concrete structure crumbles like fragile paper before the terrifying force of the explosion, torn apart and collapsing. Mo Wenshan's figure, along with a dozen or so black-clad bodyguards and the loyal Wang Tianxiu, are all consumed in the first moments by the searing flames and violent shockwaves. Chun Fan, having been forcefully cast by Mo Wenshan, shatters through glass and tumbles onto the rocky ground outside the factory. Even so, the subsequent shockwave from the explosion struck him fiercely on the back. With a gasp, Chun Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced, and his bones seemed to fracture under the immense pain. The agonizing discomfort and the deafening roar of the explosion caused him to lose consciousness in an instant. Yet, before slipping into complete oblivion, the last image imprinted in his mind was of the factory, engulfed in flames and swiftly reduced to ruins, alongside his master's final gaze, one filled with both resolve and solace. Time became an abstract concept as Chun Fan awoke amidst a fit of violent coughing. The acrid scent of smoke and charred remnants invaded his nostrils, nearly inducing nausea. His vision remained clouded, while the sound of crackling flames and collapsing structures echoed around him. Struggling to move his eyes, he beheld a scene of utter devastation. The factory that once stood proudly had vanished, leaving only shattered walls and raging infernos in its wake. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Agonizing pain surged through his body like a relentless tide. He sensed several ribs had broken, his left arm twisted unnaturally, and his insides felt as if they were being torn apart. The shockwave from the explosion and the shrapnel had inflicted countless wounds upon him. Blood soaked his clothing, mingling with the dirt beneath him to form a dark, muddy amalgam. "Master!" Chun Fan called out hoarsely, his voice barely above a whisper. Memories flooded back, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. His master's resolute gaze, the cataclysmic explosion. "Master!" A shriek erupted from his throat, a sound so anguished it seemed inhuman. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain rendered him immobile. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, mixing with blood and dirt, leaving two wretched trails on his cheeks. His master was dead, sacrificed to save him. The one who had pulled him back from the brink of death, imparted the skills of healing and martial arts, and treated him as his own son had met a tragic end due to Yi Yu's treachery. How could he not comprehend that this was all a scheme orchestrated by Yi Yu? The aim was to lure his master in and eliminate him to ensure there would be no future repercussions. An overwhelming tide of sorrow, regret, and fury erupted within him like a volcano. He hated Yi Yu's malice, hated Yi Yu's cruelty, hated that he possessed such formidable connections and power, allowing him to act with impunity and disregard for human life. He loathed himself, loathed his own weakness, loathed that he had brought his master into this turmoil. Had it not been for him, his master could have enjoyed a peaceful life in the mountains, never entangled in this conflict, meeting such a tragic fate. Yi, you deserve to die. You must perish. Chun Fan roared with every ounce of strength he could muster. I, Chun Fan, swear to the heavens. If I do not kill you in this lifetime, if I do not ensure that the blood debt of the Yi family is repaid in kind, I vow I shall not be human. I shall make you endure the most excruciating torments this world can offer. I will make your existence a living hell. His voice resonated with profound hatred, echoing across the desolate ruins, imbued with despair and madness. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar shade of gray amidst the rubble beside him. Struggling, he reached out, trembling as he cleared away the debris, retrieving a small charred fragment of cloth. It was a remnant of his master's Zhongshan suit. The cloth still bore a faint aroma of herbs and the scent of burning, a constant reminder of his master's enduring essence. Chun Fan clutched the piece tightly, as if grasping the last vestige of hope and strength. His nails dug deeply into his palm, blood flowing freely, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He could not perish. He must survive. He sought vengeance for his master. An overwhelming desire to live and an unyielding thirst for revenge sustained his battered body. Gritting his teeth, he endured excruciating pain unimaginable to ordinary men, inching toward the direction away from the ruins. He knew that Yi Yu's men would soon arrive to search the scene. He had to escape before they arrived. Every movement was accompanied by heart-wrenching agony. But he did not falter. His consciousness oscillated between clarity and oblivion, with only Yi Yu's face, marked by a cruel smirk, and his master's final resolute gaze remaining vivid in his mind. In the distance, atop a small hill, Yi Yu peered through a high-powered telescope, calmly surveying the factory ruins, now engulfed in flames. The explosion's force had exceeded his expectations, nearly leveling the entire facility. It appeared to have been executed flawlessly. Lowering the telescope, a satisfied smile crept across Yi Yu's face. Young master, Mo Wunshan possesses formidable strength. He may retaliate even in death, a black-clad bodyguard. One of Yi Yu's most trusted aides and a vital force sent by the Yi family for his protection, cautiously remarked. Yi Yu smile dimmed slightly, a fleeting ripple of emotion flashing in his eyes before his demeanor returned to its usual calm. Search for him. At any cost, find Wang Tianxiu. Yi Yu's voice was as cold as ice. If he dies, he sacrifices himself to protect me. The Yi family shall honor him with the respect and compensation he deserves. His daughter, we can also nurture her to greatness. One Wang Tianxiu traded for another Mo Wunshan is hardly a loss. Yi Yu spoke with an air of indifference, his tone betraying little emotion. To him, the lives of his subordinates were merely calculable assets. Send someone to confirm Chun Fan's corpse. Be cautious, don't get burned. Yi Yu commanded. Yes. Several black-clad figures acknowledged, cautiously approaching the still smoldering ruins. Yi Yu turned, entering an off-road vehicle that had long awaited his arrival. He glanced back at the direction of the ruins, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chun Fan, even if he possesses exceptional fortitude, there is no chance of survival amidst such a terrifying explosion. Even if by some stroke of luck he escapes death, his injuries would render him a mere shell of a man. Chapter 51. Take him to northern Myanmar for a kidney extraction. As for what Mo Wunshan claimed regarding his ties to the Yi family, Yi Yu harbored doubts. Even if there were some truth to it, a dead man could stir no tempest. He now needs to contemplate how to manage the aftermath of the explosion. The military's weaponry is not easily wielded. He must devise a perfect excuse to obscure the past. However, this is not a daunting task for him. With his uncle's influence and the power of the Yi family, suppressing the incident and disguising it as a mere gas explosion or a chemical plant accident would be effortless. A few minutes later, The men in black who had gone to investigate returned. Young master, the fire is too intense, and the temperature within the ruins is exceedingly high. We cannot conduct an in-depth search at this time. However, it is certain that the old man is dead. His head was obliterated, leaving only half of it behind. There was no sign of Chun Fan's body on the periphery. Nevertheless, we have located Wang Tianxiu. He took refuge in the massive elevator shaft at the moment of the explosion. Fortunately, the elevator had long been dismantled. Otherwise, the explosion would have turned him into a mere pulp, said the man in black while carrying Wang Tianxiu. Yi frowned slightly. You did not find Chun Fan's body? First, take Uncle Wang to the best hospital in the capital and have someone contact authoritative doctors both domestically and internationally. We must ensure his survival. He glanced at the bloodied and unconscious Wang Tianxiu. The man in black accepted the order and departed. Even if no body is found, it is unlikely he could survive in such circumstances. Perhaps he was blown to bits or buried deep beneath the rubble. Yi mused slowly. Yet, despite his words, he would not believe it. Chun Fan, a character who could easily be the protagonist of a novel. How could he possibly be dead? The absence of a body only signifies that he has escaped. Unless Yi personally witnesses his corpse, he would not accept that Chun Fan has perished. He harbored absolute confidence in his plan and the power of the rocket. Yet he was acutely aware of Chun Fan's remarkable luck. Have someone maintain a watch on the perimeter. Wait until the fire is extinguished before searching thoroughly. If he cannot be found, so be it. Let us depart. Yi waved his hand. The off-road vehicle roared to life and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Leaning back in his seat, Yi closed his eyes to rest. Chun Fan had vanished. Although Mo Wenshun was also dead, he could not let go of his unease. Chun Fan was like an indestructible cockroach. This time, he had been brought to the brink of death. When he next reemerges, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. With this thought in mind, Yi picked up his phone and dialed an overseas number. Beep, beep, beep. Dear Yi, you finally called me. The phone was answered almost instantly after ringing for 3 seconds, accompanied by a slightly awkward Chinese accent. Yi, do you miss me? I do too. I'll be attending Tsinghua University next month. Let us not lose touch, dear Yi. Although the other party's Chinese was clumsy, her voice was melodious. Annie, before you come to China, could you do me a favor? Yi pondered for a moment before asking. He was well aware that Annie would be attending Tsinghua University. This was also arranged by their Morgan family. Dear Yi, I have entrusted my very being to you, and yet you speak of inconvenience? Anne's tone was evidently tinged with displeasure. Very well, and my apologies. Once you arrive at Qingbei, I shall treat you to a meal. I recall that your Morgan family possesses considerable influence within the Vatican, do you not? Yi inquired. The Morgan family has radiated its influence across centuries, with the Vatican being one of its domains. Indeed, Yi, and did not conceal her affirmation. A group of mercenaries is currently being intercepted by the Pope in the Vatican, and I require your assistance to ensure that this mercenary troop remains permanently in the Vatican. It must happen today. They must vanish completely. Yi stated directly. A mere band of mercenaries, easily obliterated at any moment, and replied with a hint of disdain. I have insisted that they must disappear today. They must perish. Otherwise, the union between the Morgan and Yi families shall be annulled, and you need not set foot in Huaxia. Sensing the skepticism in her tone, Yi intensified his declaration. Dear Yi, rest assured, I promise you, they will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Please do not be angry. An's voice suddenly turned anxious. Call me once it is done. With that, Yi abruptly ended the call. Now, he could focus on other matters with peace of mind. For instance, the ungrateful Yang family. Meanwhile, in the desolate wilderness far from the ruins, a blood-soaked figure struggled onward, dragging his battered body through the knee-high, wild grass. With each step, he left a deep crimson imprint upon the earth. His gaze was hollow and numb, only igniting with a terrifying ferocity when thoughts of Yi crossed his mind. The flames of vengeance sustained his faltering form, propelling him step by arduous step toward the unknown horizon. As the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, Chun Fan felt his consciousness slipping away, his body growing colder. Excessive blood loss and grave internal injuries rendered his vision dark and his steps unsteady, each stride akin to treading on cotton. He was oblivious to how long he had walked or where he found himself. Surrounding him were rolling hills and dense forests, devoid of human presence. Unable to endure any longer, Chun Fan's vision blackened, and he collapsed beside a gently flowing brook. The frigid water soaked his garments, offering a fleeting coolness, yet failing to rouse his slumbering awareness. In his haze, he perceived a figure with a head wrapped in hair steering a battered iron vessel. The figure seemed to have noticed him, as the small boat gradually approached the shore. "Brother, this man looks formidable. Perhaps we should not interfere?" One voice cautioned. "He clearly appears to be fleeing from pursuers. We do not want to attract trouble. Our priority is to make a swift escape. The batch of piglets is waiting for us." Another man emerged from the ship's cabin, declaring, "Anyone pursued to such an extent cannot be a mere commoner. They must be a desperate fugitive. I must tell you, this individual undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary aspect. He must have considerable wealth. If we rescue him, should he not express his gratitude? A few tens of thousands of dollars would be insignificant, and even hundreds of thousands would not be excessive. If he truly lacks funds, is he not at our mercy? We could extract organs to cover his medical expenses." The man referred to as the elder brother spoke with a hint of malice in his gaze. Chapter 52. The complete annihilation of the Snow Wolf mercenary corps. The night enveloped the jungle in utter darkness, with cicadas chirping incessantly, and the rustling of tiny insects crawling over leaves sending shivers down one's spine. A dilapidated iron vessel docked along the riverbank, its feeble lights casting a dim glow, revealing a few figures busily transporting something. "Old 3, move this person onto the boat," commanded the elder brother, exhaling smoke from a low-quality cigarette and spitting disdainfully. "Elder brother, with injuries like these, can he even survive?" Old 3 cautiously dragged Chun Fan, fearing he might breathe his last en route. "He won't die. He is remarkably resilient. If such a person were so easy to kill, he wouldn't have been pursued to this extent. He might just be a big catch. Once we bring him back and revive him, there could be unexpected rewards. But remember, such a person must not be allowed to fully recover. He just needs to stay alive. Once he awakens, we'll demand money, and if he has none, we'll take his organs." The elder brother flicked ash from his cigarette, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Old 3 and the other 2 hastily dragged Chun Fan onto the boat, carelessly tossing him onto the cabin floor. Chun Fan, drenched in blood, appeared as pale as a ghost, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. "Goodness, look, one of his fingers is broken," Old 4 exclaimed. "Shoo, keep it down. Start the boat quickly and let us go." The elder brother scanned the surroundings warily. The iron vessel's engine roared unpleasantly as it slowly departed from the shore, heading towards northern Myanmar. Inside the cabin, Chun Fan lay upon the cold metal surface, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai City, the Yang family villa was ablaze with light, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Father, what on earth is happening? Why have we suddenly summoned the entire family?" Yang's second son, Yang Zhen, appeared anxious. "Indeed, I have a new position to assume. I must not allow anyone to find a weakness," Yang Chung added gravely. "Our Yang family may be facing a great disaster," Yang said, his eyes vacant, his tea cup trembling slightly in his hand. This declaration sent the room into an uproar. While the Yang family could not claim absolute power in Zhanghai, they were among the most prominent families. Who would dare to provoke them? "Father, who would dare to touch our Yang family? Was it not merely a minor incident at the Gambling Stone Convention?" Scoffed Yang Zhen, the second son of the Yang family, embodying the essence of a dissipated youth, his thoughts consumed by indulgence. "Minor incident? Who can bear the wrath of the Yi family from the capital? Do you still consider it a trivial matter?" Yang suddenly smashed the teacup onto the floor, shouting furiously. "The Yi family? Are you suggesting that today's financial attack on our company was orchestrated by them?" Yang Zhen's face turned ashen in an instant. "Father, we have not offended the Yi family. You must go to them and plead for their mercy." Yang Zhen trembled as he spoke. Yang sat in the corner, her fists tightly clenched. Recalling the stone gambling event, She remembered her harsh words towards Yu, even proclaiming that she would rather marry a beggar than him. Now, reflecting on that moment sent shivers down her spine. It is all my fault. Yangda appeared to age a decade in an instant, his once upright posture now hunched. Father, what exactly is going on? Yang Zhen inquired loudly. You are aware of Chen Fan, right? Yangda asked. We all know. That fellow saved your life. What does he have to do with this? Yang Cheng frowned, his brows knitting together. Father, how have you offended the Yi family? Why mention Chen Fan? Yang Cheng presset furter. It is my fault. Chen Fan had a conflict with Yi Yu, and I sided with Chen Fan, consequently offending Yi Yu gravely. Yi Yu is the heir of the Yi family in the capital, Yang sighed. Boom! Both Yang Cheng and Yang Jian felt a thunderous noise in their heads, the sensation almost causing them to faint. Father, how could you provoke him? He is the crown prince of the Yi family. The Yang family could have soared to great heights, and now we might as well wait for our demise. Yang Cheng's face was filled with despair. He wondered who possessed such power that they could be transferred at a moment's notice. It turned out to be the intervention of the Li family, the in-laws of the Yi family. His career was now hopelessly lost. Grandfather, I am not afraid of him, Yang declared stubbornly. Silence. Do you comprehend what the Yi family represents? They hold the power to dictate half of Huaxia's economic lifeline. A single call from Yi Yu could obliterate our Yang family from existence. Yang Zhen admonished sternly, his face a mask of anger and fear. What shall we do then? Yang felt utterly helpless. What shall we do? I wish I knew. I have toiled and strived to build 100 billion assets. Was it easy? And now, with you absent from home, you had to stir up trouble. Look where we are now. The Yang family is on the brink of collapse. Yang Zhen roared, losing his grip on reason. The Yang group was the culmination of his life's work, and now it was in jeopardy not because of his reckless son, but due to his own father. Who could he turn to for justice? There was but one course of action. They must go to young Master Yi to apologize and express that the Yang family is willing to submit, or else the Yang family would surely face annihilation. Though a businessman, Yang Zhen possessed a keen intellect. Very well, I shall go alone, for it was I who incurred Yi Yu's displeasure. Yangda, with bleary eyes, stood shakily. Grandfather, I will accompany you. I too insulted Yi Yu. Yang quickly rose to support Yangda. What? You insulted young Master Yi? Slap. Yang Cheng abruptly stood and delivered a resounding slap to Yang's face. In an instant, a red mark appeared on her cheek, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet, Yang exhibited no anger, merely gazing at Yang Cheng with calm s. Yang Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He had never witnessed such a demeanor in his daughter. We must go as well. Let's jointly seek young Master Yi's forgiveness, Yang Jian remarked from the side. My dear Yi, it's all taken care of. That mercenary group has been surrounded by the Pope's men and utterly annihilated. En's voice brimmed with excitement. Well done, and Yi replied, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Vatican seems rather puzzled as to why we targeted this mercenary group. Yi, what is the reason behind this? En inquired curiously. Just a bunch of oblivious ants. Besides, can a dog that only knows how to bite truly comprehend its master's thoughts? Instead of discussing this, why not contemplate where we shall go on a date when you arrive at Qingbei next month? Yi responded, his tone lighthearted, and, momentarily diverted by his shift in topic, began to excitedly envision their future together. However, once the call ended, the smile on Yi Yu's face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Chen Fan, I shall extinguish all your hopes one by one. Even if you flee abroad, you will remain a lost dog. I intend for you to perish in despair. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 53. Deliver your granddaughter to me, and the Yang family will survive. Love Lin Xiao. He asked as he picked up his phone and dialed another number, his tone icy. Everything is normal, young master. She is still attending classes, and there are no anomalies. Very well. Continue monitoring her, Yu instructed before hanging up the phone and draining his glass of red wine. There is no absolute certainty in this world. Since Chen Fan's body has not been found, it indicates that he is still alive. Lin Xiao, as Chen Fan's childhood companion, serves as the perfect bait to lure him out. Additionally, Zhaotsong also presents an enticing lure for Chun Fan. As for that old man, Mo Wencheng, a flicker of disdain passed through Yi Yu's eyes. Regardless of his connections to the Yi family, a dead man is simply a dead man, no threat whatsoever. He rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the nightscape of Zhanghai. Every inch of this city bears the imprint of the Yi family's influence. He was born to be the sovereign of this metropolis. Any challenge to his authority leads only to ruin. Yi licked his lips, as if he could still savor the taste of Chun Fan's despair. Delicious, he mused. What a pity that Chun Fan has yet to completely unravel. He eagerly anticipated that day, longing to witness Chun Fan kneeling in supplication after losing everything. It would surely be quite entertaining. In the northern territories of Myanmar, the domain of the warlord Kong Chio, there lay a fortress concealed within dense forests. "Master, this man is still alive, but his condition is dire," reported the elder brother respectfully as he stood before a corpulent man. "Huaxia people? What's their background?" Kong Chio inquired, puffing on a cigar and surveying the battered Chun Fan discarded on the ground. "Unclear, but he appeared to be an ordinary person. We found him by the river, covered in wounds, as if he were fleeing for his life." Kong Chio approached, crouching to scrutinize Chun Fan's visage, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with interest. "Interesting. Have him taken to the medical room and summon the best doctors to save him." Kong Chio nodded with a smile. "Is he valuable, master?" The elder brother, Lu San, who previously captained a decrepit iron vessel, asked, momentarily taken aback. "More valuable than you can imagine. There's a bounty of $50 million on his head," Kong Chio remarked with narrowed eyes. $50 million? Then why should we save him? We could simply slit his throat and claim the reward, Lu San said, his hands trembling with excitement. $50 million. The person I saved is worth such a fortune. Silence. We shall bring him in for treatment. The existence of a $50 million bounty signifies what? It indicates that this person's worth exceeds that amount and is of great utility to me. If he proves to be useless, we can always resort to slitting his throat for the bounty later. A profound smile graced Kong Chio's face. Chun Fan was carried into a rudimentary medical room, where a few yawning doctors were summoned to administer aid. His injuries were severe, with multiple fractures, internal organ damage, and significant blood loss. It was a miracle he had survived this long. After an examination, an elderly doctor shook his head, indicating that the patient was difficult to save. There is no need to waste medical resources. Bring him back to life. If he dies, you will accompany him in death, Kong Chio commanded coldly. The doctors, sweating profusely, hastily commenced emergency treatment. Blood transfusions, disinfection, and bandaging consumed an entire 6 hours. He was temporarily stabilized, but his condition could deteriorate at any moment. He requires better medical facilities, the old doctor remarked, wiping his brow. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai City, the Yang family was on high alert, urgently liquidating all their assets. Yang Cheng and Yang Zhen took turns visiting banks for loans, but every major bank, as if colluding, turned them down. Why? Our Yang family has always maintained a good reputation. Yang Zhen questioned the bank manager. I'm truly sorry, but we have received directives from above, the manager replied, unable to meet his gaze. Yang Zhen instantly comprehended that this was the handiwork of the Yi family. Despairing, he returned home to find his father on the phone. Yi Xiao, I beg you, we need more time. Yang's voice trembled. Mr. Yang, I've already been quite merciful by granting you a day, came Yu's icy voice from the other end. Yi Xiao, our Yang family is willing to make amends. We only ask for a chance to survive. Is that so? Then allow me to add a condition. As long as you comply, the Yang family will face no repercussions, Yi Yu sneered. What condition? Yang de heart quivered as he inquired. Tonight, deliver Yang to the revolving restaurant. Perhaps I will consider sparing your family. Yi Yu's voice floated lightly, yet it detonated like a bomb in Yang's ears. Impossible. My granddaughter is not a bargaining chip. Yang shouted in fury. Huh. The Yang family has but this one path to take. Otherwise, prepare for collapse. If you agree, I shall await you in the imperial private room of the Zhanghai revolving restaurant. Yi Yu abruptly hung up the phone. Yang slumped into a chair, his face ashen. Father, what happened? Yang Cheng uprooted, Sen Sing a Foreboding. That scoundrel. He wants Yang Yang at the revolving restaurant, Yang said, trembling. Absolutely not. Yang Cheng's complexion paled. Grandfather, father, I heard everything. At that moment, Yang Yang entered, her eyes brimming with tears, yet resolutely steadfast. For the sake of the Yang family, I am willing to go. Yang Yang es fos guifred yet remained resoluta. What nonsense! Both Yang De and Yang Cheng shouted in unison. If we do not heed Yi Yu's advice, our entire family will be doomed. Rather than face total annihilation, I would choose to bear the burden alone. Yang Yang shook her head, her crimson lips biting down as she spoke. No, I would rather lose everything than allow you to meet that beast. Yang De slammed his hand on the table in fury. Master, it is dire. The major banks are demanding repayment, and all our partner companies are requesting to terminate contracts, insisting on substantial compensation for breach of contract. As the argument escalated, the butler rushed in, shouting, "This is a complete extermination." Yang De staggered a few steps, nearly fainting. I will not let the Yang family perish under my watch. I will meet Yi Yu, but I shall not yield. I have my own plans. Yang Yang calmly stated. Gazing at Yang De and his two sons exchanged glances, uncertain of what this stubborn Yang Yang was truly plotting. Yang Yang, do not act impulsively. Grandfather, please trust me. I will not allow Yi Yu to succeed. Yang Yang shook her head. Meanwhile, in the rotating restaurant's private room, Yi Yu hung up the phone, a smug smile gracing his face. Secretary Li, what is the situation with the Yang family? He inquired, turning to the middle-aged man standing beside him. As per the young master's instructions, all of the Yang family's bank accounts have been frozen. Furthermore, all companies cooperating with the Yang family have been notified to terminate contracts, and banks have been instructed to recall loans. They are unlikely to last until tomorrow. Secretary Li replied respectfully. Well done. Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Young master, should I arrange a reception for Miss Yang? Reception for what? A mere Yang family is hardly worthy of my consideration. I merely wish to observe what choices that old fool Yang De will make to safeguard his granddaughter's integrity. Yi Yu shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 54, Kneel Before Me. What does the young master desire? Secretary Li asked, somewhat puzzled. I want Yang Yang tu endure humiliation. Is there any news from Chun Fan? Yi Yu suddenly recalled something and inquired. No leads as of yet. We have scoured the area surrounding the explosion site for 10 kilometers, yet no trace of his body has been found. However, we have discovered that Chun Fan may have fled abroad to the northern regions of Myanmar. Secretary Li reported that they found sporadic bloodstains leading towards the jungle, which matched Chun Fan's. Continue the search. We must see him alive or find his remains. Even in northern Myanmar, I want his life. Send someone there to negotiate. If they do not hand over Chun Fan, unleash mercenaries to bomb the place. Chun Fan commanded directly. In the territory of the second lord of the Myanmar warlords, a rudimentary medical room, Chun Fan's consciousness floated in darkness, intermittently hearing voices around him. The military is offering a reward of $50 million. If he awakens and is of no use, then kill him. Excruciating pain tore at his nerves, yet the instinct to survive compelled him to fight to remain conscious. He must survive to avenge his master and seek justice for himself. Chun Fan slightly opened his eyes, taking in the crude equipment and unfamiliar faces surrounding him. He immediately comprehended his predicament. He had been rescued, yet the one who saved him harbored no benevolence. He had to devise a means of escape. However, given his current physical condition, even the slightest movement was a formidable challenge. Chun Fan closed his eyes and began to covertly channel his primordial energy, attempting to mend the injuries afflicting his body. Although his master had only imparted the first volume of the technique, it possessed a certain efficacy in treating internal wounds. Once he had fully recuperated, he was determined to journey to Qingbei University in the capital. His master had informed him that a man named Zhao Tsong there would teach him the second volume of primordial energy. Zhao Tsong was one of those whom Mo Wenxian had once rescued. Thus Zhao Tsong owed Mo Wenxian an immense debt of gratitude. A faint stream of vital energy circulated within him, bringing forth a semblance of warmth. He understood that this process required time, yet he must persevere. Yi Yu, I shall return. Await my arrival, Chun Fan whispered inwardly, continuing his healing endeavor. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the guards had changed shifts. The newly arrived sentry leaned against the wall, dozing. Chun Fan quietly opened his eyes, surveying his environment. After a day's rest, he felt considerably better than before, yet still frail. He was acutely aware that tomorrow, Kong Xiu would ascertain his identity and subsequently execute him for a reward. He had to act tonight. With great care, Chun Fan rose, enduring excruciating pain as he descended from the bed. Each movement felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. On the floor lay a tray adorned with medical instruments. He cautiously picked up a scalpel and stealthily approached the slumbering guard. The guard barely had time to utter a sound before Chun Fan severed his throat. Blood gushed forth, and Chun Fan evaded the spray, seizing the guard's weapon and keys. He pushed open the door, finding the corridor devoid of life. Leaning against the wall, Chun Fan advanced step by step toward the exit. Each step felt like traversing the edge of a blade, yet thoughts of Yi Yu and his master's tragic demise fueled his determination. Meanwhile, in a revolving restaurant, Yi Yu sat in an opulent private room, a table laden with exquisite dishes before him. Yet he had little appetite. He awaited someone. The door gently creaked open, and Yang Yang entered, clad in a simple white dress. Her countenance was serene, yet her gaze bore unwavering resolve. "Young Master Yi, I have arrived," Yang Yang said, locking eyes with Yi Yu. "Miss Yang is quite astute. Please, take a seat." Yi Yu replied with a light chuckle. "You summoned me, young master, for some conditions, I presume?" Yang Yang inquired, sitting down while maintaining a distance. "Direct to the point, I appreciate that. It is quite simple. Submit to me, and the Yang family shall be preserved." Yi Yu gestured with his cup. "Submit? Are you suggesting that I become your woman?" Yang Yang retorted, her eyes icy. "Do you wish to be my woman? Yang Yang, you hold yourself in far too high regard. Do you believe you are worthy of being my woman?" Yi Yu suddenly scoffed derisively. Yang Yang's complexion paled, her pride shattered in that instant by Yi Yu's contempt. She was a proud member of the Yang family, and in Jianghai, countless sought to curry favor with the Yang family. She was also one of the 3 renowned beauties of Jianghai, with admirers queuing from Jianghai to France. Yet today, she found herself humiliated by Yi Yu. "You must remember, it is your Yang family that seeks my favor, not the other way around. Before me, conceal your pitiful and humble sense of pride. In my presence, do not dare to assert your significance. Even the Yang family is but an ant to me, and should I wish to obliterate you, it would be but a mere thought away. Now kneel beside me." Yi Yu appeared as a sovereign high above, her gaze as frigid as eternal ice. "Yi Yu, you have gone too far. You cannot treat us this way. What gives you the right to behave so? Just because I uttered a few words you found displeasing? Your heart is exceedingly narrow." Yang Yang suddenly stood, her delicate form trembling slightly. She had not anticipated Yi Yu's utter disregard for decorum. "If that is the case, what more is there to discuss? The door is right there. Feel free to leave. However, after tonight, the name Yang will cease to exist." Yi Yu nonchalantly raised her glass of red wine. "Yi Yu, do you truly mean what you say?" Yang Yang suddenly calmed, her gaze fixed firmly on Yi Yu's eyes. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. "If I kneel, will you indeed spare the Yang family?" Yang Yang inquired, each word deliberate. Yi Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the girl before her. She noticed the glimmer of tears in Yang Yang's eyes, yet there was no hint of concession in her demeanor. "Of course I, Yi Yu, am a woman of my word. Very well, I accept your terms." Yang Yang inhaled deeply, gradually rising to her feet. A smile curled at the corners of Yi Yu's lips, for she knew at this moment, Yang Yang's heart was undoubtedly filled with humiliation and despair. This was precisely the effect she desired, to make the once mighty heiress of the Yang family experience the bitterness of disgrace. However, just as Yang Yang was about to lower her zipper, her hand suddenly halted. "No, Yi Yu, you are deceiving me. You never intended to spare the Yang family." A flicker of clarity crossed Yang Yang's eyes. The smile on Yi Yu's face remained intact. "You were well aware that my grandfather would never allow me to meet you, which is why you resorted to such despicable tactics to coerce my compliance. What you seek is not my body, But my dignity, Yang Yang continued. Yi slowly set down her wine glass, her expression turning perilously intense. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Your dignity? You must be dreaming. Do you possess dignity before me? Yi perceived that this woman before her was not entirely sane. Would consuming her make her mind equally unhinged? In any case, since you have decided to annihilate the Yang family, what more do I have to lose? Yang Yang took a step back, only to collide against the wall. With no avenue of retreat, Yi had already approached her, grasping her chin firmly. Chapter 55. The Humiliation and Suffering of Yang Yang. You are bold. I admire that. I have changed my mind, Yang Yang. A beauty such as you, if spared, would be a waste. Perhaps you have forgotten here, my word is law. Yi tightened her grip around Yang Yang's neck, her eyes glimmering with avarice. Yang Yang's eyes widened in terror, astonished by Yi Yu's sudden shift in intent. No, you leave me no choice. Yi leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. Yang Yang tremblait au fer. She has only now realized with a dawning awareness that she has walked into the tiger's den. Yi Yu then released Yang Yang, turning to take her seat. Kneel down. I can provide your family with a chance at survival, but this opportunity is fleeting. Yi Yu spoke with an icy detachment. Yang Yang beat her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She had once thought herself clever enough to manipulate Yi Yu effortlessly, yet now she recognized the absurdity of her arrogance. Yi Yu resolved matters with the most primal of methods. Yang Yang's face was etched with struggle and humiliation. Her heart felt like ashes, and she slowly lowered her hands. A thin line of crimson oozed from her lower lip, which she bit down on fiercely, the humiliation more palpable than ever. Yi showed no signs of compassion, merely observing in silence. Ultimately, Yang Yang gradually sank to her knees, bowing her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She understood that after this night, her dignity would be irrevocably shattered, leaving only the notion of death as a release. The image of Chun Fan flickered in her mind. Their connection was now forever severed. Yang Yang felt as if her body were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, each movement in her kneeling position a Herculean task. In that moment, as the eldest daughter of the Yang family, all her pride and dignity lay in ruins. She felt akin to a dog, groveling before Yi Yu. Though mere meters separated them, it felt to Yang Yang as if an eternity had passed. She crawled on her knees to Yi Yu's feet. Meanwhile, in the territory of the northern Myanmar warlord, Chun Fan stumbled through the dense forest, the sounds of shouting and barking dogs echoing behind him. He had just escaped the warlord's camp, but his severe injuries prevented him from fleeing far. Damn it! Chun Fan gritted his teeth against the pain, seeking refuge in a thicket. The pursuers closed in, their keen-honed hunting dogs having picked up his scent. Chun Fan knew escape was unlikely, but he would never surrender. He would not allow Yi Yu to triumph. Just then, the roar of an engine reached his ears from a distance. Chun Fan looked up warily to see an off-road vehicle speeding toward him. They found him, shouted one of the warlord's men. Realizing he had been discovered, Chun Fan gripped the handgun he had seized from a guard, preparing for a desperate fight. To his astonishment, the off-road vehicle suddenly accelerated and crashed straight into the warlord's men. "Get in the car," shouted the driver. Chun Fan hesitated for a moment, then recognized this as his chance for survival. Gritting his teeth, he struggled toward the vehicle and was pulled inside before the guards could react. The off-road vehicle swiftly turned around, racing away from the warlord's camp. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Chun Fan asked weakly. "Arctic Fox. The boss sent me to rescue you," the driver replied tersely. "The boss? The ghost, old man. You contacted us the moment you arrived in Jianghai. We have been tracking your movements from the shadows." Chun Fan suddenly remembered that his master, Mo Wensheng, possessed an extensive network of connections internationally, and the Arctic Fox was one of the organizations he had previously mentioned. "We are already aware of the situation concerning our master. We will avenge the old ghost. However, at this moment, ensuring your safety is paramount." Arctic Fox spoke with a heavy heart. Chun Fan closed his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. His master was gone, yet the power he left behind continued to safeguard him. "Where shall we go?" Chun Fan inquired. "First, we must leave northern Myanmar, and then find a way to return you to Huaxia. However, before that, you need medical treatment. Your injuries are grave, Arctic Fox replied. Chun Fan nodded and then succumbed to unconsciousness due to exhaustion. In a clandestine base at the border of northern Myanmar and Huaxia, Chun Fan lay on a medical bed, surrounded by various monitoring devices. The medical team of the Arctic Fox organization was working tirelessly to save him. What is his condition? Asked the leader of Arctic Fox, a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes, as he entered the room. His injuries are severe, but there is hope. A unique energy within him is aiding his recovery. It is quite remarkable, the attending physician responded. Hun Yuan Jin, the old ghost had once mentioned. Provide him with the best treatment. Spare no expense to preserve his life, the leader commanded, nodding resolutely. Yes, leader. Chun Fan's fingers twitched slightly, as if he had heard this conversation. Old ghost, I will seek justice for you, the leader said, gazing at the pitch-black night sky outside with unwavering determination. He has awakened. In the medical room, Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes, his blurred vision gradually coming into focus. He saw several strangers around him, all clad in white medical attire. Mr. Chun, can you hear me? A doctor leaned in and asked. Chun Fan nodded slightly, his throat parched, unable to utter a word. Give him water, came a commanding voice. Someone lifted Chun Fan's head, allowing him to sip a few drops of water. The cool liquid slid down his throat, bringing a hint of clarity. Where am I? Chun Fan finally managed to speak, his voice hoarse. You're in a safe place. I am the leader of the Arctic Fox organization, code named Thunder. Mr. Mo was our friend and mentor during his lifetime. A foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes said gently as he approached the bedside. We know what transpired. We will assist you in avenging Mr. Mo. But for now, you must focus on your recovery. Thunder's tone turned somber. Chun Fan attempted to sit up, but was met with excruciating pain throughout his body. Do not rush. Your injuries are severe. Multiple fractures, internal injuries, and significant blood loss. Surviving is already a miracle. Thunder restrained him by pressing down on his shoulder. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. However, according to the doctors, you possess a special energy that is aiding your recovery. Otherwise, you would have remained unconscious for at least a week, Thunder replied. Chapter 56. Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps, Hun Yuan Jin. I have heard old Mo mention it. It is an ancient martial art from your eastern lands? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Thunder's eyes, which he quickly concealed. Chun Fan watched him warily, remaining silent. Mo Wan Chun had previously warned him that the primordial energy was an ancient secret art, not to be divulged lightly. Moreover, even he had only mastered the first volume and had yet to uncover the mysteries of the second. It was not prudent to assert my understanding. Mo was always cautious, and your ability to become his sole disciple undoubtedly speaks to your exceptional qualities. Seeing Chun Fan's silence, Lei Ting chuckled and said, Let's take a look at this. He turned and handed Chun Fan a tablet. The screen displayed a news segment. The Yang Group in Jianghai has declared bankruptcy. Yang De and his son Yang Jun have been accused of commercial fraud and are currently under police investigation. Chun Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Yiyu, he barely managed to force out, nearly between gritted teeth. Indeed, it was him. According to our intelligence, the Yi family mobilized all their resources to completely dismantle the Yang family. Yang De and Yang Cheng have been imprisoned, their assets frozen and seized, including their private residences. Lei Ting nodded. If Yi were here, he would surely laugh. Mobilizing all those connections against the Yang family? Pathetic. The Yi family wouldn't even need to intervene to deal with a single Yang family. What about Yang? Chun Fan asked urgently. It is said she went to meet Yi Yu and then vanished. Lei Ting's expression turned grave. Vanished? What do you mean? No one knows her whereabouts. Nor have there been any updates. There are rumors that she was taken by Yi Yu. Lei Ting did not finish his statement. Chun Fan closed his eyes, a sharp pain radiating from his heart, more unbearable than his physical injuries. The Yang family had shown him kindness, and Yang had risked everything to save him. Now, due to him, their family faced destruction. And Yang, I must return. Chun Fan struggled to rise. Not yet, Lei Ting pressed him down. You are still injured, and Yu has already issued a nationwide manhunt for you through military connections. Returning now would be tantamount to seeking death. So I am a coward here? My master has met a tragic end. The Snow Wolf Brigade is in peril, and the Yang family has been annihilated. One by one, my friends are suffering, while I merely cling to life. Chen Fan shouted. Calm down. Old Mo taught you that revenge requires composure and strategy. Right now, you are barely capable of self-preservation, let alone avenging anyone, Lei Ting admonished sternly. Chen Fan took several deep breaths, struggling to regain his composure. Lei Ting was correct. He was indeed no match for Yi Yu at this moment. What do you suggest then? First, recuperate and regain your strength. Then, we will assist you in returning home to locate Zhao Tsong, who can teach you the second volume of the primordial energy. Only by mastering the complete technique will you possess the means to confront Yi Yu, Lei Ting said with a slight smile, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. This was indeed the most reasonable course of action at present. He needed to grow stronger to acquire greater power, to exact his revenge on Yi Yu. By the way, we have some news regarding your Snow Wolf Brigade, Lei Ting continued. What is their situation? Chen Fan asked, his anxiety palpable. The situation is not looking good. Yi Yu, through certain means, orchestrated an assault on the Snow Wolf Brigade by the forces in the Vatican. Current reports indicate that they were entirely annihilated within church. Thunder cursed vehemently, damn it. Damn you, Yi Yu. I shall make you repay this blood debt piece by piece. Chen Fan slammed his fist against the bed, his eyes aflame with fury. Very well. You should rest for now. I will arrange your treatment plan. After offering Chen Fan some words of comfort, Thunder turned to leave. Chen Fan nodded, watching Thunder depart. Once the door to the ward closed, he slowly shut his crimson eyes and began to circulate the mixed yuan energy to expedite his recovery. Outside, Thunder stepped into a corner and pulled out his phone. Is the backup plan ready? He inquired in a hushed tone. Everything is set, leader. We have tracked Zhao Tsong's movements. As soon as Chen Fan recovers, we can guide him to Zhao Tsong, came the response from the other end of the line. Excellent. Remember, our objective is the complete technique of the mixed yuan energy. Chen Fan is merely a tool to be discarded once used. Understood, leader. Thunder ended the call, a cold smile creeping across his face. The ever-cautious Mo Wensheng could hardly have anticipated that his student would fall into such a trap. 3 days later, Chen Fan's recovery surpassed everyone's expectations. The miraculous effects of the mixed yuan energy, combined with the advanced medical technology of the Arctic fox, had significantly healed his injuries. Your recovery ability is truly astounding. By all rights, you should be bettered in for at least 2 months. Thunder marveled as he observed Chen Fan, who was already able to move about. Not fast enough. I need to return to my country as soon as possible, Chen Fan replied, testing the extent of his muscle and bone recovery with dissatisfaction. What's the rush? We still need to devise a meticulous plan. We should wait at least another week to ensure your full recovery, Thunder advised. There's no time to waste. With each passing day, my people may face increasing peril. Chen Fan insisted resolutely. You resemble Mo Lao too much, so stubborn, Thunder said with a resigned shake of his head. Fine, I won't stop you, but at least take another 3 days to recuperate while we prepare for your entry arrangements. 3 days. No more. Chen Fan nodded in agreement with Thunder's proposition. After Thunder departed, Chen Fan stood by the window, gazing at the distant mountain ranges. He thought of his master, Lin Xiaoxiao, Yang Yang, and all those who had suffered because of him. Hatred and guilt intertwined in his heart, creating an indescribable pain. Yi Yu, I will return. This time, I shall not allow you to succeed, Chen Fan murmured softly. On the evening of the 3rd day, Thunder arrived at Chen Fan's room with several subordinates. Everything is ready. We will transport you to the border of Guang province, where someone will escort you back to the capital. Here is the latest intelligence on Zhao Tsong. He is currently near Qingbei University in the capital, practicing Tai Chi in the woods behind the campus every morning. It is hard to fathom that the number 1 on the divine rankings appears as an ordinary old man, Thunder stated as he produced an envelope. Thank you, Brother Thunder. Chen Fan took the envelope. No need for thanks. It is my duty to fulfill Old Mo's request. I have but one plea. Thunder patted him on the shoulder, a mysterious light gleaming in his eyes. What is it? If you master the complete essence of the Hunyuan force, I hope you will share this profound skill with the Arctic fox. Old Mo once remarked that the Hunyuan force is not merely a martial art. It possesses miraculous healing properties. How many around the globe suffer from ailments? If this practice could be applied to medical research, it would greatly benefit humanity. Thunder gazed intently into Chun Fan's eyes, speaking without reserve. Chun Fan hesitated. His master had repeatedly emphasized that the Hunyuan force must not be divulged. Yet Thunder's words held merit. Chapter 57. Each with their own motives. Moreover, without the assistance of the Arctic fox, he might have perished by now. I will consider it, but only after everything has concluded, Chun Fan finally replied. Of course, vengeance is paramount. Let us proceed. We must reach the rendezvous point before darkness falls. Thunder smiled. That night, Chun Fan departed the secret base with Thunder and his entourage, boarding an armed helicopter bound for the border of Guang Province. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to deal with Yi Yu, how to rescue his friends, and how to avenge his master. Thunder sat across from him, appearing calm on the surface while secretly devising ways to extract the secrets of the Hunyuan force from Chun Fan. The helicopter landed in a dense forest, where Thunder personally escorted Chun Fan to a secluded farmhouse at the rendezvous point. Upon reaching Beijing, I will first locate Zhao Cong and learn the latter half of the Hunyuan force before contemplating revenge. Remember, haste makes waste, Thunder advised. I understand. Thank you once more for your assistance. Chun Fan nodded. It was a mere trifle. Best of luck, Chun Fan. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a grandmaster. Chun Fan smiled faintly, but in the moment of turning away, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. He slipped into the black sedan waiting outside, waving farewell to Thunder. The vehicle ignited and melded into the night. Thunder remained rooted in place until the car's headlights vanished into the distance. Chief, shall we dispatch someone to follow him? A subordinate inquired. Naturally, we must follow, but remain undetected. Chun Fan is our bait. Once he finds Zhao Cong and acquires the latter half of the Hunyuan force, we shall reel him in. Zhao Cong is not someone we can afford to provoke. Unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid confrontation with him. Thunder squinted, gazing in the direction Chun Fan had departed. What if he refuses to relinquish the technique? The subordinate questioned. Then we shall use those he cares for to compel his compliance. We have already ascertained Lin Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. Once we secure her, Chun Fan will undoubtedly obey. A glimmer of cruelty flickered in Thunder's eyes. Brilliant, Chief. The subordinate marveled. Let us return and inform the Special Operations Team to prepare for the operation within Huaxia. This time, regardless of the cost, I shall obtain the Hunyuan force. Not only shall I acquire it, but I will also compel Chun Fan to teach us how to practice it. Once mastered, the Arctic Fox shall become the most formidable mercenary group in the world. Thunder pivoted and boarded the armed helicopter, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yi had returned to the capital, seated in the study of the Yi family residence, a traditional courtyard home that typically lay vacant, save for a few maids attending to its upkeep. The affairs concerning the Yang family had been resolved, with all assets now under our control or frozen. Yangda and Yangchang would face a minimum of 10 years of incarceration. I dispatched associates to secure their release. As per your instructions, we have arranged for them to live and work in a modest community, toiling daily for their sustenance, unable to rise again. Secretary Li reported from the side. Excellent. Let them experience the descent from paradise to perdition. Is there any news from Chun Fan? Yi nodded in satisfaction. Beside him stood Yang Yang, clad in a maid's outfit, her long, slender legs exposed, standing numbly to the side. Although the Yang family's vast wealth had vanished, at least their lives were spared, providing Yang Yang with a semblance of solace. We had encountered Kinshio in northern Myanmar, but he ultimately escaped. However, we received word that the Arctic Fox has formed an alliance with Chun Fan and has made an appearance in Guang Province. Their apparent target is the capital. Secretary Li continued. Unfurl the intelligence network established by Wang Tianxiu. Finances are not an issue. Whether through seduction or monetary transactions, we must infiltrate every stratum, from the nobility down to beggars and ruffians. Let no corner remain untouched, be it from the Sunless Lands, Eagle Sauce, Honko Nation, or Black Bear Country. Penetrate them all. Yi commanded. Understood, young master. Outside, as night deepened, the lights of the capital twinkled like countless stars. Yet, unnoticed, An inconspicuous black sedan quietly entered the city. Inside sat a man filled with vengeance, Chun Fan. In the forest behind the campus, an elderly man with white hair moved slowly through the motions of Tai Chi. His movements appeared gentle, yet contained remarkable power, each gesture flowing seamlessly like water. This was Zhao Tsong, a figure of unparalleled renown. Although he had instructed Yi Yu to locate Chun Fan, he was not entirely unconcerned. Whenever time allowed, he would come to the woods behind Qingbei to practice Tai Chi, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chun Fan. At last, I have found you. A voice emerged from behind the trees. Who approaches? What is your business? Zhao Song continued his movements, not turning his head. I am Chun Fan, a disciple of Mo Wenchen. Zhao Song abruptly turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he regained his composure, scrutinizing the young man before him. Montak Wenchen? That old ghost? How's he faring? Zhao Song inquired, his hands gesturing in a questioning manner. My master instructed me that should anything happen to him, I was to seek you to learn the lower volume of the Hunyuan Jin. He mentioned you owe him a favor. Chun Fan stepped forward with measured strides. Something has happened to Mo Wenchen. Zhao Tsong frowned. He perished while saving me, slain by Yi Yu. Chun Fan's voice was low, his eyes shadowed with anguish. Yi Yu? That scion of a Yi family in the capital? Zhao Tsong's gaze sharpened as he quickly asked. Indeed. Chun Fan nodded and spoke. Zhao Tsong fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before he sighed deeply. I truly intended to cultivate him as my successor. Yet how could he? Zhao Tsong shook his head in despair. Mo Wenchen indeed saved me, and I had promised to teach him the lower volume of the Hunyuan force. But how can you prove you are his disciple? Zhao Tsong inquired. Without hesitation, Chun Fan assumed the starting stance of the Hunyuan force and proceeded to demonstrate the techniques of the upper volume. Each movement adhered strictly to the intrinsic principles of the Hunyuan force, without the slightest deviation. Zhao Song watched intently, his doubts gradually dissipating. Very well. You have indeed practiced the upper volume of the Hunyuan force, Zhao Song acknowledged, then suddenly struck out with his right hand, aiming directly for Chun Fan's throat. This seemingly ordinary claw was, in fact, as swift as lightning and possessed tremendous power. Chun Fan had anticipated this move, slightly turning his body and raising his left arm just in time to block Zhao Song's attack. The dragon grasp? Chun Fan exclaimed softly. Mo Wenchen has indeed taught you quite a bit. All right, I am convinced. Zhao Song withdrew his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Will you teach me the lower volume of the Hunyuan force? Chun Fan asked eagerly. The lower volume of the Hunyuan force is not easily learned. It is far more profound than the upper volume, requiring exceptional comprehension and unique innate qualities. Zhao Song pondered for a moment before responding. I understand that I'm no longer young, but my master once said that one can compensate through medicinal baths. However, the medicinal bath is merely an auxiliary means. The key lies in your state of mind. The lower volume of the Hunyuan force emphasizes a mind as clear as a mirror, reflecting all things. If your heart is filled with hatred, it will be difficult to comprehend. Zhao Song shook his head. Chun Fan found himself at a loss for words. He was indeed consumed by hatred, yearning to find Yi Yu and rend her to pieces. I understand your desire for revenge. It is entirely natural. However, cultivating the lower volume of the Hunyuan force requires a tranquil state of mind. Calm yourself first, then we can discuss the pursuit of mastery. Zhao Tsong saw through his thoughts and pointed out the issue with piercing clarity. Chun Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the rage within. Chapter 58. Chun Fan becomes Zhao Song's disciple in Qingbei. As dawn broke and the shadows of trees danced, Yi Yu, dressed in a bespoke suit, drove the beastly Koenigsegg supercar slowly into the campus. The roar of the engine attracted the attention of countless students, some whispering amongst themselves, while others gazed on in envy. Yi Yu leaned lazily against the steering wheel, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The security guard at the school gate recognized the vehicle, signaling respectfully for him to pass. Yi Yu did not even spare them a glance, parking directly in front of the teaching building. Here comes the young master, flaunting again. This action provoked a number of onlookers, with some boys unable to contain their disdainful remarks. "Look, this is the young master of the Yi family," female students whispered, the atmosphere buzzing with a hint of jealousy. Yu exited the car, casually shutting the door behind him, his steps relaxed and unhurried. As he walked, students either stepped aside or cast various complex glances from a distance. "Brother Yu." At that moment, a flirtatious voice caused everyone present to feel a stir of excitement. The moment Chu Yu spotted Yu's sports car, her eyes instantly lit up. With an alluring sway of her hips, Chu Yu trotted towards Yu. Noticing that Yu displayed no sign of aversion, she boldly wrapped her arms around him, shaking his arm playfully, her exuberance intertwining with his. What an audacious display in broad daylight. An onlooker scoffed at Chu Yu's antics. "Humph, if only young master Yu would turn his attention to me. I would gladly ride in luxury and reside in five-star hotels, even more flamboyant than Chu Yu," another girl whispered softly. Undoubtedly, they envied Chu Yu, for Yu was indeed a true scion of wealth. "Brother Yu, I've missed you so much. Where have you been these past few days?" "You haven't answered my calls." Chu Yu pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Yu absent-mindedly toyed with her long hair, his gaze drifting toward Zhao Tsong, who was exercising in the shade nearby, his expression sharpening. He had recently been to Zhanghai and was surprised to see Zhao Tsong on campus. After all, how could such a prestigious institution as Qingbei University possibly deter him? "I'm busy. I brought you breakfast, freshly made by me," Chu Yu proclaimed, presenting an exquisite lunchbox like a treasure. "No need. I've already eaten," Yi replied coolly. Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, a faint smile gracing his lips. A message flashed on the screen. "Chun Fan has appeared at Qingbei University." "What is wrong, brother Yu?" Chu Yu stood on tiptoe to peek, but Yu gently blocked her view. "Nothing. There is a banquet tonight. I need a female companion. You should come." "Really?" "I will wear the prettiest dress." Chu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire being trembling with anticipation. Her cheeks flushed as she couldn't help but caress her flawless long legs. Yi remained non-committal, his gaze drifting back to Zhao Tsong, his mind calculating. Ever since that old man took him as a disciple, he had been elusive, seemingly avoiding him. If Chun Fan truly returned, he would undoubtedly seek out Zhao Tsong. And perhaps he had already found him. Yet, none of this mattered. There was still the watchful Arctic fox to contend with. He merely needed to observe the unfolding drama, ready to strike when necessary. "What time tonight? Where? What color should I wear?" Chu Yu's voice buzzed in his ears. "White, 7 o'clock in the evening, Longting Hotel. A bodyguard will come to fetch you," Yu stated succinctly before turning to walk towards the academic building, leaving Chu Yu to revel in her joy. "Did you hear that? I'm the official partner of young Master Yi." Chu Yu puffed out her chest proudly, casting triumphant glances around her. Yu entered the building surrounded by bodyguards, not looking back, while he appeared calm on the surface. A meticulous plan against Chun Fan was quietly taking shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Tsong ceased his morning exercises, gazing thoughtfully at the retreating figure of Yu. "Those with ill intentions cannot achieve greatness," he mused, shaking his head before turning to venture deeper into the woods. Within the woods, Chun Fan sat cross-legged upon a large stone, eyes closed and breathing steady. Upon hearing footsteps, he immediately opened his eyes. The master has returned. Indeed, Zhao Tsong has taken Chun Fan as his disciple. He perceives that Chun Fan possesses a commendable temperament, and thus accepting him as a disciple also serves to repay Mo Wenshin's kindness. After meditating for 2 hours, his mind is much steadier than yesterday. Zhao Tsong observed him and remarked, "Disciple, you must understand that only by calming your heart can you grasp the essence of the lower volume of the Hunyuan force." Chun Fan respectfully replied, "Indeed, master. It is only through tranquility that one can comprehend." "Not quite. Mastering the lower volume does not necessitate the absence of emotion. Rather, it demands that even amidst turbulent feelings, one can maintain an outward calm. The lower volume contrasts with the upper. The former embodies rigidity beneath softness, while the latter displays softness beneath rigidity," Zhao Tsong explained, shaking his head. Chun Fan, perplexed, replied, "I do not comprehend." Without responding further, Zhao Tsong suddenly struck, aiming directly at Chun Fan's face. Instinctively, Chun Fan attempted to block the blow, yet was propelled backward by a gentle force, ultimately colliding with a large tree. This is the essence of the lower volume, Zhao Tsong stated. The strength I just exhibited could shatter stone and splinter wood, yet I transformed it into formlessness, using force against force. The essence of the lower volume lies in softness. The softer, the stronger. Please guide me, Master, Chun Fan implored, sensing enlightenment as he corrected his posture. Zhao Tsong nodded and began to elucidate the key techniques of the lower volume of the Hunyuan force. Unlike the upper volume, which focuses on projecting strength outward, the lower volume requires one to absorb and convert an opponent's force before counterattacking. This technique demands a high level of mental composure. Even a slight deviation could lead to failure. Furthermore, mastering the lower volume allows one to perceive the internal flow of energy within objects, discern subtle changes in the surroundings, and even see in darkness. Zhao Tsong demonstrated as he spoke, and Chun Fan became entranced, as if glimpsing a path to the pinnacle of power. However, to achieve mastery, one requires a special medicinal bath, particularly an herb known as star moon grass. This rare plant grows on high cliffs and is exceedingly scarce. With this herb combined with a medicinal bath, one could master the techniques within half a month. Without the star moon grass, the Hunyuan force within you would cause chaos. The star moon grass acts as a neutralizing agent. Otherwise, your meridians may become obstructed, Zhao Tsong remarked, shifting the conversation. Star moon grass? Where might it be found? Chun Fan inquired, his expression serious. In 3 days, there will be an auction for rare medicinal herbs in the capital, where star moon grass may be available. However, its value is immense, and competition will likely be fierce, Zhao Tsong thoughtfully replied. Chun Fan fell into contemplation. Money was a significant issue for him. Since the fall of the Snow Wolf Brigade, he had been left with almost nothing. Yet, for the sake of revenge and the pursuit of strength, he must acquire the star moon grass. Master, I will find a way to obtain the star moon grass. Please continue to teach me the techniques of the lower volume, Chun Fan declared resolutely. Very well. I do not possess much money, but this card contains 1 billion. That should suffice. Let us begin today with the first move. The dragon plays in the water, Zhao Tsong said, nodding in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, atop a nearby teaching building, Yu, equipped with headphones and binoculars, listened intently, capturing every word exchanged between the two. Chapter 59. The return of Lin Xiao Xiao. Indeed, this dog has returned again, Yu thought, gazing coldly at the harmonious scene of the master and disciple in the distance. Moreover, in 3 days, a rare herb auction will take place, featuring a specimen of the star and moon grass. It is said that this herb greatly benefits martial artists, particularly those who cultivate internal power. Star and moon grass? Intriguing. If Chun Fan wishes to swiftly master the primordial energy, he undoubtedly requires this item. Yiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should we intercept it? Secretary Li inquired. No, this is an exceptional opportunity. We shall not only refrain from obstructing him, but also ensure he is aware of this information. Ultimately, however, this herb must fall into my possession, Yiyu replied leisurely. Understood, young master. Secretary Li acknowledged the command and departed. Annie's arrival will make matters far more interesting. Let us not forget the Morgan family's influence on an international scale. If Chun Fan desires a resurgence, he will inevitably require support from abroad. With Annie present, I can sever all his potential escape routes. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yiyu's eyes. Chun Fan had left Zhao Tsong's residence early and returned to the small apartment he had temporarily rented. This was a safe house for the Arctic Fox organization in the capital. Though modest, it was exceptionally discreet. He hung his coat behind the door and walked straight to the bathroom, splashing water on his face. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed his bloodshot eyes and pale complexion, exuding an aura of pathological fatigue. Continuous high-intensity training, even for his robust physique, had proven taxing. Zhao Tsong's teachings were stringent yet precise. He had memorized the essence of the latter part of the primordial energy, yet practical application remained fraught with challenges. The mind, like a mirror, reflects all things. Chun Fan repeatedly pondered this phrase, but was consistently hindered by the hatred within him. He needed to devise a strategy to raise funds for the auction. It seemed necessary to make contact with the Li family in the capital. The Li family had a daughter named Yin Ran, whose beauty was renowned. A smile from her causes 100 flowers to wilt. Another smile, and the city falls into a stupor. Li Yin Ran was not only the most beautiful woman in the capital, but also its most talented. Before graduating, she had founded the illustrious Qinsheng International, and within a few short years, her assets had soared into the hundreds of billions. Which elite in the capital would not wish to catch a glimpse of her? Many even dreamed of her. While lost in thought, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Is this Mr. Chun?" A strange female voice came through the line. "Who are you?" Chun Fan responded warily. "I'm a classmate of Lin Xiao. She asked me to contact you. What has happened to her?" Chun Fan's heart tightened as he quickly inquired. "She was taken away, and before leaving, she secretly told me that if she was not back in 3 days, I should call this number. It has been 5 days." The girl's voice trembled. "Who took her?" "I don't know, but I heard it was young Master Yi." In an instant, Chun Fan realized that Yi Yu was using Lin Xiao to bait him. Yet, he found himself with no choice. "Give me the address. I will come to find you immediately for details." After hanging up, Chun Fan swiftly gathered his belongings. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated, but there was still a glimmer of hope. If he could rescue Lin Xiao, perhaps she would divulge more information about Yi Yu. In a private villa on the outskirts of the city, Lin Xiao sat by the window, her gaze vacant as she stared at the garden outside. The room was exquisitely decorated, fully equipped, resembling a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. The sole predicament lies in the fact that the door is locked, and the windows remain unyielding. The sound of footsteps echoes from outside, causing Lin Xiao to stiffen. The door creaks open, and Yi Yu steps in, accompanied by a maid pushing a dining cart. "It's time to eat," Yi Yu states indifferently. "I'm not hungry." Lin Xiao turns her head away, replying, "It has been 5 days. Do you intend to starve yourself to death?" Yi Yu inquires with a hint of mockery gracing her features. "Why have you captured me?" Lin Xiao gazes defiantly at Yi Yu, her voice icy. "Because Chun Fan cares for you. By seizing you, he will inevitably reveal himself." Yi Yu smirks coldly. "Brother Chun Fan is already dead. Are you not satisfied?" Lin Xiao's voice quivers with emotion. After Chun Fan fled, he felt his demise approaching and called Lin Xiao. Yet, he refrained from disclosing that Yi Yu was behind it, fearing Lin Xiao might seek vengeance and meet her end at Yi Yu's hands. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao inferred from his words that Chun Fan's plight was likely connected to Yi Yu, especially since Yi Yu had journeyed to Jianghai, where Chun Fan resided. She had learned from Chun Fan that Chun Qian had been murdered, along with his master. Lin Xiao harbored an intense hatred for Yi Yu. Dead? If he truly is, I would not mind acquiring another lover. Alas, this dog-s life is remarkably resilient, Yi Yu remarked with a chilling laugh. Even if he lives, he would not come to his own demise. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Deep down, she yearned to see Chun Fan once more, yet she felt sullied. Initially, she wished to bestow all that was beautiful upon Chun Fan, but she never anticipated falling into Yi Yu's trap. Not necessarily. The entanglements of human emotions, particularly a man's feelings for a woman he cherishes, often lead to irrational decisions. Chun Fan is no exception, Yi Yu asserted, rising to her feet and looking down upon Lin Xiao. This is also Chun Fan's fatal flaw, his excessive sentimentality. Lin Xiao remained silent, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Do you know why I have not killed you?" Yi Yu suddenly asked. Lin Xiao regarded her warily. "Because you make for the finest bait, and I am quite curious to see Chun Fan's expression when he discovers that I have claimed the woman he treasures most." Yi Yu's voice lowered, laced with malice and desire. "You are dreaming. I would rather die than..." Lin Xiao retorted fiercely, only to be interrupted by Yi Yu. "And what will happen then? Do you believe you have a choice?" She reached out to caress Lin Xiao's face, which Lin Xiao abruptly pushed away. "Huh, why do you pretend to be pure before me?" Yi Yu's demeanor shifted as she stepped forward, seizing Lin Xiao's long hair and delivering a sharp slap. Lin Xiaoxiao's face bore the marks of the blow, yet she continued to glare at Yi Yu with hatred. I was deceived by you. You are nothing but a beast. Lin Xiaoxiao glared fiercely, spitting on the ground. Yi Yu wasted no time. With a swift motion, she knocked Lin Xiaoxiao to the ground, placing a foot upon her delicate visage. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Yi Yu's grip. Yet she was utterly incapable of exerting any strength, only able to emit a series of pitiful whimpers. Chapter 60. Fiery Passion. Annie, if you wish to perish, then bite your tongue and end it all. I believe Chun Fan would be profoundly saddened to witness such a fate, Yi Yu remarked, having tidied her attire and appearing refreshed. Initially, Lin Xiaoxiao, humiliated and desiring to escape life, found herself silently curled up in a corner upon hearing Yi Yu's words. The light in her eyes had dimmed, with the sole glimmer perhaps being Chun Fan. If she could see him just once more, she would have no regrets. What do you truly intend to do? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, her lips swollen and her countenance unnaturally serene. You need not concern yourself with too much. Eat well and conserve your strength. Soon you shall meet Chun Fan, though it may very well be your final encounter, Yi Yu replied, turning to leave without a glance back. As the door closed, Lin Xiaoxiao's calm facade shattered, and tears streamed down her face. She was uncertain whether Chun Fan was truly alive, yet if he were to come to her rescue, he would undoubtedly fall into Yi Yu's trap. She had to devise a means of escape, at the very least to warn Chun Fan. However, despair soon enveloped her. This place could only be termed Yi Yu's prison. Apart from the artificial light, no glimmer of hope penetrated from the outside. She was utterly unable to contact Chun Fan. At the forest behind Qingbei University, Zhao Cong was instructing Chun Fan in the third form of the mixed elements technique, the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations. Strength arises from the heart. Only when the heart is tranquil can one harness the surrounding energies for one's own use. Zhao Cong demonstrated the movement slowly. Chun Fan mimicked him with intense focus, yet his actions remained somewhat awkward. No, your heart is still chaotic. To master the lower volume, you must reach a state where the heart is calm and naturally cool to unlock your inner strength, Zhao Cong admonished. Master, I have just received news that Lin Xiaoxiao has been captured by Yi Yu. My heart is in turmoil, Chun Fan confessed, halting his movements. Who is Lin Xiaoxiao? Zhao Cong inquired, his brow furrowing. She is my childhood friend and sister, yet another innocent victim targeted by Yi Yu. I must rescue her, Chun Fan declared, anguish flashing in his eyes. Yi Yu is a master of deception. Even I have fallen into his snares. This could very well be a trap, Zhao Cong warned. I understand, but I cannot stand by and watch her perish. What do you propose I do? Zhao Cong regarded Chun Fan with a deep gaze. He undoubtedly held a favorable view of this devoted young man. First, ascertain her location, then find a way to rescue her, Chun Fan instructed Zhao Cong. Go! Saving her is paramount, but remember to remain calm when confronting Yi Yu, Zhao Cong urged. Chun Fan nodded and turned to depart. Zhao Cong watched his retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Chun Fan, do you believe you can turn the tide with Zhao Cong's strength? Such naivety. This time, I shall make you truly acquainted with despair. Yi Yu appeared in the airport corridor, flanked by a dozen bodyguards and assistants arrayed in 2 rows, exuding an imposing aura. Clad in a tailored deep blue suit, he radiated an air of aristocracy with every gesture. The private jet descended gracefully, its doors swinging open to reveal a striking blonde woman. And Morgan, clad in a simple white dress, her golden locks cascading down her shoulders, exuded an aura of elegance intermingled with a hint of audacity and chill. Standing tall, her fair skin and voluptuous figure embodied a unique wild beauty characteristic of the West. Behind her loomed several robust bodyguards, a mix of black and white, all radiating an unmistakable air of menace, as though they had just emerged from the battlefield. En's gaze immediately found the captivating Yi Yu, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. I missed you so much, she exclaimed, nearly sprinting down the steps of the aircraft and throwing herself into Yi Yu's embrace, planting a fervent kiss upon his lips. It's been far too long, and Yi Yu replied, his demeanor poised as he wrapped his arms around her waist, a smile gracing his features. 2 years and 2 months. You have no idea how much I longed for you. And pouted with playful complaint. I missed you terribly, too, Yi murmured softly, kissing her forehead with a tenderness that left and entranced. The bodyguards and assistants exchanged glances, having never before witnessed this side of Yi Xiao. After all, she belonged to a prominent foreign family. Yet, Yi had not come to wed her. This journey has been exhausting, but knowing I would see you made it all worthwhile. Shall we head straight to your home? I have so much to share. And entwined her arm with Yi Yu's, her voice laced with playful charm. Of course, the car is ready, he replied, as they walked towards the Rolls-Royce, escorted by the bodyguards, and chattered incessantly about her life abroad over the past 2 years, while Yi Yu listened with a smile, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. However, the moment they settled into the car and the door shut, Yi Yu's demeanor shifted to one of cold seriousness. Is intelligence accurate? He inquired straightforwardly. 100% accurate. The Mafia seems particularly interested in Chun Fan, and his expression transformed instantly, adopting an air of graceful restraint as she sat up straight. My father believes that the Yi family is the partner worth collaborating with. However, this is contingent upon our ongoing cooperation. She cast Yi a significant glance. That is only natural, Yi responded, his gentlemanly smile returning. I truly missed you, and suddenly leaned closer, her lips parting slightly as she pressed a passionate kiss against his, a fervor igniting between them. Yi Yu embraced her waist in return, reciprocating the intensity of the kiss. When they finally parted, a mist of longing clouded Anne's eyes. Let us head to your villa. I can hardly wait for some time alone with you, she whispered in his ear. As you wish, my dear, Yi Yu chuckled softly. The Rolls-Royce glided towards the Yi family courtyard in the city center, the windows gradually ascending, shielding them from the outside world. Meanwhile, at a quaint CAF near Qingbei University, Chun Fan and Lin Xiaoxiao's classmate Wang Fei conversed in a corner. When was Lin Xiaoxiao taken away? Chun Fan asked, his expression grave. 5 days ago, after class. 2 men in suits claimed to be friends of her father and said they needed to take her to see him. Xiaoxiao seemed hesitant, but they mentioned her father's safety, which prompted her to follow them, Wang Fei recalled. What kind of car were they driving? It appears to be a Rolls-Royce, the kind that exudes luxury. I recall the license plate. A plate with 5 8s is quite extraordinary. Could it be 88,888? Chun Fan's gaze sharpened. Yes, that's it. Indeed, it belongs to Yi Yu, the unparalleled Rolls-Royce Phantom in the capital. Chapter 61. From this day forward, I am no longer your disciple outside the Longting Hotel in the capital. A plethora of luxury vehicles congregated, their lights and shadows intertwining. The hotel lobby, resplendent in gold, featured crystal chandeliers that refracted dazzling beams of light, casting an ethereal glow throughout the space. Tonight's event was no ordinary gathering. It was a charity auction gala reserved for the elite circles of the capital, with the invitation itself being worth a fortune. Dressed in a simple yet elegant dark suit, Chun Fan stood at the entrance of the hotel. He clenched the invitation bestowed upon him by Zhao Tsang in his pocket, his expression resolute. This evening, he must acquire the Star Moon Grass. After the waiter verified the invitation, he respectfully ushered Chun Fan into the venue. Upon entering the hall, Chun Fan was awestruck by the opulence before him. Crystal chandeliers, champagne towers, and imported red roses exuded an air of affluence in every detail. The esteemed guests, impeccably attired and exuding grace, engaged in hushed conversations. The women's jewelry sparkled under the lights, while the gentlemen, clad in tailored suits, often held expensive cigars between their fingers. This was a realm Chun Fan had never before traversed. What are you staring at, security? What makes you think you belong here? A young man frowned, casting a disdainful glance over Chun Fan. This gentleman possesses a legitimate invitation, the waiter quietly explained. One can buy an invitation with money. How ridiculous, the young man scoffed. Ignoring him, Chun Fan made his way directly to the exhibition area, where the treasures to be auctioned tonight were displayed. He soon spotted the Star Moon Grass, a peculiar herb emanating a soft blue luminescence, carefully placed within a crystal container. Truly a rare gem. A gentle voice reached Chun Fan's ear. He turned to find an elderly man with white hair standing beside him, Zhao Cong. Master, you have come as well, he said. I am here to observe my disobedient disciple. Zhao Cong replied with a smile. The star moon grass is a rare sight. Competition will be fierce tonight. Is 10 billion enough? Chun Fan asked in a hushed tone. When it comes to wealth, you cannot compare to those prominent families, Zhao Cong sighed. Yet, do not lose hope. Many are unaware of the star moon grass's true value. I believe 2 to 3 billion will be the maximum bid. I must obtain it, Chun Fan asserted. Ambitious, I see. However, tonight, you may face more than just Yi Yu as a rival, Zhao Cong remarked, thoughtfully patting his shoulder. His gaze shifted toward a group approaching from a distance. Led by an extraordinary woman in a light blue gown, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, a faint smile gracing her lips. The crowd parted for her. Li Yanran, the foremost prodigy of the capital and founder of Qincheng International. She has reportedly topped the list of Asia's most influential female entrepreneurs for 3 consecutive years. Zhao Cong whispered, Your fiancée, he added, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Chun Fan felt a stir in his heart. If I could garner the assistance of Li Yanran, perhaps my chances would be enhanced. As I pondered this, the venue suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Yi Yu had arrived. He was clad in a bespoke blue suit, with the striking Annie Morgan, golden-haired and blue-eyed, linked to his arm, exuding an air of pride. Even after the fervor subsided, a faint blush lingered on Annie's cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Chu Yu remained in anxious anticipation for Yi Yu to escort her to the banquet. A throng of bodyguards trailed behind him, imposing in presence. Young master, Yi has arrived. The esteemed heir of the Yi family graces us with his presence. The crowd hurried forward to pay their respects. Yet Yi responded with merely a slight nod, his demeanor aloof. His gaze swept across the room, and upon spotting Chun Fan, a cold smile curled upon his lips. Ah, Chun Fan, you are here, Yi remarked softly, like a hunter who had found his prey. Is this the individual you mentioned? He appears rather unremarkable. Annie, intrigued, followed Yi Yu's line of sight toward Chun Fan. Not only Annie, but nearly all the dignitaries turned their attention to Chun Fan simultaneously, curious about the identity of the person who had caught young Master Ye's notice. However, their expressions soon shifted to frowns. Chun Fan seemed rather ordinary, clad in a cheap suit. Master, I did not expect to see you here as well. Congratulations on finding another promising disciple. Yi Yu directed his gaze toward the elderly man standing beside Chun Fan. Must I explain my choice of disciples to you? Zhao Cong retorted with a scoff. That is certainly unnecessary. However, from this day forth, I shall no longer be your disciple. How others choose to deal with you is their own affair, Yi Yu replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. His words unmistakably conveyed his discontent with the 2 individuals. Those eager to curry favor with him could easily target these 2. In an instant, nearly all the dignitaries felt a surge of ambition, seeing in Chun Fan and Zhao Cong a reflection of their own futures. At the center of the venue, the host announced the official commencement of the banquet. I hear there are plans to seize our treasure tonight, Annie whispered in Yi Yu's ear, her slender fingers caressing his chest. The star moon grass belongs to me alone, Yi replied coolly. He had made several preparations for the star moon grass. The forceful suppression, including that of Zhao Cong, would undoubtedly be ineffective. If brute force would not suffice, then perhaps firearms could be employed. If I assist you in obtaining it, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Annie licked her lips. Yi smiled in silence and walked directly toward his designated seat. Meanwhile, Chun Fan sought an opportunity to engage with Li Yanran. He noticed that she was surrounded by numerous suitors, yet she maintained a polite but distant demeanor. Yanran, may I have the honor of speaking with you? Chun Fan approached, speaking courteously. As soon as Chun Fan's words fell, an abrupt hush enveloped Li Yanran's vicinity. You, a mere country bumpkin, think yourself worthy to utter her name? Someone exclaimed. Take a good look at your own appearance. The previously disdainful young scion, unable to contain himself, confronted Chun Fan with a scathing remark. This was, after all, a moment meant to pledge loyalty to young Master Yi. All right, you have 2 minutes. Li Yanran was well aware that Chun Fan was her betrothed, yet she harbored no feelings for him. In fact, she felt a tinge of aversion. Thus, she had no qualms about inciting the surrounding crowd further. Indeed, as soon as Li Yinran's words fell, several young elites around them exchanged glances of discontent. What merit did this unsophisticated bumpkin possess? Their eyes blazed with indignation. The two retreated to a relatively quiet corner. "You seek the starry moon herb," Li Yinran stated bluntly. "How do you know?" Chun Fan was taken aback, having underestimated Li Yinran's perceptiveness. "Tonight, a third of the attendees have their eyes set on that herb. However, your gaze indicates that it is not for the sake of flaunting wealth, but rather a genuine necessity," she remarked, her icy eyes seemingly penetrating Chun Fan's very soul. "I do indeed require the starry moon herb," Chun Fan admitted candidly. "For what purpose?" Li Yinran inquired, her gaze sharp. "To heal," he replied. "To be forthright, I need it for a medicinal bath to practice a particular technique. Otherwise, my internal energy may damage my meridians," he explained in a hushed tone. Li Yinran raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by Chun Fan's forthrightness. "How much?" "My master provided me with 1 billion. That should suffice," he responded. 1 billion? "It appears your master is not well versed in the market. This evening, the capital's elite have gathered. While the starting price for the starry moon herb is indeed 1 million, it is certainly not something that can be acquired for 10 billion. She scoffed, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Chun Fan felt a tightening in his chest. Moreover, the blonde lady might be the heir of the Morgan family. If she were indeed affiliated with them, then, for her, money would merely be a figure. Li Yinran's gaze shifted towards Annie, who stood beside Yi Yu. "What should I do?" Chun Fan furrowed his brow. "Is that the reason you sought me out? To enlist my assistance?" Li Yinran's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes glinting with derision. Indeed, this man had come for her wealth. She had met Chun Fan once before, on the day she was engaged to the young Master Wang Tuan. It was he who had interrupted Wang Tuan and thwarted the Wang family's alliance, a deed that delighted Li Yinran since she despised political marriages. However, she had not anticipated that, upon turning around, her father would arrange for her engagement to Chun Fan. In that moment, Li Yinran felt utterly repulsed. Considering Chun Fan akin to the Wang family members, both merely seeking to possess her and the riches she held. Indeed, Chun Fan acknowledged with a nod. "Why would you think I would assist you? Simply because of our absurd engagement?" He paused, taken aback. He had intended to leverage the Li family's influence, yet he had not expected Li Yinran to be so candid. "The engagement is merely a family arrangement for me. I see no reason to extend my hand for a stranger," she replied coldly, her eyes radiating rejection. "I see." Chun Fan nodded, preparing to depart. "Wait, what are your thoughts on Yi Yu?" Li Yinran inquired with curiosity. Unforgivable. Chun Fan's gaze turned frigid, and the ambient temperature seemed to plummet several degrees in an instant. In truth, Li Yinran had previously held Yi Yu in high regard. Despite his lecherous nature, he was undeniably extraordinary. She had conducted an investigation into him, and although she was celebrated as a talented woman of the capital and a billionaire queen, she recognized that in Yi Yu's presence, she felt like a mere junior. During his time abroad, Yi Yu established Lin Yu assets, which in just a year achieved a valuation exceeding several hundred billion, all without going public for financing. Had he chosen to, the valuation could have multiplied exponentially within a few years. Such a feat was undeniably formidable, rendering her own modest assets insignificant in comparison. Li Yinran had always been intrigued by Yi Yu. If she were to choose a spouse, at present, he would be the most suitable candidate. "Could you elaborate?" Lin Yinran asked with curiosity. "He killed my parents, slaughtered my sect, and annihilated my friends. If I could slay this villain, I would gladly embrace death." Chun Fan's voice was low, his clenched fists trembling with suppressed rage. "I will assist you in obtaining the Star Moon Grass, but I have one condition," Li Yinran said after a brief silence, her eyes flickering with complexity. "What condition?" "If you can return alive from Yi Yu, our betrothal will be null and void." Li Yinran glanced towards Yi Yu's direction as she spoke to Chun Fan. "Agreed. It is settled," Chun Fan replied, momentarily taken aback, then bitterly remarked. How could a woman of Li Yinran's stature ever find him appealing? "Maintain silence during the auction, just as I instructed," Li Yinran asserted, before turning to head back to her seat. At that moment, the auction officially commenced. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Longting auction. Tonight, we present a collection of the world's most exquisite treasures, inviting you all to partake in this grand occasion. The host, clad in a tailcoat and holding a microphone, took to the stage. Yu occupied the most prominent position, with Annie linking her arm through his, her eyes brimming with pride. Meanwhile, Chun Fan sat in a corner, fixated on the auction podium. The initial items were quickly sold, serving merely as appetizers. However, when the host announced the arrival of the Star Moon Grass, the atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically. Distinguished guests, the next item is the priciest, our assistance of the evening, the Millennium Star Moon Grass. A crystal container was gently lifted onto the stage, its blue luminescence sparkling like stars under the spotlight. This herb, a rare find in a millennium, possesses the ability to extend life and enhance physical strength. Moreover, its greatest utility lies in its capacity to heal internal injuries and mend meridians, significantly accelerating the cultivation process. For practitioners of energy manipulation, it is a life-saving item and an essential catalyst for various rare cultivation techniques. Starting bid, 3 million. The host's words echoed, prompting a low murmur of excitement from the audience, many of whom exhibited a glint of desire in their eyes. These were individuals of considerable influence, and who among them lacked a few enforcers? This item was undoubtedly a treasure, while the starting bid of 3 million was relatively low. In light of the item's divine nature, many present were eager to compete for it. However, before anyone could react, a melodious female voice suddenly rang out. 600 million. The resplendent lady beside Yu elegantly raised her paddle, her face adorned with a smile of assured victory. Gasp! The entire venue fell silent for a fleeting moment, only to erupt into an even greater uproar. 600 million? Surely I must have misheard. The starting bid was merely 3 million. A middle-aged man, donning gold-rimmed glasses, could not contain his astonishment, nearly toppling his teacup. Are they out of their minds? Jumping straight to 600 million? Is this Star Moon Grass made of gold? How on earth are we supposed to raise the bid from here? A woman clad in a cheapao whispered in agreement, her gaze towards the affluent lady brimming with incredulity. Who is this woman? Such extravagance. Seeing her seated beside young Master Yi, could she possibly be Sha? Lower your voice. That individual is not someone to provoke lightly. Nevertheless, this bold move is truly staggering, catapulting the price to unimaginable heights, leaving no room for others to compete. Even for the most elite magnates, 600 million is no trifling sum. This is sheer extravagance. Whispers and murmurs cascaded throughout the crowd, their eyes fixed on the affluent lady, filled with shock and curiosity. Even the wealthy, accustomed to grand spectacles, were taken aback by this sudden astronomical figure. Just as everyone believed this to be the zenith, another voice emerged in quick succession. 700 million. In a corner, an inconspicuous businessman clenched his teeth, raising his paddle, evidently determined to secure this Star Moon Grass, though his voice trembled slightly. An elderly gentleman with white hair followed suit. Chapter 63. I bid 5 billion, and I mean in US dollars. Yi reclined languidly in his chair, maintaining an air of indifference, as though none of this pertained to him. 10 billion. Li Yanran finally made her move, her tone cold yet authoritative. The room erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated Li Yanran's decisive action. 20 billion. Annie effortlessly raised her paddle, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. 30 billion. Li Yanran furrowed her brow slightly. She had suspected that this woman was no ordinary character. Despite her efforts to gather information, her limited resources could scarcely unveil the specifics of the Morgan Consortium. The crowd gasped once more. This was far beyond the expectations of most. 50 billion. Annie raised her paddle again, her tone casual, as if merely discussing the weather for the morrow. Li Yanran's expression shifted, lost in contemplation. 50 billion once. 50 billion twice. The host exclaimed excitedly. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? I mean in US dollars. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Annie slowly added. The stone cast into still waters stirred tumultuous waves, and the venue erupted. US dollars? Goodness, she said US dollars. 50 billion US dollars, which equates to over 300 billion Chinese yuan. Spending 300 billion on a single blade of grass? What kind of power does this imply? Li Yanran's face remained composed, yet a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This had far surpassed her budget. Yi Yu smirked, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Fan. He had long anticipated Anne's move. All of this was part of his master plan. Chen Fan's fists tightened, his nails digging deep into his palms. He understood that Li Yanran was beyond saving. $50 billion once, $50 billion twice, $50 billion thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this beautiful young lady. The host was nearly breathless with excitement and rose gracefully, capturing the attention of the entire room as she ascended the stage to accept the crystal container. Upon returning to her seat, she handed the starry moon herb to Yi Yu. My dear, this is a gift for you. Yi Yu accepted the herb, casting a sardonic glance at Chen Fan, her eyes brimming with triumph. He could crush Chen Fan without lifting a finger. Those around them observed the scene, many wearing expressions of mockery. TSK, just moments ago he seemed so confident. What now? He couldn't even qualify to raise the bid. Indeed, does he not realize his own standing? How dare he compete with young Master Yi and this lady? Hoping to emulate a hero saving a damsel without the means? It's utterly laughable. Chen Fan remained silent, the fury in his eyes nearly boiling over. Truly, a country bumpkin. A mere few billion was beyond his reach. In my eyes, it is nothing more than a trivial gift. And linked arms with Yi Yu, deliberately raising her voice. How unfortunate. This could have saved your life. Now, it has become my trophy. Yi Yu clicked her tongue softly, adding, hearing such unabashed humiliation, Chen Fan finally stood up and slowly approached Yi Yu. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense, with security rushing closer. The murmurs around them hushed, yet the gazes directed at Chen Fan turned increasingly disdainful. Yi Yu, I will make you pay for this, Chen Fan enunciated with deliberate precision. As the words left his lips, those who had previously mocked him suddenly paled, their expressions shifting to one of fear as they regarded Chen Fan. Has he lost his mind? What is he saying? My heavens! He dares to threaten young Master Yi? Is he courting death? This fool must be out of his mind. Who does he think he is? This is the end for him. Daring to speak such words in the capital to young Master Yi. Even the gods cannot save him now. All eyes shifted from ridicule to terror and pity, as if they were witnessing a man already dead. How foolish must one be to utter such words? Young Master Yi is someone who can be insulted by anyone? Just you? A pauper who cannot even afford herbs? Yi Yu erupted into laughter. I thought you possessed some ability. It turns out you merely rely on Zhao Tsang's charity and the Li family's influence. How pathetic, and joined in the derision. Chen Fan's anger was now uncontrollable. He lunged forward, attempting to grasp Yi Yu by her collar. In a swift motion, Yi Yu dodged, and before he knew it, had seized his wrist and twisted it forcefully. Chen Fan cried out in pain, his knee buckling to the ground involuntarily. Zhao Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. With a single move, he had disarmed Chen Fan. No, when did you reach such a level of cultivation? How little time has passed since then? He has already attained the status of a first-rate master, which left Zhao Tsang's expression exceedingly grim. Yi Yu had previously concealed his prowess from him. In the capital, there are those who dare to show me disrespect, but you certainly are not among them. Have you truly grown weary of life? Yi Yu spoke coldly. Chen Fan was utterly astonished. Wasn't Yi Yu a reckless wastrel? Hadn't he never practiced martial arts before? What was going on? His recent display was clearly that of a first-rate master. Do you know? At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao is still enduring torment in my grasp. Yi Yu rose to his feet, looking down at Chen Fan. What have you done to her? Chen Fan's pupils constricted as he shouted furiously. Between men and women, such trivial matters exist. What else could there be? Everything has been done. She is far more obedient than you, quite cooperative. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Yu's face. Yi Yu, Chen Fan struggled madly, while those around them watched in horror, too afraid to even breathe. His earlier bravado now seemed utterly foolish to the spectators. The guests present had long since fallen silent, many secretly relieved that they had not aligned themselves too closely with Chen Fan, lest they suffer repercussions. So now you know fear? It is too late. Yi Yu scoffed. Fear? Chun Fan raised his head, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I wish to carve you into 1,000 pieces. Yi Yu's expression darkened as he kicked towards Chun Fan's chest. Stop! An elderly yet authoritative voice rang out. Zhao Cong could no longer restrain himself, his form like lightning, swiftly placing himself between Chun Fan and Yi Yu. An aura radiated from him, akin to an ancient divine mountain, leaving the surrounding guests nearly gasping for breath. Old fool, what brings you here to stir trouble? Yi Yu snorted coldly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes before vanishing. Yi Yu, do you truly wish to stand against me? Zhao Cong's eyes glinted with cold light. Stand against you? Old Zhao, you overestimate yourself. I am merely resolving the matter of an unfilial disciple for my master, Yi Yu replied with disdain. The surrounding crowd exhibited surprise upon hearing the term master. They were unaware that the young master of the Yi family had actually taken this old man as his teacher. A disciple? I must have been blind to accept you as a student. Zhao Cong scoffed. Chapter 64. No matter how high your martial arts, you will fear 20 sniper rifles. Is that so? What a true pity. Yi Yu shrugged nonchalantly, then gently nodded at Annie. Annie understood, snapping her fingers lightly. At the entrance, a dozen or so burly foreign bodyguards surged in. Each stood at least 2 meters tall, with muscular physiques and eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The bodyguards lined up in formation before Yi Yu, exuding an exceptional aura of pressure. Who are these people? A guest whispered in astonishment. They are the latest genetically engineered warriors from abroad. It is said they have been injected with a special serum, granting them physical abilities far surpassing ordinary humans. A well-informed businessman quietly explained. Genetically engineered warriors? ISNT, that's something out of a science fiction film. Behold their physiques and gazes, which are evidently abnormal. It is rumored that a single punch from them can reduce cobblestones to powder. Zhao Cong's expression grew grave. Despite his formidable martial prowess, contending with so many super soldiers was no trivial matter, especially in this scenario where he must also safeguard Chun Fan. What now, old Zhao? These individuals are specifically trained to deal with ancient martial artists like you, Yi remarked with a hint of arrogance. Ancient martial artists? Chun Fan asked weakly. Indeed, ancient martial artists, Yi replied disdainfully, casting a glance at Chun Fan. What do you imagine your master is? An immortal? A deity? No. He is merely a mortal who has acquired a modicum of ancient martial arts. Enough. Yi Yu, what exactly do you desire? Zhao Cong bellowed. Quite simply, hand over the second volume of the Hanyuan technique. Yi Yu's eyes turned cold as he addressed Zhao Cong. Zhao Cong shuddered at the revelation that Yi Yu was aware of the Hanyuan technique. You can forget it. Is that so? Yi Yu chuckled. I believe you will reconsider. With that, he sauntered to Chun Fan and suddenly stomped on his knee. A sharp crack echoed as the bone fractured. Ah! Chun Fan screamed in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Some affluent onlookers turned away in distress, while others watched with glimmering eyes, as if reveling in a splendid performance. Yi Yu! Zhao Cong roared, unable to contain his fury any longer. Do not rush, old Zhao. This is merely the beginning, Yi Yu sneered. You know my nature. Since I dare to demand the second volume of the Hanyuan technique today, I have made adequate arrangements. These individuals may not be able to harm you. But at this very moment, no fewer than 20 elite snipers have you in their sights. They have locked onto every inch of space surrounding you, and I'm quite curious how you intend to evade them. Yi Yu observed Zhao Cong with a glimmer of anticipation on his face. You! Zhao Cong's pupils dilated in shock. If Yi Yu spoke the truth, they were indeed in grave danger. Although the Jin warriors could not inflict harm upon him, delaying him for even a second would be a trivial task. That single second would suffice for those snipers to take aim at his head. And not just one sniper, 20 of them. Yi Yu's influence was indeed overwhelming. Noticing Zhao Cong's hesitation, Yi Yu took another step towards Chun Fan's other leg. Wait, I will give it to you, but you must release Chun Fan, Zhao Cong finally conceded. Master, no. Chun Fan cried out in pain. Silence. Zhao Cong rebuked without turning back. Do you not comprehend? You are no longer his match. Ha! Old Zhao, you are indeed astute. Yi Yu laughed heartily, You perceive the situation clearly. Otherwise, how could you have ascended to the pinnacle of the divine rankings? Yi Yu taunted. Zhao Tsong closed his eyes, aware that Yi Yu was ridiculing him. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to be making one final struggle. At last, he let out a deep sigh and withdrew a palm-sized, ancient scroll from his bosom. This was the second volume of the Hunyuan technique. Take it, Zhao Tsong said, his voice hoarse. No, master. Chun Fan struggled to intervene, but the excruciating pain in his knee rendered him immobile. Yi Yu extended his hand to receive the scroll, examined it meticulously, and upon confirming its authenticity, he smiled with satisfaction. Very well. In light of your compliance, I shall spare this young man's life. After uttering these words, Yi Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Annie. Yi Yu, Chun Fan bellowed in fury. You shall not escape so easily. I will kill you. Yi Yu halted, turning around with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, swiftly replaced by a smirk of derision. You truly are oblivious to your own mortality. I had intended to grant you a few more minutes of life, yet your lack of fortitude leaves me no choice. It seems my mercy was misplaced. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Yu raised his foot and aimed directly at Chun Fan's chest. Zhao Tsong's countenance shifted dramatically as he instinctively moved to intercept Yi Yu, delivering a powerful strike infused with ferocious energy capable of shattering steel. However, the genetically enhanced warriors, having anticipated this moment, surged forth to restrain Zhao Tsong. Though none could match his prowess individually, their sheer numbers momentarily ensnared him. With a resounding thud, Yi Yu's foot struck Chun Fan's chest, propelling him violently against the wall, causing him to spit blood. Chun Fan felt an agonizing blaze in his chest. It was evident several ribs had fractured, with one shard piercing his lung, leaving him gasping for breath. Chun Fan, Zhao Tsong cried out, exerting every ounce of strength to break free from the encirclement, yet more warriors ensnared him. Chaos erupted in the banquet hall as guests screamed and scattered, desperate to escape the impending doom. Yi Yu, did you not vow to spare him? If you dare to take his life, I shall not let you go unpunished. Zhao Tsong roared. Spare him? Yet he is oblivious to his fate. Just like you, he is unaware of the consequences of his actions. Do you truly believe you still have the opportunity to kill me? Yi Yu replied with a chilling laugh, gradually advancing towards the barely conscious Chun Fan, his eyes glinting with a frigid and merciless light. In the corner, Chun Fan lay, bleeding, his expression waning, his chest heaving violently with each agonizing breath, accompanied by searing pain. The fractured ribs pierced his lung, leaving him in unbearable agony. Look at you, Chun Fan, once the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, now reduced to a dog groveling at my feet. Yi Yu gazed down at him from a superior height. Your parents perished by my hand. Your sister met the same fate. Your master fell before me, and even your comrades have succumbed to my wrath. What do you have left? Yi Yu loomed over Chun Fan, resembling a sovereign surveying his domain. You will die a miserable death, Chun Fan managed to utter, his eyes still glimmering with defiance. Is this your final testament before meeting your demise? How disappointing, Yi Yu replied, shaking his head before mercilessly stepping down onto Chun Fan's wrist. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed once more. Chun Fan's face twisted in agony, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Chapter 65. The Death of Chun Fan. Yi Yu, Zhao Tsong roared, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura that repelled the several Jin warriors besieging him. Do not be hasty. Old Zhao, I have already acquired both the upper and lower volumes of your Hunyuan technique. You hold no further value. Yi Yu stated without a glance back, his gaze fixed on Chun Fan. Look into my eyes, Chun Fan. I want you to remember who sent you to hell. Instead of crouching down, Yi Yu used his shoe to pry open Chun Fan's chin, forcing him to lift his head. A glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Chun Fan's eyes, and he violently struggled. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand had seized a small knife, thrusting it towards Yi Yu's throat. Yi Yu, having anticipated the move, effortlessly dodged and swiftly struck Chun Fan's wrist with a backhand chop, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. A desperate struggle? Do you truly believe you can kill me with such a paltry weapon? Yi Yu scoffed, How can one know without trying? Chun Fan grinned, revealing a mouth stained with blood. How could he still smile at this moment? Yi Yu's fury ignited, his expression darkening with manic rage. Since you wish to die so badly, I shall oblige. With that, Yi Yu grasped Chun Fan's neck with his left hand, slowly lifting him. Chun Fan struggled, his feet leaving the ground, his face rapidly flushing red, then turning to a ghastly purple. Yi Yu, release him. Zhao Song finally broke free from the entanglement of the Jin warriors and struck towards Yi Yu. Too slow, Yi Yu thrust his right hand forward, a powerful force piercing through Chun Fan's chest. Blood erupted forth. Chun Fan's body jolted violently as the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. This force shattered Chun Fan's heart in an instant. No! Zhao Tsong's voice was filled with despair and rage. Yi Yu casually discarded Chun Fan's lifeless body onto the ground and turned to face Zhao Tsong, a victorious smile adorning his face. You shall pay for this, Yi Yu. Zhao Tsong's aged eyes ignited with a terrifying killing intent, his presence suddenly surging as if the air itself rippled around him. Oh, is that so? Yi Yu remained unfazed, laughing even more wildly. Do you truly think your meager martial arts can intimidate me? Yi Yu laughed until his belly ached. I too wish to test just how vast the chasm between us truly is. Zhao Tsong ceased his words, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing the full extent of his power. Yi Yu's expression shifted slightly, but he did not retreat. Rather, he met Zhao Tsong head-on. The two clashed in the center of the banquet hall, stirring up a whirlwind. Ordinary guests could only see two blurred figures moving at high speed, accompanied by waves of force and sounds of collision. Dragon capture hand. 9 transformations of the Cloud Dragon. Zhao Tsong shouted. His hands conjured numerous afterimages, each imbued with terrifying energy, enveloping Yi Yu. Yi Yu, unperturbed, similarly clawed with his hands, executing a comparable technique to counter the assault. How have you achieved such profound mastery? Zhao Tsong exclaimed in astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by Yi Yu's remarkable martial prowess. In such a short span of time, the dragon capture technique he executed was nearly indistinguishable from Zhao Tsong's own, and it seemed to possess an edge over his. What do you think? Yi replied with a cold smirk. Since you took me as your disciple, you have never imparted any genuine skills to me. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means for the student to surpass the teacher. Before his words had fully settled, Yi Yu had already changed his stance. His left hand, resembling a dragon's claw, lunged towards Zhao Tsong's throat, while his right hand targeted his lower dantian. Zhao Tsong let out a cold grunt, slightly shifting his body to evade the lethal strike, simultaneously countering with a palm aimed at Yi Yu's shoulder. Bang! Both combatants stagger backward, each retreating 2 steps. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Yi Yu's mouth, while Zhao Tsong's right arm trembled slightly, indicating he had also sustained some internal injury. I must have been blind, Zhao Tsong remarked gravely, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, quickly overshadowed by anger. However, this is still far from sufficient. With that, Zhao Tsong pressed his palms together before forcefully separating them. A palpable wave of energy erupted from within him, sending surrounding furniture flying in all directions. Mixed element force, mountains and rivers reflection. Zhao Tsong's figure suddenly became indistinct, as if 3 or 4 versions of him were simultaneously attacking Yi Yu, each strike imbued with the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Yi Yu's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Tsong's strength to exceed his expectations. Although he had also practiced the initial volume of the mixed element force, it was evident that Zhao Tsong was utilizing the advanced techniques with exceptional mastery. Smack! Yi Yu was struck solidly in the chest, propelled backward until he collided with the wall, which cracked instantly, dust cascading down. Cough, cough. Truly, you are the number 1 on the divine rankings. Your strength is indeed well-deserved. Yi Yu gasped, clutching his chest as blood escaped his lips. An expression of trepidation mingled with exhilaration flashing in his eyes. Yi Yu, today I shall avenge Chun Fan and Mo Wunchun. Zhao Tsong's visage contorted with rage, his eyes burning crimson, having lost all semblance of his previous restraint and composure. Yet, Yi Yu suddenly laughed, a laugh that was particularly unrestrained. Avenge? Old man, do you really think victory is assured? He raised his hand and waved it toward the air. In that instant, Zhao Tsang sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up. The curtains of the hotel's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows had suddenly fallen. Not far away, on the adjacent building, several reflective points emerged. Zhao Tsang realized that these were snipers, all aimed directly at him. This is bad. Zhao Tsang's expression shifted dramatically, his body instinctively evading to the side. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as 20 sniper rifles discharged simultaneously, bullets hurtling through the air with astonishing speed. Zhao Tsang moved like lightning, narrowly dodging most of the projectiles. But amidst such a dense barrage, he was still struck 5 times. One bullet penetrated his left shoulder, another grazed his thigh, while 3 struck his chest almost simultaneously, one directly impacting his heart area. With a sudden spurt of blood, Zhao Tsang staggered, yet remained standing. Ha ha ha, old fool, no matter how formidable your martial prowess, it pales in comparison to the might of modern firearms. This is specifically crafted armor-piercing ammunition for you. Even your inner strength cannot withstand such a bullet. Yi Yu laughed maniacally. Zhao Tsang, clinging to his resolve, was filled with bitterness and fury. You despicable. Despicable? Yi Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly advanced toward Zhao Tsang. This world has never been governed solely by brute force. Wealth, power, technology, these are the true sources of strength. You so-called ancient warriors are merely relics of a bygone era. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhao Tsang's eyes as he acknowledged the truth in Yi Yu's words. In this modern society, the influence of ancient warriors had indeed waned. Yet, he could not accept being defeated by a former disciple, nor could he tolerate Chun Fan's sacrifice being in vain. You shall face retribution, Zhao Tsang managed to utter, his voice growing weaker. Retribution? I'm the retribution for others, Yi Yu sneered. With that, he struck Zhao Tsang's chest, precisely hitting the wound inflicted by the bullet. A fresh torrent of blood erupted from Zhao Tsang's mouth as his body finally succumbed and collapsed. Yi Yu looked down upon the fading Zhao Tsang with no trace of compassion. The number 1 on the divine list? Merely this. With that, he turned to leave, casting a fleeting glance at Chun Fan's lifeless form, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, Chun Fan, in this life, you ultimately could not surpass me. Annie gracefully approached Yi Yu, linking her arm with his, her exquisite face radiating admiration and infatuation. Darling, you are simply magnificent. Yi Yu smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Annie's slender waist, and strode out of the chaotic banquet hall. Behind them, Zhao Tsang lay in a pool of blood, his gaze gradually dimming until it extinguished completely. Yi Yu, with Annie in tow, left the banquet hall amidst the debris, where guests hastily retreated, their eyes filled with terror and submission. Accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black suits, resembling the robes of death, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the hall. What are you staring at? Why don't you hurry and leave? Yi Yu coldly glanced over the cluster of onlooking tycoons. The crowd snapped back to reality, hastily lowering their heads and departing, fearful of becoming the next victims like Chun Fan or Zhao Tsang. As Yi Yu reached the entrance, he paused, turning back to observe the 2 bodies sprawled in pools of blood. What is it, darling? Annie inquired curiously. Nothing, just feeling unexpectedly lighter all of a sudden. Yi Yu gazed skyward, then shook his head with a chuckle. To preempt any melodramatic twists, he first shattered Chun Fan's heart. Considering the possibility of a congenital heart condition on the right side, he delivered another blow to ensure the finality of death. The same principle applied to Zhao Tsang. Yi Yu would never allow them the slightest chance of survival. Annie, perplexed, chose not to inquire further and nestled beside Yi Yu as they departed together. Young master, shall we handle the scene? Secretary Li whispered cautiously. No need, just call the police. Inform them of the assailants who attacked the banquet and were shot dead by security. Yi replied nonchalantly. Understood, young master. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly through the streets of the capital, the neon lights casting flickering reflections onto Yi Yu's austere visage. Annie leaned against his shoulder, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Darling, Who was that old man earlier? He seemed formidable. Just an outdated martial artist. Nothing to concern ourselves with, Yi replied dismissively. It appears this Chun Fan harbors a deep-seated vendetta against you. Indeed, his parents once proved troublesome and were eliminated by my hand. He has long sought vengeance, yet he shall never have the opportunity. Yi remarked with a sardonic smile, gracing his lips. You're simply captivating. Your icy demeanor is utterly irresistible, Annie said, her fingers caressing Yi Yu's face. Her gaze entranced. Yi Yu's lips curled slightly. He was well aware of the reasons behind Annie's infatuation with him. It was not solely his appearance and charm. More significantly, it was his immense power and ruthless methods that captivated her. Despite her upbringing as a scion of the Morgan family, Annie possessed tastes that starkly diverged from those of typical wealthy heiresses. She grew weary of sycophantic playboys, finding only men as commanding and suffocating as Yi Yu worthy of conquering her proud heart. As the car halted at the entrance of a courtyard, Yi Yu stepped out, only to be interrupted by the ringing of his phone. What is it? He frowned, disliking disturbances. Young master, I have something to report. Lin Xiao has committed suicide, came the anxious voice from the other end. What? What happened? Yi Yu's tone remained calm and collected. She hanged herself with a bedsheet. The doctor estimates she has been dead for at least 3 hours. Yi Yu fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter, a hint of mockery lacing his amusement. Let her be. Chun Fan is dead. She may as well be considered a tragic counterpart. Should we take care of her remains, young master? Just find a suitable place to bury her. Consider it fodder for the dogs. Yi Yu replied coldly before ending the call. Annie, standing nearby, felt a flicker of fear cross her eyes upon hearing Yi Yu's words. Noticing her reaction, he gently grasped her chin. What is the matter? Are you afraid? No. It's just that you're truly ruthless, she managed a strained smile. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Chun Fan, Zhao Cong, Lin Xiao, they're all weak, destined to be my stepping stones. Yi Yu's tone dripped with disdainful superiority. Even you are among them. The last thought lingered in Yi Yu's mind. He harbored grand ambitions, even contemplating the conquest of the Morgan family. With an ambiguous smile, he wrapped his arm around Annie's shoulder. He understood well that Annie's fascination lay not merely in him as an individual, but in the power, wealth, and absolute dominion he wielded, dismissing rules and life itself as inconsequential. This extreme malevolence is precisely the poison that an adventurous wealthy girl like Annie finds utterly irresistible. As they entered the courtyard, the traditional Chinese decor exuded an aura of antiquity and opulence. Upon seeing Yi Yu, several attendants immediately greeted him with utmost respect, and their expressions shifted to recognition upon noticing Annie. Prepare the bathwater for me, Yi Yu commanded. Yes, young master, the attendant promptly replied. Yi Yu guided Annie to the study, carefully extracting the second volume of the mixed essence technique he had just acquired and gently unfurling it. Is this the technique that old man handed over? Annie inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the aged scroll, densely inscribed with peculiar characters and diagrams. Indeed, the second volume of the mixed essence technique. Sometimes, when one occupies a high position, it is prudent to acquire some means of self-defense, Yi remarked, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes. In the realm of martial arts, each technique boasts its own merits. The mixed essence technique is considered to be rather profound. As he diligently studied the scroll, his astonishment grew. This second volume was indeed worthy of its reputation, far surpassing the first volume he had surreptitiously learned. No wonder Zhao Cong had been reluctant to impart it. He feared it would be misused by others. If I master this technique, combined with my existing resources and innate talent, I may well become unmatched throughout all of China, Yi Yu mused, ambition swelling within him. My dear, on this long, endless night, will you allow me to accompany you in your contemplation of this dizzying artifact? Annie cooed, wrapping her arms around Yi Yu's neck and whispering enticingly in his ear. Yi Yu, absorbed in his studies, offered no response. Annoyed, Annie pouted and playfully bit his cheek. Focus on what I'm saying, you naughty boy. Finally roused from his reverie, Yi Yu carefully stored the scroll away and encircled Annie's delicate waist. No need to rush. My darling, We have ample time to indulge. Chapter 67. The Rising Storm. Yu casually tossed the second volume onto the desk, and upon hearing this, Annie felt her taut nerves relax slightly, nestling into his embrace. I trust you. You are the best. Lowering his head, Yu kissed Annie's crimson lips, though his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts. The Yi family courtyard was shrouded in a faint mist. Yu, bare-chested, sat cross-legged on a tiger skin mat in the center of the bedroom, his eyes closed, breathing long and steady. Surrounding him were dozens of flickering red candles, their flames dancing and casting shadows that highlighted his bronze-toned physique. A few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, falling to the ground with a soft sound. Annie, draped in a silk robe, leaned against the doorframe, captivated by the scene before her. In her eyes, Yu radiated an air of mystery and primal allure, quickening her heartbeat. Suddenly, all the red candles extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Just as Annie was about to gasp, two ghostly blue lights emerged from the darkness, Yu's eyes seemingly piercing through the night. It's done. Yu's deep voice resonated in the dark, laced with excitement. What hast done? Annie asked curiously. With a resounding crash, Yu struck a nearby steel plate, shattering it into fragments. Annie gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, how did you accomplish that? Yu turned around, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Wow, you truly possess supernatural abilities. This is utterly incredible, Annie exclaimed, throwing herself into Yu's embrace. He gently stroked her golden hair, a glimmer of ambition shining in his eyes. A lavish dinner was laid out on the lengthy table, adorned with steak, caviar, and truffles, all prepared with meticulous care by a Michelin 3-star chef. Yu sliced the steak on his plate with deliberate elegance, yet there was an unspoken air of intimidation surrounding him. Annie sat across from him, lacking appetite, merely sipping her red wine while discreetly observing Yu. If there is something to discuss, speak up, Yu said without looking up, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. And no, nothing's the matter, Annie stammered, hastily placing her wine glass down, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Yu raised his gaze, his eyes calm, yet piercing. Those deep-set eyes felt as cold and profound as an icy pool, causing Annie's heart to flutter uneasily. Is there any news from the Morgan family? Yu inquired with a nonchalant tone. Annie felt a chill run through her. She realized she could not conceal anything from him. Indeed, she had received several communications from her family in recent days, inquiring about her relationship with Yu and the upcoming collaboration between the Morgan family and the Yi family. It's my father. He asked when we could hold the engagement ceremony. The family is quite eager about deepening the partnership with the Yi family. Annie hesitated, but ultimately decided to speak the truth. Yu set down his knife and fork, dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, leaned back in his chair, and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Engagement? Do you believe I still need to solidify anything through marriage? He asked, studying Annie with a playful glint in his eye. Annie's complexion paled instantly. She understood the underlying message in Yu's words. With his power rapidly expanding, the value of the Morgan family in his eyes seemed to be diminishing. Darling, that's not what I meant. I was just... Annie hurriedly attempted to clarify. I understand your meaning. Go back and inform your father that the collaboration can proceed. As for the engagement, he paused, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Let's discuss it when I feel inclined. Yu interrupted her, his tone remaining calm. Annie's heart sank. She realized that his words essentially implied an indefinite postponement, if not outright rejection. The identity she had always taken pride in as the heir of the Morgan family seemed to wane in significance before this man. I understand, Annie murmured, lowering her head to conceal the disappointment and a tinge of reluctance in her eyes. Yu paid her no further attention and continued to enjoy his meal. At that moment, Secretary Lee hurriedly entered, his expression grave. Young master, he said, we have received news from our informant embedded within the Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps. It appears their leader, Thunder, has recently been secretly contacting certain dark forces internationally, and he seems particularly interested in the primordial force that you have acquired. Moreover, it is said that they have also reached out to the Mafia, and a response has indeed been received from their side, Secretary Lee respectfully intoned in a hushed voice. Yi's grip on the wine glass momentarily faltered, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. The Arctic Fox? Thunder? The Mafia? They are truly courting death. Yi scoffed disdainfully. It is evident that they are after the primordial essence. When Chun Fan escaped from northern Myanmar, he had indeed received assistance from the Arctic Fox. Although Yi Yu had eliminated Chun Fan, she remained vigilant regarding this enigmatic and formidable mercenary organization. What do they intend to do? Send someone to seize it? Yi Yu inquired. The specific plans are still unclear. Secretary Lee respectfully replied. Annie, do you think your Morgan family harbors any intentions regarding this primordial essence? Yi Yu asked, her gaze at Annie a mixture of amusement and intrigue. Annie was suddenly taken aback. Previously, when facing Yi Yu, she could navigate the situation with ease. However, recently she had sensed a significant change in Yi Yu, as if she could always read minds. The current patriarch of the Morgan family indeed instructed her to retrieve the primordial essence. Little did she anticipate that before she could solidify her resolve, Yi had already caught on. Yi was truly terrifying. Observing the shifting expressions on Annie's face, Yi Yu's understanding deepened. Annie's reaction was exceedingly conspicuous. The momentary panic and fear were evident. From the slight trembling of her lips to the subtle fluttering of her eyelashes, Yi Yu noted every detail. Annie, I am addressing you. Yi Yu's tone was calm, yet it felt like cold water from a winter's chill cascading over Annie's head. And no, that's not the case. How could I possibly have thoughts about the primordial essence? Annie hurriedly denied, inwardly regretting her overly apparent demeanor. The Morgan family had no interest in ancient martial arts. Annie's palms were slick with sweat from her anxiety. Yi Yu remained non-committal, her gaze piercing, unwavering as she stared at Annie. If you claim there is none, then it must be so. Yi Yu smiled faintly, casually lifting her wine glass and giving it a gentle swirl. The liquid within the glass rippled, reflecting the depth of Yi Yu's gaze. Annie felt as though she were a frog ensnared by a serpent, utterly paralyzed. Darling, are you perhaps being too suspicious? She forced a semblance of calm, managing a rather unnatural smile. Suspicious? In this world, there are no impenetrable walls. Many matters, unspoken, do not imply their non-existence. Rather, it is an unspoken understanding among all. Yi set down her glass, speaking softly. Chapter 68. Annie's betrayal. Annie's heart raced. Was Yi Yu's statement a test, or had she already discerned the truth? She dared not act rashly. Secretary Lee, bring forth the primordial essence, Yi Yu suddenly commanded. Young master, you just... Secretary Lee hesitated, then quickly understood and replied. Moments later, Secretary Lee entered, holding the aged scroll with reverence. Yi Yu accepted it, casually unfurling it and handing it to Annie without a glance. Since you have no interest in it, why not assist me in safeguarding it? I shall be entering seclusion for meditation in the coming days and may become rather distracted. Of course, I will ensure it is well kept. Annie was momentarily stunned, then, filled with delight, accepted the scroll. She was undoubtedly aware that Yi Yu was probing her. However, Annie herself would not directly take the martial arts manual away. All she needed to do was capture photographs to send back. In the Eagle Nation, there were numerous ancient martial artists. The Morgan family could easily recruit a few to serve their interests. They could have these individuals translate the techniques and demonstrate them repeatedly. In due course, the Morgan family would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Yi Yu smiled, yet a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. He rose and walked slowly towards the window, turning his back to Annie and Secretary Lee. Whether it be the Arctic Fox or the Morgan family, they coveted the primordial force. Let them have it, then. Yi Yu's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to himself. Outside the window, the capital city sparkled with brilliant lights and flickering neon, as if countless greedy eyes lurked in the shadows, watching. Annie cautiously tucked away the scroll, her heart racing with excitement. She was uncertain whether Yi Yu truly remained oblivious. But at least for now, she had succeeded. By the way, Annie, I will return to the company tomorrow morning to attend to some family matters. You may do as you wish, Yi Yu said, turning back to her. Annie's eyes brightened. This was the perfect opportunity for her to secretly photograph the contents of the scroll. "All right, my dear, would you like me to accompany you?" Annie feigned concern as she asked. "That won't be necessary. The matters over there are quite complex. You should rest here in the capital." "Have all the subsequent arrangements been made?" Yu waved his hand and turned to Secretary Li. "Yes, young master. The private jet for tomorrow morning is already prepared." Secretary Li replied respectfully. Annie suppressed her inner elation, maintaining an elegant demeanor. She sipped her red wine gracefully, concealing her slightly trembling hands. Yi returned to the dining table, his gaze penetrating as he observed Annie's stunning face. Annie felt uneasy under his scrutiny, as if before Yi. She were a fish with its belly slit open, her innards laid bare. "Annie, I just thought of something," Yi said in a flat tone. "What is it?" "My dear." Annie forced a smile. "If, and I emphasize if, someone were to attempt to steal the primordial force, what do you think I would do?" Yi gently tapped his fingers on the table as he posed the question. Annie's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. You would certainly make him pay the price, wouldn't you?" Annie stammered. "Indeed, I would render him unable to seek life or death." Yi nodded, his smile unwavering. Annie struggled to maintain her composure, swallowing hard. "But that is merely a hypothetical. I believe you would never do such a thing, would you?" Yi's tone was gentle. It made Annie squirm uncomfortably. "Of course not. How could I ever betray you?" Annie hastily affirmed. Yi said no more and continued to enjoy his dinner. After the meal, he returned to his study, perusing some documents. Meanwhile, Annie returned to her room, carefully placing the scroll in the safe, secretly rejoicing. Late at night, as Yi closed his eyes and his breathing steadied, Annie rose quietly, making her way to the study. Her footsteps were as light as a cat's. Fearful of awakening Yi, in the study, the desk was cluttered with documents and materials, and hesitated for a moment, searching the bookshelf in hopes of uncovering more information about the mysterious Hongyuan strength. Suddenly, her hand brushed against a concealed button, causing the bookshelf to silently shift, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a small jade box, which incautiously opened to discover a herb glowing with an ethereal blue light, the starry moon grass. He actually concealed the starry moon grass here? And whispered in astonishment. Quickly, she retrieved her phone and snapped several pictures of the herb. Her attention then shifted to the scattered documents on the desk, and she began to skim through them rapidly. A file marked as top secret captured her interest. It detailed Yi's recent plan to establish a super mercenary group directly controlled by the Yi family. "This is utterly insane. What on earth does he intend to do?" and murmured to herself, swiftly photographing the contents of the file. "It seems you have stumbled upon quite a few intriguing finds." And, just as she was about to depart, a deep voice echoed from the doorway, and spun around abruptly to see Yu leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, a cryptic smile adorning his face. "Yi," and gasped, taking 2 steps back, her phone clattering to the ground. Yi bent down to retrieve the phone, unlocking the screen and perusing the photos within, his expression gradually turning steely. The Morgan family truly raised a commendable daughter. "So late at night, instead of resting, you sneak into my study to photograph documents?" Yi scoffed. "And no, it's not what you think. I merely wish to learn more about you," and stammered in a flurry of explanations. "Learn about me? Including my confidential documents and the starry moon grass?" Yi chuckled softly. "You cannot blame me. This is standard practice for corporate espionage. You would do the same." Acknowledging that further arguments were futile, and mustered her courage and stated, "Indeed." Yi nodded, "Thus I do not hold it against you," and was taken aback, surprised by Yi's unexpected understanding. "I do not blame you because this was all within my expectations. Did you truly believe I would carelessly entrust the Hongyuan strength to your custody? Did you think you could pilfer any secrets right under my nose?" Yi approached slowly, and finally comprehended that she had fallen into Yi's trap from the very beginning. You set me up?" and retreated until her back pressed against the cold wall. "No, dear, and I merely offered you a choice, and you chose betrayal." Yi's voice was chillingly suffocating. "Now, I too must make my choice." Yi raised his hand, gently caressing An's cheek, the touch sending a shiver of dread through her. "Can we talk?" An's voice trembled. "Certainly." We can have a thorough discussion. For instance, how did the Morgan family send you to approach me? Anne's eyes widened as she realized that the Hongyuan strength in her possession might very well be a counterfeit or tampered version. Yu, don't be hasty in your response, dear. We have all the time in the world to converse at our leisure. Yu interrupted her. Yao's smile appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight, leaving Annie with the sensation of plummeting into an unfathomable abyss from which she could never emerge. Chapter 69. Luring the snake out of its hole at Shanghai International Airport, Yao descended the private plane's gangway with an air of nonchalance. Flanked by several bodyguards and Secretary Li, young master, regarding Miss Annie. The Morgan family has been in constant communication with her. Secretary Li hesitated, struggling to find the right words. What? Are you attempting to speak on behalf of Annie? Yao remarked without turning his head. I wouldn't dare. I merely worry about the Morgan family, came the cautious reply. Do not fret. She is alive, merely incapacitated in voice, movement, and thought. Yao interjected decisively. Secretary Li inhaled sharply. Although he had followed Yao for many years and was accustomed to grand spectacles, he remained awestruck and terrified by Yao's methods. What news from the Morgan family? Yao inquired. They have reached out 3 times, all of which I have deflected with the excuse that Miss Annie is resting, Secretary Li answered. Excellent. Continue with this ruse. Arrange for Annie's successful escape, and let those in the know that she has absconded with the ancient Eastern cultivation techniques. I am certain many would be eager to converse with her, Yao instructed, nodding in approval. Young master, do you have any plans for your time in Shanghai? Secretary Li asked cautiously. Indeed, I do. I intend to establish our inaugural training base there. A glimmer of ambition flashed in Yao's eyes. A training base? Yes, a mercenary training facility. I am preparing to form a new mercenary group, distinct from those brutish types who rely solely on strength and firepower. My mercenaries will master both modern weaponry and ancient martial arts. Yao's face radiated ambition. Of course, China is a forbidden ground for mercenaries, so we must recruit just across the border in northern Myanmar, Yao continued. Where there is wealth, nothing is unattainable. Are you suggesting a fusion of ancient martial arts with modern military training? Secretary Li's eyes brightened. Precisely. While ancient martial arts are formidable, they have limitations against modern firearms. Zhao Tsong is a testament to this. No matter how strong an ancient martial artist, they face certain death against a sniper. But if we could integrate the two, it should be a trifecta, combining both with the development of genetic serums. The genetic serum serves a purpose akin to what is referred to in China as external martial arts training. However, the serum has a dire flaw, a terrifying mortality rate of 93%. Out of 100 individuals injected, only 7 survive. Furthermore, it carries significant side effects, often leading to violent madness and loss of consciousness. Thus, fewer than 2% become successful genetic warriors. Yao seemed to envision the future of his mercenary group, confident that, barring the use of formidable weaponry, such as nuclear arms, this band would be utterly invincible. However, he needed to devise a means to maintain complete control over these individuals. Otherwise, should any of them develop ambition alongside their newfound strength, it could lead to an uncontrollable force. That would be an indomitable existence. Secretary Li took the lead, his excitement palpable. Now do you comprehend the significance of the starry moon grass? It is not merely an auxiliary herb for cultivating the ancient martial art of Hunyuan Jin, but a miraculous remedy for repairing damaged meridians. We can utilize it to address the myriad issues that mercenaries encounter during their training. Bring me the finest pharmaceutical research team. I require them to concoct an antidote using the starry moon grass. It can alleviate meridian damage, but cannot fully restore it. They will have to rely solely on this antidote. Once deprived of it, they will gradually suffer the severing of their meridians, leading to a painful demise. Yu chuckled lightly. Master, you are truly sagacious. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Secretary Li expressed his heartfelt admiration. Yu sat in the Rolls-Royce, eyes closed in contemplation, yet his mind was occupied with grander designs. The fermentation of Hunyuan Jin was merely the beginning. His ambitions reached far beyond that. He intended for Annie to draw fire, successfully absconding with a modified Hunyuan Jin. In a remote, Abandoned factory in Jianghai. A report came through. Target located. A man in black whispered into his earpiece. Confirm identity, the command echoed back. The man raised a high-powered telescope, meticulously observing the individuals who had just alighted from a vehicle in front of the factory gate. Confirmed, it is Yu, accompanied by 4 bodyguards and a secretary. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Remember, our target is Hunyuan Jin. Strive to capture Yu alive. Understood. The man in black stowed the telescope and gestured to his comrades. A dozen similarly attired figures swiftly dispersed, silently encircling the entire factory. Their agility, speed, and precision revealed they had undergone rigorous training. These individuals were elite members of the Arctic Fox mercenary group. Inside the factory, Yu strolled through the vast, empty workshop, seemingly inspecting something. Master, this location is remote and inaccessible. It hardly seems suitable as a training base, Secretary Li inquired with confusion. Who said this is a training base? Yu replied with a faint smile, his expression laden with implication. What do you mean, Master? Secretary Li paused, then quickly realized. The Arctic Fox has been particularly active lately, hasn't it? I suspect they can no longer contain themselves and wish to seize the Hunyuan Jin. Yu surveyed his surroundings. Speaking softly, Master, are you suggesting? Secretary Li's face turned pale with sudden understanding. Indeed, this is a trap. They have been monitoring my movements. I merely offered them an opportunity. Yu stated nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of gunfire erupted outside the factory, followed by the agonizing cries of Yu's bodyguards. It seems our guests have arrived, Yu remarked calmly. Master, what shall we do? Secretary Li's complexion drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Observing him, Yu shook his head. Despite having been with him for a relatively short time, he found Secretary Li to be exceedingly mediocre, always asking questions, never employing his own intellect. You? Hide. As for me, I shall entertain these uninvited guests. Yu indicated a large iron cabinet in the corner. As Secretary Li concealed himself, the factory's main door was forcefully kicked open. A dozen fully armed members of the Arctic Fox rushed in, swiftly forming a circle of encirclement. Yu, we meet again, declared a towering foreigner at the forefront, removing his helmet to reveal a rugged visage. Thunder. The last time in northern Myanmar. You saved Chun Fan, for which I should express my gratitude. Alas, he ultimately met his demise. Yu nodded indifferently. Beast. Chun Fan was a good man, yet you cruelly murdered him and Zhao Tsong. Thunder bellowed furiously. Good man? In this world, virtuous souls often perish prematurely. Take Chun Fan, for instance, and Zhao Tsong. And even, Yu chuckled softly, gazing at Thunder. Oh, by the way, you can hardly be deemed a good man yourself. Have you come seeking me for Chun Fan's fate? No, it is the ancient martial arts manual you desire, isn't it? Yu deliberately paused, observing the gradual distortion of Thunder's expression. Today, you too shall follow in their footsteps. Thunder clenched his teeth. Oh, just with you lot? Yu arched an eyebrow. Do not be overly confident, Yu. This time, I have brought an entire squad of elite mercenaries, each a battle-hardened warrior. Thunder sneered. He snapped his fingers, and several mercenaries dragged in 2 mangled bodies. Your bodyguards have been dealt with. Now, you have 2 choices. Either obediently surrender the Hunyuan Chi, or what? Yu remained unfazed, or you will meet the same fate as them. However, I will ensure your death is far more agonizing. Thunder pointed to the corpses on the ground. Do you believe that with your abilities, you can elude me? Yu surveyed the surroundings, his expression still calm. Thunder noted Yu's gaze frequently shifting towards a large iron box nearby, seemingly betraying a hint of concern. Stop pretending, Yu. This place is completely surrounded by my men, with snipers at every exit. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot outrun the speed of a bullet. But for now, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Blow it up. Thunder laughed heartily, gesturing towards the large iron box. Boom! A rocket-propelled grenade struck, reducing the iron box to rubble, revealing the mangled form of Secretary Li. Haha! Yu, I have blown your associate to bits. Are you angry? The fact that he could hide inside while you remained outside indicates just how significant you deemed him. Thunder smugly concluded, believing he had deciphered Yi Yu's thoughts. Interesting. He was my greatest secret, my brother, and yet you have slain him. Then I shall choose a third option, Yi replied slowly. What third option? Thunder furrowed his brow. Yi Yu smiled faintly, and suddenly his form became indistinct. In an instant, he appeared before Thunder, his left hand clawing towards Thunder's throat. This choice is to eliminate all. Thunder was taken aback, instinctively raising his weapon to defend, only to be sent flying by Yi Yu's palm. The mercenaries surrounding him opened fire, bullets cascading like raindrops towards Yi Yu. Yet Yi Yu's form was elusive, gliding between the projectiles as if he were a specter. Those bullets that should have struck him inexplicably missed their mark. With every strike he delivered, a mercenary fell, some with broken necks, others with their chests pierced. How could this be? How could he evade so many bullets? Thunder was left aghast. This is the power of the Hunyuan Qi you desire. It allows one to perceive the internal flow of energy within objects, predict the trajectory of bullets, making evasion a mere trifle. Yi Yu's voice echoed within the factory. Unfortunately, neither Zhao Tsang nor Chun Fan had reached such a profound level. In just a few minutes, more than half of the elite mercenaries had already fallen. The remaining few were filled with terror, shooting wildly, yet failing to hit Yi Yu. Attention all! Release the nerve gas. Repeat, release the nerve gas. And the snipers. Where are the snipers? Have they all perished? Open fire now. Thunder, sensing the dire situation, pulled out his communicator and shouted. He was deeply unsettled. Why had the snipers he brought not fired a single shot? Otherwise, this would not have been so effortlessly executed. Stop pondering. Your snipers have long been eliminated. Suddenly, several clouds of yellow-green smoke erupted from the corners of the factory, quickly spreading. Poison gas. You think this can harm me? Yi Yu scoffed. As the Hunyuan Qi circulated, an invisible wall of energy formed around him, rendering the toxic gas powerless to penetrate. He strode towards Thunder, each step causing the factory floor to tremble slightly. This cannot be. What manner of monster are you? Thunder retreated in horror, disbelief etched on his face. I've said, this world is one of the survival of the fittest. You are simply too weak, Yi Yu remarked coolly. Thunder hesitated no longer and turned to flee. Yi Yu snorted coldly, sweeping his right hand, and an invisible force shot forth like a sword, piercing Thunder's left leg. Ah! Thunder screamed, collapsing heavily to the ground. This is the prowess of the Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps. Yi Yu approached Thunder, looking down upon him. Yi Yu, do not revel too soon. We have powerful allies behind us. Thunder gritted his teeth. The Mafia? Or perhaps the Morgan family? Yi Yu interjected. How do you know? Thunder's pupils constricted. I have long conducted my inquiries. You fools truly believe you can seize the Hunyuan Qi from me? If I do not permit it, none of you shall take it. Yi Yu crouched down to meet Thunder's gaze. Yi Yu lured us here intentionally? Thunder finally grasped the truth. Indeed, it seems you have learned. I require a live one to convey my message. Yi Yu nodded. What message? Inform your masters to clean their necks and await my personal retrieval. A terrifying aura of superiority emanated from Yi Yu. Thunder gazed at Yi Yu in terror, suddenly bursting into a maniacal laugh. Huh. Yi Yu, you are far too confident. Do you truly believe you have acquired the genuine Hunyuan force? Yi Yu furrowed his brows and inquired. What do you mean? That old rascal Zhao Tsang was prepared long ago. The scroll he bestowed upon you is a counterfeit, deliberate snare. If you practice according to its instructions, within 3 months, your meridians will be entirely severed, rendering you a worthless being, Lei Ting proclaimed with a triumphant air. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu not only remained unperturbed but burst into hearty laughter. Oh, Lei Ting, do you think I would be oblivious to such trivial tricks? I discovered the scroll's flaws long ago and made some modifications. Now, that defective scroll is resting in the embrace of the Morgan family's little princess, Yi Yu replied, shaking his head. I intended to have you deliver a message, but since you are now privy to such a clandestine matter, you might as well meet your demise. Yi Yu sighed. What do you mean? Lei Ting's face turned ashen with fear. It means exactly what it says. Does not the Morgan family also covet the Hunyuan force? I shall grant them their wish and allow them to taste the bitterness of severed meridians, Yi Yu declared as he rose to his feet. At last, Lei Ting comprehended the terrifying depths of Yi Yu's nature. This man was not only formidable in strength, but possessed a cunning as profound as the ocean. Both the Arctic Fox and the Morgan family were merely pawns on Yi Yu's chessboard. As for you, as the messenger, you are expected to perform admirably. Yi Yu's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. What are you planning to do? Lei Ting asked, trembling in terror. Rest assured, it will be but a fleeting moment. You will simply be tasked with carrying back some special gifts. Of course, this gift will be taken from you. Your very head will suffice, Yi Yu reassured him. Lei Ting attempted to resist, but Yi Yu struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. Yi Yu then surveyed the corpses scattered about, his expression devoid of emotion. Shadowy figures clad in black rushed in from outside and gasped at the sight before them. Young master, this. Clean it up. Then take Lei Ting's head and find someone to deliver it to the Black Hand, he commanded. Yes, young master. Yi Yu gazed at the unconscious Lei Ting, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Those who dared to covet the Hunyuan force, be they from the Arctic Fox or the Morgan family, would pay a grievous price. Chapter 71. $1 billion for the Hunyuan force. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Lei Ting, lying on the ground, shuddered. Lei Ting, are you done pretending to be dead? Do you understand why you have lost? Yi Yu approached him, looking down from his elevated stance. It is because you had an ambush. Lei Ting spat defiantly as he opened his eyes. No, Yi Yu countered, it is because you were too greedy. You could have dispatched someone to infiltrate the capital and steal the Hunyuan force manuscript. Yet you chose to capture me instead, seeking to study the energy within my body. You believe you could gain more, only to end up losing everything. A flicker of fear crossed Lei Ting's eyes as he realized what Yi Yu intended to do next. The capital is your stronghold. We dare not. Please, spare me. I can work for you. The Arctic Fox can become part of your enterprise. Lei Ting suddenly pleaded for mercy. He did not wish to perish. He truly did not wish to meet his end. He still possessed a substantial fortune in dollars, and there were countless golden-haired, blue-eyed maidens awaiting his rescue. Yi Yu smiled, a grin that sent shivers down the spine. Do you think I would place my trust in a traitor? You betrayed Chun Fan, and now you seek to betray the Mafia? I am merely striving for survival. The Mafia's tasks are insurmountable. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Lei Ting defended himself urgently. Oh, what tasks has the Mafia assigned you? Yi Yu inquired with interest. They seek the secrets of the Hunyuan technique. Moreover, they wish to dominate the underground world of Huaxia. They now regard you as their greatest obstacle and wish to eliminate you. Lei Ting spoke fervently, hoping this information would save his life. The Mafia? Truly overestimating themselves. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Arrange for these fellows to be taken back and entertained properly. I wish to know everything about the Mafia. Yi Yu rose, beckoning with his hand. Yes, young master. Several burly men dragged Lei Ting and the others away. Once Lei Ting has outlived his usefulness, we shall return his head. By the way, regarding this Mr. Lei Ting, grant him special treatment. I am curious to see how long the leader of a mercenary group can endure. Yi Yu turned, contemplating the prostrate Lei Ting. Lei Ting's face turned ashen. He understood that his fate was sealed. Yi Yu exited the factory, stepping into the brilliant sunlight, a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere within. He inhaled deeply, his spirits lifted. Is everything ready on Annie's end? Yi Yu suddenly inquired. Everything has been arranged as per your instructions. All her routes and evidence are prepared. Following your orders, we will demand $100 billion from the Morgan family, as if selling the Hunyuan technique to them. She will depart at dawn tomorrow, taking with her the revised Hunyuan technique. A subordinate stepped forward to report. Excellent. Let the word spread that the princess of the Morgan family has stolen the ancient martial arts secrets of Huaxia. I believe many will be intrigued by this news. A glimmer of brilliance flickered across Yi Yu's face. The young master is indeed astute. Allowing Annie to take the counterfeit Hunyuan technique not only diverts attention, but also ensnares those greedy individuals in a trap. The burly man beside Yi Yu praised. This is merely the beginning. Next, we will head to northern Myanmar. Yi Yu smiled slightly. Northern Myanmar? Indeed, to establish our own mercenary group. I have already thought of a name. Lin Yu Mercenary Group. Once Wang Tianxiu has recovered, he shall remain by my side. As for the leader of the mercenary group, It is time to summon that cohort back. They deserve to re-emerge before the eyes of the world. Ambition flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. The burly man silently marveled at the vastness of the young master's aspirations, far grander than he had imagined. He could not help but recall those opponents eliminated by Yi Yu. Chun Fan, Zhao Tsong, and now Lei Ting and Arctic Fox were added to the list. This path was strewn with corpses, yet none could impede Yi Yu's progress. In the capital city, at the Yi family's courtyard, Annie was bound to a specially designed chair. Her eyes were shrouded in black cloth, and a gag filled her mouth, rendering her voiceless. She had endured this confinement for 3 days, her body and spirit utterly drained. A figure clad in black entered the room and removed her gag. "Miss, please have some water," he spoke gently, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority. Annie greedily drank the water, her throat parched and painful. "Where is Yi Yu? I demand to see him." "The young master is away on business," the man replied. "However, he has left you a gift." "What gift?" Alarm bells rang in Annie's mind. "The young master said he could grant you that which you have long desired," the man said, producing a small wooden box and placing it on the table before her. Annie was puzzled, but her heart raced when a man opened the box to reveal a yellowed, ancient manuscript. "Is this the Hunyuan technique?" "Indeed. The young master has permitted you to take it. But there is a condition." "What condition?" Annie squinted, her curiosity piqued. "You must leave Huaxiao immediately and never return to this land. Moreover, the Morgan family must transfer $100 billion at once. Should you appear in Huaxiao again, the young master cannot guarantee your safety," the man stated. Annie bit her lip, troubled by the strangeness of it all. Why had Yi Yu suddenly changed his mind and allowed her to leave? Why bestow upon her the Hunyuan technique? Was this some sort of trap? "Miss, you are astute. It may or may not be a trap. The young master simply believes that your possession of this technique would be more beneficial to him. As for the security of the Hunyuan technique, that is a matter for the Morgan family," the man said, casting her a meaningful glance before falling silent. Annie's heart sank. She understood that Yi Yu was utilizing her to divert the attention of others who coveted the Hunyuan technique. Moreover, this manuscript could very well be a forgery or tampered with. Yet, she prided herself on her discerning eye. This yellowed scroll was undoubtedly the very item purchased at the auction, a fact she could confirm. The thought of it left a bitter taste in her mouth. She had spent $5 billion to acquire it, and now Yi Yu was selling it back to her for $100 billion. The frustration threatened to overwhelm her. "I will agree to Yi Yu's terms. I shall leave at once and never return to Huaxia. As for the funds, I can transfer them to Yi Yu immediately." Annie felt as if all her strength had been drained, slumping in her chair. "A wise choice. We will arrange for your departure tonight, along with the Hunyuan technique. Afterward, you may return to the Morgan family or go wherever your heart desires. But remember the young master's warning. Never set foot in Huaxia again." The man nodded in satisfaction. Annie, tears welling in her eyes, bit her lip and nodded in agreement. She did not harbor hatred for Yi Yu. Rather, she recognized the formidable nature of the man. Yet, for the sake of her family, she had no choice but to submit. She genuinely harbored affection for Yi Yu. However, amidst the colossal presence of Morgan, love seemed rather trivial. What they sought was profit, and for the sake of it, they were capable of anything. Chapter 72. The Orphans Raised by the Yi Family. Furthermore, the young master expressed his desire for you to diligently practice this technique. He eagerly anticipates the results, added the man in black. After his words, he turned and departed, leaving Annie alone in the room, engulfed in profound despair and fear. In northern Myanmar, a secluded valley lay hidden from the world. Yi Yu stood atop a massive boulder, gazing down upon the expansive vale below, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. It possessed a narrow passage that connected it to the outside world, making it easily defensible yet difficult to assault, an ideal location for establishing a secret base. "Young master, this place is indeed suitable for training camp, but it is rather remote, and resupplying will pose challenges," Tian Yangsheng said anxiously, standing nearby. Tian Yangsheng was an orphan, one of the 3,000 taken in by Yi Tianming. They had been raised abroad from a young age, growing up amidst the ravages of war. Secretly trained into a formidable army, their unwavering loyalty was pledged to the Yi family. Brainwashed from childhood, They held an intense fervor for the Yi clan. Summoned by Yi Yu a few days prior, they had all gathered in northern Myanmar. Originally a contingent of 3,000, only about 1,500 remained now, each a master of their craft, proficient in the art of killing. Tian Yangsheng stood as their leader. The remoteness is perfect. I have no need for locations that can be easily discovered, he thought, refraining from further comments, accustomed to Yi Yu's decisive nature. Having followed Yi Yu for some time, he understood that the young master's words were as binding as a royal decree, a directive personally entrusted to him by the elder. What is the status with Thunder? Yi Yu suddenly inquired. It has been resolved. He disclosed all secrets of the Arctic Fox, including financial sources, personnel composition, and global strongholds. Excellent. Is the footage preserved? Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. Everything has been recorded as per your instructions. Deliver the head of Thunder to the Mafia, along with my regards. Yi Yu turned, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Understood, young master, Tian Yangsheng replied, trembling with excitement. His greatest passion was to take up arms on the battlefield. Facing the notorious Mafia as their adversary only heightened his fervor, nearly eliciting a scream of exhilaration. He was famously known as a war fanatic. I have high hopes for you. You are now my most capable right-hand man, Yi Yu remarked, patting Tian Yangsheng on the shoulder. Yes, young master. A gleam of excitement graced Tian Yangsheng's face as he respectfully replied. Commence construction. I expect to see a modern training base within 3 months. Remember, money is not an issue. I will promptly transfer $100 billion to you. Not only must it be a modernized training facility, but also equipped with various heavy weaponry. If you can procure nuclear arms, that would be acceptable as well. He leaped down from the boulder and strode towards the center of the valley. 3 months? This task is undoubtedly formidable, Tian Yangsheng thought, his eyes widening in astonishment. 3 months. Financial resources and manpower pose no issues. The Arctic Fox personnel have submitted to my command. Let them first establish a temporary encampment. Utilize them to their utmost. Yes, young master, Tian Yangsheng replied promptly, though inwardly he lamented. He understood that Yi Yu was a man of his word. This seemingly insurmountable task must be accomplished within 3 months. Yi Yu surveyed his surroundings, a blueprint forming in his mind. This place would become the headquarters of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps, a super soldier training base that amalgamates modern military strategies, ancient martial arts, and genetic technology. By the way, have there been any updates from Annie? Yi Yu inquired suddenly. According to plan, she had departed, taking with her the revised Hanyuan technique. The rumors we disseminated have already spread through the underground world, and many factions are now tracking her whereabouts. Excellent. Let them search for Annie. The modified Hanyuan technique will bring them a sufficient surprise, Yi remarked with a cold smile. Though the technique appears ordinary, it conceals lethal dangers. Practitioners will feel a surge of potent energy coursing through their bodies, yet this is actually damaging their meridians. The situation worsens with each practice until one day, boom. Yi mimicked the sound of an explosion, a cruel smile gracing his face. The meridians will shatter, plunging the practitioner into excruciating despair. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect is that this damage is irreversible, unless treated with the genuine Star Moon grass in conjunction with my specially formulated remedy. And I possess all the Star Moon grass in the world. Yi Yu's smile grew ever more radiant. Tian Yangsheng felt a chill run down his spine. The young master is indeed extraordinary. His intellect surpasses that of many. Furthermore, the young master's schemes are profoundly intricate, not only ensnaring the enemy into their own demise, but also enabling control over those who manage to survive. Such cerebral maneuvers are beyond his capabilities. His realm lies on the battlefield, where he truly belongs as a war fanatic. The young master is indeed far-sighted, Tian Yangsheng sincerely admired. This is merely the fundamental operation. The real spectacle lies ahead. Yu waved his hand dismissively. Inform the remaining members to gather here in 3 days. I shall personally select talent to form the inaugural team of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. He proceeded towards the temporarily erected tents. As you command, young master. 3 days later, the clearing in the valley was filled with people. These were the elite nurtured by the Yi family, now choosing to follow the young master. There was no dissent, only fervor and loyalty. Yi stood upon the makeshift platform, gazing down at the over 1,000 orphans trained by the Yi family. On the other side stood individuals of various complexions, some dark-skinned, others fair-skinned. They hailed from all corners of the globe. Some were retired special forces, others underground fighting masters, and some were fugitives wanted in various nations. Their sole commonality was their mastery of the art of killing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. From this day forth, you shall undergo a revolutionary training regimen to become the most formidable warriors in this world. Yi Yu's voice resonated clearly throughout the gathering. The mercenaries below exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some individuals brim with anticipation, while others exude skepticism. Only Tian Yangsheng and over 1,000 others stand silently in place, listening intently. I perceive your thoughts. You doubt my capabilities and question what I can offer. Yi Yu smiled faintly. He gestured, and 2 burly bodyguards brought forth an iron box. Yi Yu opened the box and retrieved a bloodied head. It was the severed head of Thunder, preserved impeccably, still bearing the expression of terror from his final moments. Do you recognize him? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Yi Yu raised the head high, his voice chilling. The audience fell into a hushed silence, all shuddering in fear. Thunder was a renowned mercenary leader, formidable and ruthless, yet he met such a grim end. Rest assured, those loyal to me shall be bestowed with unparalleled power and wealth. I shall impart to you an ancient martial art of Huaxia, known as Hunyuanjin. Yi Yu lowered the head, his tones softening. The crowd stirred once more. The name Hunyuanjin had already circulated in the underworld, rumored to be a mystical Eastern martial art that could grant extraordinary strength. Observing the greed and desire in the eyes of those below, Yi Yu chuckled, aware that some among them surely intended to take advantage or flee once they learned the art. Yet, Yi Yu remained indifferent. Practice away. Not a single one shall utter a word. However, the mastery of this martial art hinges upon your innate talent and perseverance. From this day forth, you shall undergo the most rigorous trials. Yi Yu's voice deepened. He clapped his hands, and a dozen doctors clad in white coats stepped forward. First, you will need to receive an injection of a genetic serum. This serum will enhance your physical attributes, albeit with considerable risk. Survival rates for ordinary individuals stand at a mere 7%. Gasps rippled through the audience. A 7% survival rate means that out of every 100, only 7 will endure. Chapter 73. The Terrifying Survival Rate. Of course, if anyone feels unfit, you may leave now. I compel no one. Yi Yu surveyed the crowd, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Silence enveloped the room. No one moved. Though the 7% survival rate was alarming, those present were all desperate souls, well acquainted with the dance of death. Moreover, the allure of Hunyuanjin was simply too enticing. It appeared everyone possessed a measure of courage. However, before we commence, I wish to know, who among you doubts my abilities? Who believes themselves stronger than I? Yi Yu inquired with a slight smile. The crowd fell silent once more. Yet this time, a palpable stir arose. Several imposing foreign mercenaries exchanged glances, and one burly black man finally stepped forward. I am Black Panther, a former member of the Eagle Sauce Navy SEALs. I do not believe that any ancient martial arts can surpass the might of modern firearms. Black Panther's voice was deep, his muscular arms adorned with scars. Is there anyone else? Yi Yu asked with keen interest, gazing at him. Several individuals stepped forward, including a former Special Forces soldier from Great Bear Country, an Israeli combat instructor, and 2 South American mercenaries. Excellent. In the face of skepticism, let action speak for itself. Yi Yu nodded and leapt gracefully from the stage, as light as a feather. He approached the center of the arena and signaled the staff to bring forth several massive granite blocks. Each stone stood half a person tall and weighed several hundred kilograms. Black Panther, you shall go first. Attempt to shatter this stone, Yi Yu directed, pointing to the muscular African man. With a scoff, Black Panther cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. He took a deep breath and launched a powerful punch at the stone. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Yet the surface of the stone bore only a faint white mark. Far from shattering, not even a crack appeared. Black Panther's hand was left bloodied, but he stifled his cries of pain. Impressive strength. Next, Yi remarked with a nod. One by one, the others took their turns, but the results were largely similar. The best performance came from the man of Great Bear Country, who managed to create a minuscule dent with an elbow strike, yet the stone remained unscathed. Nevertheless, this demonstrated the sheer ferocity of his elbow's power. Now, observe closely, Yi declared as he approached the largest stone, towering over a meter and weighing more than half a ton. Without any preparatory motion, he simply lifted his right hand, fingers together like a sharp blade. With a swish, his palm descended at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and the massive stone split cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The arena fell into hushed silence. Yi continued undeterred, moving to another stone, this time using just a single finger to strike. Bang! The stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. "This is impossible," Black Panther exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is the power of the mixed element force, and you shall have the opportunity to learn it, provided you survive." Yi turned to face the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept over everyone, causing them to instinctively lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. The mercenaries, who had previously harbored doubts, were now left with expressions of shock and fervor. "Now, does anyone still question me?" Yi inquired. No one responded, nor did anyone dare to look up. "Excellent. From this moment forth, you are all members of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Remember, loyalty is the sole principle. For traitors, there is but one fate." Yi nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, pointing to the severed head of thunder, plunging the arena back into a profound silence. Everyone understood that traitors faced inevitable death. Tnying commenced the injection of the genetic serum, Yi commanded. Tnying immediately directed the medical team into action. The mercenaries were divided into small groups and entered the makeshift medical tents one by one. Each individual underwent a series of examinations before receiving the enigmatic genetic serum. Yi stood, elevated, observing the proceedings with a cold, detached gaze. He understood that the ensuing hours would be a torment akin to hell. The genetic serum would reconfigure human cells, enhancing muscle and bone. Yet this process was accompanied by unimaginable agony. Soon, the first batch of mercenaries, having undergone the injections, was placed upon specially designed hospital beds. Initially, there was a semblance of calm, but within half an hour, cries of anguish began to resound. Oh heavens! My veins are ablaze. Save me!" A burly man writhed in torment, roaring in agony. "Kill me! I beg you, put me out of my misery!" Another screamed, unable to be restrained by several assistants. Yi observed this scene with an impassive expression. Most of these individuals would not survive. Only a select few would endure. However, those who did would become the sharpest blades in his arsenal. "Young master, the first batch of 50 has been fully injected. Based on previous experience, we should see results in approximately 3 to 4 hours," Tian Yangsheng reported softly, approaching Yi. "Proceed," Yi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. As time ticked away, the screams gradually subsided, not due to a diminishment of pain, but rather because many had exhausted their strength to cry out. Some began to convulse, while others fell into unconsciousness. 4 hours later, Tian Yangsheng returned to Yi, an incredulous expression adorning his face. "Young master, the situation is somewhat unusual." "What is it?" Yi inquired, his brow furrowing. "Of the initial 50, only 6 have perished. The remaining 44 have survived. This survival rate is astonishing. Continue to observe," Yi replied, raising an eyebrow, a fleeting look of contemplation crossing his features. "Young master, the second batch has also been completed. Among the 50, only 8 have died. Overall, the survival rate approaches 80%. 2 hours later, Tian Yangsheng approached once more to report. "These individuals are elite, having undergone rigorous training, possessing physical capabilities that far exceed the average. Furthermore, they have long dwelled on the precipice of life and death. Their willpower is extraordinary." Yi pondered for a moment and then seemed to grasp the implication. "I see. The mortality data was based on tests conducted on ordinary individuals, while these mercenaries. They're not ordinary people, Tian Yangsheng realized. This is in fact advantageous. We can assemble a formidable force in a short span. Yi Yu took over the conversation, a smile gracing his lips. As time progressed, the situation became increasingly clear. By the time the final batch was injected, out of 300 mercenaries, 242 had survived, yielding a survival rate of 80% and 6. Upon awakening, these survivors felt a remarkable transformation within their bodies. Chapter 74. Terror Yi Yu. Their muscles were more robust, their reflexes sharper, and even their vision and hearing had improved. How do you feel? Yi Yu inquired, stepping before Black Panther. I've never felt better. I feel as though I could tear a lion apart with my bare hands. Black Panther flexed his arm, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Excellent. Now begins the true training. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. Yangsheng, you and your group may commence the injection of the genetic serum. Upon observing the departure of the Black Panther, Yi Yu addressed Tian Yangsheng. Indeed, young master. Tian Yangsheng's face was a canvas of reverence and emotion. He understood that Yi Yu had refrained from allowing the orphans to be the first to receive the genetic serum in order to assess its survival rate and potential adverse reactions. With determination, Tian Yangsheng strode toward their encampment, issuing commands for everyone to receive the serum. He himself took up a syringe and administered the serum into his own body. This time proved favorable. Of the 1,500 individuals, approximately 1,400 remained. Most importantly, these individuals were wholly loyal to Yi Yu, poised to commence their foundational training in a mixed elemental force. Remember, only the first volume, and it must be the revised edition I have prepared. Yi Yu instructed Tian Yangsheng. Yes, young master, Tian Yangsheng replied, accepting the command. Yi Yu surveyed the mercenaries who were destined to become his trusted subordinates. His heart filled with grand aspirations. This battalion would be the inaugural step in his quest to conquer the world, and this was merely the beginning. As for the orphans under Tian Yangsheng's guidance, they would be permitted to practice the entirety of the mixed elemental force, albeit in its revised form. The construction in the valley of northern Myanmar was progressing vigorously. Under Yi Yu's directives and the continuous influx of financial support, a modern training facility was rapidly taking shape. At the heart of the valley lay a spacious training ground, surrounded by various functional buildings, dormitories, a medical center, an armory, a command center, and even a small airport under construction. Yi Yu stood atop a makeshift command tower, surveying the bustling site below. Tian Yangsheng stood behind him, reporting the latest developments. Young master, the infrastructure is 40% complete. At this rate, it will be finished within 3 months. Yi Yu nodded. What the weaponry? The heavy weapons have been ordered, including tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters. A batch of light weapons has already arrived, sufficient to arm 2,000 personnel. Excellent. How fares the training of the survivors? Yi Yu inquired, turning to Tian Yangsheng. This is somewhat complex. They are indeed learning the mixed elemental force, but their progress varies. Some exhibit exceptional talent, capable of executing basic techniques. However, the majority remain at the introductory stage. Our group of over 1,000 has managed to cultivate a modicum of vital energy, Tian Yangsheng expressed, a hint of concern on his visage. This is to be expected. Ancient martial arts are not easily mastered by all. We must identify those with potential for focused training, while the others adhere to standard practices. Furthermore, ancient martial arts are more suited to our Han people. It is laughable that some shameless thieves wish to claim them as their own. Yi Yu remarked with a sardonic smile. Indeed, young master. Just then, a commotion arose from the training ground. Yi Yu furrowed his brow and looked on, noticing several mercenaries engaged in a heated argument, on the verge of physical confrontation. What is the matter? Yi Yu inquired coldly. It is the Black Panther and that foreigner Ivan from the Bear Nation. They have been disputing the position of squad leader, Tian Yangsheng quickly explained. Interesting. Let us go and observe, Yi Yu said, narrowing his eyes. He descended the command tower and made his way to the training ground. Upon the arrival of Yi Yu, the mercenaries ceased their quarrel, aligning themselves with palpable tension. Can anyone enlighten me on what transpired here? Yi Yu's voice, though soft, sent a chill through the crowd. Young master, Ivan and I were deliberating over tactical matters. Black Panther stepped forward, speaking in hushed tones. Deliberating? It appears more akin to preparing for a brawl. Yu scoffed. He advocates for guerrilla tactics, while I contend that a frontal assault would be more effective. Ivan interjected, revealing his towering stature as a formidable figure from the Great Bear Nation, his dissatisfaction unmistakable. Since you both hold such strong opinions, why not put them to the test in a practical exercise? Yi regarded the two with an unexpected smile. Prepare for a simulated battle. Black Panther shall lead one team, and Ivan the other. The victor will assume command of the first squad. He turned to Tian Yangsheng for arrangements. Yes, young master. Tian Yangsheng promptly set about organizing the event. An hour later, the exercise commenced. Black Panther and Ivan each commanded 10 mercenaries, engaging in combat within a lush jungle. The rules were straightforward. Utilizing paintball guns, anyone struck would be deemed dead, with victory awarded to the last team standing. Yu observed from an elevated position, monitoring the proceedings. Black Panther employed a strategy of dispersed ambush, dividing his team into 3 groups, concealed throughout the foliage. Conversely, Ivan led a direct charge, seeking to overwhelm the opposition through sheer firepower. Fascinating, Yu mused, a classic clash between Eagle and Great Bear tactics. As the battle unfolded, Ivan's team initially gained the upper hand, their ferocious firepower compelling Black Panther's forces to retreat. However, as time progressed, the advantages of Black Panther's strategy began to manifest. His team exploited the terrain, launching continuous ambushes against Ivan's squad, eliminating adversaries one after another. Ultimately, Black Panther secured victory with a score of 7-3. Well done. Black Panther, you shall be appointed as the captain of the first squad. Ivan, you will serve as the vice-captain. Yu addressed the returning teams. The squad currently comprised 400 members. Black Panther beamed with joy, while Ivan, though begrudging, accepted his role. However, you both have committed a grave error. Yiyu's tone shifted abruptly. The 2 men were taken aback. What error? Without directly responding, Yiyu suddenly struck, his hand darting like lightning toward Black Panther's throat. Reacting swiftly, Black Panther instinctively sidestepped while countering with a punch. Bang! Yiyu effortlessly deflected Black Panther's blow, yet his other hand, like a wraith, slipped behind him, applying gentle pressure. Black Panther felt an irresistible force propelling him forward, causing him to stagger several steps, nearly losing his balance. Almost simultaneously, Yiyu pivoted, appearing before Ivan. Ivan roared, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling toward Yiyu's face. Yiyu remained unfazed, meeting the attack with a punch of his own. Crack! A sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed, and Ivan let out a muffled groan, clutching his mangled wrist as he staggered back, his countenance a mix of agony and disbelief. The entire process transpired in a flash, so swiftly that most mercenaries scarcely grasped what had occurred. Yiyu clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Chapter 75. Complete control of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. Did you witness that? Black Panther, your stealth and ambush were rendered insignificant in the face of absolute speed and power. Ivan, your frontal charge, when confronted with a stronger opponent, would merely hasten your demise. Your fatal error lies in your excessive reliance on your strengths while neglecting other possibilities. A true master comprehends the essence of complementing strengths and weaknesses, seamlessly integrating diverse skills. He surveyed the crowd, speaking gently. Black Panther and Ivan exchanged glances, each perceiving shock and a hint of shame in the other's eyes. Their once proud tactics and strength appeared utterly feeble before Yiyu. Remember, the Hunyuan force you are currently learning, combined with genetically enhanced bodies, along with modern weaponry and tactics, constitutes the future of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. Isolating any singular aspect could result in easy defeat, but together, you shall be invincible. Yiyu's voice was laced with persuasion, igniting fervor anew in the mercenaries' eyes. They envisioned a brand new realm, one brimming with power and possibilities. From this day forth, training will be divided into 2 parts. Mornings will focus on Hunyuan force and physical conditioning, while afternoons will be dedicated to weapons, tactics, and cooperative exercises. The Tianyang Society will oversee the ancient martial arts segment. Black Panther and Ivan, you shall each be responsible for tactics and weapons training, collaborating closely. Yes, Commander. Black Panther and Ivan responded in unison. The previous discord dissipating in the face of Yi Yu's undeniable strength. Furthermore, the cultivation of genetic agents and Hunyuan force places tremendous strain on the body. To ensure your physical capabilities and training efficacy, starting next week, each of you will be required to take a specially formulated nutritional supplement once a week. Though he did not explicitly state that this was the antidote made from Xingyue grass, everyone understood its paramount importance. This supplement was limited in quantity, and only those exhibiting exceptional performance and unwavering loyalty would receive it. Should anyone attempt to slack off or harbor ulterior motives, they would bear the consequences. Yiyu's gaze swept across the assembly, bearing a chilling warning. No one dared to question. All felt the weight of an invisible shackle. The allure of power, accompanied by absolute control, was a meticulously crafted feast prepared by Yiyu, a cage from which escape was impossible. Training continued, yet the atmosphere subtly shifted. The previous laxity and individualism vanished, replaced by stricter discipline and an insatiable thirst for strength. Each mercenary trained fervently, not only to grow stronger, but also to secure that vital nutritional supplement essential for sustaining their power and lives. Days later, Wang Tianxiu, whose injuries had improved, hurried to the command tower. "Young master, there is news." "Speak," Yi replied, engrossed in examining a map. "Our deliberately disseminated information has borne fruit." Upon Miss Annie's appearance in Europe, it immediately attracted the attention of various factions. The Morgan family has dispatched their internal security forces, while remnants of the Arctic Fox and the Mafia have also sent personnel, seemingly in pursuit of her whereabouts, or rather, in search of the primordial energy she has stolen. Wang Tianxiu reported. As anticipated, let them engage in mutual conflict for a while. We must closely monitor their movements, particularly those of the Arctic Fox and the Mafia. I need to know who they have sent and their capabilities. Understood. Additionally, what is the progress on the development of the antidote derived from star moon grass? Yiyu inquired. The progress is satisfactory. The first batch of finished products has been produced with stable effects. However, as you predicted, this antidote can only alleviate symptoms, not eradicate the underlying issues, and prolonged use may lead to dependency. Moreover, the consumption of star moon grass is greater than expected. Wang Tianxiu replied. Control the dosage and distribution carefully. Let them savor the benefits while remaining reliant on it. Regarding the increased consumption affecting the infiltration and control over other factions in northern Myanmar, we will require additional resources. A glint of coldness flashed in Yiyu's eyes. The star moon grass thrives in an exceptionally harsh environment. Send individuals to locate those areas. Have the locals harvest it. Acquire any land where star moon grass is found. Yi reiterated. Understood. Furthermore, young master, what Miss Yang Yang? What is her condition? Yi momentarily hesitated, his impatience becoming increasingly apparent. She remains as before, confined in a villa in the capital, in a poor mental state, refusing to eat or drink, seemingly intent on ending her life. Wang Tianxiu spoke softly. If she wishes to die, then let her be. Grant her that wish. As for the Yang family, they need not exist any longer. Yiyu's words were chillingly indifferent. Yes, young master. Wang Tianxiu replied respectfully before departing. Yiyu stood alone atop the command tower, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains. His expression was serene, yet within, tumult brewed. The name Yang Yang was but a fleeting presence in his life. Had it not been for Wang Tianxiu's mention, he might have nearly forgotten her. The former Yang Yang was merely a tool for vengeance, and Yiyu felt no remorse whatsoever. He was not devoid of feelings. Rather, his emotions had long been warped by hatred and ambition. He was acutely aware of the brutality of his actions, yet he could not halt his course. For the sake of his family, and to seize control, he must sacrifice certain things, including the remnants of his own conscience. Yiyu surveyed the members of the Lin Yu mercenary group training in the valley below, his eyes gleaming with ambition. After 2 months of training, this team had begun to take shape, with the integration of ancient martial arts and modern weaponry yielding results beyond expectations. Young master, the base construction is 70% complete, and the weapon stockpile has reached the designated target. Tian Yangsheng reported respectfully from behind Yu. Yu nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the mercenaries practicing the primordial energy. It is time to subject them to real combat tests, Yu suddenly declared, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Real combat tests? Tian Yangsheng's eyes sparkled with fervor, revealing his inherently combative nature. Yu turned, gesturing towards a specific area on the map. The territory of General Kong Xiu lies 200 kilometers to our southeast, he articulated slowly. Kong Xiu, one of the largest warlords in northern Myanmar? He commands at least 10,000 armed men, Tian Yangsheng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, 10,000 against our mere 1,600. Now that presents a challenge, does it not? Yi remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Master, you are astute. This is indeed the perfect opportunity to test our strength. A glimmer of zeal flickered in Tian Yangsheng's eyes. Dispatch the orders. We shall commence our action in 3 days. Black Panther will lead the frontal assault, Ivan will execute a flanking maneuver, and you will guide our core forces as a reserve. Remember, I want Kong Xiu captured alive. Yi commanded. Understood, Master. Tian Yangsheng bowed respectfully before turning to leave. The camp of the Lin Yu mercenary corps buzzed with activity. Weapons were repaired, ammunition replenished, and tactical discussions ensued without pause. The once disorganized mercenaries now stood at the ready, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Black Panther and Ivan engaged in fervent discussion before the operational map. We should employ blitz tactics, penetrating their frontline defenses and striking directly at the heart, Black Panther suggested, tracing a straight line on the map with his finger. That is far too reckless. Kong Xiu's forces outnumber us 6-1. A direct confrontation is perilous. I propose guerrilla tactics to gradually erode their strength, Ivan countered, shaking his head disapprovingly. You both are overcomplicating matters. Yu's voice suddenly resonated from behind them. The two men immediately stood at attention, respectfully regarding Yu. Kong Xiu's command center is located here, and he has a habit of personally directing operations. We need only strike at his lair to capture him alive. The rest will scatter, Yu asserted, pointing to a specific location on the map. However, Master, his command center is heavily guarded, Black Panther expressed concern. Those ordinary soldiers are nothing but clay pigeons before us. Yu scoffed with derision. It is not his arrogance. Rather, his subordinates are genuinely formidable. You will orchestrate a feigned attack to draw their main forces, he instructed Ivan. You will lead a raid on their rear warehouses and ammunition depots to sow chaos. He then turned to Black Panther. You will take the core forces and accompany me directly to Kong Xiu's command center. Finally, he addressed Tian Yangsheng. Is that clear? Yes, understood. The three exchanged glances, responding with respect. If you lack confidence in confronting a single Kong Xiu, perhaps it is time you relinquish your positions and depart, Yu stated before turning to leave. At 3 o'clock in the early morning 3 days later, the world was at its most drowsy and fatigued. A thick fog enveloped the primal jungles of northern Myanmar like a ghostly shroud. In the valley, Kong Xiu's encampment appeared to be in slumber. An eerie stillness prevailed, punctuated only by flickering lights shimmering through the mist. The patrolling soldiers, heavy-eyed and dragging their feet, let out yawns, entirely oblivious to the carefully orchestrated storm that had silently descended upon them. Amidst this deathly stillness, a group of figures clad in the latest jungle camouflage moved stealthily, akin to leopards prowling in the night, infiltrating the periphery of the camp without a sound. Their movements were extraordinarily swift and well-coordinated, each step meticulously placed in the blind spots of surveillance, as though they had melded seamlessly with the surrounding jungle. Suddenly, the tranquility of a night sky to the east of the camp was violently shattered by a barrage of sharp gunfire and thunderous explosions. Flames erupted like the fires of hell, illuminating the faces of the soldiers, which were now marked by sheer terror. A faction of Ivan's mercenary group, like unsheathed blades, launched a lightning-fast and ferocious assault on the eastern defensive positions of the Kong Xiu warlord. The roar of automatic rifles, the dull thud of grenade launchers, and the overwhelming shockwaves from exploding grenades instantaneously jolted Conchio's soldiers from their slumber. Disheveled and panicked, they scrambled for their weapons. Many of them still bewildered by the chaos unfolding around them, unable to raise their heads under the relentless barrage of fire. The camp descended into utter disarray, with cries of alarm, screams of agony, and the hoarse shouts of officers intertwining, panic spreading like wildfire. Soldiers darted about like headless flies, instinctively converging towards the Eastern Front, where the gunfire was most intense in a desperate attempt to repel the sudden onslaught. Report to the commander. We are under heavy attack from unidentified armed assailants in the east. A messenger tumbled into the command center, his voice trembling with fear. Inside, the room was brightly lit, as Conchio and several trusted officers were poring over a map. The sudden upheaval caused Conchio to furrow his brow in concern. "How many are there?" he inquired, setting down his pencil, striving to make sense of the turmoil. "It appears to be at least 500 or 600, exhibiting exceptionally fierce firepower. Our forward positions are on the brink of collapse." The messenger gasped, still shaken. A mere rabble of 500 or 600 dares to tug at my whiskers. They're truly overestimating themselves." Conchio scoffed, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Convey my orders. The 3rd and 5th battalions are to speed eastward for reinforcements and ensure that this ignorant enemy is utterly annihilated," he commanded with a swift motion of his hand. As Conchio's main forces were drawn towards Ivan's feigned assault, moving en masse to the Eastern Front, the internal defenses of the camp became relatively sparse. At that very moment, in the southwest of the camp, an even more intense and concentrated explosion erupted, surpassing that of the east. Flames leaped skyward, painting half the night sky a vivid orange, while a colossal mushroom cloud, accompanied by billowing smoke, ascended, causing the very ground of the command center to tremble violently. Another elite faction of the Black Panther-led mercenary group had silently circumvented the outer defenses and launched a direct assault on Conchio's most vital ammunition depot. The incessant explosions reverberated like the ominous drumbeats of death, striking heavily upon the hearts of every soldier under the command of Conchio. "Commander, we are in grave trouble. Our ammunition depot has been ambushed by the enemy." A soldier, face smeared with soot, stumbled into the command post, his voice tinged with despair. "What?" Conchio, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly rose from his seat, slamming his hand upon the table. The scorn that had adorned his face was instantly replaced by shock and fury. "This is a diversion. Damn it. We have fallen into their trap." A thought flashed through his mind with blinding speed. "For heaven's sake, are you all fools? Can't you even recognize a diversion when it's right in front of you?" His forehead pulsed with veins as he bellowed. All the generals bowed their heads, fearful of inciting the wrath of the enraged Conchio. Internally, they screamed in frustration. "Aren't you equally oblivious? How dare you blame us? Immediately relay the order. All troops stationed to the east for reinforcement. Turn back at once to defend the ammunition depot. Hurry. Where on earth did this army come from? Could it be the Wa State Army?" Indeed, in northern Myanmar, they were the dominant force, yet we had maintained a non-aggression stance for years. Conchio paced anxiously, his mind racing. His forces, the warlord's troops, were plunged into unprecedented chaos. Soldiers who had just received orders to march eastward found themselves abruptly commanded to return, leaving them bewildered as to which direction to regroup. The conflicting orders and the communication system, disrupted by multiple assaults, left the junior officers without unified command, and the soldiers were utterly lost. Amidst this moment of turmoil and delay, Yu personally led Tian Yangsheng and the core elite of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps, 300 of the finest warriors, silently gliding through the disordered encampment, drawing near to Conchio's command post. Each of these elite soldiers emanated a chilling aura of lethality. Their weapons gleamed with meticulous care, their strides steady and powerful, their eyes devoid of any flicker, embodying absolute obedience and an unwavering belief in victory. "Commander, we have detected a significant enemy presence approaching from the north." A third soldier, caked in mud, crawled in breathlessly to report. "Attacked on 3 fronts? A chill swept from Kong Chio's feet to the crown of his head, his complexion paling to that of parchment. Who is it? Who dares to so boldly challenge my position in northern Myanmar? He growled, his voice hoarse with rage. It is the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps, came a cold and serene voice, as if a proclamation from the depths of the underworld, clearly emanating from the entrance of the command post. Kong Chio whirled around, his pupils constricting in shock. Standing at the doorway was a tall young man, his demeanor indifferent, his gaze deep enough to seem capable of consuming all. Behind him trailed the expressionless Tian Yangsheng and several imposing mercenaries, their weapons glinting with a sinister light. Who are you? Kong Chio shouted fiercely, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. At the same time, his right hand instinctively reached for the pistol tucked at his waist. Yet, just as his fingers brushed against the cold grip, before he could even draw it, a small stone hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. The force, as formidable as a mountain, struck him squarely in the chest. Kong Chio felt darkness envelop him. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, his insides seeming to shift violently. He had barely glimpsed the movements of his assailant. Yi Yu's figure appeared as if conjured from the shadows, having inexplicably positioned itself before him. A slender finger pressing lightly against his throat, the icy touch sending shivers down his spine. I am Yi Yu, the founder of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Yi Yu leaned slightly forward, his tone devoid of any emotion, as though stating the most commonplace of facts. Yi Yu? Kong Chio's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening as he murmured incredulously. This name resonated in his mind like thunder. He was the scion of the illustrious Yi family in the capital, a figure capable of shaking the business world with a mere stamp of his foot. Yet, he could not fathom why such a lofty individual would suddenly materialize in the perilous jungles of northern Myanmar, accompanied by such a formidable armed force. Bind him, Yi Yu commanded, retracting his finger with an air of indifference, as if merely instructing someone to perform a trivial task. Tian Yangsheng stepped forward promptly, deftly retrieving specialized restraint straps from his tactical vest, swiftly binding the disoriented Kong Chio tightly, rendering him akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Young master, what is the situation in other sectors? Tian Yangsheng inquired respectfully, having tossed Kong Chio aside. According to their original plan, Black Panther and Ivan should have successfully secured the designated strategic strongholds by now. Kong Chio's forces had lost their command and were taken by surprise, plunging into utter chaos and disarray. If they could not manage even this, they might as well resign themselves to their fate. Yi glanced at the precise time on his wristwatch, his tone casual. Indeed, as soon as Yi Yu's words fell, the intercom in the command center erupted with a series of triumphant reports. Report, young master, the mission in the southwest has been completed. All of Kong Chio's ammunition depots and supply stations have been successfully destroyed or captured by our forces. Black Panther's voice came through the intercom, tinged with excitement. Report, young master, the feigned attack on the east side has been successfully executed, effectively restraining Kong Chio's main forces. On their way back for reinforcements, they encountered a heavy blow from our preset ambush, suffering significant casualties and are no longer capable of fighting. Ivan's voice followed closely. Messages from various battlefields continued to pour in as Kong Chio's forces, stripped of command, running out of ammunition, and besieged from multiple fronts, succumbed to utter despair as their morale collapsed completely. Most soldiers opted to abandon their weapons and surrender, while a small faction of diehards attempted to flee into the depths of the jungle, only to be swiftly intercepted or annihilated by the perimeter guard of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Young master, the battle has essentially concluded. Kong Chio's forces have been thoroughly routed, and our casualties are minimal, almost negligible. The voice of Black Panther crackled through the intercom, brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Yi Yu's face. He nodded slightly, then turned to cast a frigid gaze upon Kong Chio, who lay bound like a zongzi on the ground. Do you see this, Kong Chio? The 10,000 armed personnel you take pride in were utterly powerless against my mere 1,600 elite troops, akin to mere straw dogs. Yiyu's tone dripped with derision. This is the chasm created by absolute strength, a gulf you will never comprehend. Kong Qiu, I believe I have not wronged you. Why then do you seek my utter destruction? Kong Qiu asked, his face ashen. Indeed, you have not wronged me, but the error lies in your decision to save that individual, Yiyu replied coldly. Do not pretend you are unaware that I placed a bounty of $50 million on his head. Yet you chose to rescue him. Is that not a capital offense? Yiyu, I was unaware that you wished him dead. Had I known, I would have unhesitatingly delivered his head to you. Moreover, he escaped on his own. I searched for him in vain. Kong Qiu defended himself. It no longer matters. What is crucial is my desire to claim all of northern Myanmar. It is time for this land to embrace a new master, Yiyu stated nonchalantly. You shall not succeed. The other warlords in northern Myanmar will never allow a newcomer like you to thrive. Kong Qiu's face turned a dark shade, his eyes ablaze with fury, teeth grinding audibly as he glared at Yiyu, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. Soon, they will meet the same fate as you, either as my defeated foes or as a pile of bones beneath my feet. Yiyu laughed lightly, a sound filled with disdain and formidable confidence. Take him back to the base and treat him well. He ignored Kong Qiu's outcry and turned to Tian Yangsheng, commanding in an authoritative tone. I want to know all his resource reserves, clandestine weapon sources, as well as any illicit underground trading networks and contact methods. Leave no detail unexamined. Understood, young master. A glint of bloodlust flickered in Tian Yangsheng's eyes as he respectfully bowed. He then hoisted Kong Qiu up as if he were lifting a small chick. That night, under a moonless sky, the temporary base of the Linyu Mercenary Corps was ablaze with light. The triumphant mercenaries were filled with an unparalleled sense of elation. What appeared to be a perilous battle to the outside world had unfolded for them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables, further deepening their awe and admiration for Yiyu. Chapter 78. Within 3 months, conquer northern Myanmar, Yiyu stood solitary at the pinnacle of a hastily constructed command tower, the frigid night breeze rustling the edges of his garments. He gazed down upon the troops in the camp below, celebrating their hard-won victory, and a genuine smile of satisfaction finally graced his face. Black Panther, Ivan, Tian Yangsheng, your performance during this operation has been commendable. Your command was astute, and your execution resolute, Yiyu remarked, addressing the 3 corps subordinates standing respectfully beside him, his tone imbued with approval. It is entirely due to your trust and guidance. Young master, we dare not claim any credit. They replied in unison, their voices resonant and unwavering. This is merely the beginning. Yiyu's gaze deepened as he peered into the distant, shadowy jungle, his eyes shimmering with a ravenous and fervent ambition akin to that of a starving wolf. My expectation is that, within 3 months, you shall eradicate all warlord factions in northern Myanmar, bringing this land completely under the control of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. 3 months? To conquer all of northern Myanmar? The 3 men were taken aback, astonishment evident on their faces. Is there a problem? Yiyu slowly turned his head, his calm gaze sweeping over them. Though his tone was unassuming, it bore an undeniable pressure that brooked no dissent. There is no problem, young master. We vow to fulfill this mission at all costs. The trio quickly suppressed their astonishment, their expressions transforming into unwavering resolve as they responded in unison. Excellent. You may now proceed to interrogate Kong Qiu. I wish to ascertain all the secrets he holds. Furthermore, I require information regarding the distribution of various factions across northern Myanmar. Our objective is to radiate outward from northern Myanmar, continuously expanding our influence while actively recruiting new members. Do not concern yourselves with finances. Simply focus on enlisting personnel. Yiyu nodded in satisfaction, his tone reverting to its earlier indifference. Deep within the base, in a makeshift underground interrogation room, the air was cold and damp, illuminated only by a dim yellow bulb. Kong Qiu was firmly bound to a specially designed metal chair, his limbs shackled, rendering him immobile. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of the imposing and arrogant warlord he once was, his face etched with fear and despair, his gaze vacant, resembling a prisoner awaiting his final judgment. Yiyu approached him slowly, towering over him. Kong Qiu, We now face two choices. One, you can cooperate willingly, and we may opt for a relatively gentler method to extract the information I seek. The other, should you choose to resist. We possess numerous painful techniques to compel you to speak. His voice was calm, as if discussing trivial matters with an old friend, exuding an air of ease. What do you wish to know? Kong Chio's voice trembled violently from sheer terror, his body quaking slightly as well. I wish to know everything about you. Your sources of weaponry, the drug trafficking routes you control, the precise locations of all your gold and jade mines, along with the clandestine communications and sordid dealings you maintain with other warlords in northern Myanmar, as well as the distribution of various factions in the region. Yiyu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing directly into the depths of Kong Chio's soul. Kong Chio clenched his teeth, internally grappling with turmoil, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the strength to lift his head. If I divulge everything, will you spare me? He inquired, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, I, Yiyu, am not one to revel in bloodshed, Yiyu replied, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, his tone gentle. As long as you cooperate sincerely and share all that you know, I shall grant you a path to survival. Perhaps even allow you to live out your days in peace. Under Yiyu's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through the very fabric of one's soul, Kong Chio hesitated for a moment, ultimately succumbing to despair, his mental defenses utterly shattered. I will tell you everything, he croaked, as if expending every ounce of his strength. In the ensuing hours, the interrogation room was filled solely with Kong Chio's intermittent, fear-laden narration. He spilled forth secrets like a bamboo tube pouring beans, revealing all he knew, including the most clandestine and unsavory dealings, without reservation. Yiyu stood silently by, his expression unwavering, only occasionally posing succinct and precise inquiries regarding specific details. As the first light of dawn began to break, Kong Chio finally uttered his last word, utterly spent, slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Kong Chio, Yiyu said, slowly straightening his posture, his tone neutral. So, may I now be released? A flicker of hope ignited in Kong Chio's eyes as he cautiously asked, tinged with a note of pleading. Yiyu glanced at him, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, then turned and strode towards the door of the basement. Indeed, as I mentioned, I'm not one to take lives. Rest assured, I shall not kill you, Yiyu remarked, looking back at Kong Chio. Upon hearing his words, a spark of surprise lit up Kong Chio's eyes. Tian Yangsheng, take care of this, he commanded without turning his head. Yes, young master, Tian Yangsheng responded respectfully, a fleeting glint of bone-chilling coldness flashing in his calm gaze, akin to a predator poised to strike. As Yiyu's figure vanished from the basement doorway, a piercing scream erupted behind him. Yiyu, may you meet a wretched end. The scream was short and shrill, abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had swiftly choked it off. Yiyu's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. He did not even cast a glance behind him as he strode directly towards the brightly lit command center. As he had proclaimed, he would not personally eliminate Kong Chio, but he would orchestrate his demise through his subordinates. He picked up the thick dossier compiled from Kong Chio's testimony, delving into its contents with meticulous attention, swiftly formulating a detailed tactical plan for the next phase. The northern region of Myanmar was replete with resources. To gain control here was to command an astonishing wealth of gold, emeralds, and a lucrative narcotics trade network. This would ensure a ceaseless stream of funding for the future development of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Within 3 months, he aimed to eradicate all warlord factions in northern Myanmar. Yiyu's slender fingers lightly tapped on various marked locations on the map, muttering to himself in a low voice. Following this, he would turn his gaze to the golden triangle of Southeast Asia, and then his eyes drifted to the distant and profound night sky outside the window, shimmering with boundless ambition and desire, akin to a roaring flame. This was merely the beginning. For Yiyu, the grand journey ahead was but an insignificant prologue. Chapter 79. The Golden Age Casino. Yiyu stood atop a concealed hill in northern Myanmar, overlooking a valley enclosed by high walls and electrified fences. The lights twinkled like a galaxy, shining brilliantly amidst the darkness. This was the renowned Golden Age casino of northern Myanmar. In the hierarchy of casinos, the Golden Age could be considered a junior player, overshadowed by the more prominent casino established by the Wa State Army, the Hentang Casino. Young Master, intelligence has confirmed that some high-ranking official from the three major warlords will appear at the Hentang Casino tonight, Tian Yangsheng reported, standing behind Yu. A cold smile graced Yu's lips as his fingers gently tapped on the binoculars. These warlords, who slaughtered by day, squandered their ill-gotten gains here by night. It truly delighted me. Those proceeds have already been claimed by me, thus sparing us the trouble of seeking them out. Let us collect a bit of interest first. We shall head to the Golden Age tonight. Let them witness what true gambling with one's life entails. Yu lowered the binoculars, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. Do we need to arrange for personnel to surround the casino? Tian Yangsheng inquired, his body slightly leaning forward, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. No, that would be too conspicuous. Tonight, it will only be you, Black Panther, and Ivan who enter. We shall assess the situation before taking action, Yu replied, shaking his head. Young Master, that is exceedingly risky. There are at least 100 bodyguards inside, Black Panther remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Are you worried for my safety? Or are you questioning my capabilities? Yu turned, casting a detached gaze at Black Panther. No, I merely... Black Panther's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Merely what? It is but a concern of a subordinate, Black Panther murmured, lowering his head. Yu said nothing further and turned to descend the hill. Tian Yangsheng and Black Panther exchanged a glance, following closely behind. The four donned elegant suits and drove to the casino entrance. Upon presenting the black gold card, the security guard's demeanor transformed instantly into one of utmost respect, bowing to lead the way. In such establishments, wealth invariably dictates the discourse. Yeo cast a cold glance at the obsequious guard beside him. The interior of the casino was opulently suffocating, adorned with crystal chandeliers, pure gold embellishments, and mahogany gaming tables, each element a testament to both luxury and debauchery. The air was thick with a nauseating yet intoxicating blend of perfume, cigars, and alcohol. Standing at the entrance, Yeo surveyed the scene, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Soon, he spotted a casino manager known in the underworld as Old Snake. Ignoring him, Yeo strode directly towards table 8. Old Snake, engrossed in tallying the chips, noted with disbelief that in just 45 minutes, a staggering $380,000 had been won cleanly. Who granted him such audacity? He dared not intervene. As an assistant whispered, "If you lack the finesse, do not expect me to cover for you." Old Snake rolled up his sleeves. At that moment, Yeo was engaged in a hushed conversation with a dealer clad in a cheapao. The dealer's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile while stealthily swapping out the whole cards. A tremor passed through her hand, yet no one noticed. "Can your cards truly alter my fate?" Yeo suddenly murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as if posing a question to himself. The cards in the dealer's hand felt like a scalding burden, cold sweat dripping onto the table. "Send Ayun over. Change tables and play with him." Old Snake instructed via the intercom. Ayun, the casino's star, was a strategic asset employed to ensnare difficult clientele. Whenever a challenging patron appeared, Ayun would enter, effortlessly turning the tide, leading them to the back where they could be handled with care. Ayun, having changed out of her cheapao, drew near, her fragrance preceding her presence. As she took her place beside Yeo, "Sir, the casino is quite intrigued by your prowess. Perhaps you would consider a small wager in the back?" Her fingers delicately traced the chips. Yeo feigned confusion, merely tapping the table 3 times with his fingers. Tian, understanding the cue, discreetly maneuvered to the other side while pouring drinks. Winning here amounts to mere trifles. Why not challenge yourself and meet our true masters? There, the betting limits are boundless. Ayun suggested softly. Are your masters eager to demonstrate their skills, or merely to embarrass themselves? And are you truly offering limitless bets? Yeo responded with a smirk, his gaze fixed on the chips. After a pause, he coldly retorted, "Winning too much invites unforeseen consequences. Perhaps a more secure environment is in order?" Ayun leaned closer, her breath almost brushing against Yayo's ear. I relish watching a group of self-proclaimed seasoned con artists reveal their flaws. That so-called paradise of yours might just be a true hell. Yayo raised an eyebrow, his finger playfully resting on the edge of the chips, his expression one of mockery. Good sir, might you extend a favor? There just happens to be a distinguished guest at the garden today. Would you care to join for a friendly contest? Games of chance, lovely ladies, fine spirits, choose as you wish. Old Snake pushed open the surveillance room door, approaching with feigned enthusiasm. The garden's rules are no less pristine than those of the Golden Era. Do you wish to treat me to a drink, or are you seeking a more sanguine encounter? Yayo flicked a chip into the air, the motion akin to a subtle reminder. Mr. Yayo, we all cherish a game. The garden's customs, I am certain, will suit your tastes. The old serpent maintained his composure, still smiling as he gestured invitingly. I am curious to see just how audacious you all can be. Yiyu, while tidying up the chips, scoffed coldly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense, as if an invisible current surged through the air. At the back door of the casino, an ambush was already set. Black Panther and Ivan, each accompanied by 5 men, guarded the flanks. Tian Yangsheng approached, tapping twice on the table beneath his hand to convey a message. How does it feel to be the prey? Quite intriguing. Yiyu nodded, his voice barely a whisper. Boss, please step back. What we fear most here is winning too much. Ayun, sensing the shift in mood, forced herself to speak calmly. Very well. I too wish to witness the lives of those unacquainted with the rules of the world. Yiyu regarded her with a sardonic smile. Young master, should we withdraw? Tian Yangsheng inquired quietly. The ones who should be afraid are not us. Yiyu replied nonchalantly. The 4 rose and followed Ayun deeper into the casino. The old serpent patted Yiyu on the shoulder, his fingertips trembling slightly. Sir, the rule of this domain is simple. To win, for losing means losing one's life. The old serpent grinned at Yiyu. Living is daunting when one has yet to encounter a formidable opponent. Just like you now, I detest when unfamiliar people touch my shoulder. You are the first and perhaps the last. No sooner had Yiyu finished speaking than, poof. The old serpent looked down in disbelief at the knife blade protruding from his chest, blood still dripping from its tip. How dare you? The old serpent exclaimed before collapsing to the ground, breathless. Tian Yangsheng, emotionless, withdrew the dagger from the old serpent and wiped it clean on his body. Ayun's face paled drastically. Chapter 80. Which Good Samaritan brings grenades to play. She suppressed her terror and led Yiyu onward. Having grown up in this place, she was no stranger to such scenes. Thus, her ability to refrain from screaming was commendable. As the small door swung open, the air instantly turned chilly, the cacophony of the casino abruptly silencing behind them. Hidden surveillance shifted to follow their footsteps, while the nearby security personnel turned pale, none daring to make the first move. Upon entering the back hall of the domain, the lighting dimmed, and the doors on either side stood ajar. In the corridor ahead, armed security moved slowly, all eyes scrutinizing Yiyu's retreating figure. Ayun stayed close, yet hesitated to place her hand upon him. Boss Yi, this is the place where you are to meet. Ayun spoke softly, tinged with an inexplicable sense of apology and warning. I would like to inquire how you intend for me to meet this master you speak of. Yiyu halted, turning to face Ayun, enunciating each word deliberately. Ayun forced a smile, the muscles at the corners of her eyes twitching. Boss, the high tables here are filled with seasoned players who understand the rules. Unlike the casino, we do not welcome violence. Yiyu stepped closer, his fingertip trailing along the edge of Ayun's chi pao, his movements languid. Rules? Do you even have a right to discuss rules? Tian Yangsheng stood by, his head bowed, his ears burning. He knew that as soon as Yiyu uttered those words, a scene of chaos was inevitable. Ayun bit her lip, finally realizing that this game might truly be beyond control. Is this how your rules dictate life and death at the card table? Yiyu suddenly turned, slamming his hand against the railing as he inquired. Boss, if this escalates, no one will emerge unscathed. This is the Golden Era, not your private garden. Ayun's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. When you dare to take my life, do not expect me to leave you a way out. Yiyu rubbed his palms vigorously, the skin turning red. The air became stagnant. I came here for amusement, Yet you have brought me to this desolate place. I expected something entertaining, yet this is all there is? Take action, obliterate this so-called golden casino. You had no inclination to continue playing with the Yun, directly commanding Tian Yangsheng. Very well, young master, you may go ahead. I shall follow shortly. Tian Yangsheng slightly bowed and gestured for Yi to proceed. Yi nodded, dismissing a Yun's horrified expression. Once Yi had distanced himself, Tian Yangsheng flashed a bright smile at Yun. Then, to her utter disbelief, he produced 7 or 8 grenades. Yun could hardly fathom that they had brought grenades with them. Oddly enough, she had never encountered anyone who searched her or provided security when she brought people in. It could be said that there was hardly anyone around. Only a few prominent figures resided in the room before them. Tian Yangsheng gave her no time to ponder. He stepped forward, casually pulling the pins from the grenades. With a swift kick, he flung the door open, tossing the grenades inside. Tian Yangsheng then took off running. Holy cow, grenades! Run! Help! The room erupted into chaos, filled with shouts of curses and cries of fear. Upon seeing Tian Yangsheng flee, Yun realized she needed to escape as well. However, her Chi Pao hindered her movements, making it impossible to run. At that moment, the Chi Pao felt like a death sentence. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated within the room, followed by a burst of flames. The blown-off door slammed heavily against the Yun, taking her life on the spot. Then came a sound of rapid gunfire. Young master, this is the Yunning Casino. Tian Yangsheng stood beside Yi, handing him a high-powered telescope. Yi accepted it, keenly observing the activities within the Yunding Casino. Within the walls lay dozens of 2-story buildings, each patrolled by armed guards. At the center of the complex stood an imposing main building, surrounded by luxury vehicles, with impeccably dressed individuals coming and going. The information left by Kong Xiu proved accurate. It was estimated that this place siphoned off at least several $billion annually from victims across the globe. Yi lowered the telescope, a smirk forming on his lips. It is said that there are over 1,000 employees inside, mostly young people who have been deceived, and once they enter, they cannot hope to escape. Tian Yangsheng added, this is an enterprise that collaborates with the northern Myanmar warlords and multinational crime syndicates. On the surface, it poses as a network company, yet it is in truth one of the largest fraud hubs globally. The individuals here are compelled to engage in telecommunication scams relentlessly, day and night, facing brutal beatings or even electric shocks should they fail to meet their quotas. More ominously, a black market for organ trade lurks within these walls, where those deemed disobedient or worthless ultimately become commodities. I shall refrain from acting hastily. I wish to experience this for myself. I hope this place does not disappoint me, as the Golden Age did. A playful glint filled Yi Yu's eyes. Young master, this is far too perilous. This place cannot be compared to the Golden Age. This is the stronghold of the Hua State Army. With hundreds of guards present, Tian Yangsheng exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm. What is there to fear? Bring 10 men with me. The rest shall remain on standby, Yi Yu replied. At the sound of gunfire, charge forth. With that, Yi Yu turned and departed. This time, he donned an exquisite suit and a watch of considerable value. Accompanied by Tian Yangsheng and 10 trusted confidants, he drove to the brightly lit casino in Hentang. This legal casino was established on the northern border of Myanmar to attract foreign tourists and serves as one of the hunting grounds for scams. Yi Yu and his entourage deliberately portrayed themselves as affluent individuals, placing substantial bets that caught many eyes. Concealed firearms were hidden on their persons, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Youth master, we are being watched, Tian Yangsheng whispered. Yi nodded slightly, catching sight of 2 suited men observing them from a distance. These individuals were tasked with identifying wealthy foreign patrons, subsequently luring them into the scam zone under various pretenses. Yi Yu approached a baccarat table, with Tian Yangsheng stepping forward immediately. He slammed a box of U.S. dollar chips onto the table, starting with at least 10 million. Let us play casually, Yi Yu remarked indifferently, barely glancing at the cards as he placed his bets haphazardly. With each round, he precisely hit the mark, and soon, a mountain of chips amassed before him. The casino manager received word of the situation and hurried over, his expression shifting upon witnessing the small hill of chips before Yu. Transitioning to another table, Yu requested an increase in the betting limit to $100 million. Sir, are you certain? The manager inquired cautiously. Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, while Tian Yangsheng placed several blank bank drafts on the table. The manager began to sweat profusely, but steeled himself to comply. After several rounds, the chips before Yu had reached into the hundreds of millions. The entire casino trembled with anticipation, as numerous patrons gathered to behold the spectacle of this enigmatic high roller. The casino manager's face was already ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He quickly stepped aside and whispered a few commands into his walkie-talkie. Soon, a lean, sharp-eyed middle-aged dealer was summoned to replace the original one. Sir, would you care to try your luck at Sickbo? The new dealer asked, his voice gravelly and his gaze electrifyingly fixed on Yu. What is there to fear? Yu replied with a light chuckle. The new dealer displayed remarkable skill, shaking the dice cup with a flourish and speed. The dice emitted a crisp and intricate sound as they collided within the bowl, rendering the numbers indiscernible to the average ear. Once placed, bets are final, the dealer intoned, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He was confident that through meticulous control, he had secured a result most favorable to him. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yu's lips as he nonchalantly pushed a substantial stack of chips towards the designated area. Just as the dealer prepared to lift the bowl, Yu seemingly absent-mindedly extended his right index finger and lightly tapped the edge of the table. With a subtle sound, an invisible force coursed through the surface, instantaneously reaching the dice within the bowl. The dice, previously stabilized by the dealer, imperceptibly rolled for a brief moment, altering their outcome dramatically. When the dealer confidently unveiled the bowl, his smile abruptly froze. Inside, 3 sixes revealed themselves, a triple. Yu had bet on big. How is this possible? The dealer gasped, bewildered. He had clearly manipulated for smaller numbers. The casino erupted in astonishment. By Jove, it's a triple. Haha, with such skill. You dare to make a fool of yourself? Tian Yangsheng bellowed with laughter. The casino manager turned pale, hastily approaching with a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Sir, your luck is truly remarkable. It seems this humble establishment cannot accommodate such a grand presence. What? Unable to bear the loss? You think a mere sum can dismiss me? Yu feigned impatience. No, sir, you misunderstand. A middle-aged man in a tailored black suit, all smiles, maneuvered through the crowd. He was the one who had been observing Yu from the shadows, now stepping forward personally. This is merely a small venue for ordinary tourists. The real thrill lies within our exclusive VIP room. That is where true skill and courage are tested, with minimum stakes starting at tens of millions. Might I inquire if you're interested in relocating? Oh, such a place exists? Yu pretended to be intrigued. Rest assured, I will arrange for transportation immediately. The middle-aged man beamed with delight. Boss, let us hurry. Tonight, I intend to win back every penny from these local bumpkins. Tian Yangsheng pretended to be inebriated, shouting boisterously. Yu cast a barely perceptible glance at Tian Yangsheng, aware that he was playing along with the act. The middle-aged man led Yu and his entourage into several black SUVs. The convoy departed the town, navigating along a rugged mountain road into the depths of the jungle. Outside the windows, dense foliage loomed like a wall, obscuring all visibility. Young master, they're taking us to the scam zone. Tian Yangsheng whispered conspiratorially in Yu's ear. Yu nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. After approximately an hour of jostling, the convoy finally halted before a manor surrounded by high walls. This was the scam zone Yu had previously surveyed, though from the main entrance, it appeared more akin to a luxurious resort. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Golden Triangle Star. A middle-aged man respectfully led Yu and his companions into the compound. At the entrance, heavily armed guards stood alert. Upon entering the grand hall, the opulence was astonishing, adorned with crystal chandeliers, mahogany furniture, and golden embellishments at every turn. Several young women, clad in revealing attire, approached with offerings of flowers and fine wine. Now this is more like it. Yu feigned a look of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to you, our establishment not only boasts a premier casino, but also a myriad of entertainment options, guaranteed to please the middle-aged man proclaimed, brimming with pride. Yu pretended to be captivated, following the man on a tour of the premises. On the surface, it indeed appeared to be a luxurious paradise of entertainment. However, Yu's keen eyes discerned the deliberately concealed details: the iron door at the end of the corridor, the barred windows, and the electric batons wielded by the guards. When they arrived at the so-called high-end casino, Yu intentionally seated himself at a gambling table. "Young master, be cautious," Tian Yangsheng whispered a warning. "Do not fret. I have my own plans," Yu replied, feigning concentration on the game while discreetly surveying the entire casino. He noted the unusually high number of armed guards surrounding the hall, and more suspiciously, the expressions of fear and despair among the staff. 3 hours later, Yu pretended to be frustrated after losing a considerable sum. "Damn it, my luck is abysmal today," he exclaimed, slamming the table in irritation. "Sir, there is no need to rush. The night is still young. Perhaps you would like to rest first? We have prepared the finest suite for you." The middle-aged man quickly interjected with obsequiousness. Yu nodded in agreement and was escorted to a lavish suite. As soon as the door closed, Yu signaled Tian Yangsheng to inspect the room. "Young master, there are surveillance cameras and the door is locked from the inside," Tian Yangsheng reported softly. "Indeed, they have begun their move," Yu chuckled coldly. "This works to my advantage. I shall uncover the depths of this State army." Yu remained utterly unperturbed. Before long, the middle-aged man burst into the room, flanked by 6 armed thugs. The obsequious smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a menacing and avaricious expression. "Gentlemen, the situation has changed. You must cooperate and call your family to arrange a ransom," the middle-aged man stated coldly. "What are you doing? How have we offended you?" Tian Yangsheng feigned terror. "Enough pretense. Wealthy individuals like yourselves are the easiest to deal with. Comply willingly to avoid unnecessary suffering," he threatened, gesturing for his subordinates to reveal their electric batons. "How much do you want?" Yu inquired. "Let us start with $10 million. But this is merely the beginning. Once your family sends the money, we shall see how sincere they are," the middle-aged man sneered. "Give me a phone. I will contact my family." Yu pretended to break down. The middle-aged man triumphantly handed over a mobile phone. Yu took it and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Wang Tianxiu?" "This is Yu." He amplified his voice purposefully. "This is the signal." As the words fell, Tian Yangsheng and his 10 subordinates swiftly drew their concealed firearms, aiming them at the middle-aged man and his lackeys. You all." The middle-aged man's complexion changed dramatically. What was happening? He had thoroughly searched these individuals. So from where did their weapons originate? "This territory of yours is now under my control." The terror on Yu's face instantly morphed into a cold derision. Chapter 82. Occupying the Gambling City Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Yangsheng pulled the trigger, and a gaping wound appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead. He barely had time to register shock before collapsing to the ground, blood rapidly soaking into the expensive carpet. The 6 armed men had yet to react when Yu's subordinates had already dispatched them all. The entire process was executed with a clean precision, devoid of any lingering hesitation. "Master, it's done." Tian Yangsheng holstered his weapon, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. Yu clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "Collect their walkie-talkies and guard the entrance," Yu instructed directly. "Old Chun, why is there no response? How are the guests?" Just as Tian Yangsheng completed his order, the walkie-talkie crackled with a hurried call. "All is normal. The guests are compliant and have already contacted their families." Yu took the walkie-talkie, swiftly mimicking the middle-aged man's tone. "Good. Continue monitoring and report any developments immediately." The individual on the other end remained unsuspecting, and the communication was soon severed. "Inform those outside to proceed as planned." Yu set down the walkie-talkie and turned to Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng produced a satellite phone and succinctly issued commands. "Now, let us uncover the true nature of this compound," Yu said lightly. They cautiously exited the suite, stealthily traversing the corridor. As they stepped out of the luxurious area, the surrounding environment changed abruptly. The opulent decor vanished, replaced by rudimentary cement walls and iron doors. The air was thick with a noxious blend of disinfectant and sweat. At the corridor's end, a heavy iron door stood ajar, faint voices emanating from within. Yu signaled his subordinates to remain vigilant while he stealthily approached the door's crack to peer inside. The sight before him was suffocating. In a vast factory-like room, nearly 100 individuals were confined within cramped cubicles, each seated before a computer. Their expressions were vacant, mechanically repeating the same tasks, making calls, sending messages, and luring victims into transferring money. Around the periphery of the room, guards wielding electric batons patrolled relentlessly. Any sign of negligence would result in merciless punishment. Even more chilling was the punishment area in the corner of the room. Several young men were bound to wooden frames, their bodies marked with lash marks and burn wounds. Their screams were muffled by tape, reduced to pitiful whimpers. Beasts! Tian Yangsheng could not suppress a low curse. Though he was no stranger to killing, he could not condone such barbaric cruelty. Move forward. I wish to see what else lies ahead. Yiyu's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. They ventured deeper along the dimly lit corridor, ultimately uncovering a more horrifying scene on the underground level, a makeshift surgical room. On several operating tables lay anesthetized bodies, while nearby, a doctor was engaged in the grim task of organ extraction. In a refrigerator against the wall, various human organs were meticulously arranged, awaiting transport to the international black market. Old Chun gathered everyone. We have a situation. At that moment, Yiyu's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Yi did not respond. Instead, he gestured for Tian Yangsheng to prepare for combat. As anticipated, mere minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Yi caught on. Yi whispered, "Young master, our people have surrounded the entire area and are ready to strike at any moment," Tian Yangsheng replied. "Then let us commence." Yi nodded resolutely. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of gunfire erupted from various points within the compound. The elite forces of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps had sprung into action, catching the unsuspecting guards in a state of disarray. Yu swiftly led his subordinates back upstairs, setting an ambush around the corner of the corridor. Soon, a contingent of armed guards rushed in, only to be caught off guard by Yu and his team's ambush. After a barrage of gunfire, a dozen guards lay sprawled in pools of blood. "Move," Yu urged, leading the charge towards the command building at the center of the compound. At this point, chaos engulfed the entire area. The Lin Yu Mercenary Corps assault swept through like a tempest, and although the guards were numerous, their lack of training and coordination rendered them vulnerable against the mercenaries' formidable firepower. Yu dispatched any foes that obstructed his path, ultimately reaching the control center on the top floor of the main building. This area was heavily fortified, yet it crumbled under the relentless onslaught of Yu and his comrades. Inside the control room, a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in an elegant suit anxiously monitored the unfolding battle through the surveillance screens. Upon seeing Yu and his team burst through the door, he swiftly drew his handgun. Bang! Tian Yangsheng was quicker, landing a shot squarely on his shoulder. The man cried out in pain, dropping his weapon and collapsing into a chair, clutching his wound. Mark Wilson, a prominent figure on Interpol's wanted list. "I never expected to find you here," Yi remarked disdainfully as he approached. "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of crossing me?" Wilson spat through gritted teeth. "Yi, and right now, you should be more concerned about your own consequences," Yi retorted with a cold smile. "The Yi of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps?" Wilson's face paled at the mention. The existence of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps was no longer a secret. The higher-ups were well aware that the Golden Age Casino had been obliterated by them. How did they know? Because the name Lin Yu Mercenary Corps had been boldly painted on the walls of the casino. "It seems my reputation has spread far and wide," Yi mused, surveying the control room where rows of monitors displayed the battle as progression. The Lin Yu Mercenary Corps had seized control of the majority of the area, leaving the remaining guards either dead or surrendering. "I hear you control the largest human trafficking network in Southeast Asia," Yi whispered conspiratorially to Wilson. "I can offer you money, a substantial amount." A flicker of terror crossed Wilson's eyes. "I am not lacking in wealth. What I seek is your network and resources. From this moment forth, everything you possess belongs to me," Yi stated coldly. "Dream on." Wilson gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Take him back to the base and treat him well. I want to know all his secrets." Yi ceased further discourse and turned to Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng received his orders and promptly arranged for Wilson to be escorted away. Within an hour, the entire fraudulent zone had fallen completely under the control of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. The detained employees were released, while those high-ranking individuals involved in the crimes were apprehended. Evidence from the underground laboratory was meticulously gathered as leverage for future dealings with Wilson. Naturally, these items were to be sent back to the homeland, preferably into the hands of his grandfather. This would be a significant political achievement. Yu stood atop the main building, surveying the entire zone. The recent battle had concluded, leaving behind a scene of fallen guards and walls riddled with bullet holes. Young master, the zone is now fully under control. We have rescued nearly 1,000 Chinese nationals who were forced into labor and uncovered a substantial cache of cash and drugs. Black Panther reported hurriedly. What is the casualty report? Yu inquired. Chapter 83. The Northern Myanmar Warlord. Mo sang as night deepened. Yu stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the distant mountains. Today's operation not only dismantled the nefarious scam hub, but also augmented the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps with a vital asset. Wilson's underground network would become a crucial pillar of their intelligence system. The next challenge would be the frenzied retaliation from the Wa State Army. Yi's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Tianxiu. Young master, we have uncovered significant intelligence from Wilson's computer. He has close ties with the mafia, and Annie Morgan has contacted him recently. Wang Tianxiu spoke urgently. Annie? What does she intend to do? Yi's expression sharpened. It seems she wishes to find someone to learn the mixed origin technique through Wilson. She has already begun practicing the martial arts manual you tampered with. Wang Tianxiu responded. Interesting. I did not expect her to be so eager. With so many ancient martial artists in Chinatown, why does she seek Wilson? Quite intriguing. Yi remarked with a cold smile. Young master, should we? No need to concern ourselves with her. Let her reap what she sows. Continue monitoring her. By the way, what movements have been observed from Mafia? Yi interjected. Since we delivered the Head of Thunder, they have remained unusually quiet. However, our intelligence suggests they may be secretly gathering strength. Wang Tianxiu informed him. Let them be. We have plenty of time to play this out. Their reach does not extend that far, Yi stated nonchalantly. The Mafia's influence was no longer a concern. They would only be able to cower in their corner until Yi amassed sufficient power, at which point the Mafia would become mere prey on the chopping block. After ending the call, Yi's gaze once more drifted towards the horizon. Northern Myanmar was merely the first step. Next came the entirety of the Golden Triangle, then Southeast Asia, and ultimately the whole world. Yi's name would ultimately send tremors throughout the globe. Deep within the heart of Northern Myanmar, the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps base bustled with activity. After seizing the fraudulent park, Yi commanded its transformation into the mercenary group's second stronghold. The engineering team worked tirelessly day and night, dismantling old facilities and erecting new defensive systems. Standing atop the command tower of the new base, Yi gazed down with satisfaction at the industrious scene below. Among the rescued employees, those with technical expertise were recruited into the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps, tasked with intelligence analysis and cybersecurity. Young master, Wilson has fully confessed, Tian Yangsheng announced, approaching Yi with a thick dossier in hand. Indeed, it was a substantial catch. The human trafficking network he controlled spanned Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and parts of Europe, generating over $500 billion annually. As Yi perused the documents, his eyes gleamed with increasing brightness. More importantly, he maintained connections with various global underground forces, including the Mafia and the Yamaguchi-gumi from the island nation. This individual is to be retained for the time being. He still holds value. Transform his human trafficking operations into our intelligence organization. Yi concluded, closing the file. Understood. Young master, we have a situation. Ivan rushed in, breathless. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Yi frowned. We have just received intelligence that forces loyal to the Mozong warlord have ambushed one of our patrol teams at the border, resulting in 5 severe injuries and 2 fatalities. Ivan reported, panting heavily. Yi's expression darkened suddenly. Mozong was the second largest warlord in northern Myanmar, rivaling Kangxiu. Since Kangxiu's capture, Mozong had kept a low profile. It was unexpected for him to strike now. Did they leave any message? Yi inquired. They did. They proclaimed that outsiders should leave northern Myanmar, and that the gambling city is not ours to possess, or else rivers of blood would flow. Ivan said through gritted teeth. What audacity! Since he has chosen to provoke us, he shall not blame me for being ungracious. It seems he is acting on instructions from the Wa State Army, perhaps testing the waters while they are temporarily unable to intervene. Yiyu remarked with a cold smile. Gather the troops. We shall depart in 3 hours. This time, I want Mozang's head. Young master, should we mobilize the entire army? Tian Yangsheng asked. Not necessary. 1,000 men will suffice. Let Black Panther guard the base with the remaining forces. The Wa State Army has remained silent and has not vacated their stronghold in Sawachi, indicating they're also facing significant troubles and will not come looking for us anytime soon. Now is the time to strike hard and eliminate all factions in northern Myanmar. Say for the Wa State Army, remember, those who follow will prosper. Those who oppose shall perish. Yiyu declared with conviction. 3 hours later, a heavily armed battalion stood ready for departure. Armored vehicles and off-road trucks formed a long convoy, with tanks looming in the rear. The soldiers, fully equipped, exuded an aura of lethal intent. Forward! Yiyu commanded from the command vehicle, his countenance stern. The convoy plunged into the jungle, heading towards Mozang's territory. Mozang's headquarters was situated in a valley at the border between northern Myanmar and Thailand, a location both defensible and challenging to assault, historically a coveted battleground. On their journey, Yiyu summoned Tian Yangsheng and Ivan. This operation was to be swift and decisive. Mozang's forces numbered around 20,000, dispersed across various regions. His main contingent, approximately 8,000 strong, was stationed at the headquarters in the valley. He gestured towards the map and noted a frontal assault would likely incur significant casualties. Ivan expressed his concerns. Who said we would launch a frontal assault? Yi replied with a mysterious smile. He produced a detailed map from his breast pocket, highlighting a complex network of underground passages. This is, Tian Yangsheng exclaimed in surprise. Intelligence provided by Kong Chiu. In the 1960s, this area served as a secret base for the U.S. military, which constructed numerous underground tunnels. After their withdrawal, these passages were forgotten, known only to a few warlords. These tunnels can lead directly to Mozang's headquarters? Tian Yangsheng's eyes lit up, his respect for Yiyu deepening. How did you acquire this intelligence, young master? Precisely. Our main force will stage a feigned frontal attack to draw Mozang's attention. Meanwhile, I will lead an elite team through the underground passage to seize Mozang's command center. Yiyu affirmed with a nod. Brilliant, Ivan exclaimed, slapping the table in admiration. With the plan established, the group continued their advance. As night fell, they halted 20 kilometers from Mozang's headquarters to finalize their preparations. At midnight, the operation commenced. Ivan led 700 men in a fierce assault on Mozang's headquarters. The sound of rockets and heavy machine guns echoed through the valley. Mozang's outposts were instantly obliterated, and the frontline defenses crumbled rapidly. Simultaneously, Yiyu guided Tian Yangsheng and 300 elite soldiers stealthily into a concealed underground entrance. Utilizing night vision equipment, they advanced swiftly through the pitch-black tunnels. The passage was damp and eerie, with snakes and rodents occasionally slithering past. The walls were riddled with mold and cobwebs, and the air was thick with a putrid stench. This tunnel is at least 60 years old, Tian Yangsheng murmured. Beware of traps, Yiyu cautioned. Though Mozang is unaware of this tunnel's existence, the U.S. military may have left behind some defensive measures upon their departure. Sure enough, shortly after, a soldier stepped on a loose tile. With a snap, a mechanism activated, firing a volley of poisoned arrows from the walls. Get down, Yiyu bellowed. Everyone quickly dropped to the ground as the arrows whizzed overhead, embedding themselves into the opposite wall. That was close, Tian Yangsheng said, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Continue forward, watch your step, Yiyu instructed, his expression unchanging. After nearly 2 hours of stealthy progression, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. Behind a rusted iron door lay the basement of Mozang's headquarters. Chapter 84. The Mafia again signaled for everyone to prepare, then gently pushed open the iron door. To their surprise, the basement was deserted. containing only some antiquated munitions and documents. It seemed this place had been abandoned for quite some time. Tian Yangsheng surveyed the surroundings. "Let's head upstairs and take Mo Zhang's head." They ascended the stairs quietly, finding themselves in the logistics area of the Mozong headquarters. Ahead, the sounds of fierce gunfire and explosions echoed, indicating that Ivan's feigned assault had drawn the majority of Mo Zhang's forces. "Which direction is the warlord's office?" Yu inquired in a hushed tone. "According to intelligence, it should be on the third floor of the main building," Tian Yangsheng replied. "Split into 3 teams, 1 to cover our rear, 1 to secure the communication center. And I will lead 1 directly to the main building." Yu swiftly formulated the plan. The operation commenced. Under the cover of the frontal battlefield, the assault team, led by Yu, moved like phantoms through the logistics area, advancing towards the main building. The scattered guards they encountered were swiftly neutralized without raising any alarm. However, just as they were about to reach the main building, a senior Mozong officer spotted them. He was about to shout a warning when Tian Yangsheng shot him in the head, yet the gunfire still alerted the nearby guards. "We've been discovered," Tian Yangsheng cursed. "Charge!" Yu ordered, no longer concealing their presence, and commanded an all-out assault. Intense gunfire erupted around the main building. With their formidable firepower and tactical coordination, Yu and his team swiftly breached the guards' defenses and stormed into the main building. At the entrance to the warlord's office on the 3rd floor, a dozen fully armed elite guards stood ready, evidently having received the alarm and prepared for a fierce battle. "Surrender or die," Tian Yangsheng coldly declared. In response, a volley of gunfire erupted. Yu deftly dodged, drawing his pistol, and with 3 precise shots, he eliminated 3 guards. Tian Yangsheng and the other team members launched a fierce counterattack. Inside the narrow corridor, flames erupted, and smoke filled the air. Although the guards fought valiantly, they were no match for the elite Lin Yu mercenaries, who quickly took them down. "Break the door," Yu commanded. 2 soldiers stepped forward and used explosive devices to blow open the office door. As the dust settled, a burly man in his 50s sat behind the desk, gripping an oddly shaped handgun. "Mozong, your end is nigh," Yu stated coldly. "Just you lot? Dream on." Mozong sneered, his laughter laced with disdain. He abruptly pressed a red button on the desk. Instantly, a blaring alarm filled the entire base. Simultaneously, the floor of the office suddenly split open, and Mozong, along with his chair, vanished into a concealed passage. "Damn it, he has a secret escape route," Tian Yangsheng exclaimed angrily. Yi reacted swiftly, leaping forward into the closing secret door. Tian Yangsheng followed closely, while the other team members remained on guard. The secret passage consisted of a steep slide, and Yi Yu and Tian Yangsheng slid down, landing in a narrow underground corridor. Not far ahead, Mozong was seated in a small off-road vehicle, making a hasty escape. "Pursue!" Yi Yu charged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, red lights illuminated both sides of the tunnel, and a series of laser beams formed a web, blocking Yi Yu's path. "Be careful. It's a laser trap," Tian Yangsheng warned. Yi Yu did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace, his body gliding like a nimble fish, deftly weaving through the laser grid without touching a single beam. Tian Yangsheng closely followed, exhibiting remarkable agility as well. It was then that Yi Yu suddenly noticed a heavy blast door at the end of the passage slowly closing. Mo Zhang's off-road vehicle had already entered through the door. With an explosive burst of speed, Yi Yu covered the remaining distance in mere moments, leaping just as the door was about to shut, barely slipping inside. Tian Yangsheng, reacting a fraction too late, found himself trapped outside by the massive door. "Young master, be careful." Tian Yangsheng's warning was muffled by the thick door, becoming indistinct. Yi Yu stood up, finding himself in a spacious underground hangar. Several military jeeps and a few small helicopters were neatly parked, while Mo Zhang was frantically running towards one of the helicopters. "Montaxang," Yi called out sharply. Mo Zhang halted abruptly, turning to fire his weapon. The bullet whizzed towards Yi Yu, but he effortlessly evaded it. Calmly, Yi Yu approached Mo Zhang, his steps steady as a mountain. "Who exactly are you? Why are you attacking me?" Mo Zhang questioned, retreating with a hint of terror in his voice. He had never encountered someone like this before. The distance Yi Yu covered in a single stride was easily 2 to 3 meters. Wasn't it your subordinates who ambushed me? Have you forgotten so soon? Moreover, Northern Myanmar requires a new master, and you have become obsolete. Yi Yu replied indifferently. So, it is you just based on your background? A yellow-skinned monkey from Huaxia? I shall hang your head at the entrance of a valley. He suddenly drew a curved blade from his waist and lunged at Yi Yu. Yi Yu neither dodged nor flinched. As the blade was about to reach him, his right hand shot out like lightning, precisely gripping Mo Sang's wrist. With a sharp crack, Mo Sang's wrist was instantly crushed, the blade clattering to the ground. Mo Sang screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Your era has come to an end, Mo Sang. Yi looked down upon him. Please do not kill me. I have money, lots of it. Weapons, drugs, women, whatever you desire, I can provide. Mo Sang suddenly adopted a tone of desperation. Moreover, I possess valuable intelligence. I'm not seeking trouble with you. It was Commander Dabang of the Wa army. No, it was Bao Yoxiang who instructed me to do this. I had no intention of opposing you. Montagzan lamented, kneeling in anguish. And who else, besides Bao Yoxiang, is directing you? Yi pressed. I merely wanted to warn you that Northern Myanmar is not a place outsiders can meddle in. It was indeed Commander Bao who commanded this. Mo Sang's complexion changed dramatically as he stuttered. Speak the truth. Yi Yu's gaze hardened, his knee striking Mo Sang's abdomen forcefully. Yes, the Mafia contacted me, saying they wanted to eliminate you. Mo Sang curled up in pain. So it is them. What benefits did the Mafia offer you? A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. They promised to provide me with the most advanced weaponry and access to the European market, stating that upon success, I would replace Bao Yoxiang as the king of Northern Myanmar. Mo Sang trembled as he replied, who else is involved in this plan? Several small warlords in Northern Myanmar have accepted benefits from the Mafia, and they plan to join forces against you. A foolish choice. Yi Yu sneered, realizing that the leader of the Wa army was just another fool, unaware of being manipulated. At that moment, the explosion-proof door of the hangar was blown open with a loud bang, and Tian Yangsheng led his team rushing in. Young master. Tian Yangsheng sighed in relief upon seeing Yi Yu unharmed. Take him back. I want him to witness the collapse of his empire. Yi Yu commanded, pointing at Mo Sang. The equipment here is impressive. Pack it all up. As Mo Sang was dragged away, Yi Yu surveyed the underground hangar and suddenly laughed. The equipment was likely provided by the Mafia for Mo Sang to use against him, but Mo Sang, hesitant to utilize it, ultimately underestimated his opponent, which became his downfall. 3 hours later, Mo Sang's headquarters was completely seized by the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Ivan's frontal assault team joined forces with Yi Yu's strike team, securing control over the entire valley. Mo Sang's forces were either annihilated or surrendered, and within mere hours, a warlord empire that had dominated northern Myanmar for years met its demise. With 2 warlords down, the underground world of northern Myanmar began to tremble. The Mafia's involvement complicated matters, but also made them more intriguing. Chapter 85. Return to the capital. Zheng family arms. Yi Yu stood amidst the ruins of the Yunding Casino, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface of his watch, his gaze sweeping across the dissipating smoke in the valley. His mercenary soldiers were escorting the last remnants of Mo Sang to a temporary confinement area. Young master, Mo Sang's territory has been completely taken over. The weapons and ammunition found are sufficient to arm 3,000 men, Tian Yangsheng reported, kneeling on one knee. Well done. The remaining small warlords in northern Myanmar must be eliminated within 3 months. The Golden Triangle must be fully controlled within 6 months. Yi took out a cigar, biting it lightly as he spoke. Rest assured, young master, I will not fail in this mission. But one thing, drugs. Tian Yangsheng lowered his eyes to conceal the fervor within. Whoever touches drugs will face the consequences along with their entire family. Yi abruptly turned, snapping the cigar between his fingers. Understood. Tian Yangsheng shuddered. Good. My subordinates cannot become addicts. I'm returning to Huaxia. You have full authority here. Yi gently adjusted his cuffs. Young master, we need more weapons. The funds have been deposited. Prepare a list and buy whatever you need directly. He handed over a bank card There's $100 billion here, enough for you to indulge for a while. Tian Yangsheng accepted the card, bowing his head to hide the shock in his eyes. What does this mean? It's enough to establish a medium-sized modern army. What are your plans after returning to Huaxia? Young master? Yi Yu squinted, of course, to indulge. I am a contemporary university student, after all. He scoffed. To live again is to enjoy what I missed in my past life. Had it not been for Chun Fan's affair, he would have undoubtedly been the most notorious scion in the capital. As soon as the words left his lips, his private phone rang. Yi Yu cast a glance at the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. Prepare the helicopter. I shall depart in an hour. Tian Yangsheng observed the retreating figure of Yi Yu, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. On the surface, the young master appeared to be merely a wayward heir. Yet that frigid gaze and decisive demeanor were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary rich second generation. In the capital, dawn broke. Outside the airport terminal, a convoy of over 10 identical black Rolls-Royce Phantoms came to a gradual halt, exuding an imposing presence. The doors opened almost simultaneously. Dozens of robust bodyguards, clad in matching black suits and wearing sunglasses, swiftly disembarked from the vehicles. They fanned out in a semicircle, surveying the surroundings, their movements synchronized, an air of intimidation enveloping them. Such a grand display immediately drew the attention of numerous travelers and staff within the airport, who whispered amongst themselves, speculating as to which dignitary had arrived. The door of the central phantom swung open, and Yi Yu stretched leisurely, nonchalantly sliding into the back seat. Over 40 hours of flight had etched a trace of fatigue upon his brow. Yet, his deep-set eyes still sparkled with an intense brilliance, surveying all before him. A newly appointed female secretary had long been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, she hurried forward, respectfully lowering her head. Young master, welcome back to the country. Her voice bore a hint of barely perceptible tension. Has anything intriguing occurred in the capital recently? Yi Yu casually adjusted the collar of his tailored suit, inquiring in a tone devoid of urgency, as if the earlier ostentatious spectacle bore no relevance to him. The daughter of the Zheng family has returned, it is said, specifically for you. The Zheng family? The one that amassed wealth through arms? Have they grown exceedingly bold to dare return? Yi scoffed lightly. Indeed, Miss Zheng Qinxue, a graduate of Harvard Business School, just turned 23. Yesterday, Old Master Zheng personally called, hoping to arrange a meeting between you and Miss Zheng. The secretary respectfully handed over a dossier. Interesting. When shall we meet? Yi Yu inquired, casually accepting the document. There is a banquet at the Palais de Congrès this evening, where the younger generation of the prominent families in the capital will gather. Miss Zheng will also be present. Quite an attractive appearance, with a hint of mixed heritage. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow as he flipped through the dossier, catching sight of Zheng Qianxue's photograph. Her mother is half British. Is everything arranged? All is in order. The young master's vehicle and attire have been meticulously prepared. Understood. Yi Yu tossed the dossier back to the secretary. Young master, there's one more matter. The secretary hesitated for a moment before slowly continuing. Speak. The matter concerning the Yang family. Wasn't it your responsibility to resolve? Yi Yu abruptly halted, his gaze turning icy. It has been dealt with. Miss Yang, is she dead? Beads of perspiration formed on the secretary's forehead. Yi Yu's penetrating gaze seemed to see right through her. She attempted suicide and is currently being sent to a psychiatric hospital. Incompetent. You cannot even handle a woman. Yi Yu's brow furrowed as he exclaimed. Is my failure? The secretary lowered her head. Never mind. Let us grant her one final opportunity. Let the hospital administer something to her, allowing her to descend into madness, eternally trapped in her own hell. The secretary shivered slightly and nodded in haste. Yi settled into the car, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Outside the window, the morning light of the capital bathed the towering skyscrapers, shimmering with golden brilliance. This city had become his nightmare in a past life. In this one, we shall see. The Palais de Fortune, once the premier private club in the capital, transformed into a different realm upon Yi Yu's arrival. Clad in a bespoke black suit and adorned with an exquisite custom watch, he languidly leaned against the champagne tower. The moment he appeared, He became the sole focal point of the gathering. Countless high-ranking dignitaries and socialites, who usually held themselves in high regard, momentarily shed their airs, rushing towards him. Their faces were adorned with smiles of utmost courtesy, eager to forge a connection with the legendary young Master Yi and exchange a few words. The exquisitely dressed debutantes gazed at him with sparkling eyes, their infatuation unmistakable. Their fervent admiration seemed almost palpable, whispering sweet nothings filled with longing and desire. Young Master Yi, a portly gentleman with a beaming smile, finally maneuvered through the throng. It's been months since we last met. I heard you ventured to northern Myanmar to explore new opportunities. Truly visionary and remarkably bold. Panting as he approached, his tone was laden with feigned flattery. Lu, your news travels fast, Yi replied, narrowing his eyes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Oh, it's merely that Miss Sun and the others have been singing your praises daily. I couldn't help but overhear. You've returned, and the palette of fortune seems exceptionally distinguished now. You cast a casual glance, and indeed spotted Miss Sun leading a group of debutantes nearby, gazing at him with unabashed admiration. This once crowded elite gathering had devolved into a private assembly devoted to fawning over Yi. Young Master Yi, Miss Zheng has arrived, Lu whispered discreetly. Yi turned to see a woman in a red evening gown approaching gracefully. Her features were as exquisite as a sculpture, her mixed heritage rendering her particularly striking among the crowd. Young Master Yi, I am Zheng Qianxue, she said, extending her hand, her voice carrying a hint of magnetism. Yi Yu, ever the gentleman, took her hand, sensing a subtle tremor at her fingertips. I have long admired your reputation. How is the esteemed Zheng elder? Yi Yu inquired with a feigned smile. Thanks to your goodwill, my father is in good health. He wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you have time? Zheng Qianxue asked, her expression warm as she withdrew her hand. Is the elder seeking my counsel? Yi Yu sipped from his glass nonchalantly. My father wishes to discuss a business matter with the Yi family regarding northern Myanmar, Zheng Qianxue said, lowering her voice. How much do you know? Yi Yu's gaze hardened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I only know that you have established a team there. My father wants to provide some specialized equipment. She leaned closer, her lips almost brushing against Yi Yu's earlobe. Arms? Are the Zheng family attempting to harm me? Yi scoffed coldly. This is not conventional weaponry. Rather, it comprises defensive apparatus, such as the latest counter-reconnaissance systems and electronic jamming devices. These remain unregulated, Zheng Qianxue hastily clarified. Intriguing, Yi nodded thoughtfully. He had not deliberately concealed the establishment of a mercenary force in northern Myanmar, yet he had certainly not publicized it either. The authorities were undoubtedly aware of this matter. An unguarded truth. However, the fact that both a certain Lu and the Zheng family were privy to this information warranted deeper contemplation. Should Yi Xiao express interest? You are welcome to visit the Zheng family for a brief meeting tomorrow. My father will personally host you. Zheng Qianxue presented a gilded invitation. I shall consider it, Yi replied, accepting the invitation and casually tucking it into his pocket. Yi Xiao, a voice suddenly interrupted, belonging to Miss Sunday. She appeared in a striking backless blue gown, immediately entwining her arm with Yi Yu's. You have ignored me for months, she lamented, gazing at him with a look of feigned sorrow. Zheng Qianxue's lips twitched ever so slightly before she restored her elegant smile. It seems Yi Xiao has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, she said. As Miss Sun Wan, watched Zheng Qianxue depart, she coldly remarked. That mixed-blood harlot thinks she can entice you just because of her looks. Did you come here for a specific reason? Yi inquired, withdrawing his arm with a composed demeanor. I simply missed you. I heard you have established your own little kingdom in northern Myanmar. Is that not impressive? Sun Wan pouted, a hint of grievance in her tone. Where did you hear that? Yi Yu's gaze turned icy. Oh, it was merely some gossip circulating in our circles. Sun Wan quickly amended, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Yi Yu scrutinized her, observing beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It is unclear, but this day next year marks the anniversary of your family's demise, he stated ominously, his words reverberating like echoes from the underworld, sending chills down Sun Wan's spine. It was that wretched Chu Yu who mentioned it. She, emboldened by your affection, has disdained our family. This revelation was shared when I sought to have her dealt with. She claimed that her knowledge of such matters was a testament to your love for her, warning that should I harm her, you would not spare me, Sun Wan divulged, her voice trembling. Yi Yu's expression turned as frigid as ice. Sun Wan, we are not acquainted, and I harbor no fondness for loose women. Keep your distance from me henceforth, he enunciated, his gaze fixed on her with a chilling intensity. In an instant, Sun Wan's countenance drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had once been youthful and naive, having lost her innocence, but she had not anticipated being regarded as a tarnished soul in Yi Yu's eyes. And you all, those who speak carelessly behind my back, beware lest you fail to witness the dawn of tomorrow, Yi Yu declared, ignoring Sun Wan and the others as he turned to leave. With Yi Yu's departure, the gathering concluded in a rather flavorless manner. Lu, in a state of utter despondency, collapsed onto the ground. He had been the first to speak of this matter and wondered if young Master Yi would seek retribution later on. Yi Yu's luxurious sports car came to a halt before an opulent villa. Chu Yu gazed out at the unfamiliar surroundings, the smile on her face gradually fading. Where's this? My private villa. Kumein. Yi Yu stepped out of the car, her expression devoid of emotion. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yu followed her inside. The villa was luxuriously breathtaking, the crystal chandelier in the living room worth a fortune. Is this how you treat an old friend you haven't seen in months? You don't even offer me a drink? Chu Yu observed Yi Yu's cold silhouette, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Yi Yu's face remained impassive. To her, Chu Yu was merely a past plaything. The audacity she displayed suggested that someone was backing her. Yet, this woman was exceedingly foolish. What would you like to drink? Yi Yu turned around, regarding her with an expressionless gaze. Anything will do. Champagne is fine. Speaking of which, you've made quite a name for yourself in northern Myanmar. Chu Yu settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs. You seem quite informed about my dealings in northern Myanmar. Yi Yu approached the wine cabinet, casually opening a bottle of champagne. Not particularly well informed. I merely heard that you established a mercenary group and have already eliminated 2 warlords. Chu Yu smiled as she accepted the glass of wine. Yi Xiao is becoming increasingly audacious. She took a sip, her eyes glinting with calculation. Is that so? Can you tell me from whom you heard this? Yi Yu inquired with a smile, seated across from her. While Chu Yu's gaze flickered, she had initially thought that she had some backing, which gave her a semblance of confidence in front of Yi Yu. However, when faced with Yi Yu, that confidence vanished without a trace. In the capital circles, there are no more than 5 individuals who would know such things. And you, evidently, are not one of them. Yi Yu interrupted her. Who are you working for? Yi Yu asked, her expression impassive. What work? I don't understand. Don't understand? Allow me to jog your memory. Recently, you visited Macau and encountered someone from the Black Bear Nation, correct? Yi Yu spoke slowly. How do you know that? Chu Yu's wine glass fell to the floor with a crash, champagne spilling everywhere. The mafia approached you, asking you to monitor my every move, didn't they? No. You misunderstand. Chu Yu abruptly stood, panic evident in her voice. Sit down. I want to leave. Chu Yu grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Yi Yu merely snapped her fingers. 2 bodyguards in black silently appeared at the door, blocking her path. Chapter 87. Lick it clean. Leaving in such haste is rather impolite. Don't you think? Our conversation has only just begun. Yi Yu's voice was as chilling as a winter's breeze, sending shivers down her spine. Please spare me. Chu Yu's face turned pale, her legs weakening as she slumped back onto the sofa. Do you know how much the champagne costs? Yi Yu rose slowly, walking to her side and leaning down to ask. This champagne is valued at 11,170,000. What you just spilled is worth over $1 million. How to conduct oneself. Wastefulness is indeed a disgrace, is it not? Kneel down and cleanse it thoroughly. Yi Yu forcefully seized Chu Yu's hair, abruptly pressing her head against the floor, though Chu Yu yearned to resist. The searing pain on her scalp, and Yi Yu's menacing aura left her no choice but to submit. Yi Yu then returned to the sofa, shaking the champagne in his hand before consuming it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Chu Yu wept as she licked the champagne that had spilled onto the floor clean. In no time, her mouth was filled with blood due to the shards of glass scattered about. Do you know? You could have lived a much better life. Huh. After uttering this, Yu suddenly broke into laughter. Did you truly believe that clinging to the mafia's thigh would grant you the power to dictate terms to me? You're still so young and naive. Reveal the entire truth to me, and I might consider granting you a swift end. Yes, it's Charles from the Mafia. He instructed me to monitor you, and I merely reported some of your past. Chu Yu's face turned ashen, her lips trembling. Why are they interested in me? I do not know. They only mentioned that you stole from them. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again, Chu Yu sobbed. Do you believe I would trust your repentance? Yu straightened his posture, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. I swear, I would do anything for you. In a frenzy, Chu Yu reached out to grasp Yu's hand. Anything? Yes, anything. I could continue working for them, but provide you with intelligence instead. A glimmer of hope appeared in Chu Yu's eyes. Do you think I would trust a traitor? Yu regarded her with a smile that held no warmth. No, I'm not a traitor. I am merely coerced. Take her to meet Wang Tianxiu. Let him extract all the details. Does she not know what I have done in northern Myanmar? Then send her to northern Myanmar. Yu slapped Chu Yu's hand away. No, please, young Master Yi. I beg you. I will tell you everything. Chu Yu screamed as she was dragged away. Yu observed her being taken from the villa with an impassive expression, pulling out his phone to make a call. Hello, Tian Yangsheng. The Mafia has made new moves. Increase the vigilance. Understood, young master. They truly are relentless. The voice of Tian Yangsheng came through the phone. Also, investigate the Zheng family to see if they have any ties to the Mafia. The Zheng family? The arms dealer? Yes, they came knocking today, claiming they wish to provide us with equipment. Understood, young master. After hanging up the phone, Yu approached the window, gazing at the illuminated cityscape of Beijing under the night sky. The Mafia, the Zheng family, and that Morgan clan, such oblivious fools. Come now, let us make this game more intriguing. He chuckled softly, lifting his wine glass. Yu's Maybach glided gracefully along the cobblestone path of the Zheng family's estate, halting before a European-style villa. As the car door swung open, a dozen elegantly dressed attendants promptly lined up to greet him. Young Master Yi, old Master Zheng has been awaiting you in the study. An elderly butler bowed respectfully, guiding the way. The Zheng family estate sprawls over 100 acres, adorned with artificial mountains and lakes, the opulence of which is truly astonishing. Yet, Yi regards it all with a discerning eye, secretly calculating his next move. The corridor leading to the study is adorned with numerous oil paintings depicting military themes, predominantly illustrating scenes of warfare. A fleeting smirk crosses Yu's face, for this arms dealer makes no effort to conceal his true nature. Master, young Master Yi has arrived. The butler gently knocks on the door to the study. Come in. A frail, yet commanding voice responds. Yi pushes the door open to find an elderly man with white hair seated behind an expansive desk, dressed in a meticulously tailored gray suit. The old man has just set down a document and removed his reading glasses, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Yu. Young Master Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard of your remarkable endeavors in northern Myanmar, the elder statesman says, remaining seated while gesturing for Yu to take a seat. Yu casually settles onto the sofa opposite him. Mr. Zheng, you have defied the United Nations arms embargo and sold billions worth of weaponry to Africa, resulting in countless civilian casualties. He remarks, a chill creeping into the elder's expression. Young Master Yi, you do not mince words. Zheng replies with a hearty laugh. I prefer to be direct. What business do you wish to discuss? Or rather, what gives you the audacity to appear so brazenly in the capital? Yi retrieves a cigar from his pocket and lights it without awaiting the elder's consent. An arms dealer like Zheng has no place in China, yet here he is, living without a care in the world. Initially, Yi contemplated seeking out his grandfather for insight, but decided against disturbing the elderly gentleman who is undoubtedly preoccupied with myriad affairs. My family has wandered for half a lifetime, yet I am still patriotic. Thus, I procured some advanced weaponry from the Eagle country to donate without charge, Zheng states curtly, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Take a look at this, he says, pulling a black folder from his drawer and sliding it across to Yu. Yu opens the folder to reveal detailed specifications of a series of high-tech military equipment, ranging from electronic jamming systems to advanced reconnaissance devices and even semi-automated drone systems. These are cutting-edge technologies, yet to be officially released to the market. With these, your position in northern Myanmar will be further solidified, Zhang proclaims with pride. And the price? Yu closes the folder. $1 billion, Zhang states. Are you jesting? These items are worth no more than 300 million in the open market. Yu scoffs. However, these are custom-made for you, leaving no trace of the transaction. You should comprehend the complexities inherent in such dealings, Zhang replies, his tone laden with significance. 50 million, not a penny more. Yu exhales a plume of smoke. 70 million. This is my final offer, he asserts. Deal. However, I have one condition, Yu declares decisively. What condition? Zhang raises an eyebrow. I must know your true intentions. The Zhang family, as a leading arms dealer in Asia, lacks neither funds nor connections. Why risk engaging in this business with me? Yu meets the elder's piercing gaze unwaveringly. A heavy silence blankets the study. Old Master Zhang fixed his gaze on Yu for an extended moment, suddenly revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. Indeed, young Master Yi is astute. To speak candidly, wealth is not my primary objective. He rose from his seat, ambled to the window, and with his back turned to Yu, exhaled gently. What is it then? Collaboration. A long-term and deeply rooted partnership. Old Master Zhang turned around, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. What grounds do I have to collaborate with you? Yu inquired with disdain. Because we share a common adversary, the Mafia. Old Master Zhang lowered his voice. Proceed. Yu replied with keen interest. 5 years ago, my son, who is also Qian Shui's father, was murdered by the Mafia in Italy. On the surface, it appeared to be an accident. In reality, it was their retribution. Old Master Zhang's tone grew somber. Why? Because I declined a weapons deal with them. They sought to utilize the arms I could provide for terrorist activities, which I could not acquiesce to. A flicker of pain crossed the elder's eyes. So you wish to use my hand for vengeance? Yu scoffed. Old Zhang, your calculations may be misguided. Do you believe that, apart from you, I cannot procure arms? Or is it that you think you are the sole arms dealer in the world? Yu mocked Old Master Zhang. Chapter 88. Is it unreasonable to offer me $100 billion worth of weapons for free? Not entirely. I have heard that the Mafia is targeting you. It is evident that you have offended them. Rather than fighting separately, we might as well join forces against our foe. Old Master Zhang seated himself once more. Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. That sounds quite reasonable. However, on what basis do you believe I am not a match for the Mafia? Without your assistance, I can still obtain everything I desire. You must understand, to me, money is merely a number. If I so wished, I could plunge any nation into a financial crisis. What do you stand to gain from this? Yu disdainfully crossed his legs. Besides vengeance, I have a small request. I hope you can take care of Qian Shui. Old Master Zhang hesitated for a moment before responding. Take care? What do you mean? Yu squinted at Old Master Zhang. My time is limited. I am in the late stages of lung cancer, with at most 6 months remaining. Qian Shui possesses a strong character, yet she is still too inexperienced in the business realm. I fear that once I am gone, those old foxes will devour the Zhang group. Old Master Zhang sighed. So you wish for me to be her support? Yes. I do not ask that you marry her, only that you provide her with guidance and protection when necessary. Old Master Zhang looked earnestly into Yu's eyes. Thus, the rationale for our collaboration becomes even more absurd. Old Zhang, it is you who seeks my assistance, not I who approaches you for cooperation. Therefore, there shall be no monetary transaction between us for the first phase. You shall provide me with $100 billion worth of weapons. Is that agreeable? Yu calmly stated, his expression remarkably indifferent. Truly, young Master Yi, your intellect is remarkable. Old Master Zhang replied with a wry smile. Just then, a knock resounded at the study door. Zhang Qinshu entered gracefully, carrying a pot of tea. Grandfather, young Master Yi, please enjoy some tea. She elegantly poured tea for the two, her gaze lingering on Yu's face for a brief moment before she exited the room. She was my only remaining kin. Zhang Leioi watched his granddaughter leave, a gentle smile gracing his face. If you deem it feasible, I would request an initial allocation of $1 billion worth of weapons. Yu spoke softly. $1 billion is not an insurmountable challenge for the Zhang family. Zhang Leioi replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. I hope young Master Yi can look after my granddaughter. He had fought throughout his life, encountering all manner of storms. Yet now, in the quest for protection for the Zheng family, he found himself compelled to make such concessions. He was acutely aware that this path might ultimately lead to the complete absorption of the Zheng family by the Yi family. However, at the very least, it would preserve the life of those belonging to Zheng. When will the goods arrive? Yi set down his teacup and inquired as he rose. Within 3 days, they will be delivered to your specified location, Zheng Laoi replied solemnly. Excellent. By the way, old Zheng, I am curious about something. Yi paused at the door, suddenly halting his steps. Please, go ahead. Do you truly believe I would trust an arms dealer? Especially one who has previously conducted business with the mafia? Yi turned, his gaze devoid of emotion. What do you mean by that, young Master Yi? Zheng Laoi's countenance shifted dramatically. Last night, I investigated your background. Your dealings with the mafia spanned at least 2 decades, only ceasing abruptly 5 years ago. I'm intrigued to know what caused the rift between you. Yi asked with keen interest. Business is like warfare. Some matters are not suitable for discussion, Zheng Laoi replied, his expression darkening. No matter. I shall uncover the truth myself. Inform me when the goods arrive, Yi declared, turning to leave. Free weapons delivered to my doorstep should not be overlooked. As Yi drove away from the Zheng family estate, his private phone rang urgently. Noticing the unfamiliar number, he frowned before answering. It's me, came a low, gravelly voice from the other end. Yi's grip tightened slightly. He recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to the old steward of the Li family, the trusted confidant of the elder. The steward's call could only imply one thing. What is it? Yi asked nonchalantly, as if the caller were merely an inconsequential stranger. The elder wishes to see you. Now, the chief said, if you choose not to come, you may as well never enter the Red Walls again. Yi's lips twitched as he prepared to decline, but the voice on the other end continued. The call ended, leaving an abrupt silence in the car. Yi's gaze fixed on the road ahead, his expression frozen in contemplation. It had been a long time since the elder had sought him out. Such a sudden summons could only carry significant weight. Damn it! He slammed his fist against the steering wheel. The Maybach abruptly turned, speeding in the opposite direction. Within the confines of the Red Walls, in a remarkably concealed courtyard, lay one of the most inaccessible places in all of Huaxia, a true epicenter of power. An Eldaliman, his hair as white as snow, sat gracefully in a grand armchair, his eyes closed in serene contemplation. The courtyard, enveloped in tranquility, seemed to exist in a realm entirely apart from the outside world. The old man appeared unremarkable, perhaps in his early 70s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. However, his visage bore an unyielding resolve, and a commanding dignity radiated from his brows and eyes, a level of authority beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This was none other than Li Shubian, a true titan of the Chinese political landscape and the esteemed grandfather of Yi Yu. Master, the young master has arrived, the venerable steward announced respectfully, standing by with a bowed head. Let him enter, Li Shubian replied, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yi stepped into the courtyard, acutely aware of the watchful eyes surrounding him. The most elite guards were concealed in the shadows, ever prepared to confront any threat. Grandfather, Yi stated, coming to a halt and bowing with measured respect. Li Shubian remained silent, merely lifting his hand to gesture for him to sit. Yi settled into a chair opposite him, and an intricate, subtle tension filled the air between them. In times of peace and prosperity, you are the young master of the Yi family. In times of national peril, you are a son of China. Do you comprehend this? Li Shubian articulated directly, his voice low yet imbued with formidable weight. What does this imply, grandfather? Yi's eyelids flickered slightly. I am fully aware of the situation in northern Myanmar. Establishing a mercenary group, eradicating warlords, controlling drug production. Your ambitions are considerable. Li Shubian's gaze was as piercing as an eagle's, locking onto Yi. You flatter me. Grandfather, I merely seek to safeguard my life while earning a modest income, Yi replied, leaning forward with his hands neatly clasped over his knees. Do you presume I am senile? Every move you make is under my scrutiny, Li Shubian retorted with a sardonic chuckle, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest, producing a subtle yet distinct sound. The room fell abruptly silent, the very air seemingly frozen in place. Yi's mind sharpened. He understood that his actions were not beyond his grandfather's awareness. Individuals are insignificant before the machinery of the state. The mercenary group itself is not the issue. However, you must not engage in drug trafficking, or else. The elder's tone shifted abruptly. Or else what? Will you personally intervene to eliminate this unworthy grandson of yours? Yi met his grandfather's gaze, a faint smile playing upon his lips. The steward gasped, his body stiffening like wood. You, like your mother, possess an inherent rebellious spirit. Li Shubian chuckled, his laughter deep and resonant. He reached beneath the table to retrieve a cloth bundle, untying it to reveal a weathered, thread-bound book. Do you know what this is? Yi's heart skipped a beat. From your expression, it seems unlikely to be the Diamond Sutra, he suggested. Hunyuan Jin. Volume 2, Li Shubian replied softly, his eyes fixed intently on Yi's reaction. Yi's blood ran cold an instant. How did you come by this? He struggled to maintain his composure, yet his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Tsong and I share an old friendship. He approached me previously and entrusted this technique to me, Li Shubian stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing the day's lunch menu. So, it was you who instructed Zhao Tsong to teach Chun Fan? Yi's throat tightened. Zhao Tsong had his own choices. Yet, before his demise, he entrusted me with certain matters, including this book of techniques. Li Shubian shook his head. This book is indeed genuine. It was taken from Yi Fan, and that is also true. He pushed the book towards Yi. Why did my grandfather give me this? Yi did not reach out to take it, instead leaning back slightly. Because you're my grandson, Li Shubian replied, his gaze complex, suddenly sharpening. However, I must ascertain where your boundaries lie. If you intend to engage in drug trafficking in northern Myanmar, even if you're my own grandson, I shall personally issue orders to apprehend you. The last few words he spoke through gritted teeth, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. A chill ran through Yi's heart, yet he maintained an impassive facade. Grandfather, you worry too much. I have already grasped the drug trafficking routes, but that is merely to find reliable informants, not to engage in the trade. Moreover, I have initiated efforts to secretly repatriate those major drug lords back to China. I shall absolutely not touch drugs. Recently, I have dismantled several fraud rings, rescuing thousands of deceived Chinese citizens. These can all be verified, he stated calmly, as if discussing trivial matters. You have always known how to make me happy since childhood. Li Shubian scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly laughing. He rose and walked beneath an ancient pine tree in the courtyard, turning his back to Yi. However, this time, I cannot solely rely on your word. Over the past year, your influence abroad has expanded too rapidly. Some have begun to harbor suspicions about you, doubting your intentions, Li Shubian remarked with a meaningful tone. What does grandfather mean? Yi also stood up, taking 2 steps to stand behind the elder. You must exercise restraint. Your actions in northern Myanmar have already drawn the attention of various domestic and international forces. Not only I, but also that higher authority, are observing you. Yi's heart skipped a beat. That higher authority? Naturally, it refers to, I understand now, grandfather. During this period, I will not go abroad. I will focus on my studies at school, Yi said after a moment of silence. Li Shubian suddenly reached out to caress Yi's face, his gaze gentle as water. You are my grandson, and I hope you can become a pillar of the nation. Above all, remember this. Do not engage in activities that harm China, for even if I wish to protect you, I cannot. Yi grasped his grandfather's hand tightly, but did not respond. This elder had dedicated his entire life to the country. His love for the nation was profound, filled with hope. Additionally, you may encounter some trouble soon. Do not accept anything from the Zheng group, Li Shubian said gently. His tone was not one of negotiation, but carried the weight of command. Why? Yi's pupils constricted slightly. How is your mother? Li Shubian did not answer, instead changing the subject. She is just as before. Yi exited the courtyard alone, expressionless as he entered the Maybach, remaining silent. 10 minutes passed, and he maintained his position, his index finger imperceptibly tapping the steering wheel. The implication regarding my grandfather is quite clear. He has become a target. It is neither the outside mafia nor the Morgan family, but rather individuals within the red walls. Damn it. Yu slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Investigate the connections of the Zheng family. I demand to know who is manipulating them as pawns. Provide me with an answer within 2 hours. His phone vibrated. Upon answering, he did not allow the caller to speak before issuing his command. Young master, I will attend to it immediately. After hanging up, Yu closed his eyes, mentally reorganizing all the information from the day. The Zheng family's sudden delivery of equipment, the mafia surveillance through Chu Yu, and his grandfather's veiled warning. Chaotic and intricate clues intertwined in his mind, gradually forming a chilling possibility. This is not an ordinary transaction. It is a trap, meticulously laid out and directed at him. A cold smile crept onto Yu's lips. He retrieved 2 mobile phones, dialing Tian Yangsheng on one and Wang Tianxiu on the other. Tian Yangsheng, cancel the arms deal and maintain the status quo. Young master, why? We urgently need this batch of equipment. Tian Yangsheng responded with urgency. Do not question further. This is an order. Yu interjected sharply. Additionally, all the drug dealers we have on file must be sent back to Huaxia through clandestine channels. Understood? No leaks. Act as if we have never made contact. Understood, young master. Wang Tianxiu, monitor everyone in the Zheng family, especially Zheng Qinxue. Every move must be documented. Yu switched to the other phone. Young master, what has happened? Do not ask questions. The Zheng family will undoubtedly reach out to me again. Prepare me for the meeting. Are you suggesting, precisely, find a stand-in? They need not resemble me closely, but their demeanor must be similar. Ensure they receive the arms shipment and record the entire process. Understood, young master. Yu started the car, heading toward the most bustling area of the capital. His grandfather fears he may harbor ulterior motives. Although Yu may not be entirely virtuous, he would never betray his country. Who are those who have set their sights on him? What schemes do they intend to enact? Yu requires the intervention of a person of considerable influence, someone capable of assisting him in navigating this predicament. An hour later, Yu sat in the VIP room of an upscale private club, facing a well-dressed middle-aged man. Yu, what brings you here? The man smiled warmly, though shrewdness glinted in his eyes. Minister Su, I understand your time is precious, so I will be succinct. There are individuals plotting a grand conspiracy that may threaten national security. I require your assistance. Yu leaned forward, lowering his voice. What conspiracy? Where's the evidence? The smile on Minister Su's face instantly faltered. The Zheng family has suddenly returned, intending to engage in arms dealings with me. Meanwhile, my Linyu mercenary group has just dismantled 2 major warlords in northern Myanmar, seizing control of their drug production lines. Furthermore, I have delivered all the drug lords to the Huaxia National Security Bureau and saved thousands of compatriots, escorting them back home. Do you believe there is a connection? Yu did not conceal anything, boldly stating his thoughts. Those above are undoubtedly aware of these matters. He might as well present this information as a shield. You mean, Minister Su's gaze suddenly sharpened. Someone intends to use me to tarnish the reputation of Huaxia on the international stage, accusing the offspring of Huaxia officials of drug trafficking abroad, controlling warlords, and undermining global peace, Yi remarked softly. Do you have any specific leads? Rest assured, we are all aware of your contributions to Huaxia, Su Minister said, placing his teacup down, his expression turning grave. The leads are being collected. However, I am certain that the Zheng family is being manipulated. They aim to transport a batch of advanced weaponry to northern Myanmar through me. The crux of the matter is that I suspect these arms have been tampered with. They intend to use this transaction to first defame Huaxia internationally and subsequently acquire decisive evidence to eliminate me. Yu fixed his gaze on Minister Su's eyes, articulating each word with precision. Yu, this accusation is extremely serious. If true, it indeed concerns national security. Yet, the information you provided is insufficient. I require more evidence to take action, Minister Su said after a prolonged silence. Minister Su, do you think I would seek you out without reason? I have laid an intricate web, and I only need you to act at a crucial moment to capture these behind-the-scenes manipulators, Yu stated directly. What do you intend to do? Minister Su asked in a low voice. I will arrange for someone to receive that batch of equipment, ensuring the entire process is recorded on video. Simultaneously, I will host a charity gala in the capital, remaining under the scrutiny of the media throughout the day. Thus, the individual in question would naturally be a decoy, easily claimed to be a spy from another nation. Furthermore, I will require your personnel to investigate the true origins and capabilities of that equipment. At that point, I will need you to advocate for me, Yu said earnestly. Minister Su pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That evening, Yu returned to his villa, donned in a robe, leisurely sitting on the terrace with a drink in hand. The night breeze was gentle, and the lights of the capital twinkled in the distance. The tranquility was shattered by the ringing of his phone. Young master, we have found something. The Zheng family is indeed problematic. They have recently been in frequent contact with several legislators from the Eagle country and transferred a substantial sum to a domestic organization called Juxianhui, came the voice of his secretary from the other end. Juxianhui? What sort of organization is this? Yiyu's brow furrowed. On the surface, it appears to be a think tank. In reality, its members are predominantly discontented offspring of officials and wealthy elites advocating for so-called political reform. The secretary paused before continuing. The wine glass in Yiyu's hand shattered with a sharp sound, blood mingling with the spilled wine. This news was even more grave than he had anticipated. Were these individuals attempting to drag him down and rebel alongside them? Young master, your hand, it is nothing. Continue to investigate the core members of Juxianhui, particularly those connected to the Zheng family. After ending the call, Yiyu walked into the bathroom with a dark expression, washing the blood from his hands. In the mirror, his reflection revealed an icy gaze. This is no longer a mere act of entrapment. It is a genuine conspiracy, one capable of undermining the very foundations of the nation. The so-called Gathering of the Wise seeks to exploit its influence and resources in northern Myanmar to tarnish the reputation of China on the international stage. Subsequently, they intend to seize the opportunity to instigate a so-called political upheaval. How audacious and deranged. Inform grandfather that the situation is far graver than anticipated. I require additional time and resources. Yu grasped his phone and dispatched an encrypted message to his grandfather's old steward.